The breath-holding required by the Fear of Death and Immortality Sutra is not a temporary breath-holding, but a continuous breath-holding. During the entire practice, you must hold your breath from beginning to end. Once you breathe, all your efforts will be wasted. Lin Shen took a rough look. The basic transformation part requires at least 12 hours to practice once. Who can hold their breath for 12 hours at a time? Besides, this is still the basic transformation level, and the breath-holding time required in the future will be longer. Ordinary people can only hold their breath for a few minutes at most. People with extraordinary talents have only heard of dozens of minutes, but they have only heard of them, but not seen them. They have never even heard of more. After the basic transformation, the breath-holding time will increase. It is not difficult for ordinary basic transformation people to hold their breath for 10 or 20 minutes. Some basic transformation people with special talents can also hold their breath for several hours, or even longer. Such basic transformation people may barely be able to meet the breath-holding requirements of the Fear of Death and Immortality Sutra, but even if they meet the requirements, they may not choose to practice the Fear of Death and Immortality Sutra. Because the Immortal Sutra says that after completing the first stage of practice, you can obtain a talent ability fake death. Hold your breath for at least 12 hours a day, practice hard until you reach the level of flying, and you will be given a talent skill of fake death. Only those with brain problems will practice this kind of evolution. As far as Lin Shen knows, the Tian Ju among the 5 basic evolutionary techniques, after practicing to the level of flying, can at least obtain a talent skill called mind-eye, which can enhance your perception, reaction ability, etc. The other 4 basic evolutionary techniques are similar, although there are no particularly strong talent skills. After practicing, they are all practical skills. You fake death, except for being able to pretend to be dead, there is nothing else to do. Do ordinary mutators need to pretend to be dead? Definitely not. You pretend to be dead in front of mutated creatures, and the mutated creatures just pick up the corpse to eat. Ordinary people really don't need to use the talent skill of fake death. Only some special people can use it. This is still under the condition of being able to practice. Lin Shen does not have the talent of holding his breath, and he can't hold it for 12 hours at a time. I can give it a try. Although I can't hold my breath for 12 hours, I have the theory of evolution. Maybe I can adapt after enduring it? Lin Shen was more interested. Most people would stay away from this kind of evolution. Maybe some people would say that this evolution is very special and may be very useful in the future, but if he really has to choose between the two, he would never choose it. Lin Shen didn't think too much about it. He just thought that this evolution was quite interesting. Besides, if he could really practice holding his breath, he wouldn't have to be afraid of falling into the water. If he fell into the water again, he just needed to hold his breath and walk out from the bottom of the water. While searching for mutant creatures, Lin Shen memorized the scripture of immortality for fear of death. After he finished memorizing it, he directly burned the paper that recorded the scripture of immortality. If the person who created this evolution really has enemies all over the universe, Lin Shen doesn't want people to know that he has this thing. This planet is really big. After thousands of humans and 30,000 super-burning people were randomly teleported in, there are not many chances of them colliding by coincidence. Lin Shen turned around for a long time and only encountered a few alloy-level super-burning tribes, and never encountered human mutations. He killed a few mutant poisonous insects, and the mutation rate increased a little, almost reaching 50%. The Immortal Sutra had been recited and burned to ashes, and no one in the world should know that he had this thing. Lin Shen did not dare to neglect it, and took out Stepping on the Immortal Court and started reading it. This Stepping on the Immortal Court was even more strange, with only human-shaped pictures, no text, and no meridian diagrams or anything like that, just some simple movements. Lin Shen studied it carefully for a while and found that these movements were either walking or running, or jumping, anyway, they were all movements in motion. Without text, without the operation process of internal force, how can this be practiced? Practicing according to the movements on the picture, what is the difference between this and doing radio gymnastics? Can this be practiced into evolution? Come on, if this can be successful, all students used to do radio gymnastics, and I have never seen a single evolution. Lin Shen felt that these two evolutionary techniques were more ridiculous than each other. He couldn't even practice the general evolution technique, so it was even more impossible for him to practice such a ridiculous evolution technique. Forget it, let's try it first. Lin Shen jumped off the back of the big red bull and tried it from the first picture. The result was not very smooth. These movements looked simple, just running, jumping and leaping, but in fact they were not as easy as imagined. Some movements were difficult to do with Lin Shen's body flexibility. Although a single movement was a bit difficult, he could still do it, but when he connected the movement with the next one, Lin Shen felt that his waist was about to break and his feet were twisted into a knot. He had only practiced a few movements and had already fallen several times. This is quite interesting. Lin Shen became interested instead. He liked these fun things. After practicing for a while, Lin Shen found that these movements were not ordinary difficult. The difficulty of some movements even exceeded yoga. What's more difficult is that these movements must be completed in fast running, jumping, and spinning, which is simply abnormal. Is this really an evolution technique? What effect will it have when it is mastered? Lin Shen found it more and more interesting. Anyway, he couldn't practice other evolutionary techniques, and the theory of evolution didn't need to be practiced. It must be stimulated by the outside world for it to run automatically. So Lin Shen didn't have much to practice. Usually, so he just practiced stepping on the immortal courtyard. It's better than being idle, and it can also exercise the body. He also tried the Immortal Sutra, but he really couldn't hold his breath for that long, so there is no effect yet. Unless Lin Shen can take a desperate attitude and hold his breath until he dies, let the theory of evolution run automatically, help his body strengthen and mutate, and gain the ability to hold his breath for a long time, otherwise it is impossible to get started with the Immortal Sutra. Lin Shen was having fun here, and Mo Xingqi and others also wandered around the grass slope area for a long time, and unexpectedly found a building. They were all very surprised. Why is there a man-made building in this place? They didn't dare to get close, so they stood in the distance and looked at it. The building looked like it was cast in one piece of metal. There was no gap on the whole building. From a distance, it looked like a dark iron tower. The whole iron tower was probably several hundred meters high, without even a window on it, only a closed door at the bottom. There is a plaque on the gate with 3 characters, King of the Realm Tower, engraved inside. Mo Xingqi and others observed for a while and found that there were many characters engraved on the wall next to the gate. After a closer look, the contents of those characters were exactly about King of the Realm Tower. The content is also very simple, that is, there is a prize on the top floor of the KO Tower. And the base changers who can reach the top floor can get that prize. There is no mention of what the prize is, and what dangers there are in the KO Tower. Although Emo Xingqi was very curious and had the urge to go in and take a look, he finally held back. It didn't matter if he died, but he still needed to bring the logistics personnel back alive. He was the only main combatant here. If he got into trouble, the survival ability of these logistics personnel would be too poor. In the end, Emo Xingqi gave up the plan to enter the KO Tower and took these people to continue hunting nearby base change creatures. Emo Xingqi gave up, but it didn't mean that everyone would give up. The KO Tower was not just the one they encountered. Other teams had already encountered the KO Tower. The crystal-based Wang Zhiyue also found a KO Tower. Unlike Emo Xingqi's choice, Wang Zhiyue chose to accept the challenge and entered the KO Tower. Wang Zhiyue was not a reckless man. He had his reasons for choosing to go in. From his own perspective, he believed that those who entered King Kai through the King Kai cultivation device were all base changers, and ascenders should not be able to enter. This can be seen from the other human base changers and super burners he met during this period. He has been here for so long, but he has not met even one ascender, so he made such a judgment. If the King Kai cultivation device can only send base changers in, and there are no ascended creatures on King Kai, King Zhiyue can boldly speculate that everything on this planet is designed for base changers, including the King Kai Tower in front of him. Since it is designed for base changers, what is there for him, King Zhiyue, to fear? He has already stood at the top of the base changers and has the combat power of the crystal base level. If he does not challenge now, will he wait for others to challenge the King Kai Tower and take away the prizes inside? He also wanted to know what kind of prizes would be left by someone who could turn a planet into a trial field? It is impossible for someone with such a hand to take garbage as a prize, right? The moment King Zhiyue pushed the door in, the number of people watching him increased rapidly. There are 5 Kai King Towers that humans have encountered so far, but Wang Zhiyue is the first human to choose to enter the Kai King Tower to accept the challenge. As Wang Zhiyue walked into the Kai King Tower, everyone looked at the interior of the Kai King Tower together. However, the Kai King Tower was pitch black and nothing could be seen. Instead, the door closed automatically with a bang, and the tower fell into absolute darkness and silence. Welcome to the first floor of the Kai King Tower. The challenge is about to begin. If you feel that you can't continue during the challenge, just press the button on the Kai King transmission device to end the challenge. Start the countdown. The challenge will begin in 10 seconds. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The challenge begins. In the darkness, a cold electronic sound rang, which let the spectators know that the live broadcast did not have a black screen, but it was too dark and nothing could be seen. Everyone stared at the darkness in the sky, as if as long as they stared long enough, they could see something in the darkness. Unfortunately, they were disappointed. Until the challenge began, they could only see a dark mass. At the moment the challenge started, they heard a scream, and their hearts suddenly rose to their throats. Many people only hated themselves for not having the ability of night vision and not being able to see what happened in the darkness. The challenge failed. The challenger failed to pass the first level. The result will not be included in the ranking. Please continue to work hard next time. The electronic voice sounded again, and everyone opened their mouths wide. What's going on? It's over? What happened? What exactly is the challenge? Why did it end with a scream? The crystal-based King Zhiyue, judging from his previous performance, is definitely not a weakling. It can even be said that he can be ranked in the top 5 among the base changers who entered King Kai this time. Even he only persisted for a while and failed directly. The difficulty of King Kai Tower can be imagined. People talked about it, and soon the image of King Zhiyue returned to normal. King Zhiyue was seen standing in front of the gate of King Kai Tower with a very strange look. But looking at his body, it seems that there is no injury. I don't know what happened. That made King Zhiyue choose to give up. Wang Zhiyue seemed to want to challenge again, but when he pushed the door of the king's tower again, he couldn't push it open. People were very curious about what kind of challenge Wang Zhiyue had experienced, but unfortunately no one could see it. Lin Shen practiced the immortal court while hunting mutant creatures. When the time limit came, he didn't practice the immortal court, but the base mutation rate had soared to 51, it's almost there. Next time I come, I'll go to a farther place to have a look. With my current strength, I shouldn't have to worry about encountering crystal-based creatures. Lin Shen wanted to kill some high-level mutations. Killing these low-level mutations, the base mutation rate increased too slowly. The transmission device teleported Lin Shen back, and Lin Shen stayed in the canyon to see if he could wait for Wei Wufu. He also saw the projection of the sky in the sky, which was very novel. After watching for a while, he remembered several people. I have to sigh that there are so many geniuses in big families. Maybe the talents are the same, but different environments may also create different people. Mo Xingqi, Ouyang Yudu, Wang Zhiyue, Tu Xiaodao, they are all very capable people. If you have a chance, you can get to know them. More friends mean more paths. Lin Shen thought to himself. Just as he was thinking, he saw a figure appear at the foot of Hulu Mountain. It was the white goddess in mosaic. Strange, why didn't I see her come down from the cave on the top of the mountain? And she appeared directly at the foot of the mountain. Lin Shen was a little confused. Soon, more people appeared at the foot of Hulu Mountain, and there were quite a few of them. A closer look showed that they were Wang Tianer and Qi Shuheng and their group. It seemed that they had a good harvest. The mounts were full of things, including materials and base transformation liquid. Lin Shen hid and watched the people from the Qi and Wang families escort the white goddess away. Strange. The white goddess has left with the black bird. There is no black bird here. Why can I still see Hulu Mountain? Lin Shen stared at the tall Hulu Mountain, his heart full of doubts. When he was in the cave of Hulu Mountain before, he had some doubts, and now he was even more certain that the reason why he could see Hulu Mountain was not because of the Suenio of Qi and Wang families. Could it be that this guy is a Suenio? Lin Shen looked at the fat guy in his backpack. Apart from this guy, he couldn't think of a second reason. If you say that fatty is a black bird, Lin Shen doesn't look like it no matter how he looks. This guy is as fat as a snowball, and he doesn't look like the black and handsome black bird of Wang Tianer and his friends. The word xian is generally interpreted as black, and in a deeper sense, it also means black with red. Fatty is obviously a white bird, and it doesn't seem to be related to the black bird. Is it because of mutation? When Lin Shen was thinking in his heart, he saw another figure appearing out of thin air at the foot of Hulu Mountain. Old Wei, this way. Lin Shen saw the man's appearance clearly and was overjoyed and ran over quickly. When Wei Wufu saw Lin Shen, he came over with a black rock python that was more than 10 meters long. The backpack on his back was also bulging, and it seemed that he had gained a lot. The two people roughly exchanged their situations, and Lin Shen didn't mention the underground cave. It's not that I don't believe Old Wei, but because the less people know about this kind of thing, the less danger there is, so there is no need to say more. Lin Shen listened for a long time and finally understood what happened to Wei Wufu after he was teleported in. After Lin Shen teleported in the cave suddenly became dark. Wei Wufu was randomly teleported to King Kai's planet like the last time, and there was a black watch on his wrist. Just as Lin Shen thought, Wei Wufu came out directly after the 3-day deadline. But he did not return to the cave. Instead, he walked through a dark cave and came to the foot of the mountain. He did not see Hulu Mountain again when he looked back. At this point, Wei Wufu looked back again, but he was stunned when he saw it. He actually saw Hulu Mountain again. Old Wei, take Fatty to the canyon and go a little further. Lin Shen handed the backpack containing Fatty to Wei Wufu. Wei Wufu understood what Lin Shen meant, and turned around and left without saying a word. Not long after Wei Wufu left, Lin Shen, Hulu Mountain, which was close at hand, suddenly disappeared in front of Lin Shen. It's Fatty. Lin Shen no longer had any doubts, and was sure that Fatty was a mutated black bird. Could it be that the black birds of the Lin, Qi, and Wang families were obtained from the giant mountain? Lin Shen guessed secretly. He called Wei Wufu back. Wei Wufu was far away in the canyon, but he could also see Hulu Mountain. He did not see Hulu Mountain disappear. After several experiments, the two of them understood that they could only see and touch Hulu Mountain when they were close to Fatty. Otherwise, Hulu Mountain was like another dimension for them, and they could not see or touch it at all. With this discovery, the two were very happy, so they didn't have to touch Bai Shenfei's black bird anymore. Lin Shen was even thinking that if Bai Shenfei's black bird was exposed in the future, it could cover up his fat boy. In Lin Shen's view, it was only a matter of time before Bai Shenfei's black bird was exposed. She would always bring people from the Qi and Wang families in. This time they were lucky that they were not discovered. Sooner or later they would be discovered. It was just a matter of time. The two walked and talked. Wei Wufu's luck was not very good. He did not encounter the Super Burning Legion. However, he also knew the existence of the Super Burning Clan. When he saw the Super Burning War helmet and war suit, he did not feel it was so amazing. Lin Shen gave Wei Wufu a set and also gave him a pet launcher. Wei Wufu accepted all of them. I'll buy them all. Wei Wufu pointed to the remaining Super Burning War helmet and war suit, as well as the battle axe and pet launcher, and said, "What do you want so many for?" Lin Shen was a little confused. "Tiancheng, I need it," Wei Wufu said. "Okay, but brothers should settle accounts clearly. These things can be regarded as the original seed eggs you gave me. I want to keep one pet launcher, and I can give you the rest, but you have to exchange these pet launchers with something." Lin Shen thought for a while and said, "What do you want?" Wei Wufu asked. "Do you have any original seed eggs?" Get me another one. Lin Shen was thinking about whether he should use the original seed eggs when he was promoted to alloy. The original eggs will become more and more difficult to obtain in the future. After all, there are only so many of them. If you use one, you will have one less. And those mutation points that have not been knocked down now will be more difficult to knock down in the future. The mutation creatures inside will become stronger and stronger, and there will be more and more of them. Wei Wufu didn't say anything, but just moved all the things to his mount. This is for you. Lin Shen took out another big black bull capsule and gave it to Wei Wufu. Wei Wufu's mount was too shabby, and he was riding an iron-horned horse. Wei Wufu still accepted it without hesitation and moved all the things to the back of the big black bull. Tiancheng, goodbye. Lin Shen wanted to say something, but Wei Wufu left a word and rode the big black bull away. Why did you leave? Lin Shen was speechless, watching Wei Wufu go to another road. And he could only go back to the Suanio base alone. Back to the Suanio base, Lin Shen counted all his gains during this period. There are 6 mutated crystal-based pets, a mutated white jade tiger, a mutated black crystal stone man, 3 mutated black armored centipedes, and a mutated big red bull. There are 17 crystal-based pets. For Lin Shen, these pets can be used for group fights, which is also quite powerful. There are even more alloy pets, more than 40, with the big black bull being the majority. Among them, only 3 are mutated, which is less than the mutated crystal-based ones. They are a mutated big black bull, a mutated lion tiger beast, and a mutated red-scaled snake. In addition to the mutated pets, Lin Shen plans to deal with the other alloy pets, but this batch pets are more likely to attract attention, and he has not yet figured out how to deal with them. Among the mutant pets, Lin Shen is most satisfied with the big red bull. Red crystal god bull, mutated crystal-based creatures, can evolve. Strength, 41. Speed, 39. Hardness, 40. Toughness, 37. Talent skills, mutated savage charge, mutated crazy assault, mutated domination. The values are already very strong, and the strength attribute is still super limited. All 3 skills are mutant skills, and they are all very practical. It is already the strongest mount at this stage. Not all mutant creatures are as strong as dead fans, just like the mutant black armored centipede. Among the 3, only one has a speed attribute of 41. And the others cannot break the limit. And their skills are not all mutant skills. Most of them have only one mutant skill, and the others are enhanced or ordinary skills. One mutant black armored centipede only has 2 skills, missing one skill, which is not perfect. But compared to ordinary crystal bases, the mutant black armored centipede is already very strong. And it is now Lin Shen's main combat power. Pet launcher, Lin Shen kept the one of the deputy commander of the Super Burning Corps, and gave the others to Wei Wufu. Of course, in addition to these, Lin Shen's biggest gain is actually Xiaoya, Xiaona, and 2 evolutionary techniques. Taking advantage of the night to return to the Suanio base, Lin Shen took a nap and woke up, and found that his strength had increased again. When I saw it before, it was still 17, and today it has increased a little bit, becoming 18. Obviously just a steel base changer, his strength value is frightening. It seems that the dead powder is still growing, and its weight is still increasing. I wonder how much it can grow. Lin Shen was happy in his heart, thinking whether to feed the dead powder directly with his mutant pet to make it grow faster. Then he thought again, it's too extravagant, so I'd better wait until the next time I go to King Kai and kill more advanced mutant creatures for it to eat. This thing only eats mutations now, and it doesn't even smell the corpses of ordinary base mutation creatures. As for the enhancement of the body by evolution, it can't be reflected in the surroundings. Most of them are some resistances, which are very practical, but do not affect the value. Not long after Lin Shen came back, the sky projection ended. From other people, Lin Shen also learned a lot about what happened on King Kai's planet in the past few days. Lin Shen was quite interested in the King Kai Tower, but he had no plans to go there for the time being. In the next few days, Lin Shen practiced stepping on the immortal court at home. Although he had not yet achieved any results, Lin Shen found that his control over his body and his own reaction ability had become much stronger, which could not be reflected by numbers. He did not fall behind in the stabbing method taught by Wei Wufu, and practiced it with dead powder for a while every day. When practicing stepping on the immortal court, Lin Shen suddenly had a whim. If it was combined with the ladder to heaven, would stepping on the immortal court be more interesting? It was a pity that he couldn't even complete the movements of stepping on the immortal court, and now it was even more impossible to use it with the ladder to heaven. In the process of practicing stepping on the immortal court, I don't know if the stickman drawn was too abstract, the movements were a little different from the original, or the difficulty was too high. Some movements Lin Shen couldn't connect at all. It was okay to do it alone, but it couldn't move, and it couldn't connect with other movements. So Lin Shen simply skipped those movements that could not be connected, and only practiced those that could be connected. After a few days, the Kai King training device was turned on again. Lin Shen had no plans to go in for the time being. He had become addicted to practice these days, and felt uncomfortable if he didn't practice for a day. He planned to practice all the movements he could practice first, and walk through them completely to see if there would be any special effects. Lin Shen drew a total of 134 stick figures, and he could only connect 61 movements. Later, he adjusted the order again, regardless of the previous order, and finally connected 73 movements. When Lin Shen walked through the 73 movements for the first time, he suddenly felt that the base change power in his body was actually moving. This works. Lin Shen himself was a little surprised. He himself didn't have much hope, and completely regarded stepping on the immortal court as a way to exercise his body's control and reaction ability, but he didn't expect to trigger the base change power. As Lin Shen took one step after another, the basic power in his body flowed faster and faster, as if it turned from a small stream into a small river, and then from a small river into a big river, and finally like a roaring torrent, it rushed wildly in his body, driving his body to walk faster and faster, almost leaving an afterimage. Snap! Snap! Where Lin Shen stepped, he felt that he did not use much force, but on the hard stone slab, deep footprints were left, one after another. Those footprints seemed to be printed, the edges were as clean as a knife cut, and there was no trace of broken stone slabs next to them. The power running in his body made Lin Shen feel that he could break through the sky and reach the ninth heaven with one step. Lin Shen resisted the urge to jump up to the sky. After all, this was in the Lin family compound. If he really jumped up to the sky, he didn't know how many eyes were watching him, which would not be good. After Lin Shen controlled the running power in his body to stop, he looked at the deep footprints in the yard, which made Lin Shen himself stunned. This stepping immortal court seems to be really something special. Lin Shen took a closer look and found that although there were many footprints on the ground, the number was exactly 73. The Kai King cultivation device started again. This time, more mutations entered. Not only the dozen families before, but also some larger families sent some mutations to Kai King. The reason for this change is mainly due to the emergence of the super burning core. If only humans enjoyed the resources of Kai King, those big families would not let anyone intervene. But now, in addition to humans, there is also the super burning core plundering resources on Kai King, and the big families have to change their strategies. Introducing mutations from other families can not only collect part of the admission fee, but also fight against the super burning core, which is killing two birds with one stone. There are also many lone mutations who joined in. Some of them are for the mutation resources of Kai King, some are for the super burning core, and the rest are for the rewards of Kai King Tower. Lin Shen is also planning to enter Kai King again. He is considering what way to enter Kai King. Although the grass slope is safer, the level of mutation creatures is too low, which makes Lin Shen's mutation rate grow very slowly. If he went in again, Lin Shen wanted to do it randomly again, but he was afraid that the place where he was randomly chosen was too dangerous. While he was hesitating, someone at home sent a message saying that a man who called himself Su Tianga came to see him and said he was his good brother. What is he doing here? Lin Shen was a little surprised. He didn't expect Su Tianga to come to see him. Lin Shen came to the living room and saw Su Tianga waiting for him. Brother Shen, I finally found you. I missed you so much. Su Tianga came up and held Lin Shen's hand tightly, as if he had seen a relative, with his eyes full of emotion. Has the beast tied in the Yashin base been resolved? Why did you run here? Lin Shen finally pulled his hand back and asked with some doubts. After those big families came, they cleaned up the mushroom beasts several times. Now there are fewer mushroom beasts. It is difficult to see mushroom beasts outside the green tree sea. Su Tianga then said, "This is not the point, Brother Shen, I came to you for another important thing." What is it? Lin Shen thought Su Tianga wanted to take him to King Kai. Brother Shen, do you know concubine? Bai? What Su Tianga said was somewhat unexpected to Lin Shen. I've seen her a few times, what's wrong with her? Lin Shen was even more confused. How did Su Tianga get involved with concubine Bai? Su Tianga hesitated and said, "She's fine, but my sister-in-law may be a little unhappy." What sister-in-law? What are you talking about? Lin Shen was full of question marks, and he didn't react for a while, not knowing when concubine Bai became sister-in-law. It's Yi Yuzhen from the Yi family, my sister-in-law. Su Tianga explained, Brother Shen, you are really too careless this time. If you can speak, just speak, if you can't, then go back quickly. Lin Shen felt that he was about to be confused by him. Although concubine Bai is very beautiful, a rare beauty in the world, but my sister-in-law is not bad. Brother Shen, if you are cheating, you should hide it. It's so blatant, it's strange that my sister-in-law is not angry. Su Tianga said more and more outrageous. How did you know that I know Bai Shenfei? Lin Shen looked at Su Tianga with a puzzled look on his face and asked. Knowing that Lin Shen and Bai Shenfei didn't know many people, how could Su Tianga know? Lin Shen suddenly worried whether Bai Shenfei had said something outside. Not only me, now everyone in the Asia God base knows about it, even the big families stationed in the Asia God base know about it. Su Tianga's eyes lit up and he said excitedly, although this matter is indeed not good for my sister-in-law. But as your good brother, I have to say that you are really awesome, Brother Shen. You have taken down a woman like Bai Shenfei, and you have a face for your brother. Lin Shen listened for a while and finally understood what was going on. Bai Shenfei didn't say anything outside, but the situation could be worse. Bai Shenfei went to Jinshui Lake and joined the people from Cape Base. At that time, she met Ouyang Juemiao, who was visiting with Ouyang Yudu. When several people were talking, Ouyang Yudu invited Bai Shenfei to go to Kai Wangxing together, but was rejected by Bai Shenfei. This refusal was beyond the expectations of the Ouyang family of the God's Love Base and the people of the Cape Base, because they had already reached a tacit understanding. Let the two people who have practiced the theory of talent have more contact. If there is no big disagreement, the two people are likely to be together in the future. Before this, Bai Shenfei also acquiesced to this matter, and the only thing left was to meet Ouyang Yudu to get to know each other. Going to King Kai to fight side by side is naturally the best way to get to know each other, including Ouyang Yudu. No one expected that Bai Shenfei would refuse. In the eyes of all the insiders, Bai Shenfei and Ouyang Yudu are a natural pair. No one can live without each other, otherwise they would be difficult to go further in this life and can only stop at the basic transformation. Ouyang Yudu is very graceful and did not embarrass Bai Shenfei. Ouyang Juemiao was not happy and insisted that Sun Jian, the person in charge of the Cape Base, this time, give an explanation for why they suddenly changed their minds when they already had a tacit understanding. Sun Jian had no idea why, and wanted to delay at first, and then ask Bai Shenfei privately what was going on. Who knew that concubine Bai would say directly, in addition to Ouyang Yudu, she has another candidate, so she needs time to consider. Ouyang Yu was very curious and asked Bai Shenfei who the other candidate was. Bai Shenfei directly said Lin Shen's name. At first, several people didn't react to who Lin Shen was until someone called out the name of the second-generation ancestor. This caused a stir. Now the entire Asian god base and the family stationed in Jinshui Lake knew that the second-generation ancestor and Ouyang Yu were competing for Bai Shenfei. After hearing about this, Su Tianga hurried to the Suanio base to report the news. Now Lin Shen was completely confused. How could this happen? Didn't I tell concubine Bai that I couldn't practice the theory of talent? How could she say that? How could I be her candidate? I can't practice the theory of talent at all. Brother Shen, although I feel proud, you have to be careful. I heard that many young people from big families couldn't accept it after knowing that concubine Bai listed you as a candidate. Especially that Ouyang Yudu, maybe he will come to trouble you. Of course. I'm not saying that you are not as good as Ouyang Yudu, but that Ouyang Yudu is really evil. If you have some ability, you'd better be careful. Su Tianga said cautiously. I know, thank you for coming to tell me this. Lin Shen felt that he was sitting at home, and the disaster came from the sky. We are all brothers, why say these polite words? Su Tianga waved his hand quickly. The two were chatting, and a guard from the Lin family came over and said that someone was looking for Lin Shen again. Lin Shen and Su Tianga looked at each other, thinking, could it be that Ouyang Yu is here? When Lin Shen and Su Tianga saw the person coming, they knew they had guessed wrong. The person coming was not the stunning Ouyang Yudu, but Tu Xiaodao, who looked ordinary and had a scar on his face. Su Tianga lowered his voice and leaned close to Lin Shen's ear and said, "Brother Shen, this Tu Xiaodao is not simple. I heard from my grandfather that Tu Xiaodao came from a base on the sea. You also know the situation. On the sea, the genetically modified creatures there are more powerful than those on land. Those who can build a base on the sea are not ordinary families. Are you Lin Shen?" Tu Xiaodao looked at Lin Shen and looked him up and down, his voice a little abnormally hoarse. "I am Lin Shen. I wonder what you want to see me for?" Lin Shen was also looking at Tu Xiaodao. This man looked unremarkable, but he seemed to have a fierceness that ordinary people could not match. "I heard that you have mastered the talent theory, so I came to ask for your advice." Tu Xiaodao pulled out the knife from his waist. His knife was very short, only as long as a dagger, but very wide as a palm, and the whole body seemed to be polished with black spike crystals. "I think you have misunderstood. I have not mastered the talent theory," Lin Shen explained. Tu Xiaodao raised his eyebrows and said, "Now everyone knows that you have mastered the talent theory. Are you looking down on me, Tu Xiaodao, by saying this? If everyone says you are a woman, then are you a woman?" Lin Shen asked back indifferently. Tu Xiaodao was slightly startled, but Bai Shenfei said you. "Did Bai Shenfei say that I have mastered the talent theory?" Lin Shen interrupted Tu Xiaodao directly. Tu Xiaodao was stunned for a moment, then frowned and said, "Bai Shenfei did not say that you have mastered the talent theory, but everyone knows that only those who have mastered the talent theory are qualified to be the candidate of Bai Shenfei. Since Bai Shenfei recognized you must have mastered the talent theory. Don't say that I haven't mastered the talent theory. Even if I have mastered the talent theory, can I not teach you? You want to fight with someone who has mastered the talent theory so much, why don't you go to Ouyang Yudu? Do you not know that Ouyang Yudu has mastered the talent theory, or you are afraid of the strong and dare not challenge Ouyang Yudu?" Lin Shen curled his lips and said. Tu Xiaodao was stunned by these words, and he spoke for a long time. "I will naturally go to Ouyang Yudu. I also want to ask for advice. It's useless to say so much nonsense. You should just draw your sword and let me see what is the difference between people who have practiced talent theory. If you want to ask for advice, then ask for advice. If you want to compete with swords, then compete with swords. Then why don't you just compete with who is shorter? I'm definitely not shorter than you. I can admit defeat now, and there is no need to go through the trouble of competing." Lin Shen still mocked with a calm face. Tu Xiaodao never thought that he would come to compete with Lin Shen, and the other party would keep talking before he started. He was not good at speaking, and he was no match for Lin Shen. In terms of words, "What do you want to compete?" Tu Xiaodao said with a frown. "I'll say it again. I haven't practiced talent theory. Now I'm only at the iron level. If you want to fight, you can do whatever you want. Anyway, I will definitely call for help immediately." Lin Shen said. "I cannot use the base power and control the strength and speed within the range of the steel level." Tu Xiaodao blurted out immediately, "It seems that he had thought about it before he came." Lin Shen saw that Tu Xiaodao was determined to fight him, and it was not a good idea to continue to stalemate like this. "Let's do this. I don't know the theory of talent, and I'm not good at fighting. Let's compete in something else." Lin Shen thought for a while and said, "Compare what? I can only fight and nothing else." Tu Xiaodao was worried that Lin Shen would Really compete with him to see who was taller. I will do a move, if you can do it, you win. I do have a book, Talent Theory, given by Shenfei. I haven't practiced it, I can give it to you. Lin Shen took out the Talent Theory given to him by Shenfei and said, I have the Talent Theory, I won. I don't need you to give me anything, I just need you to let me see the real Talent Theory. Tu Xiaodao said stubbornly. Why are you so stubborn? Lin Shen was speechless for a while. Tu Xiaodao took out some things from his backpack and continued to say to Lin Shen, if you win, I don't have anything else. This is the base transformation liquid of all the mutant crystal-based creatures I collected recently on King Kai. Although it is no longer useful to me, it should still be very valuable to you. If you win, it's yours. If you lose, you can also pick a bag. Lin Shen looked at the bags full of base transformation liquid. He originally planned to lose to Tu Xiaodao and throw away the hot potato of Talent Theory in his hand, but the idea disappeared immediately. It was mainly because he listened to Tu Xiaodao's words and knew that Talent Theory was indeed not a secret method. The Bai family should have given it to many people. It would be useless for him to give Talent Theory away. So many base transformation liquids of mutant crystal-based creatures should be enough to make my base transformation rate reach 100%, right? Lin Shen secretly calculated in his heart. How is it? Tu Xiaodao smiled at the corner of his mouth, and he saw that Lin Shen was moved. But Tu Xiaodao didn't think he would lose. The hardness and flexibility of the crystal-based body were far beyond the reach of the steel-based body. He really couldn't think of any moves that Lin Shen could do, but he couldn't. In Tu Xiaodao's opinion, Lin Shen proposed such a contest just to make him lose and get rid of him. He took out so much genetic change fluid just to make Lin Shen attracted. After defeating him, he could see the real Talent Theory. I like you, not because of those genetic fluids. I just want to be with you, you compare notes? Lin Shen said with a smile. Okay, you go first. Tu Xiaodao didn't care, as long as Lin Shen was willing to compete. Then I'll make a fool of myself. Lin Shen had already made up his mind. If someone brought the mutant genetic fluid he needed, there was no reason why he wouldn't accept it. Brother Shen, don't be fooled. He is at the Jingji level and his body flexibility is much better. He can definitely do ordinary postures. Su Tianga reminded from the side. Although he knew that Lin Shen was extraordinary, he was still at the iron level after all. There were actions that the iron level could do that Jingji could not do. Su Tianga thought about it, and there was only one possibility, which was to take the third route. For example, if you eat something like rice fields and make Tu Xiaodao feel sick and unable to eat any more, then you can win. Or he could just cut it off and swing his sword directly from the palace. No matter how cruel the butcher's knife was, he would definitely not be able to make a move, so he could still win. But although those genetic fluids are precious, there is no need to work so hard. Other than that, Su Tianga really couldn't figure out how Lin Shen could defeat Tu Xiaodao. I know. Lin Shen said lightly, then brought the butcher's knife to a yard, pointed to the stone table in the yard and said, put the lottery over there. If you win, just take it. If you lose, you can take it away, just go by yourself. Without saying a word, Tu Xiaodao directly placed several large bags of genetic fluid on the stone table. He was not afraid of Lin Shen coveting his genetic fluid. If Lin Shen dares to steal after losing, he will make Lin Shen regret. Cheating. After watching Tu Xiaodao put down all the genetic fluid, Lin Shen walked to the open space in the yard, then turned to Tu Xiaodao and said, "You watch, I will only do it once, and I will win. Or lose. If you lose, don't act like it, just talk nonsense and leave immediately." Okay. Tu Xiaodao stood by the side with his arms folded firmly. He wanted to see what Lin Shen could do. Lin Shen stood in the clearing, took a deep breath, and then jumped up. Tu Xiaodao and Su Tiange watched Lin Shen jump 3 meters high. For ordinary people, this jumping ability could be considered superhuman. If you play basketball, you can just take off and dunk directly from the three-point line. But for the base changers, especially the crystal level base changers, it is nothing if they can only jump 3 meters high. Brother Shen, what are you doing? Who can jump higher than a crystal level gene changer? Probably not. With Brother Shen's wisdom, how could he do such a stupid thing? Su Tiange's eyes suddenly lit up. That's right, I see. Brother Shen said that he wanted Tu Xiaodao to do exactly the same movements as him, that is to say, whether it is the takeoff movement, various postures and angles in the air, or even the swing direction of the hair, it must be done exactly the same. High, really high. There are no two identical eggs in the world, so how can they have exactly the same movements? What will happen if the butcher's knife finds something wrong? Su Tiange thought he had understood Lin Shen's spirit, and thought to himself, when it comes to treachery, my brother Shen considers himself second. I'm afraid no one will dare to recognize him as first. Tu Xiaodao also frowned and looked at Lin Shen, who jumped 3 meters high and then fell. He didn't understand what he meant. Did he look down on him, Tu Xiaodao? Think. He can't even jump 3 meters high? When Tu Xiaodao was confused, Lin Shen's body had already begun to fall. When he was still 1 meter away from the ground, he suddenly saw Lin Shen's left foot stepping on his right foot and kicked hard. Tu Xiaodao was still thinking about what Lin Shen was doing. Did he think too Xiaodao wouldn't be able to remember it if he made some random moves? But the next moment, Tu Xiaodao suddenly opened his eyes wide and stared straight at Lin Shen, his mouth slightly opened, and his eyes almost popped out. Su Tiange opened his mouth even wider, as if something was stuck in his throat, forcing him to open his mouth as wide as possible, but he couldn't make any sound. Lin Shen, who was about to land, suddenly rose sharply again after a strange operation, reaching a height of about 3 meters. Fuck, Brother Shen is really unfathomable. I thought I had understood the essence of Brother Shen's spirit, but I didn't expect that all I learned was just superficial. My Brother Shen is simply bottomless. Fake, it's something that humans can do. How can I learn from this? Su Tiange couldn't help but cursed in his heart. Tu Xiaodao stared blankly at Lin Shen, falling down without saying a word. Do you see clearly? Just do this again. If you can do it, I will admit defeat. Lin Shen walked to Tu Xiaodao and said. Tu Xiaodao looked at Lin Shen strangely, but did not answer. I lost. After a while, Tu Xiaodao said this and turned around to leave, without even looking at the genetic fluid on the table. This man's character is quite good. Lin Shen saw that Tu Xiaodao was willing to admit defeat, and he thought highly of him. He had known before that Tu Xiaodao was very lucky and had obtained a lot of mutated crystal base fluids on the King of Planets. It was estimated that they should all be here. Just lose if you say you lose, and don't even look at it again, which can be considered open-minded, but it's all at the risk of your life. It's just good luck, but it's not the result of taking risks. Brother Shen, you are so awesome. That move where you stepped on your left foot and stepped on your right foot to fly up again was really awesome. If possible, can you teach me? I am willing to pay for the tuition. Su Tiange hurriedly came over and said, Do you want to learn? Lin Shen narrowed his eyes and looked at Su Tiange and asked, I want to learn, I want to learn. Su Tiange nodded like a chicken pecking at rice. Then you have to deactivate your level first, start training again, and then use a specific genetic transformation egg to complete the genetic transformation, and you will be able to learn it. Lin Shen said. It turns out that there is such an innate skill. Is it easy to find those genetically modified eggs? Su Tiange asked. It shouldn't be difficult. Anyway, I found it easily. Lin Shen said with a smile. Ah, it's so easy. Where did you find it? I'm going to get a few for collection first. Su Tiange didn't plan to de-level himself. But he really wanted to get a few genetically modified pets with such abilities. I don't know, I've never seen the second one. Lin Shen said, spreading his hands. Su Tiange was speechless and thought, then what do you think he is doing, teasing me? Old Su, you came here just to inform me about concubine by Shen, right? Lin Shen said while counting the transgenic fluids. There are 7 bags in total, all with labels on them. I clicked on them and found that these 7 bags of genetic fluid came from 5 mutated creatures. Lin Shen calculated in his mind that if the genetic change fluid of each mutated creature could increase his mutation rate by 5 points, then these genetic mutation fluids could provide him with a total of 25 points of genetic mutation rate, plus the current rate of fundamental change is still not enough. It's still a little worse, but it's better than nothing. Lin Shen thought to himself. I really can't hide anything from Brother Shen. Our Su family has an agreement with the major families. They will give us some quotas to enter the King of Kai. If Brother Shen is interested, you can go in with us. Su Tiange said. Lin Shen knew in his heart that what Su Tiange said sounded good. In fact, the major families had relaxed their restrictions and gave the Su family more places. It was probably because the Su family had no suitable candidates, so they thought of coming here. Coat yourself up. But even so, it at least shows that the Su family still has good intentions towards him and wants to be on good terms with him, so Lin Shen didn't point it out. I don't plan to go in the next few days. If you can wait, you can go and have a look in a few days. Lin Shen thought for a while. He didn't want to go to the grassy slope anymore. Instead of going in randomly by himself, it would be better to go in with Su's family. If he randomly goes to a dangerous place, there are teammates who can share the risk. You can wait, you can wait. This time the Kiowan development device has been activated. We originally had to wait for the next time. Su Tiange was overjoyed. Although Lin Shen's level is not high, he has a high-level pet launcher and his combat effectiveness is not weak. He heard from people in the big family that Lin Shen's pet launcher was the top of the range of pet launchers that could be used by geneticists, and there should be no one with a faster rate of fire than it. The Fei upgraded pet launcher fires faster than it, but that thing needs to be Fei upgraded before it can be activated and used, and it cannot be used by geneticists. Of course, there was another important reason why Su Tiange wanted to take Lin Shen with him. He was afraid of being robbed by angels. With Lin Shen here, there is no need to worry about Being robbed by that angel. You should go back first. Just let me know when you arrive in a few days. After Lin Shen sent Su Tiange away, he took the genetic fluid into the house, intending to swallow it all as soon as possible and transform it into himself basal rate of change. There was so much genetic fluid that I couldn't drink it all in one day. It would make me choke to death, and it would take several days to digest it. After leaving the Lin family, Tu Xiaodao went straight out of the Suanio base. When he reached a deserted place, he stopped and looked around. After making sure that there was no one, he took a deep breath and then jumped up. He jumped 5 or 6 meters, much higher than Lin Shen, and this was when he controlled his strength. When his body began to fall, Tu Xiaodao burst out the controlled strength again, stretched out his left foot to step on the instep of his right foot, and kicked hard. Bang! Tu Xiaodao fell to the ground with his legs spread out, and his right instep became red and swollen. No, how can I use the force to jump up again? Did I remember it wrong? It's not the left foot stepping on the right foot, but the right foot stepping on the left foot. Tu Xiaodao tried again without giving up, and ended up stepping on the instep of his left foot, and it became red and swollen. This is unscientific. Could it be some kind of innate skill? Is there such an innate skill? Could it be the ability after practicing the theory of talent? 2. Xiaodao was so depressed that he wanted to vomit blood. If he had known that there was such a thing, he should not have agreed to compete with Lin Shen like this. Losing the thing is secondary. The key is that he has no face to compete with Lin Shen again. What should I do? Tu Xiaodao really wants to know what is so special about the theory of talent. The reason why Tu Xiaodao is so persistent is that he has also practiced the theory of talent, but he didn't practice it. He practiced the theory of talent not because of Bai Shenfei, but simply believed that his talent is good enough, better than anyone else. What others can't practice, he can definitely practice. What others can't break through, he can definitely break through. So at the beginning, he chose the theory of talent, intending to break through to the flying upgrade with the theory of talent. As a result, let alone breaking through to the flying upgrade, he didn't practice it at all. But Tu Xiaodao still didn't accept it. He didn't think it was his talent problem. Since he couldn't practice the theory of talent, he proved that he was better than those who practiced the theory of talent. This time, he came to the Asian god base from overseas. He heard that Ouyang Yudu had mastered the talent theory. He originally planned to find Ouyang Yudu for a fight. But later, he saw some video materials recorded by someone, which were some of Ouyang Yudu's performances on King Kai's planet. After watching it, Tu Xiaodao looked much more solemn. Ouyang Yudu was indeed very strong. In a place like King Kai's planet, facing various base-mutated creatures, even mutated crystal-based creatures, Ouyang Yudu seemed to be able to deal with them very calmly. Every battle seemed to be easy to do, without any skills and strength. It was impossible to see how strong he was, and what kind of abilities he had. Tu Xiaodao felt that if he didn't know what special abilities Ouyang Yudu had after mastering the talent theory, he was not sure that he could defeat Ouyang Yudu. So after knowing that Lin Shen seemed to have mastered the talent theory, he came to Lin Shen and wanted to understand the abilities of the talent theory first. The result made Tu Xiaodao a little depressed, but he also wanted to know more about what abilities the talent theory had. He suspected that Lin Shen's unscientific jump might be due to the magic of theory of talent. The more Tu Xiaodao thought about it, the More he felt that he couldn't just go back. After thinking for a while, he turned around and went to the Lin family in the Suenio base. Why are you back again? Lin Shen, who had just drunk a wave of base transformation liquid, had a round belly. Seeing Tu Xiaodao coming back again, he said with a headache. Lin Shen, you need me. Tu Xiaodao said this very suddenly. What do I need you for? Lin Shen was a little amused. Ouyang Yudu will definitely come to you. Not only Ouyang Yudu, but many geniuses from big families who have practiced the theory of talent but failed to master it will probably come to you. Why are they looking for me? They haven't mastered the theory of talent. It's fine that Ouyang Yudu, the pride of heaven, can master it, but you, a person from a small base, can also master it. Some people will think that this is an insult to them. They can't tolerate the existence of such a person, so they will come to trouble you. How many times do you want me to say it before you believe that I haven't mastered the theory of talent? Do you believe it or not? It's important. What's important is whether they believe it or not. Do you think they will believe it? Why can Ouyang Yudu practice it, but I can't? Because you have no background. Because you are still just a steel base changer, and because you are easy to bully. They can't beat Ouyang Yudu, and they can't afford to provoke the Ouyang family, but they can bully you. Tu Xiaodao continued seriously, so you need me. With me, no one can touch your hair. What do you want? I tell you, I can't return those base change fluids to you. Lin Shen looked at Tu Xiaodao vigilantly and said. Don't worry, I don't want anything, as long as you accompany me to practice martial arts. Tu Xiaodao said quickly. How can I, a steel, accompany you to practice martial arts? You don't want to take the opportunity to kill me, right? Lin Shen has always put safety first. How could he take in such an unknown person around him for no reason? You misunderstood. That will never happen. I just thought your jump was amazing and I wanted to learn from you. Tu Xiaodao heard Lin Shen's concerns and explained quickly. That jump is a natural skill. You can't learn it. You should leave. Lin Shen refused to keep Tu Xiaodao and refused again. Seeing that nothing he said would work, Tu Xiaodao gritted his teeth and said, I'll pay for your time and ask you to be my sparring partner. Can you? How much do you want to pay? Lin Shen asked with a blink of his eyes. I don't have any money with me, can I use this as collateral? Tu Xiaodao took out something and handed it to Lin Shen. Lin Shen took it and took a look, and was surprised, and said in a lost voice, Is this the original egg? Lin Shen had swallowed the original egg before, and his memory of the original egg was quite deep. Although they are all eggs and have different qualities, the original egg feels a little different from the ordinary genetically modified eggs. It's hard to say what the difference is, but when you see it, you can tell which is the original egg and which is the ordinary genetically modified egg at a glance. It's like two oranges of the same variety, one is from the place of origin and the other is not from the place of origin. They look similar, but if you put them together and distinguish them carefully, there will still be some differences. This difference is not just the appearance, but also a texture difference that is difficult to describe in words. When of course, it tastes even different. Looking at the original egg in Tu Xiaodao's hand, to be honest, Lin Shen really wants it. How difficult is it to lay down a base mutation point now? Those super bases with ascenders can't handle it. And Lin Shen has no hope in a short time. I heard from Wei Wufu that people who usually use Original eggs for base mutation only use them for the first time. They will use high-quality base mutation eggs for promotion in the future, and there is almost no difference. But for someone like Lin Shen, if there is a better choice, will he use the second-rate one? Obviously not. If possible, he will of course use the original egg. Why do you insist on letting me be your sparring partner? Lin Shen scratched his head. He really wanted the thing, but he really didn't want to take the risk. I'll tell you the truth. Seeing Lin Shen like this, Tu Xiaodao had no other choice but to tell the truth, hoping to impress Lin Shen with his sincerity. You want to find a way to defeat Ouyang Yudu from me? Lin Shen looked at him as if he was looking at a fool. Lin Shen had told Tu Xiaodao so many times that he had not mastered the talent theory. Why didn't this fool believe it? Lin Shen thought. Again, if Tu Xiaodao didn't believe it, would others believe it? Unless Bai Shenfei came forward to clarify, no one would believe what he said. It is very likely that, as Tu Xiaodao said, subsequent troubles will follow. You can stay, and I can be your sparring partner, but I'll say it in advance. Lin Shen said very seriously, I'll say it again, I, Lin Shen, have not mastered the talent theory. You, Tu Xiaodao, do you still want to use this original egg as a reward and ask me to be your sparring partner? Yes. Tu Xiaodao was overjoyed when he heard this and nodded quickly. If someone comes to trouble me later, Lin Shen continued, leave it to me. As long as I am here, no one can touch a hair of yours. Even if Ouyang Yu comes, it won't work. Tu Xiaodao immediately patted his chest and promised 2 hours of sparring every day, and taking leave to make up for it if you have something to do, for a period of 1 month. Do you have any objections? No. Tu Xiaodao felt that it was enough. He was confident in his talent and ability. Deal. Lin Shen accepted Tu Xiaodao's original egg, and then wrote a contract for him to sign. It was clearly stated that he did not know talent theory, and could only spare 2 hours a day to be Tu Xiaodao's sparring partner. For a period of 1 month. Can we start now? Tu Xiaodao looked at Lin Shen expectantly. Sure, it's just right to digest the food. Lin Shen had just drunk the base transformation liquid, and his stomach was round after drinking it, so it was just right to move around. When he came to the martial arts training ground, Tu Xiaodao couldn't wait to pull out his strange knife. I am a steel level, you understand? Lin Shen said this. But one finger was already on the trigger of the angel revolver. I understand, I don't use the base power. And the power and speed will be controlled within the range of the steel level. Tu Xiaodao said excitedly, you attack and I defend. That's good. Lin Shen took out the death powder, and his hand shook, and the death powder immediately stood straight. He didn't intend to get close to Tu Xiaodao, and used the length of the death powder to keep a certain distance from Tu Xiaodao. If Tu Xiaodao dared to get close, he would shoot immediately. Although I believe that Tu Xiaodao is telling the truth, precautions should still be taken. It's better to be safe. Then sorry. Looking at Tu Xiaodao, who was ready, Lin Shen raised his hand and stabbed directly. He held the end of the spear with one hand, and this stab was weird and unpredictable, like a dragon coming out of a cave or a poisonous snake spitting out its tongue. Fast, really fast. Tu Xiaodao's eyes lit up when he saw this stab. The level of this stab was indeed very high, and the skill was very strong. He swung his knife to meet the attack, but Tu Xiaodao used the back of the knife to directly shake the dead powder away. Lin Shen quickly pulled and pushed, and the dead powder stabbed again. Come on! Tu Xiaodao shouted, and swung his knife again to deflect the dead powder's stab. At first, Tu Xiaodao thought Lin Shen's stabbing method was amazing, but when Lin Shen stabbed dozens of times in a row, Tu Xiaodao couldn't hold it anymore. Don't keep stabbing like this, try something else, Tu Xiaodao said anxiously. But I only know this one move, Lin Shen said innocently, or I will shoot you with a pistol? You only know this one move? Tu Xiaodao didn't believe it at all. How could someone know only one move? So far, I have really practiced this one move in fighting skills. If I lie, let me be struck by lightning, Lin Shen swore to the sky. Tu Xiaodao looked at Lin Shen, who swore, and his expression was as uncomfortable as if he had eaten a fly. Judging from Lin Shen's expression, he was definitely not lying, but he couldn't figure it out. How could someone in the world only learn one move? I know what you are thinking. I have told you many times that I really haven't practiced talent theory. I know, you won't believe me even if I tell you. But don't let me practice with you today. Apart from this stab, I really don't know other techniques. I don't think you have the patience to watch random slashing and so on, and I don't feel like wasting that energy. Let's take a break. How about this? I have a small game here, can I play it with you? Lin Shen said. Okay. Tu Xiaodao felt that it was not a solution to continue like this, so he simply saw what Lin Shen wanted to do. Lin Shen took Tu Xiaodao to his own egg-catching shop and stopped in front of a machine. Have you played this? Lin Shen asked Tu Xiaodao. It's something for children to play. Tu Xiaodao looked disdainful. That means you haven't played it before. Lin Shen waved to the clerk. Zhao Li, give me 10 coins. Fifth brother, here you go. Zhao Li quickly came over with a small basket with a row of 10 coins for grabbing eggs in it. What do you think the claw machine relies on? Lin Shen took the basket and put it aside, then took 2 coins and put them in. Of course it's probability. Although I haven't played it before, I also know that this kind of machine is set with probability. After grabbing a certain number of times, the claws will become tighter, and the eggs inside can be grabbed out. Tu Xiaodao said. Smart, for ordinary people, it is indeed like this. Whether the claws are loose or tight, there is actually no, it's so important. It depends on the probability set by the store owner. For me, it's usually 1 in 10 times. When the probability is not there, no matter how good your chances seem, you will not succeed. Lin Shen said and pressed the button. The claw fell down, firmly stuck a genetic mutation egg, and slowly grabbed it. It seemed like there was a good chance, but after it rose up, when the claw moved to the hole, the genetic mutation egg fell down and failed to move to the hole. Such a game is meaningless, let's go back and practice, Tu Xiaodao said. Don't worry, watch me catch it again. For ordinary people, you have to wait for the probability, but some people don't need to wait for the probability, Lin Shen said, shaking the control stick left and right, letting the claw inside swing. It was still his specialty to swing the claw, and easily caught a genetic mutation egg. Tu Xiaodao was a little surprised. He didn't expect that a game played by a child would have these tricks and techniques. Come on, try it. Lin Shen gave up his position. Tu Xiaodao stood in front of the machine, selected which genetic mutation egg he wanted to catch, and then imitated Lin Shen and began to shake the joystick. People who have never practiced before, of course, cannot learn it all at once, so Tu Xiaodao missed, and even his claws could not catch the genetic mutation. Egg. Not everyone can play the game, it also depends on talent. You play slowly, I have to go back. In advance, I will arrange a place for you to stay in my yard tonight. Lin Shen patted Tu Xiaodao on the shoulder, then turned and left. Does playing games also depend on talent? Tu Xiaodao was thoughtful, took out the coin and put it in to play a few more times. While playing, he thought, this game is interesting. The owner set the probability. Under normal circumstances, you must reach a certain number of times to catch the base changing egg, but through the technique of shaking the claw, you can break the originally set probability, but this requires talent and practice. Thinking about it, Tu Xiaodao seemed to realize something, staring at the base-changing egg in the machine with shining eyes, muttering to himself, could it be that Lin Shen didn't want to cause trouble and admit that he had practiced the theory of talent, so he could only hint to me through this game? He deliberately said the word talent, which must be right. What exactly does he want to hint to me? What does the theory of talent have to do with this game? While thinking, Tu Xiaodao reached out to take the game coin and wanted to continue practicing shaking the claw, but he grabbed nothing. The 10 coins that Lin Shen asked him to bring had been used up. Bring me some coins. Tu Xiaodao shouted to Zhao Li behind the counter. How many coins do you want to buy? Zhao Li said with a smile. Lin Shen was thinking whether to go to buy Shenfei to make things clear, otherwise there would be constant trouble. The Lin family was just a family in a small place like Suanio Base, and they couldn't stand the turmoil. He couldn't let the Lin family have a hard time because of him. He also heard about Lin Shandong driving the Jing family away, and was very surprised. He never thought that the fourth brother was already an ascender. He also knew in his heart that if it weren't for Lin Shandong's flower falling, I'm afraid the Suanio base would have been in vain. The Lin family could still be so peaceful because of the deterrence of that attack. But Lin Shen knew Lin Shandong's character very well. If the fourth brother had the ability, it would definitely not just be a deterrent, but would uproot it. Lin Shandong didn't do that, which only meant that he didn't have the ability to do that now, or for some reason, he couldn't do that. So Lin Shen didn't think he had the qualifications to be arrogant now. The fourth brother was very strong, but there were many ascenders from the major families. It was no longer an era where a stronger ascender could do whatever he wanted. Lin Shen heard from Wei Wufu that the ascenders on the mother planet are actually only a small part of the human ascenders. The vast majority of human ascenders have been fighting on alien planets for many years. Some have even broken through to a higher level and established their own forces on some alien planets. The mother planet is too barren to support so many ascenders. Most of the ascenders can only have hope by leaving the alien planet. As for the existence above the ascender, there is no need to worry for the time being, because the humans on the mother planet want to leave the mother planet and go to the alien planet. They can only use the transmission device. However, the transmission devices discovered so far can only transmit the ascenders at most because of the limited transmission energy. After humans go out, if they become an existence above the ascender outside, it will be difficult for the transmission device to transmit them back. If they are promoted to the ascender on the mother planet, they will probably be trapped on the mother planet for the rest of their lives. At present, there is no flying device on the human side that can send them to other planets with life before their lives end. Therefore, the strongest human on the mother planet is only an ascender, and the same is true for the big families in the superbase. The problem is that they have people outside. If dozens of ascenders come back from the alien planet, no one can withstand such pressure. The Jing family of the Wanderer base also has power on the alien planet. It is not that the Jing family on the mother planet is wiped out and the matter is over. It is not that simple. Lin Shen resorted out the matter and felt that there might be some misunderstanding between him and Bai Shenfei. Before, and the cause of the misunderstanding was probably the time when he saved Bai Shenfei. Did Bai Shenfei misunderstand what I did to her? Lin Shen thought of this possibility. But how to explain this kind of thing? Lin Shen had a headache for a while. After thinking about it, Lin Shen decided to go to the Asian god base first. Yi Suzhen still had his pets incubating there, and he didn't know whether the mutant sea monster god would be hatched. But even if he wanted to go, he had to wait until he converted all the base mutation fluid into base mutation rate. With a mechanical watch on him, Lin Shen felt that it was so convenient. He could see the growth of the base mutation rate directly, unlike before when he could only rely on feeling. After digesting all the mutant base mutation liquids in the past few days, Lin Shen's base mutation rate successfully reached 76, which is already a very high value. If he did not pursue perfection, he could be promoted to alloy now, and there would be almost no failure. Lin Shen did not have a particularly serious perfectionist mentality, which can be seen from his practice of evolution. He did not deliberately pursue perfection. He practiced if he could, and skipped if he could not. The reason why he was so obsessed with 100% base mutation rate was because of the brainwashing of the third and fourth brothers. Lin Shen's strength attribute has increased a little in the past few days. Now it is 19 points of strength. It seems that there is still room for improvement, and the weight of the dead fans should be able to increase. In the past, he had to sign the infinite strength contract with the dead fans. At that time, Lin Shen felt that he was at a disadvantage, but now it seems that it is not bad. The weight of the dead powder increased, but its normal size did not increase. It was just wrapped around the body, and a robe was worn outside. When walking, it was like holding it and walking. It was much better than running with a cow in his arms every day. I just don't know how much the growth limit of the dead powder is, and whether his strength can continue to increase. After digesting all the base transformation liquid, Lin Shen felt that it was time to go to the Asian base, so he went to find Tu Xiaodao. Lin Shen was actually very puzzled. Tu Xiaodao didn't come to pester him to practice with him these days. He was catching base transformation eggs in the egg-catching shop every day. Zhao Li said that he really spent a lot of money, which made Lin Shen a small profit. Of course, the egg-catching machine that too Xiaodao played was specially adjusted by Zhao Li by Lin Shen, otherwise it would be difficult to catch it even if it could swing its claws. The reason why the claws in Lin Shen's shop are loose is to prevent those technical masters. It doesn't have much impact on ordinary players. Ordinary people rely on probability, which is similar to spending money to buy base transformation eggs, but in a different form, which feels more exciting and more fulfilling. Lin Shen came to his shop and saw Tu Xiaodao operating the machine to catch eggs. What surprised Lin Shen was that there was a small cart next to Tu Xiaodao, and there were already more than a dozen genetically modified eggs in the cart. What's going on? Lin Shen asked Zhao Li beside him. When he first practiced the claw flipping, technique, it took him more than half a month to fully master it. It's only been a few days, and Tu Xiaodao has become so good. Fifth brother, this friend of yours is so powerful. The hit rate of the claw swing is very high now. I have already caught several people today. Do you want to adjust the tightness of that machine back? Zhao Lixiao, said the voice. Forget it, let's keep that machine. Lin Shen thought for a while, but it didn't matter anyway. Now that he is on Caillou Planet, he sees ordinary steel eggs, and sometimes he is too lazy to pick them up. He leaves a machine for people with skills to play with, and it is their ability to capture them. Xiaodao, you played well. Lin Shen walked over and said. Thank you for bringing me here to play. Tu Xiaodao gave Lin Shen a meaningful smile. As long as you like to play, but I have to go to the Yashin base. Do you want to stay here and play, or come with me? Lin Shen failed to understand the true meaning behind Tu Xiaodao's smile. Of course I'm going with you. If you go to the Yashin base, you will definitely be in trouble. I promised you to take good care of you, and of course I have to do it. Tu Xiaodao put down the control stick, packed up his things, and was about to meet Lin go deep together. Your eggs. Lin Shen saw that Tu Xiaodao didn't take the genetically modified eggs in the cart, so he quickly stopped him. I gave it to you, Tu Xiaodao said nonchalantly. He really looked down on these genetically modified eggs and didn't even bother to pick them up. Change it into money and give it to him. Lin Shen also knew that it was normal for people like Tu Xiaodao to look down on these genetically modified eggs, so he said nothing more and asked Zhao Li to put the genetically modified eggs back into the machine, and he and Tu Xiaodao went to Yashin base together. Along the way, Lin Shen felt a little strange in his heart, why Tu Xiaodao seemed to have become a lot friendlier, and he really looked like a personal bodyguard along the way. Lin Shen thought to himself, no matter how nice you are to me, it's useless. I really haven't practiced talent theory. I can't help you even if I want to. Arriving at the Yashin base, Lin Shen immediately went to the Yi family castle. The matter of concubine by Shen still needs to be explained to Yi Yuzhen. Trust belongs to trust, and what needs to be explained still needs to be explained. Unreasonably demanding trust from the other party is unreasonable. It was not easy to find such a suitable partner for marriage and children. Lin Shen didn't want anything to go wrong. He wanted to cook the rice as soon as possible. It was important to get married and have children. The old housekeeper came and opened the door for Lin Shen with a smile on his face and said, Master Lin, the lady is waiting for you in the small martial arts training hall. Why are you waiting for me there? Lin Shen felt a little strange, but he still followed the old housekeeper to the small martial arts training hall. When Tu Xiaodao was about to follow, he was stopped by the old housekeeper and said, the small martial arts training hall is a private place for the lady. It is not convenient for entertaining guests. Guests should go to the living room to rest for a while. There are tea and snacks there. Lin Shen signaled Tu Xiaodao to go first and then followed the old housekeeper to the small martial arts training hall. Sure enough, he saw Yi Yuzhen standing inside, wearing a training suit, and a pair of sharp eyes staring at him. Go put on your training clothes. Seeing Lin Shen walk in, Yi Yuzhen pointed to the neatly stacked training clothes on the stool and said expressionlessly, Why? Do you need to change your training clothes? I don't want to practice yet. Lin Shen felt that something was wrong with Yi Yu. You can change if I ask you to. Yi Yuzhen said, with eyes wide open. I came here to explain to you about concubine by Shen. Lin Shen said quickly. Who cares what happens between you and concubine by Shen? I'll let you change clothes. Yi Yuzhen interrupted him. Lin Shen moved his mouth, wanting to say something, but then he thought, don't try to reason with the woman when she's angry, it's better to wait until her anger subsides first. You asked me to change clothes because you wanted to beat me up to vent my anger? In that case, I have no choice but to strike first. Lin Shen picked up the training clothes on the stool and went to the locker room to change them. This training uniform fits well. Lin Shen came to Yi Yuzhen. Humph. Yi Yuzhen didn't say anything to him, and said coldly, don't you like running? I will let you run as much as you want today. As he spoke, Yi Yuzhen pulled out a gold-threaded python-patterned leather whip from the shelf next to him, swung it around in the air, then pulled it sharply, and heard a snapping sound. The sound was not a slap on Lin Shen, but a sonic boom, caused by the whip slightly breaking the sound barrier. Most people actually tend to ignore weapons like whips, subconsciously thinking that they can only be used to drive horses or something like that. But the whip is actually a very terrifying weapon, and its lethality is sometimes even more terrifying than that of a sword. However, its applicable scenarios are relatively limited, and the difficulty and threshold of use are high, so it is so easy to be ignored. The old man who plays whip in the park can easily pull off a sonic boom with just one movement. I wonder what other weapon can achieve this level. Anyone who can use a whip is either a rookie or a ruthless person. Most people will not choose this weapon. Yi Yuzhen is obviously not a rookie, her skills are proficient, and it can be seen that she has put in hard work. Lin Shen was startled by the sonic boom of the whip, but he also understood why Yi Yu was really angry. It turned out that it was not because of concubine by Shen, but because he ran away without saying goodbye last time. Lin Shen was about to explain, but Yi Yuzhen didn't give him a chance to explain, and whipped him directly. A dead object seemed to turn into a dragon in Yi Yuzhen's hands, and he dealt a burst of damage to Lin Shen. When Lin Shen saw Yi Yuzhen's strength and the direction of the whip, he knew that she didn't really want to whip him. He immediately turned his back on the guest and pressed harder on his toes, and he rushed out like a phantom. Before the whip could be drawn, he had already rushed to Yi Yuzhen's side. He put a short arm on her waist, held her waist and used his strength to spin, and the whole person was behind her. At the same time, his arms hugged her too. Yi Yuzhen was slightly startled. Although she didn't really want to slap Lin Shen, she was just too angry to scare him. However, with the speed of Yi Yuzhen's technique, it was not easy for a steel-level person to get close to him. Lin Shen was so fast. It's a bit unusual, and the movement technique is also very strange. How did she know that this was the result of Lin Shen's recent practice of stepping into the fairy garden? Originally, when he got here, Lin Shen should have been thrown from his back. Of course, Lin Shen couldn't throw Yi Yuzhen back, so he picked her up instead of throwing her back. Put me down. Yi Yuzhen lost most of his anger immediately. The angry expression on his face was probably fake. The body he was holding twisted a few times in Lin Shen's arms, as if he had lost all strength. Generally, I ran because I was afraid of hurting your Yi family. Lin Shen hugged her and said, Are you afraid of complicating our Yi family, or are you afraid that our Yi family will betray you? Yi Yuzhen said with curled lips. Lin Shen coughed dryly. Of course I'm afraid of hurting your Yi family. Yi Yuzhen didn't hold on to that question. He rolled his eyes at him and said, it's okay if you want to leave. You should at least tell me. You ran away without saying a word. What's going on? You took me, Yi. Who does Yuzhen think he is? It's my fault. I didn't think well at the time. There won't be a next time. Lin Shen saw that Yi Yuzhen's tone had softened and the time was ripe. Hurriedly sent up the steps. Don't let me down yet, Yi Yuzhen said coquettishly. Lin Shen then let Yi Yuzhen down, but who knew that after Yi Yuzhen came down, he stared at him and said, let's forget about your silent escape this time. Now let's talk about you and Bai Shenfei? Don't you mind? Lin Shen muttered. Of course I don't mind. I just want to know why concubine Bai Shen can fall in love with you even though she doesn't want Ouyang you. Yi Yuzhen said hard. Of course it's because I'm more handsome, stronger, and more masculine than Ouyang you do. Which woman wouldn't be jealous of me? You have to be careful and don't let anyone take advantage of me, Lin Shen said seriously. Bah, I don't care who wants it. Yi Yuzhen was angry and funny. Okay, then I'll go find concubine Bai Shen and ask her if she's interested, Lin Shen said. You go ahead, Yi Yu said angrily. Let's go now. After Lin Shen said that, he turned around and left, leaving the small martial arts training ground without looking back. Seeing that Lin Shen actually left after he said he was leaving, Yi Yuzhen suddenly panicked. You won't really make him anxious, right? What if you really go to concubine Bai Shen? Thinking in his heart, Yi Yuzhen hurriedly chased him out, shouting, come back. But when no one answered her, Yi Yuzhen became even more panicked. He didn't even bother to change his shoes and rushed out of the door. As soon as she rushed out the door, a strong arm stretched out from Hangman, grabbed her waist and pulled her over. Yi was really shocked. And then she saw that it was Lin Shen, and her tense body relaxed. Lin Shen pressed her plump body against the wall next to the door. Didn't you go to find concubine Bai Shen? Yi Yuzhen looked at Lin Shen's face close at hand, with a bit of joy and a bit of anger in his eyes. This guy actually played tricks on her again. But feeling the strong heartbeat and temperature coming from the body next to her, Yi Yu really couldn't get angry, and her body was still a little weak. Seeing Lin Shen say nothing but his face getting closer and closer, I felt confused for a moment. Ahem. The cough interrupted the ambiguous game between the two. When the two saw Mrs. Yi and Yi Tianjin walking over, Yi Yuzhen quickly pushed Lin Shen away and subconsciously tidied her hair, which was not messy. Lin Shen was also a little panicked. Although he didn't seem to have done anything, he felt like he was caught and raped. In bed. Xiao Tian, take Lin Shen to change clothes, and then come to the living room. Yuzhen, follow me. Mrs. Yi was obviously much colder to Lin Shen this time, and after speaking, she left with Yi Yuzhen. Lin Shen was deep enough to understand that the incident between him and concubine Bai Shen was widely spread, so it was strange that Mrs. Yi was happy. Brother Lin, what's going on between you and concubine Bai Shen? I think you're a nice person. You shouldn't be a two-person person. There must be some misunderstanding here. Yi Tianjin seemed to have a good impression of Lin Shen. Concubine Bai Shen and I really have nothing, and I don't know why she said that, Lin Shen said helplessly. Yi Tianjin mused, maybe it's because she didn't want to choose Ouyang Yudu, so Easily, so she pulled you out as a shield. Go change your clothes first, and talk to Sistery later. To explain the misunderstanding. That's all clear. After all, Sistery is an elder. If you have something serious to say, you should treat it as respect for your elders. Brother Tian, don't worry, I know. Lin Shen nodded. When something like this happens, it's only right for the elders to say a few words. It's human nature and can be understood. After changing clothes, Lin Shen followed Yi Tianjin to the living room. He only saw Mrs. Yi sitting on the sofa alone, but did not see Yi Yu's real figure. Shenjin, you go out first. I have something to talk to Lin Shen alone. Mrs. Yi stroked the black cat in her arms and said without raising her head. Sister Yi, I'll go out first. Yi Tianjin didn't dare to disobey Mrs. Yi, so she quietly winked at Lin Shen and went out, closing the door outside. Lin Shen looked at Mrs. Yi, thinking about how to explain. Lin Shen, how do you think your talent is compared to your second brother? Before Lin Shen could speak, Mrs. Yi spoke first, and what she said surprised Lin Shen. Of course it's far inferior. Lin Shen told the truth. His talent was indeed not outstanding among the Lin family siblings. Mrs. Yi nodded slightly. You still have a clear understanding of yourself, but your talent is indeed far inferior to that of your second brother. Mrs. Yi knows my second brother? Lin Shen was a little surprised. From Mrs. Yi's tone, she seemed to be very familiar with his second brother. Mrs. Yi did not answer him, but said to herself, back then, your second brother was amazingly talented. He knew any technique at a glance, and even used it easily to outshine others. It was also easy to challenge higher levels. Even for such a wizard, it is inevitable that there will be times of grievance. Your ability to learn is not as good as your second brother, but your ability to cause trouble is even better. Mrs. Yi, I haven't taken the initiative to cause anything, have I? Lin Shen was a little surprised. This Mrs. Yi seemed to be more than familiar with the second brother. No? Mrs. Yi said coldly, even though your second brother is arrogant, he will not provoke ascendants like you when he is at the steel level. Aren't you better at this than him? Lin Shen was speechless. Although he was not the one who provoked Xingu Yuan, that was the fact. You are very lucky. The Mushroom King helped you survive the disaster, but this is your luck. People cannot rely on luck forever, and Yuzhen cannot marry someone who risks his life to fight for luck. Mrs. Yi said in a tone of voice gradually severe. Lin Shen was shocked that Madame Yi actually knew about this. It seemed that someone in the Sea of Green Trees was secretly spying on their battle with Xingu Yuan, but he didn't know whether the peeping person was Madame Yi or one of Madame Yi's men. Whether it is the former or the latter, it shows that this Mrs. Yi is not simple, at least it is different from the Yi family he imagined. Mrs. Yi stared at Lin Shen and continued, I know you Lin family members somewhat. If you just want to find a woman to get married and have children, then stop thinking about Yuzhen. I only have one daughter, no. We'll marry her to someone who only wants to use her. Lin Shen remained silent. This was indeed his intention at first, but later, after gradually getting to know Yi Yuzhen, he did develop a liking for Yi Yuzhen. So you have to think clearly about why you want to be with Yuzhen. If you really want to be with her, no one can break you up. On the contrary, you should make it clear to Yuzhen earlier. Mrs. Yi stared at Lin Shen and said slowly, Mrs. Yi, you are right. If I just want to use her as a tool, it would be unfair to her. Lin Shen and Mrs. Yi looked at each other and said calmly, "But please believe that I treat you. I'm really emotional, but there are some things I can't help myself with. If I marry you, Zhen, and one day my brothers and sisters are waiting for me to save their lives, and I need to risk my life, what do you think I should do? It's never too late for a gentleman to take revenge. You can endure it, or you can wait until you have the strength to solve the problem without taking risks. Then you can solve the problem. If you can't put Yuzhen first, then you shouldn't provoke her," Mrs. Yi said. Although Lin Shen wanted to refute Madame Yi, he knew in his heart that Madame Yi was not wrong. Yi was really not what he thought before. Not a real bad girl. It could even be said that Lin Shen was a little moved, but this made him have scruples. "Mrs. Yi, can you give me some time? I need to think carefully," Lin Shen said thoughtfully. "Time is not given by others," Mrs. Yi said lightly. "Thank you, madam, for protecting me, then I'll take my leave now." Lin Shen stood up and saluted. The reason why Mrs. Yi knew that he and the black-capped mushroom beast teamed up to kill Jing Guyuan was because she wanted to protect him secretly. At least there was no hostility. Being able to possess abilities that Jing Guyuan could not discover, his strength must not be inferior to Jing Guyuan. If Mrs. Yi wanted to go against him, there were too many opportunities at that time. "Go ahead. Wait until you think clearly. If you really want to be with Yuzhen, no one in the Yi family will stop you. Before that, don't meet Yuzhen again," Mrs. Yi said calmly. Lin Shen said nothing and turned to leave. After leaving the Yi family gate, Lin Shen smiled wryly at himself. "I want to take advantage, but don't want to be responsible. I am really a scumbag." He understood what Mrs. Yi meant. Mrs. Yi's meaning was the same as that of his brothers and sisters. Let him be a rich man at home with peace of mind, and he did not need to worry about things outside. If it were in the past, Lin Shen would have readily responded. He had lived like that for 20 years, and he didn't think there was anything wrong with it, and he was willing to continue. It would be good to live like that for the rest of his life. But what the fourth brother said when he came back in the middle of the night made Lin Shen realize that his brothers might be in big trouble. Although he didn't know what kind of trouble it was, or how big it was, he couldn't pretend that he didn't know what to do, and just continued to hang out with peace of mind. "It's still not strong enough. I have to become stronger quickly," Lin Shen murmured to himself. After leaving the Yi family with Tu Xiaodao, Lin Shen first found a place to stay, and then asked someone to notify Su Tiange. Not long after, Su Tiange ran over, and his face was full of smiles when he saw Lin Shen. Seeing Tu Xiaodao sitting next to him, Su Tiange was slightly startled. "Tu Xiaodao is now responsible for protecting my safety. Is it okay to take him to King Kai Planet?" Lin Shen said. "Of course there is no problem. I am so happy to have a master like brother Tu with me. How can there be a problem?" Su Tiange said with a smile. "Brother Shen, wait for 2 more days. The King Kai training device should be opened soon." Lin Shen talked about some details with Su Tiange again. Finally, Su Tiange invited them to live directly at Su's house and go to Jinshui Lake together. Lin Shen thought about it and agreed, and followed Su Tiange to Su's house. Su Tiange saw Tu Xiaodao following Lin Shen around like a bodyguard, and couldn't help but be curious. Tu Xiaodao's strength is already top-notch among the base changers, not much worse than Ouyang Yudu. He used to cause trouble to Lin Shen, but it's only been a few days. How come he has become like this? I really don't understand it anymore. Lin Shen insists on 3 things every day at Su's house: running, gun practice and sleeping. Running is to practice stepping on the immortal courtyard, gun practice only has 1 stab, and sleeping is to practice the Book of the Cowardly and Fearful of Death. Every day when sleeping, Lin Shen tries to hold his breath as much as possible, and then practice the Book of the Cowardly. Although he has never been able to practice it, the time of holding his breath is slowly increasing. From only holding his breath for about half an hour at the beginning, it is almost possible to hold his breath for an hour now, but there is still a big gap from the minimum requirement of practicing the Book of the Cowardly. Finally, it is the day when the King of the World cultivation device is turned on again. After several studies, experts have found that the closer the base changers are, the easier it is to teleport to the same area. Although it is difficult to teleport to the same location, as long as they stand together, the distance will not be too far after teleporting in. Under the leadership of Su Tianga, the Su family's base changers, Lin Shen and Tu Xiaodao, came to the area of the Sword Alliance base by the Jinshui Lake. The Su family and the Sword Alliance base are inextricably linked, and they first informed the Sword Alliance of the news of the King Kai training device. If the Su family wants to go to King Kai planet, they will also go through the Sword Alliance, and it is safer to be with the Sword Alliance. As soon as he arrived at the Sword Alliance base, someone recognized Lin Shen. A girl who looked only 17 or 18 years old ran to Lin Shen, looked at him curiously, and said in surprise, "Are you the second-generation ancestor Lin Shen?" "I am Lin Shen, but not a second-generation ancestor," Lin Shen said. The girl realized that she had said the wrong thing and said apologetically, "I'm sorry, Lin Shen, my name is Qingmeng. I admire you very much. Can you sign for me?" "Sign?" Lin Shen was slightly stunned. He didn't expect that there would be someone who admired him. He asked with some doubts, "What do you admire about me?" "Of course I admire you for practicing talent theory. I heard that only people with super talents can practice talent theory. They are geniuses in 10,000. In the past 20 years, only Bai Shenfei and Ouyang Yu have practiced talent theory. You are the 3rd one." Sui Qingming looked sincere. "I think you misunderstood. I didn't practice talent theory." Lin Shen had to explain patiently. "How is that possible?" Sui Qingming widened his eyes with an expression of disbelief. "You didn't practice talent theory. How could Bai Shenfei list you as her candidate?" "Maybe it's a misunderstanding. Maybe there is another person named Lin Shen who has practiced talent theory. Anyway, I didn't practice it." Lin Shen deliberately raised his voice so that everyone nearby could hear what he said. He didn't want to take the blame. "Is that so?" Sui Qingming was full of doubts. "Yes, that's right. If you want to find someone who has mastered talent theory to sign, I suggest you go to Bai Shenfei and Ouyang Yudu," Lin Shen said seriously. "Okay." Sui Qingming looked disappointed. Seeing that the people in the Sword Alliance showed an expression of sudden enlightenment, as if they had untied their knots in an instant, Lin Shen felt much better. Although their eyes still made people uncomfortable. As if they were saying, "I know, a person whose name has never been heard of in a small place. How could he master talent theory? I know that's the case." But compared to taking the blame, Lin Shen felt that this kind of look was still acceptable. "This is a good start. When I have the opportunity, I will go to other bases to stroll around and let everyone know that the Lin Shen that Bai Shenfei said is not me, then the problem will be solved." Lin Shen secretly calculated in his heart. But man proposes, God disposes. Lin Shen had just unloaded a little bit of the blame, and saw people from other bases came to the Sword Alliance, and it caused quite a commotion. Ah! A living Ouyang Yudu. Sui Qingming's eyes were about to turn into hearts. Others in the Sword Alliance also looked sideways, and several leaders of the younger generation of the Sword Alliance went to greet Ouyang Yudu. Why is Ouyang Yudu here? Is he coming for me? Lin Shen was a little depressed. He just wanted to fight monsters and level up, and didn't want to waste time and energy on these people. Ouyang Yudu just politely exchanged a few words with the people in the Sword Alliance, and then walked towards Lin Shen with a clear purpose. Ouyang Yudu came to find Lin Shen, so this Lin Shen is indeed the Lin Shen that Bai Shenfei said. I was almost deceived by him just now. Sui Qingming felt very hurt. Everyone else also looked at the gossip with such an expression. I just needed to move a chair and prepare some melon seeds. Hello, I am Ouyang Yudu. Ouyang Yudu extended his palm to Lin Shen, very friendly. Lin Shen. Lin Shen also stretched out his hand and shook it with Ouyang Yu. I originally thought that Ouyang Yu would be like the legendary villain, fighting him hard when holding his hand, trying to teach him a lesson. In the end, Ouyang Yudu just held it lightly and let go. He smiled and said to him, I heard that you have also mastered theory of innateness. I look forward to having the opportunity to study theory of innateness with you in the future. As he said that, Ouyang Yudu also took out a small notebook and handed it to Lin Shen. This is my experience in practicing talent theory. It has records every bit from steel to crystal base. Take it. And take a look. It is useful. Just keep it, there is no need to return it to me again. If you need any help with your cultivation in the future, you can also come to me directly at the Camp of the Divine Love Base. I will never refuse if you can do it. I hope you can be promoted to Jingjing as soon as possible. Base. Lin Shen wanted to say that I can't use this thing, because I haven't practiced talent theory at all. But Ouyang Yudu had already turned around and left, without giving Lin Shen a chance to speak. When he reached the gate of the Jianming camp, Ouyang Yudu seemed to have thought of something again. He turned his head and said to Lin Shen from a distance, Lin Shen, I'm waiting for you. What does this mean? Sui Qingming's eyes were wide open with curiosity, and her soul of gossip was burning wildly. Not only Sui Qingming, but also other base changers of the Sword Alliance and the Su family, all looked at Lin Shen, who was standing there with a diary in his hand, with strange expressions. Ouyang Yudu's words, Lin Shen, I'm waiting for you, really made people imagine things. Just like there are 1,000 hamlets in the minds of 1,000 people, this sentence has different interpretations when it falls on the ears of different people. Some people think that Ouyang Yudu means that he is waiting for Lin Shen at the crystal base level, and will fight with him after Lin Shen is promoted to the crystal base. This is a battle at the top of the Forbidden City. Some people think that there is an unclear relationship between Ouyang Yudu and the second-generation ancestor, which shows that the background of the second-generation ancestor is really amazing, and it is not as simple as it seems. Even Ouyang Yudu has to bow down to show his goodwill. Some people, such as Sui Qingming, have another interpretation, which makes them look at Lin Shen in a strange way. No wonder others interpreted it in various ways. Even Lin Shen himself couldn't figure out what Ouyang Yudu meant. If Ouyang Yudu came up and wanted to slap him in the face, Lin Shen thought it was normal and there was nothing wrong with it. It seemed that this was how movies and TV shows played it. When rivals met, they were extremely jealous, and it was inevitable that they would fight. Of course, Lin Shen didn't think he was Ouyang Yudu's rival, but he just thought that Ouyang Yudu thought so. Now Ouyang Yudu did this, which really confused Lin Shen. He gave him cultivation experience and said that if he needed help, he could go to him. When he left a sentence, which completely confused Lin Shen. What does this Ouyang Yudu mean? Lin Shen didn't know what his last sentence meant. Lin Shen had just gotten rid of a little bit of the blame, but because of Ouyang Yudu, he took it back firmly. Even Su Tianga ran over and asked Lin Shen in a low voice, "Brother Shen, do you have any relatives in your family who have contacts with the Ouyang family?" No. Lin Shen didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Ouyang Yudu is even more terrifying than I expected before. Tu Xiaodao, who was standing aside, said with a serious look. What do you mean? Su Tianga asked, curiously. He gave Lin Shen his cultivation experience and even went all out to help him cultivate the talent theory. That's because he has a self-confidence that is so strong that it is frightening. He is confident that even if he cultivates the talent theory as well, even if Lin Shen has his experience, even if Lin Shen tries his best, he doesn't care, but is even happier. He wants an opponent. Someone who can be his opponent. In other words, he doesn't take anyone seriously now. No one in the world is qualified to be his opponent. He feels very lonely and longs for such an opponent to appear. The more Tu Xiaodao spoke, the sharper his eyes became. He felt that he was ignored by someone he thought was his opponent, which made him a little uncomfortable. Su Tianga was stunned. Is that so? Is there really such a person in the world? If there is, that person must be Ouyang Yudu. Tu Xiaodao said in a deep voice. Brother Shen, your opponent is a bit perverted. Su Tianga sighed. Lin Shen was too lazy to pay attention to them. Whether Ouyang Yudu became abnormal or not had nothing to do with him, and he had not mastered the talent theory. Judging from Ouyang Yudu's reaction, he would not come to cause trouble for the time being, which was a good thing for Lin Shen. When the misunderstanding was cleared up in the future, no matter how abnormal Ouyang Yudu was, it would have nothing to do with him. If Ouyang Yudu insisted on getting entangled with him, he didn't mind letting Ouyang Yudu taste the heaven-sacrificing aura that he had accumulated for a long time without using. The time for the King Kai training device to be opened was coming. The people of the Sword Alliance called them to the lake together. All the base changers who were preparing to go to King Kai's planet were crowded together, just waiting for the transmission to start. At the scheduled time, the King Kai training device was indeed opened again. As the crystal ring rotated, it turned into a light hole and sucked everyone on the lakeside in. Lin Shen had already mastered it and landed steadily on the ground. Most of the Su family members and the Sword Alliance members were nearby. Only a small number of them were lost, but they should not be too far away, just in the nearby area. Everyone was looking around, but they were all dumbfounded. What is this place? Su Tianga looked around in surprise and found that this was a huge frost cave. The cave was full of thick ice crystals, emitting bone-penetrating cold air. There were some bright lights in the ice crystals, and the blue light made the ice crystals even colder. Soon everyone found that this strange frost cave had no exit, but an elliptical closed space. Not good. Although the space here is not small, the air is not circulating. With so many of us here, the oxygen will soon be consumed. Long, the leader of the younger generation of the Sword Alliance, said in a deep voice. Lin Shen and his companions also realized this problem and looked around, hoping to find some glacier cracks. As long as there are cracks and air can circulate, they can survive, and they can go back once the 3-day deadline is up. But soon everyone was disappointed. There was no crack in this frost cave. It was full of thick ice crystals. No one knew how thick it was. It covered the entire cave. There seems to be cracks here. Someone shouted in surprise. Everyone hurried over and saw that there were many cracks on the ice crystals in one place, like the cracks of chrysanthemums. Like petals radiating to the surroundings. At this time everyone felt very stuffy. And they all knew that this should be a closed space. If they didn't find a way to get out or get through, they would be suffocated here. But they didn't dare to break the ice crystals casually, fearing that if this was under a glacier, once the frost cave collapsed, they would be buried alive in it. Let me try. Long pondered for a moment, took out a pet launcher, but did not launch it directly, but took out one of the pet capsules and a key, and then activated it. Lin Shen and the others saw a large metal earthworm appear in front of Long. Long explained, "This is an alloy-grade alloy drill dragon. It is good at drilling into the mountains and into the ground. Because of its special body structure, it is not easy to cause collapse when drilling into rocks and soil. But I haven't seen it drill ice, and I don't know if it will cause glacier collapse. Let's vote together to see if we should try it." No one objected. Because no one had a better way. Everyone used the power of base change and the carapace to protect themselves in case of accidents. Then he watched Long control the alloy drill dragon to drill towards the crack, which was the most likely place to connect to the outside world. The front end of the alloy drill dragon shrank, forming a cone like a drill bit, and then slowly drilled towards the center of the crack. As soon as the alloy drill dragon touched the crack on the ice crystal, everyone suddenly felt a violent vibration under their feet. Not only under their feet, but also the surrounding ice walls began to vibrate. No, it should not be said to be vibration, but wriggling. Those ice crystals actually contracted and fluctuated like soft ones. The crack suddenly opened, forming a huge hole. Everyone was panicked and wanted to rush to the hole. But the next second, a strange cry sounded in everyone's ears, and then they saw something like a wave rushing in from the hole, rushing everyone to the left and right. Fuck. We are not in the belly of some genetically modified creature. Lin Shen secretly said in his heart that it was not good. Others probably had the same idea as Lin Shen at this time. But no one had the chance to speak out. The liquid, like waves, kept rushing in, almost filling up the space. Ah! Someone screamed, not because of hitting the ice wall, but because the shell on his body was rotten. This liquid actually had a strong corrosive effect. The screaming people were all those who had a relatively low level of transformation and whose carapaces could not completely cover their bodies. The robes on the outside of the bodies of the people were quickly corroded in the liquid. Some places where the carapaces were not protected were corroded by the liquid, and the skin and flesh suddenly felt like they were in contact with strong sulfuric acid. People with a high level of transformation and covered with carapaces were better, but they were limited to the crystal level. The alloy level carapaces were soaked in the liquid, and bubbles appeared on the surface, showing signs of corrosion. The carapace on Lin Shen was only steel level, and it was almost the same as the alloy carapace in the liquid, but there were some slight signs of corrosion, and it would not be corroded for a while. Fortunately, among the transformers who came this time, only Lin Shen was steel level. Zhua, Qinglong and other crystal level ones lifted up those who had a low level of transformation and whose carapaces could not protect their whole bodies, so that their bodies could be out of the liquid, which was more or less better. Tu Xiaodao wanted to lift Lin Shen up, but Lin Shen shook his head to stop him. The theory of evolution in his body has begun to operate, penetrating into his shell, and is strengthening and mutating his shell. The theory of evolution is really a magical skill. Lin Shen sighed in his heart. Even if he could practice the theory of talent now, he would not be willing to change it. The liquid did not fill the entire space. When it reached more than half, no more liquid came in, and the hole was closed. Everyone was soaking in the liquid, and their mood was very complicated. After soaking for 3 days, most of the people here are estimated to die here. Even if they are crystal-based, it is difficult to maintain the state of base mutation for 3 days at a time. Besides, they can't hold on for 3 days. If they can't supply oxygen, they will soon be suffocated. It's really unlucky. Are we in the stomach of a giant base-mutated creature? After the space stopped shaking, Su Tianga emerged from the liquid and said depressedly, "Now it seems that this possibility is very high." Lin Shen groaned. Everyone talked one after another, but there was nothing they could do for a while. No one expected that they would be teleported to such a place. If it is really in the stomach of a giant creature, then there should be a digestive tract to get out. Let's look for it separately. Zhua Qinglong said it very elegantly. But everyone understood what he was talking about. Although everyone felt that it was disgusting to get out of that place, they couldn't care less now. As long as they could get out alive, who would care whether it was disgusting or not? Some people looked up, and a few crystal-based people directly dived into the liquid and looked for possible exits below. But after searching for a long time, except for the place where the liquid poured in, no other possible exits were found. Could this giant creature be a Pixiu, who only eats and doesn't poop? Su Tianga said this, making everyone who was already in a bad mood even more uncomfortable. As far as I know, the human stomach has 2 entrances and exits, but some animals are not like this. For example, cows have 4 stomachs. And some stomachs have only 1 entrance. Someone followed up. If this is really in the stomach of a giant creature, we can only get out of that hole now. Someone else said. Why do we have to go out? Just cut open its belly. Tu Xiaodao said with a cold face. His words immediately made everyone react. Yes, they didn't dare to force it before because they thought they were trapped in the glacier cave and were afraid that the glacier would collapse and bury them alive. Now they know that this is not a glacier cave, it is very likely that they are in the body of a giant creature, so what is there to worry about? Just break out of the belly and kill this giant creature. It is simply killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Just now, they were too nervous and inertial thinking, so they didn't react for a while. Now that Tu Xiaodao reminded them, everyone reacted immediately, and someone immediately took a knife to chop at the ice crystal wall. When they first came in, the ice crystal wall was still hard, but now it seemed like chopping on rubber. The blade sank into it, but it couldn't cut through, and then it bounced up again. I'll do it. A crystal base raised his topaz-like mountain-splitting axe, concentrated all his strength on the axe, and chopped it fiercely at the ice wall. The power of the crystal base combined with the weapon made of crystal base material, this chopping force can directly chop A big hole even in a thick steel wall. But the mountain-splitting axe chopped on the ice crystal wall, and the entire axe sank into it, and then bounced out. The rebound force was too great, and the crystal base couldn't hold the axe, and it fell out of his hand. Everyone was shocked to see this situation, and the place where the axe chopped was left without any trace. This thing is unusually tough, it can't be broken by hard force, try with a sharp object. Sui Qinglong said, summoning his alloy drill dragon again, wanting to use the drill dragon's drilling ability to open a gap. The drill dragon used its cone-like head to drill into the tough ice crystal wall. The next second, Lin Shen saw the drill dragon's head, which actually spun wildly like a real drill. Soon, the head of the burrowing dragon sank in, and its body slowly moved forward. Everyone was delighted, thinking there was hope, but the speed of the burrowing dragon slowed down, and finally stopped moving. The next second, the body of the burrowing dragon suddenly rotated counterclockwise, and the whole body was ejected in the rotation. His body was twisted into a knot. The ice crystal wall returned to its original state again, without any trace at all. Seeing this scene, everyone felt cold again. Unwilling to wait, everyone showed their magical powers. Some took out particularly sharp crystal-based weapons, and some summoned powerful crystal-based pets, all trying to break the crystal wall. Tu Xiaodao also tried with his short knife, but it was all in vain, and no one could leave a scratch on the ice crystal wall. On the contrary, their tossing caused many vibrations, and the liquid inside was shaken into turbulence. Several of the lifted base changers fell in again, screaming one after another. This is not a solution. It seems that we can only go out from that opening. Sui Qinglong stopped everyone and said. Everyone knew that there was only one way to go, but this road was very dangerous. Not to mention whether they could get out from this opening, even if they could, it should lead to the mouth of the giant creature. Who could bear to be bitten a few times at that time? Taking another step back, they were lucky enough to rush out of the giant creature's mouth. Would the giant creature let them go? Even the power of the crystal base couldn't hurt it at all. Could they be the opponent of the giant creature? Although they were worried, there seemed to be no other way. So they had to take the risk and give it a try. Sui Qinglong summoned a crystal-based pet sword and shield warrior this time, came to the crack, and stabbed the center point with the rock crystal sword in his hand. Everyone was ready, and once the hole opened, they immediately rushed out against the countercurrent of liquid. The sword of rock crystal was inserted hard into the center of the crack. Surprisingly, this time the crack did not open up and turn into a hole. Everyone was shocked, and Sui Qinglong urged the sword and shield warrior to keep drawing out his sword, but the result was still the same, there was no sign of the crack opening. It's over. At this time everyone felt extremely desperate. If the cracks don't open, they won't even have the last glimmer of hope. If they can't get out, everyone will die here. No. One spoke, only the sword and shield warriors stabbed down with their swords. The depressing atmosphere was suffocating for a while. Not only the trapped Gena changers, but also the people watching the image outside seemed to have forgotten to breathe. At this time, looking at the image in the cave, Yi Yuzhen's face turned pale, fearing that Lin Shen would die inside. The people in the Sword Alliance base also had solemn expressions on their faces, and the expressions on the faces of the few ascendants sitting there were extremely ugly. Among this group of genetic changers, in addition to Sui Qinglong and Sui Qingmeng, there are also several young people who have been specially trained. If they all die inside, it may not have much impact on the Sword Alliance now, but in a few years, when a new generation of young people grow up, it will be difficult for the Sword Alliance to compete with other forces. The old man of the Su family turned pale. He planned to train Su Tiange as his successor. If he died inside, it would be a huge blow to the Su family. Lin Shen, you little bastard, promise me you won't take risks anymore. Lin Miao pointed at the sky with one hand and cursed, while pressing the other hand on her heart. She felt her heart throbbing, which was heart-wrenching pain. Within the space, Lin Shen frowned as he watched the sword and shield warriors thrust in vain again and again, knowing that if this continued, they would all die. Here. Brother Zhua, please ask the sword armor shield warrior to retreat first. I'll give it a try. Lin Shen came to Zhua Qinglong and said. Zhua Qinglong looked at Lin Shen. Although he didn't know what Lin Shen wanted to do, he still wanted to give it a try even if there was a glimmer of hope. Everyone also looked at Lin Shen. Although he was just a man of steel, the name of the second ancestor was still useful. They all knew that Lin Shen had a very advanced pet launcher in his hand. Although they did not think that a pet launcher would be of much use in this situation, they also hoped that Lin Shen could succeed. Lin Shen did not take out the angel revolver. Although it was filled with several mutant crystal-based pets, Lin Shen knew very well that even with the rate of fire of the angel revolver, the mutant crystal-based pets inside would not be able to break through the strange ice crystals. Wall. Friend, can you lend me your gun? Lin Shen moved his body in the liquid and came to a crystal-based strongman from the Sword Alliance, pointing at the red crystal spear on his back and asked. Okay. The crystal-based strongman did not hesitate. Although he didn't know what Lin Shen wanted to do, he still took the red crystal spear off his back and handed it to Lin Shen. The weight of this red crystal spear is not inferior to that of a trident, and its tip is extremely sharp. Everyone looked at Lin Shen, wondering what he was going to do. Lin Shen raised the spear out of the water, waved it twice, and got used to the weight of the spear. Then he walked to the crack with the gun, took a deep breath, and dived into the liquid. Because most of the crack was submerged in the liquid, if Lin Shen wanted to stab the center point, he would have to shoot the gun inside the liquid. Everyone couldn't help but shook their heads secretly when they saw Lin Shen trying to stab the ice crystal wall with his spear in the liquid. They didn't think Lin Shen was weak, they even thought Lin Shen was very strong, but that was due to his angel revolver, not his own strength. In terms of their own strength, everyone here is more confident than Lin Shen. The ice crystal wall cannot be opened by Jingji with all his strength. He is a steel-level person. Even if he holds a spear made of crystal base, what effect can it have? What is the second ancestor doing? He doesn't really think that his power can penetrate the ice crystal wall, does he? He should give it a try using his pet launcher, plus a mutated crystal pet. Maybe there is a glimmer of possibility. When people are threatened by life, they will always behave irrationally. This is normal. Many people felt that Lin Shen's move was really irrational. Instead of wasting time, it would be better to let other crystal bases give it a try. But they never thought that if Jingji did it, Zhua Qinglong and the others would not watch Lin Shen take action. Lin Shen's entire body sank into the liquid, and fine bubbles continued to form on his carapace. He assumed the stance Wei Wufu taught him, then held the red crystal spear in one hand and gestured twice at the cracked ice crystal wall. Fuck, he's still holding a gun with one hand. It's now like this, can you stop being cool? Seeing this scene, someone couldn't help but muttered. Death is only a matter of a moment, but handsomeness is a matter of a lifetime. The second ancestor is really a role model for our generation. Elegance, it's so elegant. No matter if it's possible or not, at least it's full of grace. Even the trapped Genachangers felt that Lin Shen was being too pretentious, and he was still posing here after what time? You guys know nothing. Brother Shen's move must have deep meaning. Su Tianga heard some of his subordinates muttering and immediately opened his mouth to curse. Arrived, it was not purely to protect Lin Shen, but mainly because if Lin Shen failed, they would have no hope. Tu Xiaodao stared at Lin Shen, thinking in his heart, is the theory of talent going to be used? What kind of magical effect will the theory of talent have? Can it help him break through the ice crystal wall that even the crystal base power can't break? Lin Shen didn't want to hold the gun with one hand. The problem was that he had only practiced this one move, and only with this posture could he burst out the strongest power. Holding the gun with both hands, he didn't know how to exert force. After getting into position, Lin Shen clenched the red crystal spear, suddenly exerted force, and stabbed the crack of the ice crystal wall with a spear. For this attack, he used all the heaven-sacrificing auras he had accumulated before. He had accumulated nearly 60 points of heaven-sacrificing auras, plus his own 19 points of strength. The power of this attack reached an astonishing 79. At the moment the spear was thrust out, a faint red halo emanated from the spear, which was the halo of the heaven-sacrificing aura. Boom! Because the force was too strong, the moment the spear was thrust out, the nearby liquid was forced to be pushed away, and it surged in all directions like an explosion, stirring up the entire space. The liquid surged, and Zhuo Qinglong and others were toppled by the liquid and hit the ice crystal wall. The ice crystal wall full of cracks was directly blasted apart by Lin Shen's thrust and exploded directly. With a loud bang, the entire space suddenly fell down. The people watching the battle outside stared with wide eyes. They only saw the liquid explode, and then the ice crystal wall was blown into pieces. What the hell is this? The second-generation ancestor bombed the ice crystal wall with one shot. The second-generation ancestor is cheating. How much benefit did he give to the GM? It proves once again that the Kai King planet is not real at all, it is just a virtual game. The second-generation ancestor used the power of money, right? Is there anyone to control it? Such blatant cheating. The steel level is completely better than the crystal base. If you have money, you can really play like this. Does anyone still think that Ouyang Yudu is stronger than that big Red Bull Knight? I, the second-generation ancestor, am the first person to change the base. Everyone who saw this scene exploded, and even many ascenders were stunned when they saw the power of this attack. Not to mention the steel level, even the crystal base level, can't have such explosive power. However, they only estimated it visually and couldn't tell how strong this power was. That second-generation ancestor, could it be that he has a secret potion from a big family in the universe? Many people from big families began to doubt Lin Shen's background. The trapped mutants were surprised and happy, and wanted to stabilize their bodies and rush out of the hole that Lin Shen had blasted out. But the airwaves inside stirred the liquid, making them dizzy and unable to even stand steadily, let alone rush out. At the same time, the feeling of falling quickly also made them more terrified. Boom! There was another loud noise, and the falling space seemed to hit something, causing the liquid and the mutant inside to collide even more randomly, and they couldn't control their bodies at all. After a while, it finally stabilized. Everyone saw that there was light outside the broken hole. They were all shocked and didn't care about their injuries. They crawled towards the hole one by one. Tu Xiaodao pulled Lin Shen out. After dozens of people crawled out, except for some people who were corroded by the liquid and fell to the ground and screamed, everyone else stared blankly at the scene in front of them. Unlike what they had imagined before, this was not the belly of some genetically modified creature. In front of them was a huge white jade tree that was so tall that the top was invisible. The trunk was like white marble and the leaves were like frost. Between the huge tree canopy, there grew huge ice crystal fruits, each of which was so huge that it was hard to imagine. The space they were trapped in was actually the inside of an ice crystal fruit, and the fallen fruit was still beside it. The opening of the fruit was where it was connected to the branch. Lin Shen's attack, just now, directly broke the connection between the fruit and the branch, and the giant fruit fell from it. Where had they seen such a miraculous tree? They were all shocked by the scene in front of them. I'm sorry, this gun was broken by me. I'll compensate you with a new one later. Lin Shen came to the crystal base of the Sword Alliance and said. Because the force was too strong, the spearhead of the spear was shattered under the impact, and cracks appeared on the spear body. Although it did not shatter, it could no longer withstand heavy blows, which was the same as being useless. The crystal base shook his head and took the cracked gun. He smiled and said, No, 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 this is fine. I will keep this gun well. I can brag about it for the rest of my life. Brother Shen, it's amazing. Su Tianga came over and gave Lin Shen a thumbs up. Tu Xiaodao stared at Lin Shen in amazement, wondering, is the theory of talent so strong? I underestimated the theory of talent before. Even some newly promoted ascenders may not be able to achieve such power, right? It seems that I need to work harder, but how can I work hard to have such power? It seems impossible for the crystal base level to have such power. The people of the Sword Alliance also looked at Lin Shen with complicated expressions. The power of this gun made them both shocked and afraid. Brother Lin, it's really thanks to you this time, otherwise we would be doomed. We all owe you a life. If you need us in the future, just ask. Sui Qinglong came over and said solemnly. Yes, Brother Lin, if you have any problems in the future, our Sword Alliance will definitely help you. Sui Qingmeng also came over and said excitedly, looking at Lin Shen's eyes with little stars, thinking, people who have practiced talent theory are different. Not only Sui Qingmeng, now more people believe that Lin Shen has practiced talent theory. There is no mistake, otherwise how could he burst out such a terrifying attack? Then I won't be polite, I will trouble you in the future. Lin Shen was not polite either. More friends mean more ways. He is a pacifist. It is better not to fight and kill if he can. What's more, the power of the heaven sacrifice halo has been used up. Now he doesn't have this trump card. It's better to have people from the Sword Alliance to take care of him on the road than to be alone. The people of the Sword Alliance saw that Lin Shen was so easy to get along with, and they also became closer. Do you know what kind of tree this is? Lin Shen looked at the towering tree, and liquid was still dripping from the broken end. I've never heard of such a huge tree. Everyone shook their heads. Even the knowledgeable Sui Qinglong had never heard of the origin of this huge tree. Fortunately, there were no genetically modified creatures around, and the people from the Sword Alliance and the Su family began to treat the injuries of their own injured people. 20 or 30 people were corroded and injured, and several were particularly serious. Many parts of their bodies were severely corroded. Ordinary medicines were difficult to work, and they could only use medicines to clean the wounds over and over again. Lin Shen looked around and saw that this giant tree exuding cold air was actually alive. Grows in a colorful desert. The sand in this desert contains colorful sand grains and looks very beautiful. It seems that we have been teleported to an unfamiliar area. I think we should camp here first and send people to explore the nearby situation before making plans. What do you think, Brother Lin? Zhuo Qinglong, Lin Shen, and others discussed. That's fine. Lin Shen naturally had no objection. When he came to such a strange environment, he didn't want to take the risk of wandering around. The area around this big tree seemed safe for the time being. After several people discussed it, they all camped near the big tree. However, most of the people's backpacks were corroded by the liquid, and only a few tattered small tents were made. Zhuo Qinglong also specially left a tent for Lin Shen, and no one else had any objections. Zhuo Qinglong sent several people to investigate the surrounding area, while he himself led people to study the fallen fruit. The material of the fruit itself is very special. It can't even be damaged by crystal-level weapons. As long as these materials can be brought back, even if there is no other harvest this time, the trip will not be considered a loss. What's more, there are many huge fruits on the tree. If you can get them all and take them away, their value will be immeasurable. The main reason why Zhuo Qinglong proposed to camp here was because of this consideration. It's just that the fruit itself is too tough. And it may not be easy to get the fruit off the tree. Some people also wanted to build a giant tree, but found that the tree body was harder than the fruit. The fruit is only tough, but the tree body is extremely hard. Crystal-level power cannot damage it at all, let alone cut down the giant tree and take it away. The Sword Alliance and the Su family studied for a long time, but they still couldn't figure out how to remove the parts from the giant tree. Zhuo Qinglong also looked for Lin Shen, hoping to use Lin Shen's power to get some more fruits. The Sword Alliance can provide crystal-based weapons, and Lin Shen is responsible for the work. The fruits taken down will nominally belong to Lin Shen, but Lin Shen needs to sell most of them too. The Sword Alliance. Unfortunately, Lin Shen's answer disappointed them. Lin Shen can only burst out that kind of power once. And his body has been damaged. Now he can't use it, and he is still very weak. The people of the Sword Alliance also guessed some, but they were still a little disappointed to hear Lin Shen confirm it himself. When the people in the Sword Alliance and those watching the battle outside heard Lin Shen say this, many people secretly breathed a sigh of relief. If the steel-level Lin Shen can really use that kind of power all the time, I'm afraid many people will have trouble sleeping and eating. Unable to think of a better way, everyone can only rest on the spot and wait for the spies to come back and report. After the spies came back, the news they brought back was not good. They explored the area for dozens of miles and found no traces of any genetically modified creatures. Apart from this big tree, there was not even a plant nearby. What was even more disturbing was that there was not even a little wind in the desert. The whole desert was frighteningly quiet. Fortunately, although the desert was very hot, the giant tree exuded cold air. As long as you were not too close to the giant tree, the temperature was still relatively comfortable. Lin Shen specially set up the tent next to The giant tree. The cold air of the giant tree could actually make the evolution theory run automatically, giving his body a certain resistance to cold. That's fine, so should I make a cold jade bed or something and sleep on it every day in the future? Lin Shen thought this was a good idea. It was difficult to get some materials from the giant tree to make a bed, but he considered whether to make a cold storage and sleep directly in it after returning. Unfortunately, electricity resources are still quite a luxury in this era. The Suenio base only has a small thermal power station, which is not enough for normal use. It is afraid that there will not be enough electricity to build a cold storage. The Sword Alliance and the Su family decided to wait here for 3 days to end. Lin Shen was unwilling to take risks, so he stayed with them. Sui Qinglong asked a few people to climb up the giant tree, wanting to try their luck and maybe get a few more fruits. The fruits of plants on the mother planet often fall off easily after they are ripe, so they want to see if there will be such a good thing. Su Tianga was very honest and waited below with the people of the Su family. He followed Lin Shen all the time, intending to be tied to Lin Shen. Wherever Lin Shen went, he went, and whatever Lin Shen did, he did. In Su Tianga's own words, following Brother Shen is not a disadvantage. The giant tree was too high, and the tree trunk was very slippery and cold. After several hours, the people of the Sword Alliance climbed to the treetops. Originally, they were thought to crawl towards the fruit, but who knew that one of them would come down after tying the rope? Brother Long, there's something up. There's something up there. The man slid down the rope, panting. There's something? Lin Shen and Su Tianga, who were not far away, pricked up their ears when they heard the man's words. What is it? Sui Qinglong did not avoid Lin Shen and the others and asked directly. It's a person who seems to be a human, but not a human. The man said with a strange look. What do you mean by a person who seems to be a human, but not a human? Is it the Super Burning Clan? Sui Qinglong was startled. No, not the Super Burning Clan, nor the Angel. How should I put it? It's just a person, but half of his face is not human, it's metal. The man tried his best to think of how to describe it, but his cultural level was limited and he didn't know how to describe it completely. Alive or dead? Sui Qinglong asked with a frown. It seems to be dead, and the body seems to be growing inside the tree. Brother Lin, Brother Su. Do you want to go and see it together? Sui Qinglong pondered for a moment, looked at Lin Shen and Su Tianga, and said, Okay. Lin Shen was also very curious. There was a person growing on the tree. This was a strange thing. Under the leadership of Sui Qinglong, several people climbed up with ropes. It was much easier to climb with ropes. But because it was too high, it took several people more than 40 minutes to climb to the lowest branch. The man just climbed here and tied the rope to go down. Several people stood on the thick branch. This branch was as wide as a road. Several people stood on it. It's there. The previous man pointed his finger into the tree canopy above. Lin Shen and several people looked in the direction of his finger. And sure enough, they saw a person sitting cross-legged in the tree trunk next to a branch above. The back of his body was integrated into the trunk, like a human relief growing out of the trunk. It was hard to tell what color his clothes were, as they were covered with white frost, and so was his hair. His face was relatively clean, with only some white frost on his eyebrows. Lin Shen looked carefully, and it was just as the man from the Sword Alliance said. The left half of this man's face was flesh, and the other half was made of mirror-like steel, which looked very strange. It seems to be a real person, but why does half of his face look like he is wearing a stainless steel mask? Su Tiange said as he looked at him. It's not a mask, at least not an ordinary mask. Look at his neck inside his collar. Sui Qinglong said. Lin Shen looked at the opening of the weirdo's collar. Although only part of his neck was exposed, it was clear that his neck was also half flesh and half steel. Half human, half machine, this can't be a man-made robot from the past. Su Tiange said with a blink of his eyes. Even if it is a man-made robot, it should be a robot made by aliens. Tu Xiaodao added. Let's take a closer look. The distance was too far and it was not very clear. Sui Qinglong climbed up first after saying that. Several people from the Sword Alliance followed him, and Lin Shen and others also climbed over there. There was no rope here, so they could only climb up by scratching the gaps in the bark. There were bursts of cold air coming from the tree, and the trunk was slippery, so it was not easy to climb up. Fortunately, it was not too far from the man's location, and it didn't take a few people too much time to climb to the branch end. Stand on the branch to get close to the weirdo. Looking closely at him, he felt that this person was very strange. His face was half flesh and half metal, but where the flesh and metal met, the metal and flesh seemed to grow together. The flesh penetrated into the metal, and the metal also penetrated into the flesh, and the boundary between them was blurred. Several people had never seen such a thing. It was not uncommon to implant metal into the human body, but it had never been seen that metal and flesh could grow together. Even if it was a base-mutated carapace, it was an independent carapace formed after the base-mutated material came out of the body. And it was not grown together. Look, there seems to be something on him. Su Tiange pointed at the man and suddenly shouted. Lin Shen, Sui Qinglong and others also noticed the thing in the strange man's hand, but they didn't make a sound. The strange man sat cross-legged, like a Taoist meditating, with his hands clasped in front of his lower abdomen. Between his hands, there was a bead the size of a billiard ball, but no one would mistake it for a genetically modified egg. Because the beads are crystal clear, like flawless crystals, but there is red glow flowing inside. Like red clouds flowing. The most important thing is that there is a strange spiritual pattern in the bead, which is golden yellow, but looks like a lobster. Lin Shen recognized what it was the first time he saw it. After the life base of the ascended person is taken away, it is also called the spiritual base, and more people also call it the blade of the heart. Zhonggu Yuan's Lingji red jade sword is still hidden in the Lin family. This was the second time Lin Shen saw the spiritual base, but unlike Zhonggu Yuan's red jade sword, this spiritual base was not a weapon, but a bead. Su Tiange didn't know enough about it to know that this bead was a spiritual foundation, but Sui Qinglong and Tu Xiaodao recognized it at a glance, and their eyes couldn't help but light up. Although they are still genetic changers now, before becoming ascendants, they have no way to truly activate the spirit base and cannot exert its true power. But they are only half a step away from ascending. They will ascend sooner or later. No one will refuse such a good thing if they can have a spiritual base in advance. But there was only one spiritual base, but there were 7 or 8 people here. How to distribute them was difficult, so none of them spoke. Only the idiot Su Tiange thought he had good eyesight, and was the first to spot the bead. After Su Tiange finished speaking, he saw that everyone was still silent. And no one answered, so he knew something was fishy, so he quickly closed his mouth and looked at Lin Shen. Is this a spiritual foundation? Upon seeing this, Lin Shen knew that it was impossible to monopolize the spiritual foundation, so he simply said, it should be a spiritual base, but ascended ones can't enter the Kaiwang planet. There should be no ascended ones here. If this weirdo is an ascended person, how did he get in? Sui Qinglong pondered. Perhaps this is not his spiritual base, but maybe it was just brought to Kaiwang by him. Another crystal base interface of the Sword Alliance said. It's possible, but since he's not an ascended person and can't use the spirit base with him, what's the use of bringing him here? Tu Xiaodao looked at the weirdo and continued, and look at his condition, it shouldn't be the king of Kai who came recently, so when did he come? Is he a human or an alien race? This doesn't look like a human being, does it? Jingji said from before. It's not human, and it doesn't look like an alien race. After all, the alien race just looks weird. In fact, like humans, they are standard carbon-based creatures. They will not be half metal and half flesh and blood. Like him. Tu Xiaodao shook his head. Road. Everyone felt that this person was indeed too weird. He looked like a human and a genetically modified creature. They had never seen such a life before. No matter what, let's take down the spirit base first. Sui Qinglong looked at Lin Shen and said, we discovered this thing together, so how about we share it equally among the three families? But there is only one spirit base and it cannot be divided. Let's take it first, dig out the body, and see if there is any other harvest, and then divide it up. If there is no other harvest, our Sword Alliance is willing to pay you something of equal value. What do you think? Sui Qinglong's proposal was actually quite fair. In terms of number of people, there were 4 members of the Sword Alliance present, 2 on Lin Shen's side, and only Su Tiange in the Su family. Being able to distribute like this, Sui Qinglong already relied on Lin Shen to save them. Okay. Lin Shen nodded. He didn't need it now anyway, so it would be good to change it to something he could use. What's more, this weirdo was discovered by the Sword Alliance. Su Tiange had no objections. In terms of strength and power, he could only be regarded as the youngest here. It would be good if he could get something, not to mention 1/3 of it was given to him. Seeing that no one had any objections, Sui Qinglong asked someone to take the spirit base from the weirdo's hand. A genetic changer from the Sword Alliance directly used the genetic transformation carapace to protect himself, walked to the side of the weirdo, and carefully reached out for the spiritual bead. The weirdo has no breath at all and is just a dead person, so there is no need to worry about it. The bead was in the weirdo's hand. After the genetic changer grabbed the ball, he pulled it out twice, but was unable to pull it out. Seeing the beads firmly clamped between the weirdo's hands, the genetic changer had no choice but to reach out and grab his hands, trying to pull them away first. As a result, the skin on the weirdo's hand tore apart with this pull, and it turned out that he was wearing a pair of thin gloves. Because the color was close to the skin color and it was covered with white frost, I didn't notice it at first. The glove was now torn, immediately revealing his real palm. The 2 hands were put together. One hand was a normal flesh palm, while the other hand was made of steel. The flesh palm is at the bottom and the iron palm is at the top. The spirit base bead is stuck in the iron palm. No wonder it can't be pulled out no matter how hard it is pulled. It seems that we can only cut off its hand, otherwise the beads will be stuck inside and cannot be taken out. The gene changer looked at Sui Qinglong. Sui Qinglong frowned slightly. He didn't want to destroy the body of the deceased, but after looking at it, he saw that the steel hand seemed to be cast in one piece. There was no way to move it. The spiritual bead was stuck inside and could not be taken out unless his steel fingers were broken apart. Otherwise, it cannot be taken out. Don't hurt his body, just bend his finger. Sui Qinglong thought for a while and said. The base changer nodded, stretched out his hand to grab the strange man's iron thumb and bend it upwards. As long as the finger is moved away a little, the bead should be able to be taken out. After using 2 efforts, the face of the Sword Alliance base changer changed. He was a crystal base, and he had used all his strength, but he couldn't bend the thumb. With his strength, even the special alloy used in the space station should be able to be bent, but this finger didn't react at all. What a hard metal! The people of the Sword Alliance were not surprised but happy. The metal that the crystal base couldn't bend was also a good thing. If it could be taken back, it would be a considerable fortune. There was no way. Sui Qinglong had to allow the base changer to use weapons. He took out a green jade-like dagger and slashed at the finger. Dang! After a crisp sound, the base changer's palm was shaken, but the finger was still intact. For a moment, everyone looked at each other in bewilderment. Such a hard metal is really rare. But the spiritual base is in front of them, but they can't take it out, which makes everyone feel unwilling. It seems that there is only one way. The base changer holding the dagger looked at Sui Qinglong and said, cut off its flesh and blood hand, and you can take out the bead from the other side. After he finished speaking, he looked at Sui Qinglong, waiting for Sui Qinglong's decision. But he found that there seemed to be something wrong with the eyes of Sui Qinglong and others. There was obviously shock in their eyes, and they looked straight behind him. What happened? The base changer's heart suddenly sank. What else could be behind him except the body of that weirdo? Warm reminder, if you find that clicking the next page will force you to jump to other websites, please use the chapter error or contact us at the bottom to inform us. We will deal with it as soon as possible. Thank you for your understanding. The genetic changer suddenly turned around, guarding his chest with the emerald dagger in his hand, and looked warily at the position of the weirdo in the tree. I saw that the strange man who had no breath just now and had his eyes closed actually opened his eyes at this time. One of his eyes is black and white and is a human eye, while the other eye is made of steel, but it makes people feel that the steel eye is also alive, which looks extremely weird. The strange man's eyes were a little indifferent, staring straight at the genetic change in front of him, as if he was looking at an inanimate dead thing. Lin Shen was retreating. Before he could figure out where this guy came from, staying away from him was the best choice. After all, people have spiritual bases in their hands. Although it seems unlikely that there will be an ascendant on the King of Planets, one should be afraid of just in case, if not 10,000. In fact, not only Lin Shen, but also everyone else was retreating. No one was a fool. The Sword Alliance base changer who was closest to the weirdo reacted and wanted to retreat, but he just took a step back. The strange man growing inside the tree suddenly stood up. His body was connected to the tree trunk. As he stood, the white jade-like wood around him broke, and debris flew everywhere. Amidst the flying jade shavings, the weirdo walked up to the Sword Alliance fundamental changer. His move seemed unpleasant, but it gave the crystal-level Sword Alliance base transformer no time to react. It seemed as if he couldn't move, and he watched helplessly as the tall weirdo walked up to him. It's not that he really couldn't move, but because the weirdo's speed was so fast that his body couldn't keep up with his brain's reaction, and it seemed like he couldn't move. The others were the same as the genetic changer. They looked at the strange man's movements as if they were unhappy, but their body reactions could not keep up. They watched helplessly as the strange man stretched out his steel hand, with 5 fingers like hooks, and grabbed the genetic changer head. The next moment, everyone's pupils shrank and their eyes widened. The weirdo used his 5 fingers to crush the helmet-like carapace of the gene changer and his head together. Lin Shen secretly complained in his heart, how could he be alive again when he was obviously dead? If he had known this, he shouldn't have come. The sky sacrifice halo has just been used, and although I have accumulated a few more points, it is far from enough to fight against this weirdo. After the weirdo crushed the genetic changer's head, the person stopped. He stopped, and Lin Shen and others seemed to have returned to normal. At the same time, they quickly backed away, trying to put as much distance as possible between themselves and the weirdo. There was only one crystal base exception. The base changer killed by the weirdo was his brother. At this time, his eyes were blood red. Instead of retreating, he quickly took out the pet capsule and key and activated 2 crystal bases. The pet pounces on the weirdo. Here we go again. The moment Lin Shen saw the strange man moving, the feeling of being unable to move came again. Whenever weirdos move, they feel as if they can't move. It's not that they can't move, it's just that they move too slowly, like a snail. The weirdo is obviously so fast, but he doesn't look fast. Every move he makes can be seen clearly. He walked forward step by step, sideways avoiding the attacks of the 2 crystal pets. And when passing by them, he reached out and crushed their heads. Then he walked up to the Sword Alliance radical who used his pet to attack him, and reached out his hand to crush his head. Everything seemed so slow and unhurried, as if it was just happening casually. After doing all this, the weirdo stopped again, and then the corpses of the mutator and the pet fell down and fell from the tree branch. Only then did everyone recover from the snail-like speed and took 2 steps back in horror, but they had already retreated to the trunk of the tree and could no longer retreat. Although one could jump to other tree branches, no one did that. Because the speed of the weirdo is simply not comparable to theirs. If the weirdo wants to kill them, no matter how they run, it will be useless, or they will not be able to run at all. Everyone was cold and looked at the weirdo in horror. The weirdo didn't look at them. He raised his head and looked at the huge fruits in the canopy. The next second, everyone saw the weirdo jump up and step on one of the huge fruits. The extremely tough fruit burst immediately under the weirdo's kick, and a large amount of liquid and something came out of it. The weirdo didn't stop, and his body jumped between fruits. Whenever he stepped on the fruit, it would explode immediately. Some fruits are empty inside, some have corrosive liquid inside, and some fruits have something falling out in addition to the corrosive liquid. Lin Shen and the others watched the weirdo crush the fruits one by one. It felt like a long time had passed, but in fact only a little time had passed. After the weirdo burst the last fruit, he jumped directly from the tree crown and landed on the sand under the tree. After taking a look at the things that fell on the ground, the weirdo didn't miss it at all, and turned around and walked towards the distance of the desert. It wasn't until the weirdo's figure disappeared that everyone began to breathe unconsciously, as if they had stopped breathing when the weirdo was around. Thump. Lin Shen sat down on the ground, feeling that the clothes on his body were soaked. For a moment just now, Lin Shen thought he was dead. Not only Lin Shen, but everyone else also felt the same way, that weirdo's oppressive force, it's just too strong. I've saved my life. Su Tiange wiped the cold sweat from his forehead with his hand and said thankfully. Tu Shado's face was not good either. In front of the weirdo, he felt like a snail without a shell, without any sense of security. Zhuo Qinglong and others had strange expressions. They were glad that they survived. But they were sad for the death of their companions. That weirdo should be an ascender, right? With someone like him on King Kai, it will be unsafe in the future. A mutator said with a bitter face. Although Lin Shen also felt that the weirdo was very scary, after thinking about it, he seemed to have only killed those who attacked him. If the weirdo really wanted to kill them, no one here would survive. Everyone came down along the rope and found that the people below were looking at something around the liquid that fell from the tree. Lin Shen and Zhuo Qinglong walked over together and found that there was a strange thing in the corrosive liquid that fell on the ground. Just now when they were up there, they saw that some of the exploded fruits had other things in addition to the corrosive liquid. But not every fruit has something in it, only a small number of fruits have something in them. I just didn't see clearly what was inside, and now I see the things that fell on the ground, and my expression is a little strange. The things that fell on the ground turned out to be black iron lumps. The shape of the iron lumps is not very regular, and it doesn't look like a genetic egg, but why is there such an iron lump in the fruit of the giant tree? Could these iron lumps be the seeds of the giant tree? The people of the Sword Alliance and the Su family were observing the iron lump, but with the incident of the weirdo, they did not dare to move the iron lump at will. They planned to take the iron lump back first and study it on the mother planet. There were ascenders on the mother planet, so there was no need to worry about any more trouble. Lin Shen had no time to think about what the iron lumps were. He was always recalling the weirdo's every move. Recently, he had been practicing the immortal court. Although there was progress, he always felt that something was missing. Seeing the weirdo's every move today, he suddenly knew why he always felt that something was missing. Although the weirdo did not use the immortal court, Lin Shen saw something called momentum from him. It had nothing to do with the speed, but the strong aura. Lin Shen's 73-step immortal court is now well trained, but it lacks a kind of aura. Without that aura, the immortal court is still the immortal court, but with that aura, the immortal court is Lin Shen's immortal court. Lin Shen recalled the aura of the weirdo, but what he was thinking about was how to make the stepping immortal court also have his own aura. The aura of the weirdo is not suitable for the stepping immortal court, nor for me, so what kind of aura should the stepping immortal court have when I step out? Lin Shen pondered this question. Aura is something ethereal and invisible and intangible, but it can be felt. The same dance moves, some people dance out and people feel inexplicably touched. While some people dance out, the moves are exactly the same, but people only feel that the skills are good. But there is no touch. If it is just that the moves are not proficient enough, I am afraid it is not the problem. Some people may not have very good skills in singing, but they can move people. Some people sing with full skills, but they only make people feel greasy. The difference may just be different understandings of people, so what is my understanding? Lin Shen pondered. Before, Lin Shen thought that the 4 sentences at the beginning of the stepping immortal court were just used by the people who created the stepping immortal court to show their own style. Now that I think about it, it should not be simply to show off the status, but to tell those who practice the stepping fairy court what kind of momentum the stepping fairy court should have. Lin Shen did not think of it before, but now that he thinks of it, he cannot fully agree with the momentum expressed by the 4 sentences. I am a guest in the world, I have no intention of walking at night. The sky wants to wait for me, I walk in the fairy court. From the literal meaning, it should be said that if you look down on me, I will crush your door lintel, what can you do to me? But Lin Shen thinks that whether you look down on me or not has nothing to do with me, I don't need to care about your thoughts at all. So after thinking about it, if I practice the stepping fairy court according to the artistic conception of the 4 sentences, it will not match his personality after all, and it will not reach the realm of the original author. What's more, Lin Shen has practiced the stepping fairy court beyond recognition. If he really wants to practice according to the original artistic conception, I am afraid it is wrong. I don't want to be a petty person, and I don't seek petty gains. I seek joy in my heart, fresh stimulation, and not to follow the path of my predecessors. In the end, I can only walk my own way. Lin Shen seemed to have realized something in his heart. An ant is shouting. If it is on the side, no one needs to pay attention to it. No one will bow their heads and bend over to listen to the voice of the ant. If it blocks the way, then step on it to death. There is no need to step on it deliberately. The ant will be stepped to death before it can even be found. The ant under the feet has never been the target. Lin Shen stood up and took a step. Although this step still contains the skills of stepping on the fairy court, it is not exactly the same. Lin Shen simply gave up the deliberate pursuit of perfect consistency of those movements, and walked with his body and mind. It seems to be no different from ordinary walking, but the power in the body surges with it, and it is indescribably smooth. That's it. Lin Shen was happy. He had always felt awkward practicing the stepping immortal court, but today it was particularly smooth, and every move could trigger the flow of power in his body without the need for deliberate guidance. Others looked at Lin Shen and felt that he was just walking around and moving his body, and they couldn't tell that he was actually practicing the evolution technique. Doing whatever you want doesn't mean there are no skills or rules. But Lin Shen has broken down those skills and rules into his own gestures and no longer sticks to a specific complete action. Hey, why does Brother Shen look a little different? Su Tianga looked at Lin Shen, who seemed to be taking a walk over there, and seemed to feel something, but couldn't say what it was, just that Lin Shen today seemed to be a little different from the past. Lin Shen walked around twice and came back, feeling very satisfied. He used to practice the stepping immortal court, and now he is in the stepping immortal court. Just when he was about to sit down and rest for a while, thinking about the reason, he suddenly heard someone shouting, "That iron lump seems to be moving." Lin Shen turned his head and saw the person in charge of guarding the iron lumps, pointing at one of them and shouting. Lin Shen's heart trembled, and without saying a word, he called Tu Xiaodao and retreated, and reminded Su Tianga at the same time. Su Tianga's reaction was not slow either, and he immediately called the Su family to follow Lin Shen and run away. The people of the Sword Alliance had already become frightened birds, and Zhuo Qinglong directly ordered a retreat, and even the things in the camp were not needed. Not long after they ran out, they saw that the shaky iron lump cracked, and a genetically modified creature rolled out of it. A closer look revealed that it was a person covered in frost armor. A warrior with a chill all over his body. that iron lump turned out to be a genetic mutation egg. And it was a genetic mutation creature that had just hatched. Everyone saw the clue and was ecstatic. Long immediately shouted, "Don't move, let's tame this genetic mutation creature first, and then distribute it." The genetic mutations who were ready to move finally suppressed their impulse, and Long sent a crystal base to tame the genetic mutation creature. The Frost Warrior wanted to eat the iron lump, but was stopped by the crystal base, and immediately punched out. His fist was cold and looked very strange. The man didn't dare to take it hard with his hands, and directly took out a shield made of crystal base material to block the Frost Warrior's fist. Although the Frost Warrior's fist did not leave a scar on the shield, a layer of frost appeared on the shield. That genetic mutation creature actually has frost ability. Everyone looked at the Frost Warrior with a hotter look. This kind of base mutated creature with special properties is very rare. Even if it is just an ordinary crystal base instead of a mutation, its value is no less than that of an ordinary mutation. The man became more cautious and did not confront the Frost Warrior head-on. He just used his shield to block him from rushing towards the broken iron lump again and again. More than an hour passed, and the Frost Warrior seemed to still have enough physical strength. Long asked another crystal base to replace the man and continue to deal with the Frost Warrior. Then they rotated every half an hour. After several rotations, the Frost Knight finally ran out of physical strength. In order to eat the iron lump, he offered his pet key. Long took the pet key and let the Frost Warrior eat the iron lump. After he finished eating, he used the key to turn him into an ice crystal pet capsule. It's a mutant crystal base, and its name is Frost Warrior. Long said happily. Everyone was overjoyed when they heard the news. It turned out to be a mutated crystal base. There were still a dozen iron lumps here. Doesn't that mean there were a dozen mutated crystal base pets? Everyone looked at the remaining iron lumps, and Lin Shen and Tian were no exception. Mutated crystal bases, with special properties, such pets, are too rare and their value is immeasurable. The next step is to discuss how to distribute these iron lumps. There are a total of 14 iron lumps, and the Sword Alliance, Su family and Lin Shen will share them together. If they are distributed equally, the Sword Alliance will suffer a lot, as they have many people and strong strength. The Su family itself is not strong, and they came with the Sword Alliance. If they also share 1/3, even if Long agrees, other people in the Sword Alliance will have objections. After Long, Lin Shen, and Tian discussed, it was finally decided that the Sword Alliance would take 8, Lin Shen would take 4, and the Su family would also take 2. Tian was still very satisfied with this result. He knew that if Lin Shen had not saved everyone by knocking down the fruit, he would have benefited from it, and the Sword Alliance would not have given him even 1. Lin Shen took 4, and thought it was enough. If it was distributed by head, he would not have taken so many. He did not knock down these things either, and he who is contented will be happy. You pick them first, and leave the rest to us. Long said generously. There is nothing to pick, they are all the same anyway. Tian was not polite and asked people to bring back 2 iron lumps. Lin Shen did not want to waste time, so he walked over with 2 Xiaodao. Originally planning to just move 4 iron lumps. Who knew that just when he got close to the iron lumps, the fat boy in the backpack jumped out, flapped his wings, and landed on an iron lump, pecked on it a few times, but could not leave any marks on it. Lin Shen's heart moved, and after taking the fat boy back, he asked Tu Xiaodao to bring the iron lump back, and then picked 3 more at random. After Lin Shen and Su Tiange had chosen, Sui Qinglong had the remaining iron lumps moved away. Each family was waiting for their own iron lumps to hatch, and no one was in the mood to care about other things. Brother 2, you each get 2. Lin Shen said to Tu Xiaodao. The Sword Alliance only gave 4 for your sake. My strength is worth 1, so just 1 is enough. Tu Xiaodao said. That's fine. Lin Shen asked Tu Xiaodao to take 1. In the following time, occasionally there were mutant frost warriors coming out of the iron lumps, and each family tamed them one by one. When the 3-day countdown ended, most of the frost warriors came out, and only a few were still motionless. 2 of Lin Shen's 3 came out, and only the one that Fatty had fallen on was still motionless. Lin Shen had to take it back to Jinshui Lake with him, and then transported it back to Suanio Base. Tu Xiaodao's Frost Knight had already hatched and was turned into a capsule and collected. Brother Lin, I won't go back to the base with you. Tu Xiaodao unexpectedly chose to leave. Okay. Lin Shen nodded, a little regretful that he lost such a good bodyguard. Meeting you this time is my biggest gain. It also made me understand that there are always people who are better than you. My strength is far from enough. I have been out there for so many years, and I am so arrogant that I can still get away with it. It is really lucky. This time when I go back, I will definitely practice hard, and when my strength is far beyond others, I will go out again. Tu Xiaodao paused and said, if one day you come overseas, you can find me at the Fairy Island base, and I will treat you well. If your strength is far from enough, then few people dare to say that they have strength. Lin Shen couldn't understand why Tu Xiaodao had such an idea. Brother Lin, don't comfort me. I know that my strength is shallow. After I go back, I will immediately practice hard behind closed doors. When I have practiced successfully and can compete with the heroes of the world, I will come to visit Brother Lin again. Tu Xiaodao said and turned away. Lin Shen stared at him leaving, thinking, does he have any misunderstanding about the 4 words, shallow strength? After saying goodbye to Su Tiange, Lin Shen took the iron lump back to the Suanio base alone. Fortunately, he had many pets, so he asked the Black Crystal Stone Man to carry the iron lump, so he didn't need to do it himself. When he was still halfway, cracks appeared on the iron lump, and Lin Shen hurriedly asked the Black Crystal Stone Man to put it down. Lin Shen watched the iron lump continue to crack, and he was a little bit expectant in his heart. I wonder if this iron lump is different from the others. Is Fatty simply interested in the iron lump, or is this iron lump different and attracted its attention? In Lin Shen's expectant eyes, the iron lump finally cracked completely, revealing the genetically modified creature inside. It seems to be a little different. Lin Shen saw that the genetically modified creature inside was still a frost warrior, but in the hand of this frost warrior, there was an ice crystal-like 2-handed sword. This guy actually has a weapon. Lin Shen has seen so many frost warriors, but this is the first time he has seen one with a weapon. Lin Shen quickly asked the stone man to stop the frost warrior and prevent him from eating the iron fragments. The frost warrior held the big sword with both hands and slashed at the Black Crystal Stone Man with one sword. The Black Crystal Stone Man directly used his thick black crystal arm to meet it. With a bang, the big sword actually left a deep mark on the Black Crystal Stone Man's arm. You should know that the hardness of the Black Crystal Stone Man is 40 points. The Frost Warrior, who was just born and was still in a weak state, was able to cut it with one sword. The deep scars on the arm, this power is very terrifying. What's more terrifying is that Frost appeared at the sword scar, freezing the base fluid in the arm, making the arm of the Black Crystal Stone Man stiff. Seeing this, Lin Shen hurriedly summoned the White Jade Tiger and 3 mutant black armor centipedes, and let them besiege the Frost Warrior together. This Frost Warrior is obviously much stronger than the average Frost Warrior. The sword is wielding, and the cold air condenses into ice wherever the blade cuts, which is very domineering. This cold air is obviously stronger than the average Frost Warrior, and can freeze the base fluid immediately. The strength and speed are also top-notch. Seeing that he couldn't stop it, Lin Shen had to let the mutant black armor centipede take a bite and bite the Frost Warrior, hoping to use the pain toxin of the mutant black armor centipede to stop the Frost Warrior from resisting. As a result, the mouth parts of the mutant black armor centipede were frozen immediately, and the bitten Frost Warrior did not have much problem. Lin Shen understood at a glance that the poison of the mutant black armored centipede could not penetrate at all and was frozen. Fortunately, the Frost Warrior had just hatched and was still in a weak state, otherwise it would be hard to say whether his 5 mutant pets could stop him. Of course, this was also because Lin Shen only wanted to tame him, not to kill him. If the purpose was to kill him, the Frost Warrior would definitely not be able to withstand the siege of 5 mutant pets. Lin Shen could only change his strategy and let the 5 mutant pets harass him constantly, so that he could not eat the iron lump fragments. After 5 or 6 hours of hard work, the Frost Warrior finally had no physical strength and offered his pet Key for a bite of food. Lin Shen was happy in his heart. After letting him eat the fragments, he turned directly into a capsule state and looked at his attributes. Frost Swordsman, mutated crystal-based creatures. Can evolve strength, 41. Speed, 41. Hardness, 40.4. Toughness, 41. Talent skills, mutated frost, cold, mutated sword fighting, mutated sword. Body. Although there is only 1 letter difference between the Frost Swordsman and the Frost Warrior, this attribute is much stronger than Lin Shen's other 2 Frost Warriors. This thing is even more powerful than the Big Red Bull, and it also has 3 full skills, and they are all mutations. Lin Shen was happy. The other 2 Frost Warriors have only a hardness of 41, and the other attributes are much worse. Although they also have 3 skills, only 1 skill of each is a mutation, and the others are enhanced, which is much worse than the Frost Swordsman. Finally, there is a more versatile pet. Lin Shen put away the Frost Swordsman and continued to rush back to the Suanio base. When Lin Shen and his friends were at the Frost Giant Tree, other families found a lot of Kaiwang Towers, and people kept challenging the Kaiwang Towers. Some people have successfully rushed to the 9th floor. As long as each base changer who challenges the Kaiwang Tower can pass the 1st floor, their names will appear on the towers of all Kaiwang Towers. The first place is Ouyang Yudu, who is also the only one who rushed to the top of the Kaiwang Tower and took the reward. The remaining challengers only reached the 6th floor at best, and this was after Ouyang Yudu reached the 9th floor. They studied Ouyang Yudu's tower rushing video and made preparations. Many people are now studying the King Kai Tower, because the reward Ouyang Yudu received was actually a top-level pet launcher with a firing rate of 41, which can fill 10 capsules at a time. What is even more unexpected is that the reward for the top floor of the King Kai Tower is only A small reward, and the challenger who ranks first in the end will get a bigger reward. But no one knows when the challenge of the King Kai Tower will end. After the experience of the frost giant tree, Lin Shen dared not teleport to King Kai at will. After returning to the Suanio base, he chose to use a mechanical watch to teleport to the grass slope of King Kai to hunt poisonous insects. It's a bit slow, but it's safe. During this period, humans encountered fewer and fewer superburners on King Kai, which made Lin Shen a little worried. He knew that 30,000 hyperburning warriors had entered King Kai. The number of those killed by humans was probably less than 3,000. Where did the remaining hyperburning warriors go? It was always a hidden danger. On the grass slope of King Kai, Lin Shen could no longer remember how many times he had come here. Lin Shen stayed at home every day, sleeping and eating during the day, and set a time to enter King Kai at night to look for mutant poisonous insects, and went back in the morning when the time came. He repeatedly swept the grass slope every day, looking for various steel poisonous insects, and finally raised his base mutation rate to 99%. The last one. Lin Shen caught a mutant iron-winged red silkworm and directly released its base mutation liquid and drank it all. Under the operation of evolution, the base mutation rate finally reached 100%. Theoretically, Lin Shen's promotion to the alloy level will definitely succeed, provided that he needs an alloy-level base mutation egg. It can only be alloy-level, not steel or crystal-based, and this process cannot go wrong. But there is an exception, that is, the original egg. Lin Shen had previously asked Wei Wufu about the original egg in detail. The original egg does not distinguish between steel, alloy, and crystal base. As long as it is at the base transformation level, the original egg can be used for promotion. However, except for the first time when the original egg is used for base transformation, it can make the body transform very thoroughly. After the alloy and crystal base are promoted, the effect of using the original egg again is not so strong. The first time the original egg is used for base transformation, the base transformation shell obtained must be 100% wrapped, without any gaps or missing. There are also talents and skills. The talents and skills given by the original egg are very special and difficult to find in other base transformation creatures. The most important thing is that after using the original egg for base transformation, the body will be stronger than that of ordinary base transformations. And there will be some hidden benefits. For example, the ability to recover after injury, such as the tolerance to temperature, hearing, vision, smell, physical strength, etc., may be enhanced to a certain extent. The benefits obtained are not exactly the same when the original egg is used. These benefits are limited to the first time the original egg is used. The promotion of steel to alloy is just the promotion of the base transformation substances in the body, and the influence on the body is not as great as the first time. In other words, the steel promotion alloy mainly improves the strength of the base mutated carapace and obtains a new talent skill. At this time, using the original egg is also beneficial. You can get a new talent skill 100% without failure, and this talent skill is likely to be special. It depends on luck. However, if you can find a mutant alloy base mutated egg, and you know what kind of talent this base mutated creature has, you can selectively use the base mutated egg of a certain creature to obtain the talent skill you want, instead of using the original egg to randomly, which can avoid the conflict of talent skills. Wei Wufu set an example. There was a person who used the original egg base mutation and obtained a talent skill that was blessed for sword weapons. That talent skill was very strong, allowing him to burst out a power similar to sword energy when he used the sword at the steel level. When he was promoted to alloy, he chose another original egg to try his luck, and as a result, he obtained a talent skill that was good for gun weapons. It is obviously not appropriate for a person to use a sword and a gun. It does not play the role of talent skill superposition, which is equivalent to a waste. So most of the base changers only choose the original seed egg during the first base change, and then use different types of base change eggs to upgrade according to their needs. Lin Shen now has an original seed egg in his hand. If he uses it to upgrade to the alloy level, he can only gamble on luck to see if he can bet on his talent and skills. The reason why Lin Shen wants to use the original seed egg is not just to gamble on talent and skills. There is another important reason, which was also told to him by Wei Wufu. Few people in the entire Mother Planet know this secret, because there is only one person in the entire Mother Planet who successfully used 4 original seed eggs to ascend, and that person is from the Wei family, so only the Wei family knows this secret. Wei Wufu's previous evolutions all used original seed eggs, and the original seed egg he gave to Lin Shen was also for him to upgrade himself to the crystal base. For original seed eggs ascended and can have 2 life bases. This is the real reason why Wei Wufu chose the original seed egg to evolve. Ordinary ascenders can rob many spiritual bases, but can only have 1 life base. The ascender of the Wei family who ascended with 4 original eggs had 2 life bases, which was very rare among the powerful families in the universe. However, it was too difficult to ascend with 4 original eggs. The general original eggs were relatively easy to find. The original egg used during the ascension was different from the general original eggs and was even rarer. Wei Wufu had the support of the Wei family, so he would definitely ascend with 4 original eggs in the future. It was not so easy for Lin Shen to ascend with 4 original eggs. Although he had an original seed egg in his hand, there was a problem that troubled Lin Shen. There is also a quality gap between the original eggs. For example, the original egg used by Wei Wufu turned into mutated steel after genetic transformation, while the original egg he used became super base steel after genetic transformation. Now Lin Shen didn't know what the quality of the original egg in his hand was. If it was just mutated, whether it would have any effect on him after use. Lin Shen also tried to use a mechanical watch to read the information of the original egg, but the result was that it could not be scanned, which made him a little depressed. In the end, he decided to wait for Wei Wufu to come back before making any plans. Wei Wufu should also bring him an original seed egg, and we can compare it then. It's been a while since Wei Wufu left. Why haven't you come back yet? He was really not used to not having Wei Wufu around these days. When the time came, Lin Shen was teleported back to his bedroom and lay down on the bed to sleep. Others thought he slept in all day long, but they never imagined that every night he would go to Kaiwang to fight until dawn, just like those students who sleep in class and study secretly at home. In the square of Suanio Base, a tall man wearing overalls, a sweatshirt and sneakers was sitting on a bench, wearing a sweatshirt hat, his head slightly lowered so that no one could see his face. He was very quiet, sitting there motionless, just watching the people coming and going in the square. A pair of young parents came to the square with a 7- or 8-year-old child. The child was very naughty and kept yelling. He also deliberately ran past a girl who was reading a book and knocked the girl's hand. Milk. The girl was a little angry, stood up and said to the child's parents, "Can you take care of your children? He's still a child, why are you arguing with him? It's just a glass of milk. Is there any need to make a fuss? The child's mother said, casually, not taking it to heart at all. The girl wanted to say something, but unfortunately she was a little shy and didn't know how to refute the child's mother. The child's mother ignored her and continued walking around the square with her husband, talking and laughing. Because of the arrival of this child, there was a lot of excitement in the square. Suddenly, the child saw the strange man sitting quietly on the bench. He didn't know if there was something wrong with his mind. He ran to the man, stretched out his hand and pulled the man's clothes. And then ran away quickly, far away, making faces at men. Seeing that the man ignored him and didn't even raise his head, the boy ran over again and kicked the man's legs with his toes. His mother and father took a look and saw that the man didn't react at all, so they didn't care. They turned around and continued talking and laughing. Ah! The girl not far away suddenly screamed. Her eyes widened and she looked in the direction of the bench in horror. She was angry, so she looked at the boy from time to time and saw that the boy was actually kicking the man, laughing while kicking him. She wanted to go over and stop him, and then argue with the child's parents. Who knew that when the boy kicked the man again, one of the man's hands raised up, grabbed the boy's head, and pushed him to the ground. Explode. Blood and bones splashed on the ground, and a dent was made in the steel floor. The girl screamed in horror, and everyone looked in the direction she was looking. Their eyes widened in the next second. The child's parents saw this scene and stood there dumbly, as if they had not yet reacted. Finally, the child's mother let out a heartbreaking scream and rushed towards the man like an angry lioness, while an alloy carapace appeared on her body. The child's father yelled and rushed forward, with an alloy carapace also appearing on his body. The two of them, one on the left and the other on the right, howled and punched the man in the head. Bang! The two fists rapped in. Alloy hit the man's face, one on the left and one on the right, both of them hit the man's face hard. If it were an ordinary person, his head would probably be blown out. But the man's head didn't move, and he still lowered his head. The next second, the man raised his hands at the same time, holding down the heads of the woman and the man respectively, and directly pressed them to the ground. There were two more splash-like patterns on the ground, intertwined with the previous patterns, indescribably weird and terrifying, and the whole family was neatly organized. Everyone screamed and fled the square. The girl whose milk had been spilled by the boy earlier had weak legs. She wanted to run but could not move. Instead, she collapsed on the ground and the book in her hand fell to the ground. The man stood up and walked towards the girl step by step. The girl's face was full of fear, without a trace of blood. She was so frightened that she didn't know what to do. So she just sat on the ground blankly. The man walked up to the girl, and the girl closed her eyes in fear, thinking that she would be killed, and her heart was filled with fear. But after waiting for a while, he didn't feel his head being pressed by the bloody hand. The girl's whole body was trembling, but she still couldn't help but opened her eyes. The scene in front of her made her a little stunned. The man held the book she dropped in his hand, handed it to her, and looked at her quietly. The girl finally saw the face under the man's hat, half human and half steel, indescribably weird, but also unusually charming. The girl subconsciously reached out to catch the book handed over by the man, and reflexively said thank you. The man nodded slightly at her, then turned and left. The girl stared blankly at the man's back as he went away. Everything that happened just now made her feel like she was dreaming. Lin Shen, who had been busy all night, had just fallen asleep when he was called by Uncle Lei. Master Xiao Wu, it's not good. Uncle Lei was knocking on the door outside in a hurry. Uncle Lei, what's the hurry so early in the morning? Lin Shen yawned and opened the door. A murderer has come to the Suenio base. Uncle Lei said with a breath. Murderer? Lin Shen was slightly stunned. This word was really unfamiliar to him. In such an era, can killing a person count? How could someone be given the title of murderer? I don't know where a weirdo came from. He killed the people of the chief family in the square. He didn't run away. He just wandered around in our base. After the people of the chief family went over, he killed several more people. They had no power to fight back. The chief family was scared of killing and dared not send anyone over. Uncle Lei said here, his face became even uglier. That's also the chief family's business, why are you panicking? Lin Shen said while drinking water. Master Wu, I can't help but panic. That murderous devil was strolling on Suenio Street and entered your store. Uncle Lei said with a bitter face. Puff. Lin Shen just drank the water in his mouth, and the water he hadn't swallowed yet spurted out. He widened his eyes and said, My store? Which store of mine? Which store? Your egg-catching store. Uncle Lei said. Lin Shen threw down the water cup and ran out. There was only one Zhao Li in the store. Her family and the Lin family were also old neighbors. If Zhao Li was killed in his store, Lin Shen didn't know how to explain to her parents. Even if there was no such relationship, Zhao Li had been with him for several years. He couldn't just watch her die. Zhao Li opened the door of the store early in the morning. Ever since Lin Shen showed off his claw-swinging skills in the store next door, their store has been doing quite well. Later, Lin Shen became a second-generation rich man in Kaiwan Planet, and more customers came to the store to play. So recently Zhao Li opened the door half an hour earlier, and some customers who came early were already waiting outside the door. As soon as the door opened, the customers all walked in and lined up at the counter to buy egg-catching coins. When Zhao Li was busy exchanging coins for them, a tall man walked in and stood in line at the back. Less than 2 minutes later, another young man walked in. The young man took a look at the customers in line, walked directly to the front, and squeezed the customer who was originally in the front to the side. Beauty, change me 100 yuan of coins. The young man stared at Zhao Li's chest and said. Others came first, you go to line up first. Zhao Li frowned slightly. She hated this street gangster very much, but she opened the door to do business, so she naturally couldn't chase people away. Queuing, huh? The young man smiled evilly, turned around, and looked at the people behind him and mocked, I'm queuing here, do you have any objections? Seeing that no one spoke, the young man turned around and said to Zhao Li with a smile, Beauty, you saw it too. They have no objections. Just as he finished speaking, he felt his head being grabbed by something. He wanted to get rid of the restraints on his head and turned around to see who was so bold that he dared to grab his head. He hated it most when someone touched his head. But the force was too strong, and his head couldn't move at all. He saw the mirror hanging on the opposite wall, and then he saw a scene that he would never forget in his next life. He watched his head being crushed by a big hand, and blood and bones spurted out. The guests screamed and scattered, and Zhao Li's face inside the counter was pale. Looking at the man in front of her in horror. She also wanted to run, but to run from the counter to the door, she had to pass by the man. Wouldn't it be more dangerous than now, at least? There was a counter between the two of them now. The man let go of his hand, letting the body fall to the ground, and reached out to put a stack of money on the counter, and said 2 words. In a low voice, exchange currency. Zhao Li was stunned for a few seconds, and then she reacted. She subconsciously picked up the money and counted it first, and then took the basket and coins to the man. If Lin Shen saw her like this, he would at least give her the Best Employee award. The man picked up the basket, walked to an egg-catching machine, pulled a stool and sat down, and actually started to play with coins. Zhao Li stood there blankly, watching the man insert coins again and again, but he couldn't catch the genetic mutation eggs. "Ollie, I'm here to save you." A fat figure rushed in with a stool, shouting, but when he saw the scene in front of him, he was stunned for a moment. "Fatty, don't mess around," Zhao Li hurriedly called out to Qi Tianfu. Qi Tianfu looked at the back of the man playing games vigilantly, retreated carefully to the side of the counter, and asked worriedly, "Ollie, are you okay?" "It's okay, he seems to just come to play games," Zhao Li said. "It's good that he's okay, let's go quickly, he is a murderer, he has killed many people." On the street, Qi Tianfu lowered his voice, and said it in a voice that only the two of them could hear. Then he took Zhao Li's hand and walked out carefully. Both of them walked very slowly, for fear of disturbing the man. "What's going on with you two?" Lin Shen walked into the store and saw Qi Tianfu holding Zhao Li's hand with one hand and holding her shoulder with the other hand, protecting her and slowly moving out. Qi Tianfu saw Lin Shen, his old face blushed, and he subconsciously took his hand back, as if he was caught cheating. "Fifth brother, that man." Zhao Li looked at the man who was grabbing eggs. "No need to say, I know everything, you guys go out first." Lin Shen glanced at the body on the ground, frowned slightly, stopped Zhao Li from continuing, and asked the two to leave the store first. "Fifth brother, I don't think that man is bad. He just cut in line because he cut in line." Zhao Li felt that this reason seemed a bit far-fetched, and cutting in line was not a crime punishable by death, but for some reason, Zhao Li still felt that she should say something for the man. In Zhao Li's opinion, as long as Lin Shen came, the man would be miserable. "Well, I know." Lin Shen was a little surprised, motioned them to go out, and then walked towards the man himself. "Friend, I can understand your feelings, but killing people is always bad." Lin Shen walked to the side of the man, wanting to see who this man was. This is his place, and it is also the Lin family's business. If it can't be solved, the Lin family's business will be difficult to do in the future. But when Lin Shen walked to the side and saw his face, the words behind him suddenly seemed to be stuck, and he couldn't say anything. Fuck. How could he be here? Lin Shen felt his scalp tingling, and all the hair on his body stood up. Lin Shen only took a glance and recognized that this man was the man in the frost giant tree. He felt like God was playing a joke on him. He couldn't imagine how this man left King Kai's planet and came here. Now Lin Shen was a little embarrassed. He didn't know whether to leave or not. He stood there for a long time without moving. The man ignored him and continued to put in coins to grab the genetic mutation eggs. But he didn't catch any after throwing many coins. He didn't know any skills at all, and he was just a complete novice. Unless he caught a certain number of times, he would definitely not catch anything. Lin Shen now regretted that he had set the probability of the machine too low, thinking, if he can't catch the base-changing egg in a while, he won't kill me here. Right? Now there are only him and the man in the store. If the man really wants to kill, he will be the first to be killed. Lin Shen's mind was racing, thinking about how to deal with the situation in front of him. Fight desperately? Impossible, there is no chance to fight desperately. He has seen the opponent's strength, which is beyond his reach at present. If the opponent wants to kill him, even if the angel revolver is in his hand and his finger is on the trigger, he has no chance to shoot. What's more, even if he shoots, it will be useless, because this man can easily crush the crystal base. Lin Shen has no intention of taking action, and he vaguely feels that if he takes action, he will definitely die, but if he doesn't take action, maybe he will be fine. When they were at the frost giant tree, Lin Shen felt that this man was not the type to casually kill people. Zhao Li said that just now, and Lin Shen felt that his previous judgment of the man should be correct. Lin Shen thought about it and began to slowly retreat, wanting to leave the store directly. At worst, the store would be gone, and he could take whatever he wanted inside. It didn't matter. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. The man had been grabbing eggs and ignored him. When Lin Shen was about to reach the door of the store, he suddenly heard the man say, "Where are you going?" "Find someone to clean it up." Lin Shen had to stop and pointed at the body on the ground. "The coins are gone, change them for me." The man got up and walked to the counter, put a stack of banknotes on it, and said to Lin Shen. Lin Shen had no choice but to walk behind the counter, habitually counted the money first, and then took out the coins. The man took the coins, turned around and returned to the egg-grabbing machine, and continued to play the game with coins. He is really a particular person. Lin Shen secretly breathed a sigh of relief. At least now he could be sure that the other party would not casually kill people. After coming out of the counter, Lin Shen wanted to go out again. Although the other party looked like a decent person, who knew if he was the kind of moody pervert, Lin Shen didn't dare to gamble his life on the other party's character. Stop. His fingers just touched the handle of the glass door, and before he pushed the door open, the man called him again. "Is there anything else?" Lin Shen had to stop and looked at the man and asked. The man was still operating the control lever and did not look back. He said calmly, "We met on Caillou. I've seen him before." The other party had already recognized him. Lin Shen didn't want to admit it. Now he was very doubtful whether the man came to his store by coincidence or on purpose. Let's say it's a coincidence. A man who grows in a tree has just arrived on the human home planet. Where did he get the information that this was his own store? To say it's not a coincidence, it's too much of a coincidence. The home planet is so big, why did he come to the Blackbird base, and why did he come to his own store? Is this your shop? The man asked again. Yes. At this point, Lin Shen could only admit it. I spent 500 yuan before, and now I have spent another 500 yuan. Can I catch the genetically modified eggs inside? The man continued to ask without looking back. Yes. Lin Shen answered firmly. Because the genetically modified eggs inside are the best in the store, the probability of this machine is the lowest in the entire store, and it can only be caught once in 20 or so times. Each time you play the game, you need to put in 2 coins, each coin is 10 yuan, which means you can catch a genetically modified egg for about 400 yuan. Of course, this is just a possibility, but if the angle of your lower claws is too bad, you will not be able to grasp the genetically modified eggs inside. No matter how tight your claws are, you will not be able to grasp them. Lin Shen was not worried about this. With the weirdo's ability and judgment, he was able to catch the Zhongji transformed eggs every time, but because his claws were too loose, he couldn't catch them. As long as it reaches a certain number of times, the claws will naturally become very tight. As long as the grasp is successful, the genetically modified eggs will be able to be caught. The weirdo bought 1,000 yuan worth of coins twice. If he was lucky, he could catch 3 genetically modified eggs. If he was not lucky, he should be able to catch 2. Lin Shen was still sure of this. Then just wait, the weirdo said while continuing to catch the bastard eggs. You mean, if you can't catch the doll, you will kill me, right? Lin Shen guessed. The weirdo didn't answer, just playing with himself. Regarding the weirdo, Lin Shen already had some speculations in his mind. He would not kill people casually, but his threshold for killing was very low, so low that normal people might not be able to understand it. It seems that you are a man of rules, so let's follow the rules. Lin Shen said in a deep voice, if you can't catch the genetically modified eggs, you want to kill me. Although I don't agree that I deserve to die, but that is your standard, I deserve to die according to your standards, so I admit it. But if according to your standards, I don't deserve to die, but you don't have to pay anything, isn't it a bit unfair? Zhao Li and Qi Tianfu hid outside the store and eavesdropped on what was going on inside. When they heard Lin Shen saying that if the weirdo couldn't catch the doll, he would kill him, Qi Tianfu curled his lips and said, that guy adjusted the claws in the store. So Song, he must be punished now, if he can't be caught, he will be dead. Shut your crow's mouth, you will definitely catch it. You will definitely hit once in 20 times or so. Zhao Li glared at him and said. 1 time in about 20 times, it's just that the tightness of the claws can catch the genetically modified eggs. What if the weirdo missed it that time? Qi Tianfu said. Nothing bad. Zhao Li stretched out her hand and pinched Qi Tianfu, which made Qi Tianfu grit his teeth in pain. There were many people watching from a distance outside, including people from the Qi family and the Wang family. Such a big thing happened at the Suanio base. Qi Shuheng and Wang Tianer were both here, but they didn't dare to get close to the rich egg-catching shop. Is that murderous devil coming for your Qi family or the Lin family? Wang Tianer asked thoughtfully. It should be for the Lin family. Our Qi family just suffered an unreasonable disaster. Qi Shuheng told the results of his investigation. After hearing this, Wang Tianer smiled bitterly and said, to kill so many people because of a child's rude behavior, that person's murderous intention is really serious. This is how the world is. Qi Shuheng was very depressed. If the investigation had been clear earlier, the Qi family's alloys would not have to die. If they had known that the weirdo was so fierce, the Qi family would not have sent people to find trouble for him again. That man is so murderous. I'm afraid Lin Shen will be in bad luck this time. Wang Tianer sighed. Although Lin Shen's death was a good thing for the Wang family, being crushed like this made Wang Tianer feel a bit sad. Someone can crush Lin Shen of the Lin family to death today, and maybe it will be Wang Tianer's turn someday in the future. Who can guarantee that he will never offend anyone in his life? Even if he doesn't offend anyone, there are so many people in the Wang family, and if someone offends someone they can't afford to offend, it will be a disaster for the Wang family. At the door of the egg-catching shop, Uncle Lei and several principals of the Lin family came with genetic changers. At the Blackbird base, if the Lin family was bullied like this, they would not allow it. It's a pity that among these people, not even a crystal base can be found. They are all alloy grade. No matter how many people there are, it is useless. Everyone go back to their respective posts. Don't leave your post without permission. Lin Shen saw them rushing in and stood inside the door and shouted at them. He knew that these people came here just to die, and that they were of no use and were giving away their lives in vain. Didn't you hear what I said? I, the fifth eldest son of the Lin family, can't talk anymore? Seeing those people refusing to retreat, Lin Shen said with a cold face. Little fifth master, it's not that we don't listen to you, but the master, if you are not here, we cannot let you be wronged, let alone let anyone take your life. Uncle Lei said. No one is harming my life. I will handle my own affairs. Uncle Lei, am I still from the Lin family? Do I still mean what I say? Lin Shen said with a cold face. Uncle Lei gritted his teeth and said to the four principals, you should take the people back first. Isn't this bad? If the master is not here, what if something happens to the fifth master? A boss muttered. Listen to me, Xiaowu has his own sense of proportion. Uncle Lei said. The four principals thought about it and they were right. Based on Lin Shen's performance on Kaiwang's star, if he couldn't handle it, it would be useless for them to get there. The four principals looked at each other and retreated with their genetic changers. Uncle Lei didn't leave, he still stood outside and watched the situation inside, and didn't say anything else. When Lin Shen saw that Uncle Lei hadn't left, he knew there was no point in rushing and said nothing more. What you said makes sense. The weirdo stopped, turned around, and looked at Lin Shen head-on for the first time. If you can't catch him, I will kill you. If you catch him, you want to what? My life? I have no interest in your life. If you catch it, don't kill people casually in the future. Lin Shen thought for a while and said. If the weirdo agreed, at least he couldn't kill people in the Suanio base. Lin Shen also wanted to protect the Lin family. Otherwise, even if Lin Shen won, he didn't kill Lin Shen this time, but with such a murderous devil in the Suanio base, who knows what will happen. You still want my life. Who knows that the weirdo just said coldly, then turned around and continued to catch eggs. Lin Shen didn't know whether what the weirdo said was true or false, and who knew if he would really keep his promise after losing. If he really went to kill the weirdo, and the weirdo didn't keep his promise and killed him back, wouldn't Lin Shen lose a lot? Seeing that the weirdo couldn't catch the eggs again and again, Lin Shen was slightly shocked. Before Lin Shen came, the weirdo had exchanged 500 game coins. It should have caught one. But he didn't catch it. Lin Shen exchanged 500 game coins for him again, and he caught it more than 10 times. With so many times before, he should have caught it, but he still didn't catch it. Zhao Li didn't adjust the probability again. Lin Shen looked at Zhao Li, who was peeking outside the door. Zhao Li had been with Lin Shen for several years after all, and she understood with this look, and shook her head outside. If it hasn't been adjusted, there shouldn't be a problem, or the last time the claws were tight enough, the weirdo just started playing and didn't seize the opportunity. Lin Shen thought to himself. Seeing that the game coins in the weirdo's basket were gradually decreasing, Lin Shen couldn't help but get nervous. Is there something wrong with the machine? Why haven't you caught it yet? Seeing that there were only a few game coins in the basket, Lin Shen couldn't help but secretly accumulate strength, planning to rush out with the stepping immortal court immediately if he really lost. Although the stepping immortal court was not as fast as the weirdo, it was also the last ray of hope. Now Lin Shen suspected that the weirdo had tampered with the machine, otherwise why couldn't he catch it? Just as Lin Shen was thinking about it, he suddenly heard the joyful music coming from the egg-catching machine, and the colored light bulbs on the machine also flashed. Caught it. Lin Shen breathed a sigh of relief. At least this level was over, and he didn't know if the weirdo would embarrass him again. After the weirdo caught it, he didn't take the fallen genetic eggs. There were still a few coins in the basket, and he didn't continue playing, but stood up directly. Watching the weirdo approaching step by step, Lin Shen frowned secretly. Is he angry and wants to do it directly? I'll give you my life, kill it. The weirdo walked in front of Lin Shen and said this coldly. Is it so casual? Lin Shen looked at the motionless weirdo in front of him with a very strange look. Forget it, go away. Lin Shen didn't want to take this risk. Don't you want my life? The weirdo didn't leave, still looking at Lin Shen, and said, I never said I wanted your life. Lin Shen frowned. The weirdo looked at Lin Shen without saying anything, but slowly stretched out his hand. Lin Shen immediately used the immortal stepping court, stepped back and smashed the glass in an instant, turned around without hesitation and rushed away. The weirdo was stunned for a moment, looking at Lin Shen, who was running away on the long street like a wild horse, and the corner of his mouth on half of his face was slightly raised, revealing a weird smile. The weirdo stepped out slowly, and everything around him seemed to be still. Everyone watched the weirdo walk out of the store and walk towards the direction where Lin Shen disappeared, and no one could move at all. Lin Shen walked faster and faster, and the power in his body was like a roaring torrent, pushing his body forward and accelerating again and again. His flesh and blood body was about to be crushed, and the steel shell automatically protected his body, and he rushed out of the Sueño base like the wind. The speed was still increasing, and he had broken through the sound barrier. A cone-shaped gas explosion formed outside his body, breaking through the limit again and again with the sound of explosion. The steel armor could not bear the impact and turned red and golden, like a meteor falling into the atmosphere and burning. Wherever it passed, the surrounding grass and trees were blown to the sides by the air wave. After running for a while, Lin Shen slowly stopped, and the red armor on his body gradually returned to the color of steel. Why don't you run away? The weirdo's voice sounded behind Lin Shen. I can't run away, I just want to talk in another place. Lin Shen turned around and looked at the weirdo. He knew that the weirdo really wanted to chase him, and he couldn't even run out of the store. What did you say? The weirdo looked at Lin Shen with interest and asked. Why do you have to kill me? Lin Shen asked in a deep voice. Did I say I would kill you? The weirdo smiled on half of his human face, but the other half of his steel face was motionless, looking extremely weird. Why do you reach out if you don't want to kill me? Lin Shen was stunned for a moment. To get my things back. The weirdo said. Your things? What things? Lin Shen was a little confused. He didn't remember when he took the weirdo's things. When he was at the frost giant tree, he didn't take anything. Could it be those frost warriors? Lin Shen thought about it, and it seemed that was the only possibility. The transmitter on your wrist is mine. The weirdo looked at Lin Shen and said, "Is this yours?" Lin Shen was shocked, and his fingers kept pressing the switch of the mechanical watch. He didn't actually run out, he really wanted to escape, but he wanted to change a place to start teleporting and go directly to King Kai. No matter how fast the monster was, he couldn't catch up to King Kai. If the monster caught up with him at the beginning, he would have teleported. Just now, it didn't matter if he was seen. Saving his life was the first priority. Unexpectedly, the monster just followed him and had no intention of getting close. Lin Shen ran all the way out of the base. The monster nodded, but his eyes were always looking at Lin Shen. This was Lin Shen's last means of saving his life. If he gave it to the monster would kill him, and he would no longer have the ability to protect himself. If he didn't give it, even if he teleported to King Kai, the monster knew the ability of the watch and would definitely wait for him to come back here, and he would still be in trouble. Lin Shen gritted his teeth and pressed the switch of the watch directly. He didn't waste words with the monster, because he knew that maybe as long as he said something wrong, the monster would take his life. He didn't want to give the watch to the monster, which would be equivalent to handing his life over to the monster. Even if his chances of survival were slim, he would still take a chance, and he would rather die in his own hands. Is it so difficult to follow the rules? The weirdo watched Lin Shen press the switch, but did not stop him. Disappointment appeared on his face, and he muttered to himself, "I thought he was an interesting guy, but he turned out to be a boring person. He could be free if he let go, so why did he choose death?" At the moment when Lin Shen pressed the switch, the weirdo's metal finger moved, and the wheel on the watch jumped inexplicably. The scenery in front of Lin Shen changed. The moment he stepped on the ground, he immediately found something wrong. He had clearly chosen the grassy slope, but there was no grassy slope in front of him. There was only a bare surface. The ground looked like dust and sand. In the distance were circular volcanoes that were not connected to each other and dotted on the empty land. What was even more wrong was that the gravity was different from that of King Kai. The gravity of King Kai was much stronger than that of the mother planet, but the gravity here was weaker than that of the mother planet. It felt like a huge hydrogen balloon was tied to my body, and I could fly with a little effort. What was even more terrifying was that Lin Shen felt that he couldn't breathe. The gas he inhaled made his entire respiratory tract burn and hot, as if he had inhaled sulfuric acid, accompanied by a strong feeling of suffocation. This is not King Kai. There is no oxygen in the air of this planet. Lin Shen immediately held his breath. He looked down at his watch, and the countdown displayed on it was 30 days. Lin Shen wanted to cry, but had no tears. He adjusted the time to a longer time. He originally wanted to use these 30 days to improve his strength and level as much as possible on King Kai, so that when he was teleported back, he might be able to survive the monster's hands. Who knew that this teleportation device could not only teleport to King Kai, but also to other planets? He was sure that the reason for the transmission error was that the monster had tampered with it, but he didn't know how he had tampered with it. It was useless to think so much now. The cold air penetrated through the steel armor, letting Lin Shen know clearly that the temperature here was much lower than that of the mother planet and King Kai. It would be difficult for ordinary people to survive in such a low temperature. The reason why there was no glacier was probably because there was no water on this planet. There was no oxygen, no water, extremely low temperature, and no food. There must be threats that Lin Shen didn't know about. To survive in such a place for 30 days, Lin Shen felt that he had entered a copy of Hell difficulty. He opened his backpack and took a look, and found that Fatty was still sleeping. The environment here had no effect on him. It turns out that I'm the only one injured. Lin Shen sighed, took out the pet launcher, launched the pets, and kept them nearby. He sat down and began to practice the Book of Fear of Death. Now, he can only hope that the theory of evolution may allow him to survive in this environment. If he can't even get through the first level, then let alone 30 days, at most 1 or 2 hours later, he will have to meet his ancestors. There are no shelters nearby. Except for those craters like volcanoes, the rest are flat. And there is no place to hide. As time passed, Lin Shen felt more and more uncomfortable in his body. No one wants to experience the feeling of suffocation. Before, Lin Shen couldn't make up his mind to hold his breath because it was too dangerous, and it was difficult for normal humans to endure that feeling. There are many ways for humans to commit suicide. Some people choose to jump off the building, some choose to hang themselves, and some choose to drink poison, but no one can hold their breath to suffocate themselves to death without external interference. No one can suffocate themselves to death, so the theory of evolution has never been triggered. Of course, it is possible that it cannot be triggered at all. When the person suffocates to death, he will be dead, and evolution theory is useless. Now Lin Shen can only hope that evolution theory is useful, otherwise he will die. More than an hour has passed, and Lin Shen has felt extremely hypoxic, but the feeling of suffocation has eased, his body has become soft, and his cerebral cortex has begun to heat up, making him feel a little comfortable. But this is not the effect of evolution theory, but the wrong signal generated by the brain after the hypoxia reaches a certain level. At this level, it will soon enter a fatal stage. Sure enough, not long after, Lin Shen's whole body began to twitch, and he could no longer hold his breath. No matter what was outside, he began to breathe naturally. I don't know what gas entered the body through the respiratory tract. Lin Shen felt that his entire respiratory tract was like being burned by an iron, and it seemed to be torn apart. Lin Shen curled up in pain, and soon struggled and twitched desperately, trying to grab his throat with both hands. That kind of pain can no longer be described in words, no matter how outrageous the adjective is. It is difficult to describe his pain at this time. If there is hell in the world, Lin Shen feels that he should be at the bottom layer now. Evolution has been silent, and Lin Shen even has the urge to commit suicide. Can't stand it anymore. Fortunately, he still held back, grabbing his arms with both hands, and scratching his steel armor. When Lin Shen almost thought he was going to die, evolution finally started to work. The next second, horrible pain swept through his whole body, every organ, every inch of skin, every cell, seemed to be suffering. In extreme pain, Lin Shen finally fainted. I don't know how long it took. When Lin Shen woke up, he found that the steel armor on his body had automatically returned to his body. The pain that seemed to fall into purgatory also disappeared. He was still breathing, but he didn't feel the pain anymore. It was just that there seemed to be a special smell in the air, a bit like the smell of the air after a lot of fireworks were set off. I survived. Lin Shen took a deep breath, but was choked by the strong smell, and tears flowed. After the tears flowed out, they immediately turned into ice crystals, hanging in the corners of Lin Shen's eyes like diamonds. What kind of planet is this? Lin Shen stood up and transformed again, using his carapace to protect his body. He felt much better breathing through the carapace. The main purpose was to keep the water in the body. Otherwise, in such a place, if the body lost too much water, he would still die. Lin Shen tried to hold his breath again, and the result surprised him. When he held his breath, the Afraid of Death Immortality Sutra actually started to work automatically. During the time he was unconscious, he had unknowingly entered the Immortality Sutra. He looked at the time on his watch and found that he had been unconscious for more than 40 hours. No wonder he had already entered the Immortality Sutra. It seems that this is a planet without life. Lin Shen looked at the planet carefully this time. At a glance, there was indeed no sign of life. At first glance, it felt that this place was somewhat similar to the moon, and there were many craters on the ground. But it was obvious that this was not the moon. From here, neither the mother planet nor the familiar sun could be seen. You can see a light blue sun that is somewhat similar to King Kai's planet, but the light blue sun here is a little smaller than the one on King Kai's planet. Lin Shen could feel that this planet had an atmosphere. But the composition of the atmosphere was different from that of the mother planet. Lin Shen moved his body and jumped nearly 10 meters with a light jump. He didn't use much strength at all. It is estimated that ordinary people can easily jump 4 or 5 meters here. Originally, Lin Shen planned to use these 30 days to upgrade his level, but there were no genetically modified creatures here. What else could he upgrade? Lin Shen thought about it and looked at the nearest crater, hoping to find something. If he couldn't find water and food, he could only survive by drinking his pet's genetically modified fluid. My God, what did I see? After Lin Shen climbed up the crater, he looked inside and his eyes widened. Inside the crater, Lin Shen saw boiling magma, but the magma here was not red or gold, but a kind of cyan magma, emitting strong cyan light, like some kind of energy pool. And in the cyan magma, there was a creature like a dragon bathing. Yes, it was bathing, with its cyan crystal shell, playing freely in the cyan magma. The wide dragon wings were almost transparent and looked extremely beautiful. What made Lin Shen even more amazed was that when the cyan crystal dragon was playing, a huge dragon ball was suspended beside it, and there was also a radiant dragon-shaped pattern rotating inside it. Not only does this planet have creatures, but they are also ascending creatures. Lin Shen was surprised and happy. With creatures, he had a source of food, but he didn't have the ability to kill this ascending big guy. Without any hesitation, Lin Shen retreated carefully and went down the mountain quietly along the original route, fearing that the blue crystal dragon would hear his voice. After leaving the crater for more than 10 miles, Lin Shen dared to breathe. He had been holding his breath all the time. Will there be ascended creatures inside the other craters? Lin Shen decided to take a look, maybe there would be something to gain. He chose another crater and walked over. He didn't dare to ride the big red bull, fearing that the big red bull would make too much noise when running, and it would be bad if it alarmed the creatures in the crater. When he came to another crater, Lin Shen climbed up quietly and wasted a lot of time to climb to the top of the mountain. He took a sneak peek inside, and it was indeed the same blue magma pool inside, but this time he didn't see any ascended creatures. Lin Shen glanced down a few times, and suddenly his eyes lit up. He found that there were some holes of different sizes on the mountain wall not far from the blue magma. The hole was not deep, and the bottom could be seen from a distance. Rather than A hole, it was more like a deeper pit on the mountain wall. In several of the holes, Lin Shen saw some eggs with green spiritual patterns. Is that an ascending egg? It was the first time that Lin Shen saw the eggs of an ascending creature with his own eyes. The spiritual patterns on them indicated that they would be upgraded after birth. If these ascending eggs could be obtained, their value would be immeasurable. The trouble was that even if the ascending creatures had just hatched, he was not their opponent, and it was almost impossible to tame them. So the greatest value of these ascending eggs, to Lin Shen, was actually the egg liquid inside them. The effect of the egg liquid could be equal to that of the base mutation liquid, and it was even more useful. The problem was that Lin Shen didn't know how far these ascending eggs had hatched. If he took the eggs out and opened them, there happened to be an ascending creature that had already developed completely and was just about to break out of its shell, then he would be in big trouble. So no matter how excited Lin Shen was, he didn't rush to steal those ascending eggs. Now that he only saw the ascended eggs, but not the creatures that gave birth to them, Lin Shen did not dare to act rashly. When Lin Shen was wondering why he did not see their parents, he suddenly saw the turquoise magma surging, and turquoise crystal jade heads popped out of it. After a while, creatures that looked like velociraptors, with 6 legs and a pair of claws, a single horn on their heads, and a body like turquoise emerged from the magma, soared into the air, and fell into different caves. Seeing this scene, Lin Shen shrank his neck and buried his head even lower. There were all ascended creatures below, with more than 100 of them. Once he was discovered, he would probably die without a burial place. While the ascended creatures below were still calling and struggling, Lin Shen quietly retreated from the crater. Are there no genetically modified creatures here? Lin Shen did not believe it and continued to go to other craters. He needed to find some genetically modified creatures first to ensure that there was food for this period of time, and then come up with other ideas. On the open land, there is a crater every few dozen miles. On such a large planet, there are craters everywhere. It is hard to imagine how many craters there are here. If there are ascended creatures in every crater, it will be a terrifying number that is unimaginable. If these ascended creatures were placed on the mother planet, it is estimated that humans would have no living space long ago. Lin Shen went to several more craters and found ascended creatures in the mountains. Some craters have groups of ascended creatures, while others have only a few or even 1 or 2. No matter how many there are ascended creatures inside. And there is not a single basic mutation creature. What surprised Lin Shen was that there were so many ascended creatures here, but no one flew out of the crater, which made him feel something was wrong. Even if those ascended creatures like the high-temperature environment in the crater and don't like the cold environment outside, there should be some that occasionally fly out to take a look, even if they fly out accidentally. They are ascended creatures, they can all fly. There is no reason for them to stay in the crater all the time. No, nothing at all. Lin Shen had been on this planet for such a long time, but he had not seen a single creature outside the crater. Lin Shen felt that there must be some reason why those ascended creatures were unwilling or unable to leave the crater. Thinking about this question in his mind, Lin Shen came to another crater. This crater was smaller than the ones he had seen before. The crater is smaller than the other craters, and its height is less than half of those taller craters, and its diameter is also much smaller. Lin Shen quickly climbed to the top of the mountain and secretly looked down. This time, Lin Shen was a little surprised. There was no blue Magma at the bottom of this crater. This was the first time Lin Shen saw a dry crater. Without the blue magma, you can see that the bottom is full of asphalt-like crystals. Judging from the dust on it, no creatures have been here for a long time. What made Lin Shen happy was that there was an oversized egg at the bottom. Because there was thick dust on the egg, Lin Shen couldn't tell whether it was a base mutated egg or an ascended egg. It should be more likely to be an ascended egg. After all, he has been here for so long and has not seen any base mutated creatures. After carefully looking at the inside of the crater, he found no caves or anything like that. There was only one egg at the bottom, and it was covered with dust. Lin Shen was relieved and summoned the mutant black-armored centipede to explore the way. The mutated black-armored centipede circled below, and after making sure there was no danger, Lin Shen carefully went down into the crater and came to the front of the egg. There is thick dust everywhere. The dust on this planet is very strange. It is not the kind of particles, but in pieces, like snowflakes and the ashes of burned paper. The dust is slightly thicker, and walking on it feels like walking on a harder sponge. This may also be because the gravity here is too weak. When I looked at it from above, I felt that the egg was not big. But when I got closer, I realized that it was much bigger than I thought. The diameter is close to 1 meter and the height is estimated to be more than 2 meters. It was covered with dust, and the original color and texture could no longer be seen. Lin Shen took out a towel and wiped the dust on it. The eggshell under the dust is the color of cyan steel, just like the color of the blue edge forged from hundreds of refined steel. There is a layer of glaze on the outside, giving people a translucent illusion. Lin Shen knocked off all the dust on it, and the true nature of the entire egg appeared in front of Lin Shen. There are no spiritual patterns on it. Lin Shen was overjoyed. There are no spirit patterns, indicating that this egg is not a flying upgrade, and it looks more like a steel-level genetically modified creature. Without the high temperature of the cyan magma in this crater, the genetically modified eggs may not be able to hatch. Maybe they are still in the state of egg liquid. Lin Shen thought and pulled out the dead powder. It transformed into a spear state and stabbed directly at the genetically modified egg. After struggling for so long, he was already a little hungry, so it would be a good idea to get something to eat first. Even if it has hatched and formed, and it is not an ascended creature, Lin Shen is not afraid. Ding! When the dead powder's cone-like tail stabbed up, there was only a crisp sound, but no trace was left on the shell of the genetically modified egg. Is it so hard? Lin Shen was a little surprised. Although he just stabbed casually, with his current strength and the sharpness of the dead powder, the alloy egg should have penetrated directly. This made Lin Shen realize that this was not a steel egg, it just looked similar. It was probably a crystal egg. Lin Shen once again held death powder in his hand, and this time asked death powder to activate super base armor-piercing thorn and super base instant speed. With the blessing of these two skills, even crystal-based materials can poke a hole. Ding! There was another crisp sound, which made Lin Shen's eyes widen. This blow still failed to leave any mark on the egg shell. This is a bit strange. With the skills of the dead fans, even if it is a mutated crystal egg, it should be able to leave some traces on it. Now there are no traces at all. Could it be that this is an ascension egg? Lin worried that I had seen it wrong. I took a good look at the giant egg again. No matter how you look at it, there is no spiritual pattern on this egg, so it really shouldn't be an ascension egg. It's so strange. If it's not an ascended egg, how could it be so hard? Lin Shen thought for a moment and summoned the Frost Swordsman. Now his destructive power is the strongest among Lin Shen's pets. The Frost Swordsman appeared in front of the giant egg, holding a big sword in both hands, and slashed directly at the giant egg. The two-handed sword slashed violently at the giant egg. There was only a clang sound, but there was still no scar on it. This made Lin Shen a little surprised. The strength of Frost Swordsman 41 and the sharp weapon he brought with him failed to leave any traces on it. How hard is the shell of this giant egg? Lin Shen didn't order the Frost Swordsman to stop, he just kept slashing continuously. The slashes landed on the shell again and again, but they were never able to leave any traces on it. Lin Shen had no choice but to order the Frost Swordsman to stop first and look at the giant egg carefully. Again. Isn't this really an ascending egg? Lin Shen was filled with doubts. But no matter how you look at it, there are no spiritual patterns on it. Without spiritual patterns, it cannot be an ascended egg. This is absolutely correct. I just want to eat something, why is it so difficult? Lin Shen was a little depressed. Even the Frost Swordsman couldn't leave a mark on it, so I'm afraid the egg won't be able to be opened. When Lin Shen was depressed, he suddenly heard a click, and cracks appeared on the egg shell. The crack spread directly from top to bottom. Before Lin Shen could react, the egg shell was split in two from the middle and cracked on both sides. Lin Shen quickly flew back, staring intently inside the separated shell. As the shell fell, Lin Shen saw a strange creature standing upright inside. Humanoid creature. Lin Shen glanced at it, turned around and ran faster. The creature looked like a human wearing heavy armor. The main body of the armor was like bronze, but the edges seemed to fluoresce like green crystal. Lin Shen has never seen such a genetically modified creature. Steel is steel and crystal base is crystal base. However, this creature seems to have the characteristics of both steel and crystal base. Because this crater is not high and gravity is very weak, Lin Shen reached the top of the mountain in just a few ups and downs. Turning around, he saw that the genetically modified creature was staring at him coldly with a pair of green eyes under its visor. Lin Shen was suddenly shocked. He originally thought that the first thing after the genetically modified creature was born was to eat the egg shells. But as he stood there, he didn't even glance at the egg shell, he just stared straight at himself. No way. When Lin Shen was praying to himself, the genetically modified creature suddenly bent its legs, stepped heavily on the ground and jumped up. The force of his leap actually propelled his body like a cannonball towards Lin Shen on the top of the mountain. Oh my God, why are you looking for me when you don't eat properly? Lin Shen jumped down from the top of the mountain. At the same time, he pulled out the pet launcher and launched the big Red Bull. When he landed, he happened to ride on the back of the big Red Bull, and immediately let the big Red Bull run away. The genetically modified creature landed on the top of the mountain, took a look at the running big Red Bull, and jumped down from the mountain directly, chasing up at a faster speed. The speed of the big Red Bull was not as fast as his, and the distance was getting closer and closer. Lin Shen was depressed. He couldn't run away, and he couldn't fight. It was really difficult for him. The shell of this genetically modified creature was so hard, and his own strength must be higher. how could he fight it? Lin Shen looked back and saw that there was an acupuncture point on his body. However, the acupuncture point was located between his chest and abdomen. The speed difference was there, and it was a bit difficult to hit it head-on. Seeing that he couldn't run away, Lin Shen didn't run away. He gritted his teeth and pulled out his 2 guns. He kept shooting with both hands. One by one, the pets fell to the ground and surrounded the creature. Even if I can't kill you, I can surround you. I will hit you as long as I have a chance. Lin Shen was ruthless. In a moment, all the crystal-based and mutant crystal-based pets were fired by Lin Shen. More than 20 pets surrounded the creature. More than 20 crystal-based pets rushed towards the creature from all directions. Lin Shen didn't want to hurt it, as long as he could trap it. The mutated big red bull took the lead and rushed over. The white jade tiger and the black crystal stone man flew to the left and right, and 3 mutated black armored centipedes fell from the sky and attacked his eyes and neck. Other crystal-based pets also swarmed him, trying to suppress him even if they couldn't kill him. Maybe it was because he was just born, but he had never seen anything like this in the world. Surrounded by so many pets, he immediately burst out with his strongest power. A series of crystal patterns lit up on his body. The crystal lines that were originally only found on the edge of the armor quickly extended towards the carapace of the whole body. In an instant, the armor was covered with mysterious light patterns. The attacks from all the pets fell on him, but they had no effect at all. Instead, he kicked the big red bull on the head, and kicked the big red bull back hundreds of meters like a plow. The white jade tiger and the black crystal stone man were also thrown hundreds of meters away by him with one hand, and they hit the ground and made a big hole. 3 mutated black armored centipedes lay on his head, biting and scratching, but they couldn't hurt him at all. He grabbed one in each hand with his retracted hands and smashed it to the ground. Young, so young. Even if he doesn't use those weird light patterns, Lin Shen's pets can't hurt him. Now that he uses the power of light patterns, it can be seen that it consumes a lot of his own energy. Lin Shen did not hesitate to let those crystal-based pets pounce on him, even if it cost their lives, they would consume him. The heavily armored war godlike creature punched out the head of a crystal-based pet, and kicked a big hole out of the chest of a crystal-based pet. Lin Shen continued to launch pets, launching all the alloy pets he carried, leaving only Xiaoya, Xiaona, Dead Fan and Frost Swordsman. The genetically modified creature didn't know how to hold back at all. When the alloy pet pounced on him, he still attacked with all his strength. Seeing the alloy pets being killed by him one after another, Lin Shen was not surprised, but overjoyed. He quietly let his mutant pets and crystal-based pets fish as much as possible, and let the alloy pets go up to die first. After all, he was just born. Although he was powerful, his IQ was not fully developed, his judgment ability was not good, and his physical strength was also a problem. Other genetically modified creatures swallowed egg shells to replenish energy when they were just born. He rushed out to chase Lin Shen without eating the egg shells. At this time, the disadvantages can be seen. As the alloy pets died one after another, the light patterns on his body were slowly dimming. Seeing that his pets were being killed less and less, when all the alloy pets were about to be killed, the light patterns on the genetically modified creature had become flickering, and it was visible to the naked eye that its power and speed were decreasing. Of course, no matter how low it is, even if there are no light patterns, there will still be no problem in killing Lin Shen's pets. And Lin Shen's pets will still not be able to hurt him. He has been using light pattern, which is killing a chicken with a knife, and there is no need to be so wasteful. Finally, the light pattern on the genetically modified creature completely disappeared. Lin Shen's 2 launchers, which had been refilled with pet capsules, started shooting at him wildly again. It's just that only part of the capsules filled now are made of alloy, and most of them are made of steel. Looking at the pets rushing at high speed, the genetically modified creature punched the pets one at a time, blowing them up directly. Judging from his appearance, he seemed to be very excited about the fight, and he even kicked away several crystal-based pets that rushed toward him, helplessly unable to defeat the 4 hands. With 2 fists, the black crystal stone man finally seized the opportunity and hugged him from behind. Under normal circumstances, even if he is hugged, there is nothing a Jingji level can do against him. Lin Shen fired rapidly. Even though he was hugged by the black crystal stone man, the genetically modified creature was still extremely powerful and destroyed one pet after another. When the white jade tiger and the big red bull rushed up, the genetically modified creature, with no free limbs, jumped up and jumped into the air, with the black crystal stone man hugging him from behind to avoid the attack. The remaining 2 mutant black armored centipedes that had not been killed fluttered their wings and attacked him in the air. After all, the genetically modified creature has not yet ascended, and there is no way to change its direction in the air. It can only catch the mutated black armored centipede one by one. The genetically modified creatures had no time to pay attention to the steel pets that Lin Shen shot towards him. One by one, the steel creatures hit him. Instead, the bodies of the steel pets themselves were twisted into a ball after being hit, and some of them even fell apart. When the genetically modified creature was feeling proud, he suddenly saw Lin Shen's face appearing in front of him. The genetically modified creature, which was completely defenseless, was struck hard by Lin Shen's finger. Its body suddenly froze, and the hand that was trying to crush the mutated black armored centipede also stopped. Seeing the body of the genetically modified creature stiff, Lin Shen was ecstatic in his heart. Acupoint tapping is indeed a magical skill. I can even touch such a powerful genetically modified creature. The genetically modified creature fell to the ground, its body trembling non-stop, and it seemed as if it would break through the limitations of the acupoint at any time. Seeing that the body of the genetically modified creature slowly started to move again, Lin Shen added another sharp finger, making the body of the genetically modified creature stiffen again. This guy is so strong. Lin Shen stood in front of him, adding a finger from time to time, making it difficult for the genetically modified creature to escape. There's no way to go on like this. We have to find a way to kill him. Or tame him. Lin Shen was worried inwardly. It can't be killed, and I don't know how to tame it. Lin Shen heard others say, Ouyang Yudu tamed a wild crystal-based creature. He said that he rode on the crystal-based creature all the time and would not get off no matter how hard it tried. When it was exhausted, it would finally recognize its master. Lin Shen felt that things might not be that simple. If it could be tamed just by riding it, it would be too easy for those ascenders to tame the base-based creatures. How come, until now, except for Ouyang Yudu, no one has ever heard of anyone taming wild base-based creatures? So Lin Shen felt that the key to Ouyang Yudu's taming of the base-based creatures should be the time when he and the base-based creatures fell into the lake. Unfortunately, no one saw what Ouyang Yudu did during that time, so even if Lin Shen wanted to learn, he couldn't. After a rough look, the mutant pets left were the big red bull, the stone man, the white jade tiger and 2 black armored centipedes, and they were all injured to varying degrees. The frost swordsman and the dead fan were not damaged because they were not allowed to go up at the beginning. There were only 3 crystal-based pets left, and 2 alloy pets left. Almost all of them were about to be wiped out. After paying so much to pin him down, Lin Shen would never be willing to retreat now. How can I tame him? Lin Shen thought to himself and asked the black crystal stone man and the mutant red bull, who were not seriously injured, to go to the crater and bring back the egg shell of this genetically modified creature. Not long after, the black crystal stone man and the big red bull pulled back the eggshell that had been split in half. The base mutated creature looked at the eggshell in front of him, and his expression seemed to have changed a little. But his eyes did not become soft, but even more fierce, and his body struggled desperately, trying to get rid of the control of the acupoints. When his body was able to move slightly, Lin Shen directly added another finger. Give me your key, and they are yours. Lin Shen pointed at the eggshell and said to him. The base mutated creature glared at Lin Shen fiercely, and it was not known whether he did not understand what Lin Shen said, or whether he was disdainful of what he said. You are not obedient, right? Then we will keep wasting time and see how long you can hold on. Lin Shen said fiercely. He did not have any good solution. This guy's physique was too strong, and he had nothing in his hand that could kill him. Even if he could kill him, Lin Shen was actually not willing to kill him. Killing him would only get some materials. If he could turn him into his own pet, it would be very useful. With this guy's physical strength and destructive ability, when the light pattern is fully open, it can pose a certain threat to Fei Xingjin. Lin Shen doesn't expect him to kill Fei Xingjin, as long as he can break the eggshell of the ascending egg. There are so many ascending creatures and ascending eggs on this planet, Lin Shen plans to steal some to eat. But the ascending eggs are too hard, and Lin Shen has nothing on him that can open the ascending eggs. If this guy can be used for his own use, the problem will be solved. There is no better way. For the time being, Lin Shen summoned Xiaoya and Xiaona. Although they are also flesh and blood, they can adapt to the environment of this planet like fatty. Go collect the base change liquid. Lin Shen ordered them to collect the base change liquid of dead pets. It's not that Lin Shen has no feelings, but in this situation, if he can't find other food, he can only rely on these base change liquids to maintain his life. Xiaoya and Xiaona took the water bag in Lin Shen's hand and went to collect the base change liquid of dead pets. This job is only they can do. The other pets were clumsy, they were okay in fighting, but they couldn't do this kind of delicate work. Xiaoya and Xiaona collected the genetic fluid, while Lin Shen was in a stalemate with the genetic creature. After a while, the genetic creature suddenly lit up with light patterns again. Lin Shen's face changed slightly, and he quickly reached out to press his acupoints. But this time, with the defense of the light patterns, the strength on his fingers was completely unable to penetrate. The genetic creature did not stop struggling, and the range of movement gradually increased. Not good. Lin Shen hurriedly collected his pets and quickly moved away. Just when Lin Shen thought he was going to lose blood this time, he suddenly saw that Xiaona did not obey his order to change back to the capsule state, but walked towards the genetic creature that had more and more light patterns on its body and was about to recover its ability to move. What's the situation? She is made of steel. She doesn't want to do that, genetic creature, right? When Lin Shen was wondering what Xiaona wanted to do, he saw her put the porcelain gourd in her hand on the head of the genetic creature. This was a little different from what Lin Shen had thought. He thought Xiaona would hold the gourd and yell at the genetically modified creature, "I call you, do you dare to answer?" The gourd was placed on the head of the genetically modified creature. He had been able to move slightly, but suddenly stopped moving, and his body shook even more violently. The porcelain gourd on the head of the genetically modified creature seemed to have infinite weight, pressing him so hard that he could not move. He could only fight it with all his strength. The light pattern on his body became brighter and brighter, but his body was pressed lower and lower. Is Xiaona so fierce? Lin Shen was stunned. Xiaona held the porcelain gourd every day, and it didn't look heavy. I didn't expect it to be so strong. With the strength of the genetically modified creature, it was pressed so hard that it was difficult to fight. Its body was getting lower and lower. No matter how hard it tried, it couldn't get rid of the suppression of the porcelain gourd. Lin Shen guessed that this was probably some skill of Xiaona, not that the porcelain gourd was really that heavy. But it was surprising enough that a steel-level skill could suppress such a genetically modified creature. This made Lin Shen doubt their relationship with the ancient king. The genetically modified creature was trembling all over, and half of its body had sunk into the ground, but it still couldn't get rid of the suppression. Looking at his trembling body, if he continued, I'm afraid the armor on his body would be crushed. The genetically modified creature suddenly let out a loud cry, and then a small key sprayed out from his forehead. Lin Shen was overjoyed, reached out to catch the key, and then inserted the key into his keyhole. Lin Shen probed the key, but the genetically modified creature still did not move, and did not turn into an egg. Xiaona next to him reached out and took the porcelain gourd, and the body of the genetically modified creature suddenly changed, and soon turned into a small pet capsule. Get the Super Gene Pet Dragon Hunter Kiwis. The watch vibrated, and a line of information appeared on it. Huh. What does Kiwis mean? Is this his name? Pets actually have names? Lin Shen was a little shocked. A pet actually had a name, which he had never seen before. Lin Shen hurried to look at the detailed information of Dragon Hunter Kiwis. A base-based creature with a name made him very curious. Dragon Hunter Kiwis, super base-based crystal-based. Creature can evolve strength, 41. Speed, 41. Hardness, 41. Toughness, 41. Base mutation rate, 100%. Talent skills, Super Base Dragon. Mark, Super Base Dragon Soul, Super Base Dragon Killer, Super Base Braveheart. Dragon Hunter Kiwis, a legendary dragon hunter, the strongest dragon hunter. Super Base Dragon Mark, every time Kiwis kills a dragon, he will mark its dragon soul on his body. When the dragon mark is activated, he can get the blessing of the dragon soul. Super Base Dragon Soul, the body obtained by bathing in dragon blood is almost immortal. Super Base Dragon Killer, possesses the power to restrain dragon creatures. Super Base Brave Heart, in the brave heart state, all attributes and skills will be enhanced to a certain extent. Lin Shen has never seen such detailed pet information. Although the attributes of Dragon Hunter Kiwis are not much different from those of Frost Swordsman, the combat ability is very different. Kiwis actually has 4 skills, and all 4 skills are abnormal. From his combat power, it can be seen that this guy has so many skills, and his combat power is not inferior to that of ordinary ascenders. This is too strong. With kiwis, can't he steal those ascending eggs? He has the talent of a dragon killer, and his damage to dragon creatures is enhanced. He should be able to break those ascending eggs. Lin Shen felt that his future was bright. The depressed mood that he had felt before because of the loss of so many pets was completely healed at this moment. Summon the dragon hunter kiwis and let him eat his eggshell first. Lin Shen's eyes fell on Xiaoya and Xiaona. Looking them up and down. Originally thought that it was just the innate skills that were a little mysterious, but now it seems that it is not as simple as mystery. The iron level can suppress the dragon hunter kiwis. It is really too powerful. Lin Shen also has so many fire skills, but he still can't suppress kiwis. Xiaona can suppress it with only a porcelain. Lin Shen thinks that this is not just a powerful skill. His eyes fell on the porcelain gourd in Xiaona's hand, and many thoughts flashed through his mind. He had an assumption in his mind. If the treasure chest is really the treasure chest of the ancient king, then is there a possibility that the porcelain in Xiaoya and Xiaona's hands is what the ancient king really thinks is the most precious thing? Otherwise, it is really hard to explain why the objects in the hands of a mere steel creature can be so powerful. I wonder if I can use the porcelain in their hands? Lin Shen looked at the porcelain in their hands with some greed. As if sensing something, Xiaoya and Xiaona both subconsciously hugged the porcelain in their hands tightly. Lin Shen quickly put away the greed in his eyes and said sanctimoniously, "Xiaoya, Xiaona, show me your porcelain." They immediately turned around to protect the porcelain in their hands, as if they were guarding against thieves, and had no intention of giving it to him. "What do you mean? Even you are my people, why are you guarding against me?" Lin Shen complained in his heart. On second thought, they couldn't run away anyway, there would be plenty of time and opportunities in the future, and there would always be a chance to get the porcelain if he got along with them well. Beautiful, beautiful girl pets, plus having such a treasure, it's so perfect. If they were human, I would want to marry them back as my wife. Lin Shen also realized that if people who knew the porcelain in Xiaoya and Xiaona's hands saw them, he might really be in big trouble. Be more careful in the future. Lin Shen was secretly alert in his heart. Kiwis had eaten all the eggshells, and it seemed that he had recovered quite well and his physical strength was fully restored. You said you didn't want to eat good things, but you had to chase me to be a pet. Why? Lin Shen looked at kiwis proudly, and read his information again. He was still so awesome. You killed so many of my pets. Now it's time for you to repay me. Lin Shen packed up his things and took kiwis to another crater. One black armored centipede died, and the remaining two were also seriously injured and had no fighting power. The big red bull and the stone man also had a lot of injuries, but they were not fatal. Give them some base transformation fluid and they should be able to recover after a while. The white jade tiger was the least injured. Lin Shen originally wanted to ride it to hurry on, but it was too bumpy when running, which was really uncomfortable. Lin Shen had to choose to walk by himself and practice stepping on the fairy court by the way. It's amazing that Lin Shen practiced 3 evolution techniques at the same time, but it seemed that they didn't interfere with each other at all. Without any conflict. I don't know who is more tolerant, which led to the current result. You can practice stepping on the immortal courtyard when walking, practice fear of death and immortality sutra when sleeping, and evolution theory will automatically operate when encountering extreme environments. The 3 evolution techniques are simply a perfect combination. Climbing up a huge crater, Lin Shen found that the mountain walls inside the crater were full of nests. The ascending creatures like pterosaurs kept shuttling between the nests and the cyan magma. There were probably thousands of them. Lin Shen saw a unique Qinggang pterosaur. At a glance, its body was obviously larger than that of ordinary Qinggang pterosaurs. Moreover, ordinary pterosaurs were cyan, but it was blue, which was obviously a mutant quality. What made Lin Shen even more envious was that in the nest of the blue pterosaur, there was a blue-skinned ascending egg, which was obviously a mutant egg. What a pity. There are too many pterosaurs here, and there is no chance to go down and steal the mutant egg. Lin Shen looked for a long time and decided to give up. He would not do anything that would risk his life. He went to several more craters, but did not find a good opportunity, nor did he see a crater without magma. After climbing up a crater again, Lin Shen looked inside and was immediately happy. There was a platform on the inner wall of the crater, and there was a stone nest on the platform. There were 3 blue crystal eggs the size of a human head in the nest, and there were light patterns similar to Triceratops on the egg shells. He looked carefully inside the crater, but did not see any other creatures. Lin Shen looked again and again, but still did not find any other creatures. He no longer hesitated and sent the white jade tiger to jump down. The white jade tiger landed on the platform, looked around, found no danger, and then jumped up with an ascension egg in its mouth. The weirdo would never have dreamed that he wanted to kill me, but ended up giving me a big benefit. Lin Shen held the ascension egg and felt a little floating. This is an ascension pet, and it should be able to sell for a high price. After several trips back and forth, the white jade tiger took out all 3 ascension eggs. Lin Shen did not dare to stay here for long, so he ran with the ascension eggs and soon left the crater. After finding a deeper pit, Lin Shen sat in it and placed 3 ascension eggs in front of him. These ascension eggs should not hatch in a short time, right? Lin Shen was thinking about how to deal with these 3 eggs. If you want to maximize the benefits, it is best if he takes all 3 ascending eggs back. He will definitely be able to sell them for a good price. Unfortunately, he is only at the iron level. Even if he can tame the ascending pets, they will become capsules and cannot be activated unless they reach the upgrade level. Just as he was thinking about it, he suddenly heard an angry roar from a distance. Lin Shen stood up and looked outside the pit. He saw a huge blue crystal triceratops rushing from the direction of the crater. It should be the owner of the 3 ascending eggs. This scared Lin Shen, but a closer look surprised him. The blue crystal triceratops rushed out of the crater. It seemed that a layer of frost had formed on its blue crystal body, and the frost was still condensing. The speed of the blue crystal triceratops was not as fast as expected. It felt much slower than Zheng Guyuan, whom Lin Shen had seen before. Could it be that the reason why the ascended creatures here don't leave the crater is because the environment outside the crater will cause harm to them? Lin Shen was surprised and happy. Seeing the blue crystal triceratops rushing over, he shot and released kiwis. After kiwis fell to the ground, he took a look at the blue crystal triceratops running towards him, and the light pattern on his body immediately lit up. The blue crystal triceratops roared, and a blue crystal trident spewed out of its mouth, stabbing kiwis in the air. Lin Shen looked at kiwis nervously, not knowing whether his ability could compete with the ascended creatures, and how strong the dragon killer's restraint on dragon creatures was. After all, it was a battle between a base change and an ascended creature, which was a real challenge of a higher level. The blue crystal trident stabbed in the air, and the dragon pattern on Kevis's body became brighter and brighter. Until the trident rushed in front of him, Kevis suddenly dodged sideways and grabbed the pole of the blue crystal trident with both hands. The blue crystal trident immediately raised up, carrying Kevis's body into the sky, and kept shuttling in the air, as if trying to throw Kevis away. Unfortunately, Kevis held the pole tightly, and no matter how the blue crystal trident was swung, it could not throw Kevis away. There was a layer of frost visible on the blue crystal trident. The environment of this planet actually had the same effect on the life base. The blue crystal triceratops roared, and the blue crystal trident suddenly turned around and flew towards the blue crystal triceratops. The 3 dragon horns of the blue crystal triceratops were aimed at Kevis hanging on the trident. If he didn't let go, he would hit the dragon horns directly and his body would be pierced immediately. The trident flew in front of the triceratops in an instant, but Kevis didn't let go. Seeing that his body was about to hit it, Kevis suddenly straightened his waist, swung his hands hard, and jumped above the trident, stepping hard on the trident with his feet. The original trajectory of the trident was to fly over the head of the blue crystal triceratops. With Kevis's sudden step, the trajectory of the trident suddenly shifted downward. Because the speed was too fast and the distance was too close, the blue crystal triceratops didn't react at all. And the trident had already pierced its own head. A flying creature was killed just like that. This is too cool. Dragon Hunter Kevis is really something. Lin Shen was very surprised. However, he also knew that although Kevis was indeed very strong, it was not entirely because he was strong that he could kill the blue crystal triceratops so cleanly. The environment of this planet had a strong negative impact on the creatures here. The blue crystal triceratops did not really exert its ability, so it was easily killed by Kevis. Just looking at the speed of the blue crystal triceratops, it can be seen that its speed is estimated to be only more than 50. Lin Shen can see it clearly. Unlike when he faced Xinggu Yuan, his eyes could not keep up with the speed of his life base flying. What is going on with this planet? Why are the creatures bred on this planet not adapted to the environment here and can only survive in the crater? Lin Shen was full of doubts. Kill the ascended creature Supersource Triceratops. Found a first-turn spirit base Supersource Trident. A prompt also appeared on the watch. Sure enough, it's just a first-turn spirit base. Lin Shen had learned some things about the flying upgrade from Tian Xian before. The life bases that have just been promoted to the flying upgrade are all first turn. The life base can grow by devouring the life bases of other creatures, and the upper limit of the growth value is 100 points. When you reach 100 points, you can try to advance to the next level, but you can also choose not to advance and choose to reincarnate your life base. The growth value will return to 0, and the upper limit of the growth value will become 110 points. When the growth value reaches the maximum again, you can choose to reincarnate again, and the upper limit of the growth value will become 120 points. The more times you reincarnate, the higher the upper limit will be, and the stronger the power of the life base will be, but the difficulty of growing the growth value will increase with each reincarnation. When you reincarnate for the first time, you can increase the growth value by swallowing a spirit base at random. After a few turns, it is difficult to increase the growth value by using the spirit base of the first turn. It is said that the maximum can be 10 turns. If the growth value of the life base of 10 turns is filled, the power can be doubled compared to the life base of 1 turn. Lin Shen ran over and collected the ascension fluid of the super source. Triceratops with a water bag. Lin Shen didn't know if he could use the ascension fluid, so he collected it first and asked Wei Wufu later. It would be good to get a few more spirit bases. After packing up his things, Lin Shen took kiwis to other craters to look for opportunities. Now that he knew that the creatures here would be restricted if they left the crater, Lin Shen felt more at ease. As long as he didn't enter the crater, there shouldn't be much danger. While Lin Shen was looking for an opportunity, a big event happened. On King Kai, a team of hundreds of base changers encountered a large-scale super-burning army when they were hunting base changers. On King Kai, thousands of super-burning warriors surrounded the base changer team, and hundreds of base changers were killed without exception. In a short period of time, several such incidents have occurred. All major families have temporarily stopped their plans to enter King Kai, otherwise it would be difficult to ensure the safety of their own base changers. Unwilling to give up the resources of King Kai, the major families are actively seeking solutions. Several families have united to form an elite team to try to destroy the super-burning army. After several attempts, humans and the super-burning army have won and lost, and the effect is not very good. The Ouyang family of the God's Love base contacted the major families and prepared for a large-scale joint action. If the super-burning legion problem is not completely solved, the resources obtained will not be enough to offset the losses. Lin Shen, naturally, did not know about these things. He was still looking for opportunities on that planet to hunt various supersource dragons. In the past month, Lin Shen and the dragon hunters only killed 3 ascended creatures, all of which were first-level supersource triceratops. It was mainly those ascended creatures that looked advanced. Lin Shen did not dare to touch them, and those ascended creatures that lived in groups, Lin Shen did not dare to provoke them, so he could only find some lone low-level ascended creatures to kill, and the hunting speed was much slower. Only the supersource triceratops lived alone, and its level was relatively low, so it could only be used for the operation. Seeing that the countdown was about to end, Lin Shen packed up his things and waited to return to the mother planet. I hope that weirdo is not waiting for me. Lin Shen prayed secretly. Lin Shen also considered it, and it was estimated that the weirdo thought he was dead, and it was unlikely that he would wait for him in the same place. However, just in case, Lin Shen still made sufficient preparations. The moment the countdown ended, the scenery in front of Lin Shen changed and returned to a familiar place. Lin Shen hid behind the body of the supersource triceratops and summoned the dragon hunter kiwis as soon as possible. The double guns in his hands fired continuously, and pets appeared around him one by one. Fortunately, the figure of the weirdo was not found, and Lin Shen breathed a sigh of relief. Sure enough, he's gone. Lin Shen looked at the sky. The sun hadn't set yet. He planned to return to the base quietly at night. He buried the bodies of the 3 ascended creatures first. After finally waiting until the sun set, Lin Shen sneaked back to the Suenio base and went to the business to find Uncle Lei first. Master Wu, it's great that you're okay. Uncle Lei was so excited when he saw Lin Shen that he almost cried. The people in the Lin family were going crazy these days. If Lin Shen had any accidents, Uncle Lei didn't know how to explain to Lin. Meow. Uncle Lei, is that weirdo still in our Suenio base? Lin Shen asked. No, after you left, that weirdo left and I never saw him again. Uncle Lei said. Lin Shen thought for a while and said, don't spread the news of my return. There's one more thing. I hid some things outside the base. You have to help me transport them back. Where is it? I'll take people there now. Uncle Lei said. Find a few trustworthy people. Get a few big cars and canvas, and don't let outsiders see us. Let's go together. Lin Shen said. Okay. Uncle Lei was a little confused, but he didn't ask any more questions. When Uncle Lei saw the body of the super source Triceratops, his eyes widened and he said in disbelief, Brother Xiaowu, did you hunt these ascended creatures? After transporting the bodies of the super origin Triceratops to the warehouse, Lin Shen and Uncle Lei discussed how to deal with the bodies, and then returned to their residence alone. When he returned home, he found Wei Wufu in his yard, which made Lin Shen very happy. He happened to have many things to ask Wei Wufu. Weird? Wei Wufu asked directly when he saw Lin Shen. Lin Shen told Wei Wufu what happened and asked some questions. Wei Wufu thought for a long time before expressing his own judgment. Wei Wufu had no idea where that weirdo came from. He had never heard of such a person existing, and he didn't know whether the weirdo was a human or an alien creature. Unable to figure out the origin of the weirdo, Wei Wufu made it very clear about some issues regarding ascended creatures. To Lin Shen's disappointment, Wei Wufu said that under normal circumstances, genetic changes cannot use the ascension liquid because the energy contained in the ascension liquid is too terrifying. Even the body of a crystal-based creature cannot withstand the instantaneous release of the ascension liquid energy, which will cause losses to the body. The only good news is that Wei Wufu brought back an original egg to Lin Shen. Old Wei, can you tell the difference between these two original eggs? Which one is of better quality? Lin Shen showed Wei Wufu the original egg. That Tu Xiaodao gave him. I don't know. Wei Wufu shook his head directly. Seeing that Lin Shen was disappointed, Wei Wufu pointed to the original egg he brought back and said, original eggs are rare, try it. You said this original egg is rare? Lin Shen was a little surprised. Wei Wufu said it was rare, so there must be something special about it. After asking in detail for a while, Lin Shen finally figured out why Wei Wufu said that this original egg was rare. Half a month ago, a tide of beasts emerged from an originally inconspicuous genetic transformation area below Tiancheng, and there were actually many ascended creatures among them. After the Wei family repelled the beast tide, they went directly into the genetic transformation area, found the genetic transformation point, and got back the original egg. I originally thought this was an Ascension original seed egg, the kind that could allow a genetic changer to ascend. After the test, it was found that it was still an ordinary original egg, not the kind of original egg that could allow the gene changer to ascend. This is very strange. Creatures infected by ordinary original eggs are generally difficult to advance to the next level. In this genetically modified area, infected by the primary seed egg, so many ascended creatures can appear. It should be the kind of ascended primary seed egg, but it turned out not to be the case. Old Wei, what is the situation in Tiancheng? It has been more than 200 years. And the genetically modified area there has not been cleaned up yet? Lin Shen asked doubtfully. It's difficult to hold on, Wei Wufu said. Lin Shen was shocked and quickly asked, carefully. Only then did he know how bad the situation in Tiancheng was. More than 200 years ago, transport warehouses of original eggs were scattered around the world, forming many mutation zones. What fell over Tiancheng was not just a few transport warehouses, but the damaged transport ship fell directly and crashed into the depths of the ground near Tiancheng. By coincidence, the place where the transport ship crashed was originally a bottomless underground hole. The transport ship crashed directly into the depths of the ground and exploded. In the underground space, 10,000 meters below, there are countless original eggs scattered in the underground space. For more than 200 years, the Wei family has to fight off hundreds of waves of beasts rushing out of the cave. Every year, the Wei family also rushed into the underground space many times, trying to completely clean out the original eggs inside. It's a pity that the people of the Wei family are growing, and the genetically modified creatures in the underground space are also growing. Although hundreds of genetically modified areas in the underground space have been cleared, there are still only a lot more genetically modified creatures inside, and we don't even know that there are still more genetically modified creatures. How many original eggs are inside? It can be said that if there were no Wei family, and all the genetically modified creatures in the underground space rushed out, most of the human bases would probably be doomed. The Wei family also paid a huge price for this. The Wei family originally had more than 1,000 direct bloodlines, but now only 13 direct bloodlines are left. In order to guard the underground space, people from the Wei family almost never leave Tiancheng. The ascended beings of the Wei family also sacrificed the opportunity to enter the universe and stayed in Tiancheng to suppress the underground space. They never stepped out of the Tiancheng in their lives, in order to suppress the terrifying existence that had appeared in the underground space. The Amaji Wei family is known as the last line of defense of mankind and the hardest backbone. It was obtained with more than 200 years of blood and tears, and it was also built with lives. A city with 1,000 people, a guard for 100 years, these 8 words are a legend forged with blood and bones. In addition to the people of the Wei family, there are actually other people in Tiancheng. Some of them volunteer to help the Wei family guard the underground space, and some are genetic changes sent by the big families to support the Wei family. Of course, they are not purely trying to help the Wei family, they mainly want the genetic resources in the underground space. After Lin Shen understood the details, he understood why there were people like Wei Wufu. Perhaps only the Wei family could cultivate people like Wei Wufu. It is our duty to do so. When Lin Shen heard Wei Wufu say these words, he thought Wei Wufu was a little too paranoid. Thinking about it now, without the paranoia of the Wei family, humanity would not be in the current situation. Old Wei, do you have enough original eggs for your promotion? Lin Shen asked with a sigh. Wei Wufu didn't speak, he just used the power of genetic transformation, and the purple crystal carapace wrapped his whole body. Promoted to Jingji. Lin Shen was very happy. After putting away the original eggs given by Lao Wei, Lin Shen returned to his room, planning to use the original eggs to promote the alloy today. Even Wei Wufu said that Tiancheng didn't know how long it could be guarded. Once Tiancheng fell, even if he wanted to be a rich man who didn't care about the world, he would no longer be able to do it. He would have to upgrade his level as soon as possible. After arranging everything, Lin Shen took out the original egg given to him by Wei Wufu and swallowed it directly. The moment the original egg slipped into his belly, a coldness spread in Lin Shen's stomach, filling his whole body in an instant, making Lin Shen feel like he had fallen into an ice cellar. Instead of forming a cocoon like the first time, the genetically modified carapace emerged automatically and wrapped around Lin Shen's whole body. It's just that the genetic carapace at this time is not solid, but squirming like a viscous liquid. The theory of evolution started to work automatically, making The coldness penetrated even deeper into the bone marrow. Slowly, the coldness disappeared, and the body became hotter and hotter. The carapace on his body also became hotter and hotter. The viscous liquid clung to Lin Shen's body like molten iron, twisting, squirming, and deforming. In a daze, Lin Shen seemed to see a light and shadow overlapping his body. The liquid squirmed along the light and shadow, and finally turned into the form of light and shadow, and began to slowly solidify. The iron-grade carapace is really like the carapace of an insect, without too many modifications or shapes, just a protective shell that fits the human body. After being promoted to alloy, the carapace made of the base-changed material is obviously more like armor, with different edges and lines. This is related to the evolutionary technique practiced. Some evolutionary techniques can make the alloy carapace change greatly, while some evolutionary techniques will only make the alloy carapace slightly change. Different people practice the same evolutionary technique, so the shape of their alloy carapace will be similar. Although it will not be exactly the same, it is roughly the same. Therefore, looking at the shape of the carapace is also one of the ways to identify what kind of evolutionary technique the other party has practiced. Common base change techniques are easier to identify. The 5 basic evolutionary techniques are easier to identify because there are many people practicing them. After practicing the genuine evolutionary theory, the base-changed carapace will change more greatly, and it will become more like armor than other evolutionary techniques. But this is not the main sign of evolutionary theory, because the base-changed carapace of evolutionary theory changes too much, resulting in a wide variety of styles, so it is not easy to distinguish evolutionary theory from the shape. The reason why evolution is relatively easy to distinguish is that it relies on the symbolic patterns on the shell. To distinguish evolution. Evolution is one of the few evolutionary techniques that will have special symbolic patterns on the shell. After cultivation, and those symbolic patterns are actually a kind of hieroglyphics. So, as long as you can see the hieroglyphic patterns on the base transformed shell, no matter which word it is, no matter where it is on the armor, as long as there are hieroglyphic patterns, it is likely that you are cultivating evolution. Compared with the steel-level base transformed shell on Lin Shen, the changes are very huge. The original mirror effect is still there, but the color and texture have changed a little, from the color of steel to a tungsten steel-like black. Now it looks like a black mirror effect, and the texture looks much harder than before. The shape is even more special. When the shell of ordinary people changes to armor, the shape is more inclined to ancient armor. Now Lin Shen's base transformed shell is more inclined to a more modern shape. The lines are smooth and beautiful, and the sharp edges and corners do not make people feel abrupt, with a sense of technology. There are also hieroglyphic patterns on the shell, and there are many of them, arranged neatly, almost covering the entire armor, but these patterns are like shadows in the mirror. Very dim and not obvious, and you can't see them without looking carefully. The shadow-like pattern not only does not affect the overall beauty of the shell, but also makes the original pure black mirror effect more solid. Lin Shen only took a look at the shape in the mirror and felt that this base-changed shell was really cool. But this was not what he cared about. Lin Shen didn't really care about the appearance, the key was the talent skills. He used the original egg, and the probability of not getting the talent skills after the alloy was promoted was almost zero. However, using the original egg also has obvious disadvantages, because you don't know what kind of talent skills this original egg will bring you, just like a random lottery. Lin Shen was afraid that he would draw a talent skill that he couldn't use, which would be depressing. User, super base alloy creatures, can evolve strength, 31. Speed, 21. Hardness, 21. Toughness, 21. Base transformation rate, 1%. Theoretical upper limit of life activity, 300. Base transformation talent. Superbase text. Superbase text, each mysterious hieroglyph represents a part of the world. No matter where in the world, it can absorb the power of the world to bless itself. Lin Shen directly read his information with his watch. He only knew that superbase text is a skill that can absorb external power to bless itself, but he has no way of knowing the effect. He must test it before knowing. However, no matter what the effect is, at least the few things that Lin Shen is worried about did not happen. Although he does not know the quality of the second original egg, he is still a superbase evolution, and his skills are not conflicting, and it is still a relatively compatible one. The blessing obtained by the infinite power contract is still there, and it has not been covered by his power increase after his promotion. Before the promotion, the dead fans had provided him with 10 points of strength. With these 10 points of strength, he only has 31 strength at the alloy level, which is stronger than some crystal bases with poor strength. The die-hard fans are still growing, and they should be able to continue to provide him with power points. Lin Shen directly used the super basic text, wanting to try out what kind of benefits this skill can provide him. As soon as the super basic text was opened, the text that was originally hidden under the mirror like a shadow, glowed white fluorescence at the same time. Black armor and white lines. It seemed that there were countless fluorescent points, gathering from all directions to the white fluorescent text. Lin Shen suddenly felt that there was an extra force in his body, and this force was still growing endlessly, like a sea, embracing hundreds of rivers. Lin Shen was surprised and happy. This skill was like constantly drinking supplementary potions or base transformation fluid. With this skill, he could use the base transformation power almost infinitely. But this is not the most important thing. Even without this skill, he can stay in the base transformation state for a long time with the theory of evolution, which is no problem. The problem is that with the ability of super basic text to absorb external energy, his super basicization time can be extended, as long as the absorption speed can keep up with the consumption. Theoretically, he can use the super base all the time without worrying about overconsumption. Lin Shen immediately began his experiment to see if the power absorbed by the super base text can keep up with the consumption of the super base text. After conducting various experiments, Lin Shen found a problem. The effect of the super base text is regional. The more stable the area, the less wind, rain, thunder, and lightning, the less landslides and tsunamis, and the less cold and hot places, the slower the super base text absorbs energy. In the strong wind and waves, or in extremely cold and hot places, the super base text absorbs energy faster. In other words, the worse the environment, the faster the super base text absorbs energy. The energy absorbed by the superbase text at ordinary times can only prolong the time of superbase, but still cannot reach the intensity of continuous use. The worse the environment, the longer Lin Shen can use the superbase. In theory, as long as the environment is bad enough, Lin Shen can use the super base all the time. However, even in an ordinary environment, with the blessing of the superbase text, it is still no problem to use the superbase text for half an hour. Moreover, after using the superbase transformation, the body's over-consumption state will recover faster, unlike before when it took a long time to become weak. Using the superbase transformation alone has greatly increased Lin Shen's physical strength and endurance, and the main feature is endurance. When the energy accumulates to a certain level, it can also have a certain impact on the surrounding values. Super base transformation can be said to be an all-round gain. The only thing that makes people depressed is that this gain is only effective when the super base transformation is turned on, which is considered a temporary gain. How is it? Wei Wufu rarely took the initiative to care about Lin Shen. When they met the next day, he took a look at Lin Shen and asked. The effect is very good, there is no conflict in skills. Lin Shen directly used the base transformation shell and then opened the super base text. Not bad. After listening to Lin Shen's explanation, Wei Wufu nodded slightly. Is this just not bad? Lin Shen was a little depressed. It was difficult for him to get a sense of accomplishment from Wei Wufu. Strong, alloy, too weak. Wei Wufu said again. Old Wei, what you said is a bit too unscrupulous. Before, you just asked if the alloy was good. You have only been promoted to the crystal base for a few days, and you dislike the alloy for being weak. Lin Shen was almost choked to death by Wei Wufu's words. Wei Wufu ignored him, pointed to the sky outside, and said, let's go there. Why are you in a hurry to go to King Kai? Lin Shen asked, puzzledly. Wei Wufu patiently explained to Lin Shen, and Lin Shen finally understood why Wei Wufu wanted to go to King Kai. Originally, Lin Shen thought that Wei Wufu was interested in the KO Tower. After all, given the situation in Tiancheng, they were very short of things like pet acceleration launchers. The people of the Wei family could not leave Tiancheng, so they could not develop their own power on the alien planet like other families, and it was difficult to get alien technology products. Most of the things were exchanged with other families for base transformation resources. Those families always asked for high prices, so the Wei family was very short of these things. At that time, Lin Shen felt that those families were really damned. Don't they understand that if the Wei family fell, no one would be able to guard the underground space, and the whole world would be ruined? At that time, Wei Wufu's words made Lin Shen silent. What he meant was, the mother planet is over, and they still have alien families, so the impact is not big. Later, Lin Shen thought about it and it was right. For those who have established family power on alien planets, the mother planet is just a planet with poor resources, and there are many restrictions. It is like a chicken rib. It is a pity to abandon it, but it is tasteless to eat it. For them now, the mother planet can only be regarded as a new training camp for newcomers, used to train their own young people. In fact, those families that have already established power on alien planets, and young people born on alien planets, basically will not return to their home planet. The reason why Wei Wufu went to King Kai was not entirely for the pet launcher of King Kai Tower, but mainly for a large number of super burning helmets and super burning suits. Wei Wufu wanted these things not for himself, but for those who volunteered to garrison in Tiancheng and help the Wei family defend the city. The helmets and suits that Wei Wufu brought back before were quite effective, and he planned to bring back as many as possible. Now the super burning warriors on King Kai have gathered together, and there are at least several thousand people each time they go out. I guess this is still their initiative to divide their troops and attack. In fact, they should have gathered together, with a number of more than 20,000. And more than 2,000 crystal bases. If you and I encounter such a legion, I am afraid it will be difficult to escape unscathed. Lin Shen repeated what he knew after he came back. Wei Wufu obviously knew more than him and only said 3 words, Jinshui Lake. That's the only way. Lin Shen nodded, thought for a while and said, I have a corpse of a flying upgrade and a first-level spiritual base here. Can you use them? No. Wei Wufu obviously had no interest in these materials. Tiancheng still needed some technological products. If you don't want them, can you help me sell these things in Tiancheng in the name of your Wei family and exchange them for something I can use, such as the original seed egg that can make people ascend? Lin Shen is now thinking about how to get an original seed egg that can make him ascend. You must use the original seed egg to ascend. If you change it to an ordinary ascending egg, his previous efforts will be in vain and he won't get a double life base. But even in Tiancheng, that kind of original seed egg is a rare thing. And there are even fewer in the outside world. The original seed eggs in the world combined are not even a fraction of those in Tiancheng, but no one can record the original seed eggs in Tiancheng. If you want to get the original seed egg for ascension, you can only find a way in Tiancheng. It's not dark yet, Wei Wufu said indifferently. Lin Shen also knew it was impossible, so he shrugged and said nothing more. After thinking for a while, Lin Shen said, I can go with you, but I can't reveal my identity. That weirdo thought I was dead. If he knew I was still alive, he might come trouble me again. I am not his opponent now. After I ascend, I won't be afraid of him coming to trouble me again. It's not possible now. Disguise? Wei Wufu didn't know how Lin Shen was going to disguise himself. No matter how he disguised himself, once the battle started, there would be no traces. No need to disguise. Lin Shen directly used the base transformation armor. I will go like this, no one can recognize me. Time. Wei Wufu wanted to say that the time was too long, and whether Lin Shen could keep in the base transformation state. Not long for me. Lin Shen's answer made Wei Wufu stunned. There is a 3-day time limit to go to King Kai's planet, which means that Lin Shen must maintain the base transformation state for 3 days. Wei Wufu himself can't maintain the base transformation state for such a long time, and he must need time to recover in the middle. Lin Shen said he was fine. And Wei Wufu believed him. This endurance surprised Wei Wufu a little. Lin Shen went to pack his things, and he needed to put his things in his backpack first. Of course, he couldn't use Tian Xian's heaven backpack, so he changed it to a backpack of the Super Burning Clan. The Angel Revolver was also put in the backpack first. If you need it, you can use the other one of the Deputy Army Commander. The speed is only a few points slower, so the impact is not great. Big Red Bull can be used, but Frost Swordsman cannot be used, and Dead Powder naturally cannot be used, and most other pets cannot be used. In fact, Lin Shen did not plan to use these pets, because he had Dragon Hunter Kiwis, which was the main combat force of Lin Shen this time. Although most of the genetically modified creatures on King Kai are not dragon creatures, even if the Dragon Killer talent is useless, relying only on other talents, Kiwis is almost invincible among the genetically modified creatures. After packing up, Lin Shen and Wei Wufu went to Jinshui Lake together. After arriving at Jinshui Lake, the two found that the situation here was a little wrong. Wei Wufu took Lin Shen to the camp of Cape Base, wanting to go from here with the genetically modified creatures of Cape Base. When they arrived at the camp of Cape Base, they found that there were only a few people left in the camp, and most people were not there. Wei Wufu asked and found that people from various bases were meeting together to discuss joint operations. The two hurried over. This was a good thing for them. If they followed the main force, they would not be afraid of being besieged by the super-burning legion. When the two arrived at the meeting place, they easily entered the venue. Thanks to Wei Wufu, a member of the Wei family. Then they found that there was a fierce quarrel inside the venue. The major bases were quarreling over who should be the commander-in-chief of this joint operation, and everyone was red-faced. There were dozens of bases and nearly 100 families involved in this operation, including more than a dozen families from the super base alone. Coupled with some small families and lone rangers, there were nearly 10,000 genetic changers in this operation. These many people definitely need unified command, but who will be the commander? The small families and the lone rangers have no objections, as long as they can follow the big army, but the people from the big families don't think so, and they are all vying for the position of commander-in-chief. Lin Shen saw many familiar faces, including Ouyang Yudu, Bai Shenfei, Mo Xingqi, Sui Qinglong, Sui Qingming, and others. Su Tianga is also there, but with the strength of his family, let alone the main stage, even the position in the stands below, is at the back. The sharp-eyed Su Tianga saw Wei Wufu and ran over quickly. "Brother Wei, when did you come back?" Su Tianga said as he looked at Lin Shen next to Wei Wufu, but he didn't recognize him. This carapace was so different from the previous Lin Shen that it was difficult to recognize him as the same person. Personal. What was the situation just now? Wei Wufu said. It's not just the people from the big families who want to be the commander-in-chief of this operation. The three most vocal ones right now are Zhui Qinglong from the Sword Alliance, Bai Shenfei from the Cape Base, and Huang Xiaohu from the Armed Base. Su Tianga whispered. Let's briefly talk about the current situation. Why is there no Ouyang Yudu? Lin Shen felt a little strange. With Ouyang Yudu's strength and reputation, how could there be no Ouyang Yudu? What Lin Shen said deliberately used the technique of changing his voice, which was similar to the technique he used when impersonating the fourth brother before, so Su Tianga couldn't even recognize his voice. The Shanai base supports the Haijiao base. They are in the same group. They support Bai Shenfei. Su Tianga said, the three people with the highest voices now have the support of several big families. Otherwise, why would their voices be so loud? Highest. What do you call this, friend? After Su Tianga finished speaking, he looked at Lin Shen and asked again. Just call me a Tian, this is my brother. Lin Shen pointed at Wei Wufu and said. Lin Shen still has respect for Tiancheng, and there is no shame in pretending to be Tiancheng. It turns out it's brother Tian. My name is Su Tianga. I'm from the Su family in the Yashan base. I'm also brother Wei's brother. From now on, we will be our own family. Su Tianga said with a smile when he heard that Lin Shen was from the Wei family in Tiancheng. The three of them stood behind and listened. For a while, each family still had their own opinions, and no one was convinced. It's just a mess. Lin Shen shook his head helplessly. If this continues, even if a commander-in-chief is forcibly selected, it may be difficult to unify the command after arriving at Kaiwang. Hey, what humans are best at is fighting among themselves. This is just a small scene, Su Tianga said with a smile. After a half-day meeting, no one was chosen as the commander-in-chief. In the end, we are going to vote tomorrow, and whoever gets more votes will be the commander-in-chief. When the meeting was over, Wei Wufu took Lin Shen to go to Sun Jian, the director of Haijiao base here, and explained his purpose. Brother Wei, come back to the camp with me. The day after tomorrow is the time when the Realm King development device will be opened. Then you can go in with the concubine and the others. Soon. Jian naturally welcomed Wei Wufu very much. The Wei family was famous for their combat prowess. Strong and popular wherever he goes. Wei Wufu and Lin Shen had planned this, so naturally they would not refuse. Why didn't Lin Shen come? Concubine Bai Shen, who was following Sun Jian, looked at Wei Wufu, then at Lin Shen next to him, and asked with a frown. Something's wrong. Wei Wufu replied. Concubine Bai Shen didn't ask any more questions. Mo Shen looked at Lin Shen curiously and said, does anyone in the Tianqing Wei family practice the theory of evolution? Of course there is. Lin Shen said casually. The reason why Mo Xingqi asked this question was because everyone in the big family knew that the Wei family practiced the Phoenix Purple Qi Ju. Phoenix Purple Qi Ju originated from the Phoenix clan, a powerful family in the universe, and is one of the 9 untold secrets of the Phoenix clan. The first generation of the Wei family walked on Earth and gained it unexpectedly while wandering in the universe. Since then, the Wei family has practiced the Phoenix Purple Qi Ju. There is only one human walker in each generation of the Wei family. The human walker of this generation is Wei Wufu. All affairs between Tianqing and the outside world must be completed by walking on the human world. Until Wei Wufu reaches the peak of ascending level, he needs to return to Tianqing to advance to the next level. After that, they can only stay in Tianqing City to guard the underground space, and choose another person to walk in the world. It can be seen from Wei Wufu's role as a human walker that there is really no one in the Wei family. Otherwise, Wei Wufu, who is not good at communicating with others, is not a suitable candidate for a human walker. As long as there is another available person, they probably won't choose Wei Wufu. My surname is not Wei, just call me a Tian. Lin Shen had no choice but to explain. He pretended to be from Tianqing, not from the Wei family, because everyone who knew Tianqing knew that there were only a few people in the Wei family, and it was impossible to suddenly give birth to a big living person. I see. Mo Xingqi thought that Lin Shen was one of those people who voluntarily went to Tianqing to help the Wei family guard the underground space, so it was normal for Lin Shen to practice any genetic transformation techniques. After saying goodbye to Su Tiange, the two followed the people from Haijiao base to their camp. After dinner, Lin Shen walked alone by the lake. In fact, he was practicing walking in the fairy garden, but in the eyes of others, he was just walking. After walking for a while, I suddenly saw concubine Bai Shen walking this way. Come here. Lin Shen looked at the mosaic-clad concubine Bai, feeling very upset, and he estimated that he would not have the chance to have this fire. Why don't you try again? When the two met at the lake, concubine Bai suddenly stared at Lin Shen and said, Miss Bai, what are you talking about? Lin Shen was slightly startled, knowing that concubine Bai suspected his identity, but he still pretended to be stupid. Your disguise can deceive others, but not me. Concubine Bai said coldly, why don't you try to practice the talent theory again? Choosing the evolution theory means that your future can be seen at a glance, and there are no other possibilities. Concubine Bai had said this, Lin Shen couldn't pretend anymore, so he had to sigh and said, some things can't be forced. My talent determines that I can't practice the talent theory. What's the point of insisting? As long as you work hard, there is still a possibility. The talent theory looks at talent, but also requires strong will and determination. If you can't practice it at the beginning, maybe it's just that your will and determination are not firm enough. Concubine bike continued. It's just an evolution technique. I don't think it's necessary to fight for it. Lin Shen frowned slightly. He didn't know why Bai Shenfei insisted on asking him to practice on talent. Is it not worth fighting for me? Bai Shenfei suddenly said this, which made Lin Shen stunned for a moment. Lin Shen was stunned. In his opinion, Bai Shenfei's words were a naked confession. No wonder Bai Shenfei insisted on letting me practice talent theory. She knew that I had not practiced talent theory and told others that I was his candidate. Finally, the case was solved. It turned out that she had been secretly in love with me. No wonder, alas, my charm that has nowhere to go. Girl, I am sorry for you and failed your kindness. You should have told me earlier. If I had known this, I would have tried my best. Lin Shen couldn't help but feel a little happy. Lin Shen didn't know that the reason why Bai Shenfei said this was because she thought Lin Shen slept with her. Of course, Lin Shen did sleep with her, but it was not the kind of sleep she thought. I also want to work hard, but I really can't do it. This is not something that can be done by hard work. Lin Shen felt that he couldn't hurt a woman who had a crush on him, so he took all the responsibility on himself. Bai Shenfei was silent for a long time after hearing this. She also knew that talent theory was not something that could be practiced by working hard, but there was just a little more possibility. But now she was very entangled. She had never thought about what kind of person she wanted to marry. Before she mistakenly thought that something had happened with Lin Shen, she had always just wanted to find someone who could practice talent theory as a partner. That was chosen by God for her, and she didn't need to think about it. It didn't matter who she was with, what mattered was that she could make talent theory break through. But after that time, Bai Shenfei's mentality changed subtly. Now even Bai Shenfei herself didn't know what kind of feeling she had for Lin Shen. There should be more than half of anger and hatred, and she even thought about killing Lin Shen herself, but it was not completely anger and hatred. At least she hesitated. Otherwise she would have attacked Lin Shen at that time. Before that, she didn't hate Lin Shen. Bai Shenfei also thought during this period that if Lin Shen practiced talent theory, then what happened before, she could comfort herself that it was God's arrangement. But now Lin Shen has clearly practiced theory of evolution, which makes her very disappointed, and she can't find an excuse to comfort herself. Since you can't do it, why do you treat me like that? Bai Shenfei stared at Lin Shen coldly, and the more she thought about it, the angrier she felt. This sentence made Lin Shen react a little. He had suspected before that Bai Shenfei had misunderstood what he did, but later thought it was unlikely. Now hearing Bai Shenfei say this, he knew that Bai Shenfei might really have misunderstood. Bai Shenfei, things are not what you think. Nothing happened that day. I was just tired and fell asleep next to me. Lin Shen tried to express his meaning as tactfully as possible. He couldn't say, I didn't sleep with you. That day, you thought too much, right? Bai Shenfei was slightly startled after hearing Lin Shen's words, and then it seemed like a big stone fell to the ground in her heart, and she felt relieved. You didn't lie to me? Bai Shenfei still couldn't believe it completely, and confirmed it again. Big sister, I really didn't touch you. I can swear to heaven that, apart from bringing you out of the underground space, I didn't even touch you with a finger when I was sleeping. Really, you have to believe me, I have no interest in you at all. This misunderstanding is huge. Lin Shen was anxious to explain, and for a while he was a little bit careless. After hearing Lin Shen's words, Bai Shenfei's mood immediately improved a lot, but after hearing these words again, Bai Shenfei suddenly felt uncomfortable again. Who is the big sister? What do you mean I have no interest in you at all? Bai Shenfei was very upset, and her eyes turned cold when she looked at Lin Shen. Although Bai Shenfei had never been interested in men and women since she was a child, she was a human being after all. Not a machine. It was impossible to say that she didn't have a little girl's mind. Now that Lin Shen said this to her face, Bai Shenfei felt very uncomfortable. That's good, I don't want to have anything to do with you either. Bai Shenfei said and turned away, no longer paying attention to Lin Shen. Please keep my identity a secret for the time being. I will keep the blackbird secret for you as well. Lin Shen hurriedly said behind him. Bai Shenfei did not answer, nor did she turn her head back, and soon walked away. Women are really strange animals. When there was a misunderstanding before, they could still talk to me nicely. Now that the misunderstanding has been resolved, why are they angry? I should not have explained it earlier. Lin Shen muttered to himself, not understanding what Bai Shenfei was thinking. After Bai Shenfei returned to her tent, she felt much more relaxed. During this period, because of this incident, she felt very heavy and thought about many things. She couldn't bear to kill Lin Shen, but she couldn't forgive Lin Shen either. There was always a knot in her heart. Today, this knot was finally put down, and she felt much more relaxed. But thinking about what Lin Shen said, Bai Shenfei felt a little itchy at the back of her teeth. Don't you think that practicing any evolution technique is the same? Then I'll show you how theory of talent and theory of evolution are different. Bai Shenfei was thinking in her mind how to hit Lin Shen hard. Lin Shen and Wei Wufu did not attend the voting meeting the next day. For them, it didn't matter who was the commander-in-chief, and they had no voting rights. Only the dozen or so big families that originally occupied the seats in Jinshui Lake had voting rights. Not everyone who participated in this operation had voting rights. As a result, when Sun Jian and the others came back, Lin Shen realized that this vote still failed to solve the problem. There are 17 votes in total, and concubine Bai Shen Wan Huang Xiaohu received 6 votes, and Zhu Qinglong received 5 votes. Originally, I planned to vote again, choosing between concubine Bai Shen and Huang Xiaohu, but who knew that there was an extra vote for Zhu Qinglong, and all 3 people had 6 votes, which made it difficult to handle. 1 extra vote temporarily? How could there be 1 extra vote? Lin Shen was a little surprised. He had never heard of such a thing as being able to get 1 extra vote temporarily during voting. This vote belongs to the Yashin base. After all, the Yashin base is the host and should have had 1 vote. Mo Xingqi said. Lin Shen thought this was even more strange. The Yashin base was just a small base, and they themselves were dependent on the big family. If these big families regarded them as hosts, they would have left an area in Jinshui Lake for the Yashin base. The fact is that they did not leave room for the Yashin base. If the Su family and the Lu family want to enter Kaiwang, they have to go to the areas of the big families. There were no votes in the Yashin base before, so why did there suddenly be an extra vote today? Seemingly sensing the doubts of Lin Shen and Wei Wufu, Mo Xingqi said, in the past, Yashin base had no votes, because their weight was not enough. Yesterday, Yashin Base had enough. Wait. As the host, they have one vote. No one can say anything. Who is their representative? Lin Shen really couldn't figure out how the Yashin Base suddenly became important enough. Yi Jingxin's daughter. Mo Xingqi said. Yi Jingxin's daughter? Lin Shen was shocked when he heard this, because the name Yi Jingxin was so amazing. There probably aren't many people on the home planet who haven't heard of the name Yi Jingren. Yi Jingren was not from a super base, nor did he have a family, but for such a person, no family dared to underestimate him. 40 years ago, a tide of beasts came ashore in the East China Sea. The number was too large to be counted. Many bases overseas and on the mainland joined forces to suppress the tide. But it was still difficult to stop the beast tide's offensive, and some bases along the coast and at sea quickly fell in a short period of time. The beast tide is not only large in number, but also has an astonishing number of ascended creatures, which cannot be resisted at all. All major families began to seek help from their own alien forces. Otherwise, even if the beast tide was blocked, most of the human race would die in the beast tide. The ascended person from the alien planet has not yet arrived, and a lone ascended person from the home planet came to the seaside. With one person and one whip, he hanged countless ascended creatures in the tide of beasts, beat countless genetically modified creatures to death, and single-handedly reversed the entire situation. That person was Yi Jingting, who was given the nickname Jing Tian Cheng, but this nickname was a bit indecent, and not many people called him by his real name. Although Yi Jingqing has no power and his whereabouts are erratic, as long as he has these 3 words, everyone in the world will give him 3 points of face. How can Yi Jingxin's daughter represent the Yashin Base? Doesn't the Yashin Base belong to the Su family and the Lu family? Wait, is Yi Jingxin's surname Yi? Lin Shen suddenly asked someone who looked like an idiot. Question. Of course Yi Jingxin's surname is Yi. Mo Xingqi looked at Lin Shen strangely, thinking that he was not very well-minded. Of course Lin Shen's mind was fine. Of course. He knew that Yi Jing's surname was Yi. In the Yashin Base, he also knew that there was a person named Yi, that is Mrs. Yi. No way? Mrs. Yi is Yi Jingqing's daughter. Lin Shen was shocked. Mo Xingqi's next words also confirmed Lin Shen's guess. Yi Jingqing's daughter now lives in Yashin Base. I don't know her name, but her husband's family name should be Yi. Now she calls herself Mrs. Yi. Lin Shen's expression became more and more strange. If he had known that Mrs. Yi was Yi Jingxin's daughter, and that Yi was really Yi Jingxin's granddaughter, why would Xingu Yuan have gone so far when he came to trouble him? Even if Xingu Yuan was full of courage, he wouldn't dare to act arrogant in front of Yi Jingqing's daughter. It's really off the mark. The more Lin Shen thought about it, the more he felt that he was really out of his mind. Why did he run away? You should first ask Yi Yuzhen who her grandfather is, and hug her thighs tightly in place. But Lin Shen didn't know about it at that time, and he couldn't blame him. The result? Wei Wufu asked. The result was that all 3 of them received 6 votes, and no one could do anything about it. In the end, it was decided to enter the KO planet in 3 groups, with Shen Fei, Sui Qinglong, and Huan Xiaohu each leading one team. Mo Xingqi replied. The situation doesn't look too bad. Lin Shen just wanted to follow the army, and it didn't matter who was in charge. Early the next morning, the families who supported White Goddess came to the camp at Cape Base, and many geneticists from each family came. Most of them are alloy-based changers, and there are also a few crystal-based ones. Lin Shen took a quick look and saw that there were about 300 crystal-based transmuters, led by Ouyang Yudu, and more than 1,000 alloy transmuters. If the numbers of the other two teams are similar, then there should be about 1,000 crystal bases for human action this time, and 3,000 to 4,000 alloy base changers. Such a number is almost enough to compete with the main force of the Super Combustion Legion, but now that the troops are divided into 3 groups, any team that encounters the opponent's main force will probably be difficult to beat the Super Combustion Legion. Although the more people who died, the better it would be for Lin Shen, but he did not want too many human geneticists to die. Concubine Bai Shen stood on the stage and gave a speech before departure. Ouyang Yudu and other heads of major families stood behind her, and it seemed that there were really stars shining over the moon. Lin Shen heard many people next to him sighing about the beauty of Bai Shenfei and Ouyang Yudu's appearance. He was really curious in his heart, how good-looking is Bai Shenfei? After the speech, concubine Bai Shen organized the numerous genetic changers into 10 teams and appointed captains of the 10 teams. The captains are basically members of big families like Ouyang Yudu, and most of their team members are their own geneticists. Concubine Bai Shen also led a team, most of which were geneticists from Haijiao Base, but she let Lin Shen and Wei Wufu in. After the team organization is completed, the time for the King of Kai development device to be activated again is coming soon. Concubine Bai Shen led everyone to the lake and stood as close as possible. Each team member stood closest to each other, which made it easier to quickly assemble the team after entering. Lin Shen was a little curious about where he would be teleported to this time. With his current survivability, it shouldn't be difficult to survive no matter where he was teleported. When the Kaiouan development device was activated again, everyone felt nervous. Buzz. Lin Shen once again experienced the feeling of being sucked in, spinning around and feeling very uncomfortable. The teleportation experience of this thing is far less comfortable than his watch. When Lin Shen landed on the ground, he found that the scenery in front of him was somewhat familiar. The sea and beach in front of him looked so familiar. Hey, this is where we first came. Lin Shen turned around and saw the reef area not far away. Wei Wufu was not far away, and the beach was full of geneticists. The distance between the teleportation locations is not far. Bai Shenfei has already begun to command the personnel to gather, and the nearby mutations have all gathered together. After a while, more than 200 people have gathered. Ouyang Yudu, Mo Xingqi, and others stood relatively close when they were teleported. They were not far from their teammates and rushed over in a while. However, there were already sounds of fighting in some places on the beach. Bai Shenfei hurriedly led people to rush over and saw 7 or 8 mutations fighting with a golden crab from a distance. The mutation creature that looked like a crab was as big as a bus, with a golden body. One claw was big and the other was slightly smaller, and it looked very domineering. However, it was just an alloy creature. And the several mutations fighting it were also alloy mutations. The golden crab was domineering and beat the alloy mutations to flee everywhere. Even with pets besieging it, it was no match. There is no doubt that the golden crab should be a mutant alloy creature. Aishan, I leave it to you. After arriving at the place and seeing that the mutants were not in danger of life, Concubine Bai suddenly said to Lin Shen, who was standing beside her. Everyone's eyes turned to Lin Shen. The commander-in-chief, Concubine Bai, now specifically asked Lin Shen to fight. In their opinion, This was because Concubine Bai wanted to see what kind of strength the people from Tianqing had. No one doubted the relationship between a Tian and Lin Shen, because everyone could see that a Tian practiced theory of evolution, while they thought Lin Shen practiced theory of talent, so naturally no one would connect the two together. When Lin Shen heard Concubine Bai asking him to fight, he was slightly startled. Although he and Wei Wufu joined this operation and were nominally under the command of Concubine Bai, he did not expect that Concubine Bai would be the first to let him fight. There are many crystal bases here, and any one of them can deal with the mutant golden crab. Concubine Bai chose to let him fight with an alloy, which was obviously not a reasonable arrangement. Most of the alloy-level humans will suffer when facing mutant alloy creatures. Didn't you see that those 7 or 8 alloy levels with so many pets were not opponents of the golden crab? Lin Shen didn't want to do it, firstly because it was unnecessary, and secondly, even if he killed the golden crab, the spoils would be distributed by the team. Killing the golden crab would give him more, but it was impossible to enjoy it alone. However, since the commander-in-chief Bai Shenfei had spoken, he couldn't refuse Bai Shenfei's face. As Lin Shen walked towards the golden crab, he thought to himself, now that I have used Tianqing's identity, I can't weaken Tianqing's reputation, otherwise I will be sorry for old Wei. Thinking of this, Lin Shen decided to kill the golden crab cleanly. An alloy mutant creature was nothing to him. The only problem was that Lin Shen's fighting skills were not very good. He only knew one move of stabbing. He didn't carry any weapons such as a spear, and it was not convenient for him to use the dead powder. What move should he use to kill this golden crab? If the scene was too ugly, even if the golden crab was killed, people would think that people from Tianqing were just SOSO. Lin Shen knew that way. Wufu would definitely not care about these, but he couldn't do that. Everyone only saw Lin Shen walking slowly towards the golden crab step by step. He looked calm and relaxed, like a master. They never thought that Lin Shen was walking slowly just to delay time, thinking about what means to use to kill the golden crab. Now Lin Shen finally knew what it meant to regret not having learned enough when it was needed. He did not learn the skills from Wei Wufu well, and now he didn't even know how to pretend to be cool. I don't know any fancy moves, so I'd better keep it simple and not be so troublesome. Lin Shen thought about it and finally decided to use stepping on the immortal court. In addition to the stabbing method, he only had this one skill that he could use. He practiced stepping on the immortal court much more frequently than the stabbing method. After all, stepping on the immortal court can be practiced while walking. Having made a decision in his heart, Lin Shen no longer hesitated, and he was almost about to walk to the fighting range of the golden crab. Lin Shen saw the right opportunity and took a step forward. His speed suddenly increased. In a few steps, his speed had reached an extremely fast level. Then he jumped up and passed by the golden crab's waving claws. 1 foot stepped heavily on the position between the golden crab's eyes, which was the most obvious acupuncture point on the golden crab. In order to ensure that he would not embarrass Tianqing, he must pursue safety. Lin Shen was fully prepared. Originally, Lin Shen had left room for maneuvers and prepared several body movements. Unexpectedly, he easily passed through the golden crab's claws, and those changes could not be used. Lin Shen stepped 1 foot between the golden crab's eyes, which scared Lin Shen himself. His step directly crushed the golden crab's hard golden shell, and one leg sank directly into it. This was something Lin Shen had never expected. He thought that his kick would at most make the golden Crab faint, but he didn't expect to step through it directly. Fortunately, his reaction was fast enough. He stepped on the shell with his other foot, jumped up with force, pulled out the leg that was stuck in it, and fell to the ground. All this happened too quickly. In the eyes of others, Lin Shen walked to the front of the golden crab, jumped up directly, crushed the shell on the top of the golden crab, and then landed easily. Behind Lin Shen, the huge body of the golden crab fell to the ground with a bang, twitched twice, and then stopped moving. Tianqing is really worthy of its reputation. An unknown alloy-based mutator from Tianqing can actually kill a mutant alloy creature with 1 foot. This method is really incomparable to ordinary people. Many people had such thoughts in their hearts. They just felt that Lin Shen was powerful, but they didn't think there was anything unreasonable, because this person came from Tianqing, so it was normal to have some unreasonableness. But in the eyes of Bai Shenfei, this was very abnormal. She knew that Lin Shen was not from Tianqing, and he was practicing the popular evolutionary technique of evolution theory, and he didn't use weapons or pets, so how could he crush the shell of the mutant golden crab with 1 foot? Lin Shen was at the alloy level, and his attributes couldn't be much stronger than the golden crab, and he might even be worse. After all, the golden crab was a mutant creature, and its attributes were strong, especially its hardness, which was obviously top-notch. Lin Shen crushed the hardest shell on its head purely by strength, which didn't make sense. It was difficult for people of the same level to crush each other like this. Could it be his innate skill? Bai Shenfei didn't see Lin Shen use his innate skill, but apart from this explanation, she really couldn't think of how Lin Shen did it. How could she know that Lin Shen's power attribute was far beyond his peers, and he didn't need to use his innate skill at all, which was enough to crush his peers? This step made Lin Shen more confident in his own strength and the role of the stepping immortal court, especially the stepping immortal court, which was more useful than he thought, and the only thing he lacked was practical experience. When Lin Shen came back, the base changers next to him were very friendly and complimented him a few times, and Lin Shen also responded in a friendly manner. Bai Shenfei didn't say anything. Ouyang Yudu smiled at him and didn't say anything. Confidence. When he returned to Wei Wufu only said 2 words. Lin Shen nodded. He knew that Wei Wufu was saying that he was not confident enough, but this thing was also the first time he used it against the enemy. He didn't know the depth of it, so how could he be so confident? In any case, Lin Shen's step finally saved the reputation of Tianqing and didn't lose Wei Wufu's face. Little did he know that Wei Wufu was deep in thought at this time. After seeing Lin Shen's stepping immortal court body movement, he felt that Lin Shen's body movement had great potential and he had to use actual combat to stimulate his potential. Wei Wufu had already started planning how to stimulate Lin Shen's potential after returning. Concubine Bai Shen's team was very lucky. Although they were teleported to a more dangerous area like the seaside, they did not lose too many people. Only 2 unlucky alloy mutators fell into the sea and were dragged into the depths of the ocean by unknown creatures in the sea before they could climb onto the beach. The other genetically modified creatures encountered near the beach would not have lost their lives. The nearby crystalline experts rushed to support them. In time. It took more than 2 hours, and everyone had gathered. Under the command of Princess Bai, they headed towards the valley passage leading to the plain. The purpose of their trip was not to hunt down the genetically modified creatures, but to clean up the Super Combustion Legion. The plain area is where the Super Combustion Legion often hangs out, and traces of the super combustion legion should be found there. Concubine by Shen sent a genetic changer with a flying pet to explore the road, looking for traces of the super combustion legion. Although the blue-eyed eagle is only an alloy-level pet, it can see a mouse on the ground more than 10 miles away from a 1,000 meters altitude, making it particularly suitable for detection. There are dozens of blue-eyed eagle pets like this in the team, which shows that they are very well prepared for this operation. In addition to the investigation team members, there are also medical personnel and supply teams. It really looks like that. Along the way to the plains, we killed some genetically modified creatures, but not a single figure from the super combustion legion was seen. Along the way, Lin Shen had no chance to take action anymore, and Concubine by Shen did not force him to take action against the crystal-based creatures he encountered. When they arrived in the plains, there were swarms of steel creatures everywhere. These were not their targets. Unless they encountered mutations, as long as those steel creatures didn't rush up to seek death on their own, no one was willing to wastefully kill them. More than 10 hours have passed, but no trace of the super combustion legion has been found, and not even a super combustion warrior has been encountered. They didn't know if the other two teams had found any trace of the super combustion legion, but the people watching the battle outside could see clearly that they also found no trace of the super combustion legion. This is obviously not normal. The King Kai is very big, but the areas that the three teams teleported to were all areas that the super combustion legion often frequented in the past. Now, not even a super combustion warrior can be seen. This is very strange. There is something wrong with the super combustion legion. In the camp at the Cape Base, Sun Jian and the ascended persons of several other families were paying attention to the situation in the Kaiwan planet. Ouyang Mingmei's expression was also somewhat solemn. There are two possibilities now. One is that the super combustion army has encountered some trouble, and the other is that they have already assembled. Even if they encounter any trouble, it is impossible for so many super burning legions to encounter trouble at the same time. The second possibility is higher. Sun Jian said. According to calculations, the total number of super combustion legions may be between 20,000 and 25,000. If they are assembled, none of our teams will have the ability to fight them alone. If the three teams can unite and still have the strength to fight, Ouyang Miao said with a solemn expression. Everyone knows that it is too late to say this now. Now we can only pray that Concubine by Shen and others can detect the problem as soon as possible and make correct responses in time. The safest way is to immediately find an area to hide and prevent the super combustion legion from discovering them, or to get in touch with the other two teams as soon as possible and join forces together. From a god's perspective, they knew that the area where the three teams were located was not close, but not too far either. They should be able to meet up after running at full strength for more than 10 hours. However, the three teams of King Kai have no idea where the other teams are, so reuniting is an almost impossible task. So Sun Jian, Bai Shenfei and the others now only ask Bai Shenfei and the others to find the abnormality and hide it with their team. Concubine Bai Shen seemed to have heard their prayers, and she actually noticed the abnormality as expected. Concubine Bai Shen summoned the captains of each team back and said to them solemnly, so far, we have been in the plain area for more than 17 hours, and we have not found any trace of the super combustion legion. This is a bit abnormal. Mo Xingqi's interface said, it's really not normal. This is an area frequently visited by the Supercombustion Legion. 4. Such a long time, not even a single clue has been found unless the Supercombustion Legion has withdrawn from this area. There must be something wrong. Maybe they discovered us and took the initiative to retreat. Someone said optimistically. With Ouyang Yudu and Bai Shenfei in our team, it's normal for those guys to run away. Another captain said with a smile. In the recent KO Tower rankings, a total of 3 people climbed to the 9th floor of KO Tower and took away the rewards from KO Tower. 2 of them are Ouyang Yudu and Bai Shenfei, and the other name is Ogud, who should be from the Super Burning clan. In the previous battles, Ouyang Yudu and Bai Shenfei each had a record of annihilating a Super Burning team without any injuries. The confidence these people have in them is not completely unreasonable. Concubine Bai Shen did not think so, and said calmly, among the currently known areas of Kaiyu, the seaside area is the richest in mutant resources. There is no reason for the Super Burning tribe to give up there and go to farther areas. And the plain side, it is the ocean, with mountains on the other 2 sides, and deserts further away, which are not suitable for large-scale Legion operations. What's more, they are good at cavalry warfare, so there is no reason to abandon this place, unless they find a target that they need to attack with all their strength. Ouyang Yudu said calmly, but that possibility is extremely low. They should still be here on a plain. Maybe they discovered the other 2 teams and all went to support the battle over there. A captain pondered. There is a possibility, but the possibility is relatively low. Mo Xingqi also felt that the Supercombustion Legion should still be on the plains. Seeing everyone looking at her, Princess Bai said, let's go to Tianqing Slope and station there temporarily. Sun Jian, Ouyang Miaowei, and others who had been paying attention to Concubine Bai Shen nodded repeatedly and breathed a sigh of relief when they heard Concubine Bai Shen's decision. Tianqing Slope is at the pass of the mountains connected to the plains. The terrain there is difficult, easy to defend and difficult to attack. It is difficult to launch a large-scale attack. Bai Shenfei's team is enough to defend there. Even if the entire Supercombustion army launches an attack, relying on the geographical advantage of Tianqing Slope, it should not be difficult for them to defend until the end of the countdown. Although some people in the team felt that Concubine Bai Shen was a little too cautious, but even Ouyang Yu accepted Concubine Bai's order, so they didn't say anything more. The entire team sped up and marched in the direction of Tianqing Slope. Almost as soon as they entered Tianqing Slope, they saw large dark clouds appearing on the grassland in the distance. Of course, those were not real dark clouds, but groups of Super Burning cavalry. Thousands of Super Burning warriors, riding big black bulls and holding Super Burning battle axes, roared in, forming a large area of darkness with almost no end in sight. The Supercombustion army is really here. Everyone broke out in a cold sweat. If Bai Shenfei hadn't made a decisive decision, they would have been surrounded by so many Supercombustion warriors on the plain, and they would have been slaughtered in a short time. Now, there are natural dangers to defend. Unless the Terran of the Super Burning Legion can fly, no matter how many cavalry are on this narrow and steep ramp, they cannot rush up it at once. The width of the ramp can only accommodate 7 at most at one time. With 8 riders passing side by side, the maneuverability is much stronger. Others felt their legs were weak when they saw the dark Supercombustion Legion, but Wei Wufu's eyes lit up. He had been waiting for the Supercombustion Legion to appear for too long. The Wei family has never known what fear is. On average, there is a beast wave in Tianqing every 2 or 3 days. The scene is much bigger than this. The reason why humans call this area Star Slope is because there are many steel plants similar to the shape of star grass growing on this slope. But this kind of plant usually grows on mountain walls. The terrain of Tianxingpo is very strange. There are bottomless canyons shrouded in clouds and mist on both sides. There is only one long slope about 10 meters wide, which extends to the other side of the canyon. The angle is about 30 or 40. From below, it is definitely more tiring to rush up than to rush down from above. On the other side of Tianqing Slope is a horseshoe-shaped mountain. The mountain is steep and the walls are all 90 degrees. Like a knife. If a Jedi like this really goes to war, being trapped up there without food or water will only lead to death. But Bai Shenfei and the others do not need to stay for too long. They only need to survive the remaining 2 days or so before they can teleport back safely, so this is an excellent natural hazard for Bai Shenfei and the others. After everyone rushed to Tianqing Slope, Bai Shenfei immediately ordered each team to prepare for a turn of fighting. As long as they guarded this slope, they could sit back and relax. The impact in the first round was definitely the most violent. Bai Shenfei originally planned to let her team defend the first round, but Ouyang Yudu took the initiative to invite Miao to fight and lead his team to guard Tianqing Slope. Concubine Bai Shen agreed to Ouyang Yudu's request, and Ouyang Yudu led his team to the best fighting position. Under Ouyang Yudu's command, the Gena Changers summoned various pets, and brought Tianxingpo into the sky. The road is blocked. Lin Shen and Wei Wufu were responsible for setting up tents on Horseshoe Mountain in the rear, so that they could have a place to rest and receive treatment after the combatants and pets in front retreated. Concubine Bai Shen did not let them enter the battle group. Lin Shen originally thought that Wei Wufu would be very angry. But unexpectedly Wei Wufu installed the tent silently, without seeming to be dissatisfied at all. Old Wei, are you really not angry that she won't let you participate in the battle? Lin Shen touched Wei Wufu with his elbow and whispered. War is not about one person. Wei Wufu said calmly, without stopping to work at hand. Lin Shen was not as focused as Wei Wufu on his work. He looked in the direction of Tianxingpo from time to time, and saw that the pets of Ouyang Yudu's team were divided into several groups, and they were also preparing to take turns to defend. Tianqing Slope is so wide that no matter how many pets you have, you can't keep it away. What surprised Lin Shen was that Ouyang Yudu was still standing in front of the pet, facing alone. The super burning warrior riding a big black bull below. This Ouyang Yudu is really pushy, Lin Shen said with a smile. Charge, momentum, suppress, Wei Wufu said through the interface. Of course, Lin Shen knew that Ouyang Yudu wanted to give the super burning army a heads up and directly suppress their momentum, so that the next defensive battle would be much easier. It's just that the first charge of the Super Combustion Legion will definitely not be an ordinary Super Combustion Warrior. This move is extremely dangerous, and Lin Shen would not have taken this risk. Sure enough, Lin Shen saw that among the super burning warriors charging below, the two at the front were both wearing red suits, and the people under them were all big red bulls. It was not known whether it was the deputy commander or the commander who led the charge directly. It is estimated that he is more likely to be the deputy commander. The speed of charging on Tianqingpo was obviously slower than that visible to the naked eye on the plain. Ouyang Yudu had archers with long-range attacks, but he did not order to release arrows, but just watched the super burning warriors rush up. The two super burning warriors in red, who were leading the way, glanced at each other, took out their pet launchers almost at the same time, and fired wildly at Ouyang Yudu. The pets rushed up one after another. Faster than their charge. Much faster. In an instant, more than a dozen crystal-based pets flew towards Ouyang Yudu and the others, and Ouyang Yudu showed a smile on his lips. The next second, everyone saw Ouyang Yu moving, switching from extremely quiet to extremely moving in an instant, leaving traces of residue. For a moment, Ouyang Yu seemed to be transformed into several people, facing those crystal-based pets. Lin Shen had to admit that Ouyang Yudu was indeed a fierce man. When more than a dozen crystal-based pets rushed towards him, he didn't even use his crystal-based carapace and just faced them like that. Before seeing Ouyang Yudu take action, Lin Shen had always felt that the technique of leveraging strength could only be a flash of inspiration in actual combat and could not be used as a main battle skill. Because the process of leveraging force is too complicated, it is impossible to respond to high-speed attacks continuously and efficiently, so it is useless. But Ouyang Yudu broke Lin Shen's understanding. He saw Ouyang Yudu's body like a willow swinging in the wind, his hands wrapped around each other, pushing and pulling, and in the blink of an eye, he deflected more than a dozen crystal-based pets one by one, and threw them all towards him. In the abyss on both sides. Go ahead, this guy really has something. Lin Shen couldn't help but admire. He also saw clearly that Ouyang Yudu's technique was indeed superb, his speed was indeed astonishing, and his brain was equally good. He was the first to catch more than a dozen crystal-based pets being launched. The power of the pet launcher had not yet lost its effect. At this stage, when these crystal-based pets were rushing forward involuntarily, he directly knocked them down without giving any space for them to play. This is a result that can only be achieved by a strong overall ability, not by being strong in one aspect. Seeing Ouyang Yudu casually throw a dozen crystal-based pets into the abyss, the morale of the genetic changes was greatly boosted. Seeing this, the two super burning warriors in red below jumped directly from the back of the big red bull. With unparalleled violent power, the two red crystal battle axes struck Ouyang Yudu in the air, intending to come and capture the thief, capture the king first. Lin Shen looked at Ouyang Yudu with great interest and stopped what he was doing. After coming down, he wanted to know how Ouyang Yu would deal with such a situation. Concubine Bai Shen, who was observing from a high place and presiding over the overall situation, saw Lin Shen paying attention to Ouyang Yudu and said to herself, "Take a good look at what is the difference between theory of innateness and theory of evolution. You will regret your original choice. Do you regret not persisting?" Looking at the two red-clothed super-burning warriors wielding giant axes and slashing at them from the air, the crystal carapace on Ouyang Yudu's body emerged. The crystal-clear white jade-like armor covered his entire body, and the mysterious patterns on the armor were like clouds and mist, making him look like a god general wearing jade armor and a jade helmet in the heavenly palace. Ouyang Yudu stood in front of the formation without moving. Two red crystal battle axes struck in front of him, one on the left and one on the right, as if they were going to cross and chop his body into pieces. Just when the battle axe was about to hit Ouyang Yudu, the violent battle axe suddenly stopped. Ouyang Yudu grabbed the blade of a battle axe with both hands and stopped the chopping force. Click! The battle axe made of crystal-based material was crushed by Ouyang Yudu's fingers. Goodbye. As Ouyang Yudu said goodbye as gently as water, his figure passed between the two red-clad super-burning warriors. Blood spurted out, and the armor and hearts of the two red-clad super-burning warriors were pierced, but most people didn't even see clearly how Ouyang had done it. Lin Shen, have you seen clearly? The theory of talent and the theory of evolution are different after all. The theory of talent can transcend the limits of level, easily kill the same level, and even challenge the level above. This is all impossible for the theory of evolution. The mediocre evolution can only do mediocre things after all. 4. Some reason, Bai Shenfei wanted to see Lin Shen's regretful expression. Unfortunately, Lin Shen's face was blocked by the mask, and it was impossible to see what kind of expression he had. Old Wei, I originally thought that a man like me who is young, rich, handsome and successful in his career is already the best in the world, an unparalleled existence. I didn't expect that there is a man like Ouyang Yudu who can match my charm by 90%. Lin Shen and Wei Wufu were bragging and chatting. The work of setting up tents was too boring for him. No, Ouyang, weak, you, strong. Wei Wufu said seriously. Old Wei, you still have vision. Lin Shen was somewhat moved. Wei Wufu said that he was better than Ouyang, and he liked to hear it even if it was a comforting word. Shame. Wei Wufu took a deep breath and added 2 more words, instantly destroying the little emotion that Lin Shen had just felt. Don't you understand the rule that family members don't destroy each other's stage? Lin Shen said depressedly. After being hit hard by Ouyang Yudu, the morale of the Superburn Legion was indeed extremely low, but the next second, the horn of the charge sounded, and the Superburn warriors still rushed up without hesitation, fighting crazily with their pets and the pets of the gene mutants. For a while, Tianqing Slope turned into a conveyor belt of a meat grinder, and waves of Superburn warriors and pets rushed up, with roars and screams intertwined, as if it was the exclusive BGM of a slaughterhouse, or a concert hosted by the god of death. The broken bones were knocking, the weapons were groaning, and the tone of blood gushing seemed like the devil's low singing. This was the first time Lin Shen had seen such a tragic battle. Not to mention Lin Shen, even those who have experienced alien wars are tingling at this time. Pets blocked in waves, and died in waves. There was no Tianqing grass on the entire Tianqing slope, but blood and mutated fluid gushed everywhere, dyeing the entire long slope colorful. Ouyang Yudu had already retreated, the mutated shell on his body retreated, and he commanded the mutators and his team to summon pets to fight. If nothing else, his endurance is definitely not as good as mine. Lin Shen smiled. Already very strong, Wei Wufu said. The most terrifying first wave of attacks, Ouyang Yudu's team successfully withstood the first hour, sacrificing many pets, and almost no casualties. When the time was up, the second team rushed up and took over Ouyang Yudu's team to continue to resist the offensive of the Superburning Legion. The Superburning Legion's offensive never stopped. They were also racing against time to kill all of them before the 3-day countdown of humans ended. From time to time, Lin Shen's mind had the information of sacrifice +1. Every time a Superburning warrior died, his sacrifice +1, and the power of the sacrifice aura was constantly accumulating. The Superburning warriors seemed to have no idea what death was. They rushed up Tianqing Slope again and again, and were beaten back again and again. After supporting for more than 10 hours, because many pets were killed and injured, some vacancies could only be filled by the mutants, and casualties began to appear here. The fierce battle made the people watching outside tremble with their hearts. Some people have begun to worry that under this suicidal impact, whether Bai Shenfei and the others can hold on until the countdown ends. This is not right. I have also come into contact with super burning warriors before. The so-called super burning legion is just a bunch of cannon fodder. It is impossible for them to be so fearless. What exactly supports them to make such suicidal charges again and again? Lin Shen was puzzled. Drum sound. Wei Wufu heard Lin Shen's mumbling and pointed out the key. Lin Shen realized that he heard the drum sound coming from below and thought it was a common military drum in war, used to boost morale and cheer. Wei Wufu said this and realized that the drum sound might have another secret. Can you find a way to kill the super burning warrior who beats the drum? Lin Shen was whimsical. If you can fly, maybe. Wei Wufu replied. Lin Shen can't fly, so he had to shut up. Let's go, let's go. Wei Wufu got up and walked towards the direction of Bai Shenfei. Lin Shen had to follow him. He also knew that the current situation was not very good. It's been almost 20 hours, and I don't know how many super burning warriors have died. The super burning legion still has no signs of stopping the charge. It is determined to destroy them. The situation on the side of the base changers is no longer so easy. 2. Many pets have died, and the number of base changers injured is also increasing. Top-level mutation players like Ouyang Yudu, Mo Xingqi, and Bai Shenfei have also fought many times, assisted in many strong charges, and tried their best to keep their positions. However, in the high-intensity battle, their strength was consumed too quickly. The mutation shells could support 2 or 3 hours at the beginning, but now they have to retreat and rest in about an hour to replenish potions and mutation fluids. However, potions and mutation fluids cannot completely restore them. The next time they use the mutation power to fight, the duration will be even shorter. We apply to go to war. Wei Wufu came to Bai Shenfei and said, "You can go with the team." Bai Shenfei originally didn't want Lin Shen and Wei Wufu to fight, but the current situation is really bad. 2 more people can take turns, so that other mutants can rest for a while. And the chance of surviving until the countdown ends will be greater. Lin Shen took a deep breath and came to Bai Shenfei's team. The next team to take turns to defend the formation is theirs. Lin Shen reached out and picked up a battle axe. This thing is now piled everywhere on the ground and is useless. The one Lin Shen took is the red crystal battle axe, which is the high-end stuff used by the Deputy Legion commander. Lin Shen also got one before and asked Wei Wufu to take it to Tiancheng. No. One would use weapons they are not familiar with at this time. Between life and death, you must fight with the most familiar weapons, so no one picked up the battle axe on the ground and just piled it aside. Lin Shen only knows one move of stabbing, but this move of stabbing is not very useful in such a battle. At least there must be a group of spear teams stabbing together to play a huge role in such a battle. The role of one person is limited. So no matter what weapon Lin Shen used, it was the same. He just used brute force. The battle axe was pretty good, at least it was a crystal-based weapon. Old Wei, teach me 2 practical axe techniques. Lin Shen said to Wei Wufu beside him. Chop, that's enough. Wei Wufu said lightly. As he spoke, the rotation time had come. The team above retreated, and it was Lin Shen's turn to take over. Wei Wufu carried a golden crystal trident on his back, but did not take it off. Like Lin Shen, he also took a red crystal battle axe and strode towards the battlefield. the purple crystal armor wrapped his whole body. His majestic figure was comparable to that of a super-burning warrior, and he was holding a huge red crystal battle axe. For a moment, people were a little confused and couldn't tell whether he was a human mutation or a super-burning warrior. Lin Shen followed closely behind. Although his figure was not as majestic as Wei Wufu, he was also very handsome, but the double-edged battle axe in his hand was a little too big, and it was a little uncoordinated in his hand. As soon as Wei Wufu entered the battlefield, the axe chopped down on the head of a super-burner warrior who was riding a big black bull, splitting the man and the bull in half. The terrifying power made the super-burner legion's offensive stagnate. War God Guard has been promoted to Crystal Base. The God of War is the God of War. He is always so strong and invincible. Although Ouyang Yu is very strong, my idol is War God Guard. His momentum is beyond comparison with that of a pretty boy. It makes me feel comfortable just looking at him. With a guard in hand, I have the world. Seeing Wei Wufu's huge axe moving horizontally and slicing down the people who were charging at the super-burning legion, many people watching the battle expressed the same admiration in different places. Of course, there are also some discordant voices mixed in. It's a pity that the second ancestor didn't come, otherwise this scene would have scared the shit out of him. My second-generation ancestor never fights an uncertain battle. How could I put myself in such a dangerous situation? The second-generation ancestor is still very strong. It was not something ordinary people could do to defeat the giant fruit with one shot. It's only powerful with one shot. Fighting relies on endurance. If it wilts with just one shot, what's the use? The second ancestor knew that such a situation would happen. So he didn't come at all. As long as he didn't come, no one could defeat him. Fortunately, Lin Shen couldn't hear their discussion outside, otherwise even if he wasn't so angry that he vomited blood, he would still be depressed for a long time. He obviously worked very hard. Lin Shen is not idle now. He is holding a red crystal battle axe in both hands, not far from Wei Wufu, slashing at the pets and super-burning warriors that are rushing up. Although he doesn't have many skills, his strength is strong enough. An ordinary alloy level can't stop his attack. Skills are just nonsense on the battlefield, and they are useless. Just like Wei Wufu said, just chop. Strength is king. Lin Shen was mainly responsible for dealing with the alloy-level enemies, and the crystal-level enemies were dealt with by Wei Wufu next to him. With the two of them joining, the team's pressure was greatly reduced when defending the formation, and they no longer needed the support of Bai Shenfei, Ouyang Yudu, and others. The people of the Tianqing Wei family are really interesting. Ouyang Yudu and Bai Shenfei were watching the battlefield side by side. Ouyang Yudu said, looking in the direction of the position. Wei Wufu is indeed very strong, and the Phoenix Purple Chi Ju is also domineering enough. Li Tiangang, the captain of another team, said through the interface. Wei Wufu is indeed very strong, but I am interested in another one. His name is a Tian, right? Ouyang Yudu's words made several captains stunned. They are all top crystal bases, and don't pay much attention to the alloy level. They mainly care about Wei Wufu. After Ouyang Yudu said this, they looked at Lin Shen. After watching for a while, their expressions became strange. In their opinion, there was nothing in Lin Shen's performance that deserved Ouyang Yudu's attention. His axe technique was too rough. If Wei Wufu hadn't been guarding him, something would have gone wrong long ago, and he would have been surpassed. The burning warrior rushed forward. Concubine by Shen also looked at Ouyang Yudu, seeming to be waiting for his answer and wondering why he was interested in Lin Shen. Concubine by Shen could tell that Lin Shen actually didn't know how to use an axe. Apart from the fact that his strength was stronger than ordinary alloys, she couldn't think of anything about Lin Shen that could attract Ouyang Yudu. Ouyang Yudu smiled and said, "Didn't you notice? He is very different from ordinary alloy grades." "What's different?" "I really didn't notice it." Li Tiangang looked at it for a while, but still didn't notice anything different. "Do you know how much the red crystal battle axe weighs?" Ouyang Yudu asked. No one knew the answer. Ouyang Yudu continued, "I don't know how much the red crystal battle axe actually weighs, but it is definitely not light. Even alloy-level super-burning warriors have only axe blades on their battle axes. Some red crystal materials are embedded in the position instead of using a red crystal battle axe. It can be seen that the red crystal battle axe is not an alloy-level weapon that can be easily used. At least it is difficult to use for a long time. Perhaps it's simply because the red crystal material is too precious to equip ordinary supercombustible warriors with all the equipment." Li Tiangang said. "It's possible, but I saw a deputy army commander being beheaded before, and the red crystal battle axe fell on the Tianqing slope. The super-burning warriors who rushed up from behind did not swing the red crystal battle axe on the ground," Ouyang Yudu said. Li Tiangang was slightly startled, "So, that a Tian is indeed interesting. He is an alloy gene changer. He has been wielding the red crystal battle axe and slashing hard for so long. He does have to have some strength." Ouyang Yudu smiled and said, "The key is that he doesn't know how to use an axe. The way he exerts force is not quite correct, and he doesn't know how to use skillful energy, so the consumption will be greater. From my point of view, the strength and physical strength are far beyond the normal alloy level. Even the mutant alloy creatures do not have such strength and physical strength. In other words, he has some kind of innate skill that can increase strength and physical strength." Li Tiangang pondered. "Here's the interesting part. If you use the innate skills, there will be some special changes on his body, but so far, I haven't seen any abnormal changes on him." Ouyang Yudu kept looking at him as he spoke. "They never left Lin Shen's body." "That's impossible. Without the use of innate skills, an alloy level can't have that kind of power," Li Tiangang said very firmly. "Is it impossible?" Ouyang Yu was unconvinced. After several people said this, people watching the battle outside also began to notice Lin Shen. It was indeed as Ouyang Yudu said. When the alloy-level super-burning warriors rushed to Lin Shen, none of them could withstand Lin Shen's slashing force. They either retreated or tried to attack and force Lin Shen to stop. Occasionally, there was an alloy that was blind and used a battle axe to force Lin Shen to fight, but they were all slashed back and hit the super-burning warriors behind them. Some unlucky ones were directly slashed and fell into the abyss. Although Lin Shen was not as conspicuous as Wei Wufu, his strength was indeed very domineering. Ouyang Yudu's eyes are so sharp. I just realized that this Tian is so powerful that he can kill people of the same level in seconds. After all, he came from Tianqing. What's so strange about this? He can't use a battle axe. Why did he choose a battle axe? Can't he use the weapon he is good at? He is practicing evolution, right? Is evolution so powerful? This brother Tian, who practices evolution, is too powerful. I want to choose evolution again. I can say for sure that evolution is definitely not so powerful, because the whole family practices evolution. Evolution is practiced to the alloy level, and the power is definitely not so strong. He should have chosen a very strong base mutation egg and obtained some kind of base mutation talent that enhances power. I am really entangled. Should I choose Ouyang Yudu or the god of war as my husband? This Tian seems to be pretty good. Is he a potential stock? In a loft somewhere, a girl's eyes are full of peach blossoms. Although appearance is justice, Ouyang Yudu must have made a mistake this time. Without using his innate skills, the alloy level cannot have such strong power. Everyone was talking, and the time for this round of rotation was up. The next team rushed up, and Lin Shen wanted to go down to rest, but Wei Wufu stood in front of the formation and had no intention of retreating. Apply to fight. Wei Wufu's voice was as firm as iron. If it was at the beginning, Wei Wufu's application to fight like this would only make people think that he wanted to show off. But now everyone has started to get tired, the number of injured people is increasing, and the pets are almost dead. Who doesn't want to rest for a while? Wei Wufu applied to continue fighting at this time. And the team that replaced him would only be grateful to him for this help. Wei Wufu defended the front line for rounds after rounds. The red crystal double-edged battle axe in his hand was broken and the pole was broken. He grabbed the battle axe from the super-burning warrior who rushed over and continued to chop wildly. Domineering. Unparalleled domineering. When Wei Wufu stood in front of the formation, he had the momentum of a single man guarding the pass against 10,000 men. Just because of the existence of Wei Wufu, the offensive of the opposite side did not seem so sharp. Really, I'm crying to death. The Wei family is so tearful. There are thousands of heroes in the world, but there is only this one warrior in the world. Has the Wei family defended for more than 200 years like this? Ouyang Yudu, Bai Shenfei, Mo Xingqi and others are all very strong, but I have decided that my idol is only the god of war Wei. Wei family, what a pity. If such a man can travel across the stars and the sea, why worry that the alien race does not know our human men? Sun Jian sighed. Ouyang Juemiao also nodded and said, although Yudu and Shenfei are very strong, their strength has not been tempered by thousands of hammers, nor has it been baptized by blood and fire. If they were to fight on the ring, Wei Wufu might not be their opponent, but if it was a life and death fight, Yudu and Shenfei would probably die. This man has trained himself into a machine. There is no extra movement in his body. He has squeezed his own ability to the limit and used every bit of strength in the most appropriate place. He has been fighting for nearly 5 hours at high intensity, but he is still so vigorous. If it were Yudu and Shenfei, they would probably not be able to hold on for 2 hours under this intensity. Sun Jian also praised. On the battlefield, Missouri Xingqi and others also looked at Wei Wufu, who was like a god of war, with complicated expressions. It is hard to believe that there is such a vigorous person in the world. After 5 hours of continuous and powerful swings, even if it is a machine, his motor should be hot, and he must take a break to cool down. Ouyang Yudu also looked at the god of war Wei from time to time, and his gentle eyes that seemed to care nothing about anything were also a little more respectful. Only after watching Wei Wufu's battle did I know what a real battle is, and only after seeing his skills did I know what real skills are. The fancy moves I practiced before were really a bit Ridiculous. Ouyang Yudu exclaimed. Even Ouyang Yudu admired Wei Wufu so much, let alone others. But Ouyang Yudu's eyes were not only focused on Wei Wufu, he often looked at Lin Shen. Although Lin Shen was not as dazzling as Wei Wufu, most people overlooked a fact that Lin Shen also fought with Wei Wufu for almost 5 hours. Of course, Lin Shen was fighting under the wings of Wei Wufu, and he fought against alloy-level pets and super-burning warriors. And he often took a lazy rest, unlike Wei Wufu, who always stood at the forefront. But even so, being able to fight for 5 hours in such a high-intensity battle is already a very amazing fact. Some base changers can hardly stand still and maintain the base change state for 5 hours, let alone such a battle. Ouyang Yudu noticed more than one point. In these 5 hours, the battle axes used by Lin Shen were all red crystal battle axes. They were originally weapons for crystal base level. For alloy level, the battle axes were a bit too heavy, which would increase Lin Shen's physical consumption. But until now, Ouyang Yudu still did not see Lin Shen's exhaustion. However, after Wei Wufu's battle axe broke just now, Lin Shen had already given his red crystal battle axe to Wei Wufu, and picked up an alloy crystal inlaid battle axe to use. That Tian is quite interesting, but his fighting talent is a little poor. After fighting for so long, his axe is still not very good. Ouyang Yudu smiled and stood up and walked towards the battlefield. Brother Wei, you've almost had enough, right? I'm itching to fight, let me have some too. Ouyang Yudu came to the back of Wei Wufu and said. Wei Wufu retreated without a word. Although he still had the strength to fight again, his physical strength was almost exhausted. Ouyang Yudu came at the right time. Brother Wei, can you lend me your battle axe? After Ouyang Yudu went forward, he punched back a crystal-level super-burning warrior and shouted at Wei Wufu. Take it. Wei Wufu threw the red crystal battle axe in his hand to Ouyang Yudu without hesitation. Thank you. Ouyang Yudu took the red crystal battle axe and stood where Wei Wufu had just stood. People were surprised to find that Ouyang Yudu's fighting style had changed, which was completely different from his previous methods. That seems to be the axe skills of the god of war Wei. Soon everyone discovered that the axe skills used by Ouyang Yudu were exactly the same as those used by Wei Wufu. Even the momentum and fighting skills are exactly the same. Just by watching Wei Wufu fight for such a long time, Ouyang Yudu actually learned Wei Wufu's axe skills. Who said God is fair? I watched for a long time. But I didn't even understand it. Ouyang Yudu already knows how to use it. What do you mean by equality? Someone muttered with a wry smile. Li Tiangang exclaimed, Ouyang Yudu's talent is really amazing. The next time seemed to become Ouyang Yudu's performance time. With Wei Wufu's fighting skills, he did what Wei Wufu did. Others' growth requires blood and tears, but Ouyang Yudu's growth seems to only require a glance. Bai Shenfei looked at Lin Shen and Ouyang Yudu fighting side by side, and her mood was a little complicated. Everyone can see that Ouyang Yudu is much more talented than Lin Shen. Lin Shen has been fighting beside Wei Wufu for so long. Although the battle axe can be used smoothly, it is still much worse than Wei Wufu. Ouyang Yudu had already learned the essence of Wei Wufu's combat skills just by watching Wei Wufu fight. This talent was truly the difference between heaven and earth. But for some reason, concubine Bai Shen didn't want to see Lin Shen like this deep down. Maybe she didn't even notice it herself. She wanted Lin Shen to be the strong one. Tian, how about we make a Deal? Ouyang Yuda said to Lin Shen while fighting. The battlefield was too noisy, but his voice reached Lin Shen's ears, but people farther away could not hear it, and those watching the battle could not hear clearly. The battlefield was too noisy. What deal? Lin Shen, who was feeling depressed, asked casually. Just now he wanted to retreat with Wei Wufu, but Wei Wufu stopped him and said that in order for him to continue fighting, he needed to know where his limits were, which would be very beneficial to his future growth. I'll teach you the techniques and make sure you learn them. Tell me why you can last so long? Ouyang Yudu continued after killing a super burning warrior with a few axes. This is a man's talent, you don't understand. Lin Shen said while fighting. He didn't want to learn any skills from Ouyang Yu. If he wanted to learn combat skills, he could just ask Wei Wufu. Ouyang Yu was an imitator, and he really didn't like him. Of course, the main reason was that he didn't want to learn. Lin Shen had no interest in weapons like battle axes. In order to cope with the battle, he watched Wei Wufu imitate a few moves. He didn't ask for proficiency, just enough. I will use the mutated crystal pet to exchange for your secret. You just need to tell me how you did it. You don't need to pay anything. Ouyang Yudu still did not give up and continued. No exchange. Lin Shen was too lazy to talk nonsense with Ouyang Yudu and chose to refuse directly. Now Lin Shen was feeling the changes in himself, so he had no time to chat with him. Unexpectedly, high-intensity battles could actually trigger the operation of evolution. This was somewhat beyond Lin Shen's expectations. Originally, when his physical strength was too much, Lin Shen wanted to retreat or use the super basic text, but he did not expect that evolution actually started to work, constantly strengthening and mutating his body in the battle, making his body more suitable for long-term combat. The main thing is the improvement of endurance. When he started to swing the battle axe continuously, his muscles were easily sore. After the evolution took effect, his muscles were not so easily fatigued. And as long as Lin Shen relaxed, the fatigue of his muscles would soon disappear and recover faster and faster. The reason why Lin Shen retreated a little bit every once in a while as if he was lazy was to restore his body's functions. The role of evolution is indispensable for the continuous fighting for such a long time. And Lin Shen also found something more interesting. In the battle, even if the evolution is activated, the stepping immortal court can still be used. The two are not in conflict. In other words, the evolution theory includes the stepping immortal court. One part of it is mutating to strengthen Lin Shen's body, and the other part is transformed into the power of the stepping immortal court, which is constantly running with Lin Shen's movements. Lin Shen didn't pay much attention to Wei Wufu's battle axe skills because he has been studying the practical application of the stepping immortal court. Outsiders only saw that his axe skills were not very good, but they didn't realize that Lin Shen's overall movements were actually constantly changing. Lin Shen adjusted the 73 movements to make them more suitable for himself, and removed some impractical movements, leaving only the purest and most direct movements. Although some movements can be used, the power flow is not so smooth, or a little slow, and they were also eliminated by Lin Shen. If you can save trouble, why make it so complicated? Lin Shen just wants the most convenient and practical ones, not those fancy things. Of course, these all need to be experimented again and again, and then ensure that after removing those movements, the other movements can still be connected. Various splits, and then Recombined, all of these require a lot of time and attempts. Actual combat is indeed different from practicing by yourself. Wei Wufu is not wrong. Only in actual combat can you see what you are like, and it is also the only standard to test yourself. Ouyang Yudu said something else, and Lin Shen was not interested in listening, mainly because he had no way to explain why he could last so long. Ouyang Yudu's temper is really good. Lin Shen ignored him, and he was not annoyed at all. He took the time to talk to Lin Shen, hoping to impress Lin Shen. Lin Shen was really a little bit unbearable by what he said, so he said, "This is a secret that is not passed on, so don't ask. I don't need to know what the secret itself is, I just want to know what its name is. Whatever you want, as long as I have it, I can use it to exchange." Ouyang Yudu was very persistent and did not give up. What's the use of knowing the name? Lin Shen couldn't understand Ouyang Yudu's thinking. Of course it's useful. At least I know that it's not a natural talent, it can be acquired. Even if I can't use your method, I can find another method. What I want is just a possibility, not the secret itself. Ouyang Yudu said while fighting. A person with extraordinary talent. Like you would still care about these things? Lin Shen was a little surprised. He didn't expect Ouyang Yudu to say such a thing. In terms of talent, there should be no one stronger than Ouyang Yudu on the mother planet, but listening to his tone, he himself seems to be very opposed to talent. Talent determines the upper limit. You should have heard this sentence? Ouyang Yudu said. I have heard it. Lin Shen has heard it, and he agrees with it. Anyone can work hard, but not everyone has talent. Under the same hard work, those with talent will naturally go higher and further. I don't want the upper limit, but to break through the upper limit, so talent is a shackle for me, and I don't want to be bound by it. Ouyang Yudu said very sincerely. After hearing this, Lin Shen really wanted to give him a basin of ice water, let him calm down, and then think about how to speak human words. This is like a person who is good at all things, good-looking, good-tempered, capable, high IQ, high EQ, and particularly lucky. Anyway, everything is good. Then when someone praises him for being so good, he says to you in a deep voice, "No, I'm not good enough. I can't have a baby in my belly yet." Lin Shen just wants to say, isn't it normal for a grown man like you to not have that function? You are already good at all things, and you still want to take away a woman's job. Do you still have any shame? For Ouyang Yudu, Lin Shen is very speechless. If he had the talent of Ouyang Yudu, he would not waste time doing that kind of thing, and he would not even practice talent theory. Just find an easy-to-practice advanced evolution technique, easily advance to the top, become a local ancestor, be worshipped by the world, eat delicious food and drink spicy drinks every day, and be as comfortable as you want. Why bother practicing talent theory? No matter how strong the talent theory is, it is only invincible at the same level. You are higher than him, so you can't just deal with it casually. Lin Shen then thought again, he really hadn't practiced theory of innateness yet, but the situation was not easy, and theory of evolution was not easy to practice either. Thinking about it this way, I really feel that Ouyang Yudu and Ouyang Yudu are brothers and sisters, but Ouyang Yudu always finds his own type, while he is the passive masochistic type, which is quite difficult anyway. Okay. Let me tell you, this is something you learn the day after tomorrow, but this method is not suitable for you. You can think of other methods. Lin Shen said. This sentence is enough. Whatever you want, just say it. As long as I have it. Ouyang Yudu was in a good mood. Seeing how arrogant he was. As if he was the emperor of the universe and the entire universe belonged to his family, Lin Shen said. Angrily, will you give it to me if I want concubine by Shen? Ouyang Yudu smiled and said, if you want concubine by Shen, then go for it yourself, she is not mine. Aren't you a match made in heaven? Don't you care so much? Lin Shen was a little surprised. She and I just need each other's innate theory. And we may not necessarily need it. I may not be able to break through innate theory myself, and it doesn't necessarily have to be her. Ouyang Yudu said. You want to commit suicide? Lin Shen's eyes widened and he looked at Ouyang Yudu in disbelief. Lin Shen heard from Bai Shenfei that the recent research of the Bai family showed that even without dual cultivation, men can practice talent theory, but they need to castrate themselves. Hearing Ouyang Yudu say this, Lin Shen was shocked. And thought, Ouyang Yudu is such a good young man, wouldn't he want to castrate himself to practice? Shocked, Lin Shen's rules were messed up, and he was almost injured by the super burning warrior who rushed up. Fortunately, he reacted quickly enough, stabilized the situation, and beat the super burning warrior back. Ouyang Yudu trembled when he heard Lin Shen's self-castration. Although his psychological quality was better than Lin Shen, he was still a little confused for a while. That is, his strength was strong enough to force the formation to hold down the formation without any mistakes. Most people can't see any problems, but Sun Jian and Ouyang Juemiao are a little surprised. They didn't expect that Ouyang Yudu would make mistakes, which is really rare. Who wants to castrate himself? What I mean is that others can't break through. But I can. Just because others can't do it doesn't mean I can't do it either. Ouyang Yudu's tone was more or less angry, and even as gentle as he was, he cursed. I see, then you should work hard. Lin Shen said this, but he was thinking in his heart, Tu Xiaodao also thought so at the beginning, but he didn't practice talent theory either. Lin Shen himself didn't think about changing his fate, he still prefers to go with the flow. It's so tiring to go against the flow. After getting the answer from Lin Shen, Ouyang Yudu didn't say anything more, and fought with all his strength to repel the super burning legion's charge again and again. Ouyang Yudu was indeed a natural talent. He not only learned Wei Wufu's axe skills, but also Wei Wufu's precise control skills for strength. Ouyang Yudu had rotated several times before, and the last time he only lasted for more than an hour, and the base-changing shell could no longer be maintained. This time, he persisted for 2 hours, and it seemed that he still had some strength to spare. There are some problems with your axe skills. Let me teach you how to use the axe correctly. Ouyang Yudu said while fighting. Not interested. Lin Shen was in no mood to study axe skills. The ability to save life in the immortal court was much stronger than the axe. Then you have to ask for something. I can't ask for your answer for nothing. Ouyang Yudu thought for a while and said, how about this, I will teach you a set of techniques I created. Okay, go ahead. Lin Shen didn't want to pester him anymore. If Ouyang Yudu wanted to teach, he would teach him. After teaching, he would shut up and save him from talking all the time. My set of self-created techniques is called the crooked way. You should remember the secret first, and then I will show you the moves. Ouyang Yudu's voice was like a thin line that entered Lin Shen's ears. Even in such a noisy place, the voice was still deafening in Lin Shen's ears. But the people next to him seemed to be completely deaf, and the people watching the fight didn't hear anything either. The orthodox and orthodox are all the great way, the Great Way is like music, the mountains and rivers, the sun sinking and the moon setting, everything in the world has its own rhythm. Between one breath and another, there is also the change of the rhythm of heaven and earth. Those who are good at observing the changes of heaven and earth know their laws, and they are in harmony with their bodies. Every move they make is in accordance with the laws of nature. Ouyang Yudu said while fighting. I am not well educated. Can you explain it in a simpler and easier way? Lin Shen sighed. Ouyang Yudu's language, which sounded like chanting, made him dizzy. To put it simply, fighting also has a rhythm, and most people fight according to the rhythm. And this set of unorthodox techniques I created is to specifically block the rhythm of others, making the opponent very uncomfortable. It's like singing. When others sing, they sing on the beat, but you can sing without being on the beat, disrupting the opponent's rhythm and leading him astray. Ouyang Yudu changed to simple and easy-to-understand words to explain. Can you play like this? I like this. Lin Shen was really interested when he heard Ouyang Yudu say that. Then listen carefully, remember all the heart formulas, and then I will teach you how to block the points. Ouyang Yudu began to teach Lin Shen the heart formulas over and over again. Unfortunately, Lin Shen did not have a super memory, nor did he have the ability to split his attention. He had to remember the heart formulas while fighting. And Ouyang Yudu repeated it many times before he could remember the heart formulas. Ouyang Yudu was not impatient at all, and repeated it over and over again until Lin Shen remembered it completely. He was still very fierce while doing two things at the same time, killing the super burning warriors and retreating continuously. You have memorized the heart formula, and now I will show you how to block the points. This is the basis of the crooked way. If you can't learn to block the points, you can't continue with the following ones. Ouyang Yudu said while demonstrating. His momentum changed, and his axe skills were no longer the kind of big opening and closing like Wei Wufu. The timing and angle of each axe shot became very weird. Not to mention the super burning warriors fighting with him, even the people watching him fighting felt very awkward. How to say it, it feels like when watching a movie, the sound track and the picture are not synchronized, always misplaced a little, making people feel very uncomfortable. The people watching are uncomfortable, and the opponents are even more uncomfortable. With just a few axes, a crystal-based super-burning warrior was chopped down by Ouyang Yudu. Interesting, I like this thing. The more Lin Shen looked at it, the more he felt that this technique called Evil Door was interesting. Normal boring things really don't interest Lin Shen, but interesting techniques like this. 1. Lin Shen is particularly interested. Ouyang Yudu demonstrated and explained at the same time, telling Lin Shen what to do to effectively get stuck, as well as some of his own experiences. Lin Shen listened for a while and looked more and more. The more excited I felt, I couldn't help but try it myself. The super burning warrior who was originally fighting with Lin Shen with a battle axe suddenly found that his battle axe had just been withdrawn. And before he could charge up the force to strike again, Lin Shen's battle axe unexpectedly struck at this moment, which made him confused for a moment, and Lin Shen's head was beheaded by Lin Shen inexplicably with just a few blows of an axe. Ouyang Yudu was slightly surprised when he saw such a scene. He saw that Lin Shen was not learning axe skills quickly, and his memory was not very good, so he thought that Lin Shen might not be able to learn the crooked way in a while. Who knew how long it had only taken before Lin Shen had already used the crooked way technique. Although it is only the simplest entry-level technique and the use is very rough, there is nothing wrong with it, and the effect is very significant. Interesting, you are. Really interesting. Ouyang Yu couldn't help laughing. You are also a very interesting person who can create such a technique. Lin Shen also laughed. Hey, are those two people chatting? Someone finally discovered that Lin Shen and Ouyang Yu seemed to be talking while fighting, but they didn't know what they said. Ouyang Yu used the trick for a while, then stopped using it and switched back to using Wei Wufu's technique. Because his stamina was about to have problems, using the trick would only speed up the consumption and shorten his fighting time. The current situation did not require him to be too strong, and the key was to persist for a long time. However, Lin Shen did not have so many concerns. His stamina was still abundant, and his base transformation power was also quite sufficient, and this was without launching the super base text. After being promoted to alloy, his base transformation shell itself could absorb world energy, but the amount absorbed was relatively small. After all, those hieroglyphs were engraved on the shell, and even if they were not really opened, they still had some effect. Lin Shen was somewhat addicted to practicing the trick, constantly practicing how to get stuck, and every time he had a little new understanding, Lin Shen was very excited. Unknowingly, Ouyang Yu had survived 3 rounds and fought on the field for 3 hours. Logically speaking, given Ouyang Yu's current situation, he could still survive for 3 hours, which was shocking enough. But when he saw Lin Shen, who was still full of energy, his expression was a little strange. Lin Shen came up with Wei Wufu. Wei Wufu had gone down to rest for 3 hours, but he seemed to be fine. Even he felt a little terrified by the endurance of his physical strength and genetic power. You go down. I'll go up. Wei Wufu came over again and replaced Ouyang Yu. As Ouyang Yu left the field, most people noticed something unusual this time. That Tian, he seemed to have come up with Wei Wufu when Wei Wufu first went on the field, right? Wei Wufu went down to rest in the middle, but he didn't seem to go down, right? He seems to have good endurance? This is called super long standby. After Wei Wufu went up, Ouyang Yu went up, and after Ouyang Yu was done, Wei Wufu took over again, but he was always there, which was too long-lasting. Excellent employees are not as durable as him. He should be practicing theory of evolution. Right? Is theory of evolution so long-lasting? Bai Shenfei and others also noticed Lin Shen, and Mo Xingqi was surprised and said, Tian's endurance is so strong. It's been so many hours. Except for occasionally stepping back to rest and taking the opportunity to drink something, he seems to have never really rested, right? More than 8 hours. Almost 9 hours. Li Tiangang said, I think there must be something wrong with the potion he drank. I heard that Tianqing has a potion that can restore a large amount of base energy in a short time. Wei Wufu is a legitimate Wei family bloodline. Did you see him recover quickly after drinking something? Mo Xingqi disagreed with Li Tiangong's point of view. Then it should be a talent skill. Li Tiangang said again. Bai Shenfei looked at Lin Shen with a complicated look. She was also a little confused. Lin Shen's strength and endurance were indeed extraordinary. But she had never heard that practicing evolution would have such an effect. She didn't know how Lin Shen did it. Could it be that the theory of evolution can also make him practice flowers? This thought flashed through the mind of Bai Shenfei, and was quickly denied by her. It should be a talent skill. It seems that the genetic transformation egg he used for genetic transformation is very good, and he has obtained a good genetic transformation talent. Others think that Lin Shen's genetic transformation talent is very strong, which is not wrong. The problem is that he has not used his genetic transformation talent at all. Lin Shen loves the evil way, created by Ouyang Yudu. The more he uses it, the more handy he is. Every time he chops with an axe, it makes the opponent very uncomfortable, feeling both awkward and uncomfortable. Others are uncomfortable, that is the greatest comfort for Lin Shen. He chopped down countless alloy pets and super burning warriors with an axe, and the original rock color could no longer be seen on Tianqing slope. Fortunately, there were abysses on both sides, and many corpses fell down, otherwise the piled corpses would have been like a small mountain. Many people became interested in a Tian and were curious about how long a Tian could last. When Lin Shen persisted for more than 10 hours, he had already gained a nickname, Perpetual Motion Machine. A Tian outside. Of course, many people also jokingly call him the most durable man in the world. Although many people find it very interesting because of the incident of Yanggi Wanjie Tian. But the current situation is not optimistic. More and more pets are dying, and more people are injured. Even those who are not injured are now very tired, and their physical strength and base energy are almost consumed. Even with potions and base fluid as supplements, it is impossible to fully recover. Not to mention ordinary bases, even strong men like Bai Shenfei and Ouyang Yudu have become very tired under continuous support operations, and the consumed physical strength and base power cannot be fully recovered. More than a dozen people have died in the team, and the death toll is still rising. There were several times when they were almost rushed by the Super Burning Legion. If it weren't for Bai Shenfei and Ouyang Yudu waiting for the timely support of the strong, I'm afraid they would have been rushed by the Super Burning Legion. Time passes by every second, and every moment now is torture. There are still more than 14 hours. We must hold on no matter what. Mo Xingqi once again supported the breached gap and faced a crystal-based super burning warrior. His sword was unpredictable, but because of excessive physical consumption, his movements became much slower. It took him dozens of sword strikes before he killed the super burning warrior. Everyone was very tired. As the number of wounded and dead increased, fewer and fewer people could be rotated. Some lightly injured mutants who had been treated had to be rotated again. After struggling for more than 5 hours, an unusual commotion was heard below Tianqing slope. Bai Shenfei and others hurriedly took a telescope to see. After seeing this, everyone's face changed drastically. Below Tianqing slope, 16 big Red Bull Knights appeared, each of them wearing a red helmet and armor, holding a red crystal battle axe. Behind them, there were a large number of crystal-based super burning warriors. Although their abilities might not be as good as the 16 big Red Bull Knights in front, the number was enough to make people feel desperate. Look at the back. Ouyang Yu didn't use the telescope, but squinted his eyes and looked, and then said this. Bai Shenfei, Mo Xingqi, and others hurriedly used telescopes to look at the back of the Super Burning Legion, and saw a square formation of super burning cavalry that was very strange. The big black bulls they were riding seemed to be a little different from ordinary big black bull mounts. Those big black bull mounts actually had huge dragon wings. There were also more than 100 people in that square formation. Judging from their equipment configuration, they were probably all crystal-based. In addition, the flying mounts would be a huge threat to the human mutants who were already overtired. What was even more terrifying was that in front of the square formation of the flying cavalry, there was a red-clothed warrior riding a black crystal dragon, holding an extra-long red crystal spear, pointing at the direction of Tian Xingpo and giving orders. This is the final fierce attack, Mo Xingqi swallowed his saliva, his expression a little stiff. At this point in the battle, there were still thousands of crystal-based troops on the opposite side, and even flying troops that had not been used. Who wouldn't be scared? The genetic changes guarding the formation did not notice this situation. Seeing the super-burning warriors who were still fearless in death retreating like a tide after charging continuously for such a long time, and the sound of the war drums below also stopped, they couldn't help but scream. Cheering, the Super Combustion Legion, which had been thought to be unable to attack for a long time, finally gave up. Just as they were cheering to celebrate their victory, they saw another group of super-burning warriors stepping onto Tianqing Slope. Different from before, this time, the 2 rows of super-burning warriors in the front are all red-clad and red-helmeted, and the big red bull below them is particularly eye-catching. 1, 2, 8, 16, oh my God, there are 16 super-combustible warriors at the deputy army commander level. Everyone was startled. But seeing the 16 deputy army commanders behind them, it was no longer as simple as being startled. The super-burning warriors who came up behind had crystal-based armor on their bodies, and there were many of them, at least thousands of them. Oh my God, after fighting for so long, the Super Combustion Legion still doesn't have so many crystal base levels. The Super Combustion Army is about to launch its final attack, we must withstand it. It's all Jingjiji's charge, and it's a non-stop charge. Who can bear this? On the Tianqing Slope, the cheers of all the radicals seemed to be stuck in their throats. They were really tired. Although they took turns to rest, it was difficult to fully recover from their exhausted physical strength in a short period of time. In particular, a large number of pets died in battle, forcing them to use themselves as a wall to block the charges again and again, which consumed a huge amount of money. All alloy class retreat to the top of the mountain, and the crystal-based classes that are still capable of fighting will reorganize. Concubine by Shen continued to issue instructions. If most of the geneticists are still confident that they can survive until the end of the countdown, the moment the flying troops appeared in the sky, all the geneticists looked ashen. Although there are not many flying troops, only about 100 riders, the premise for the geneticists to have the confidence to defend is the natural danger of Tianqing Slope. As long as this road is blocked, no matter how many Super Combustion Legion members are there, they will not be able to rush forward. But now there are more than 100 crystal-based super combustible warriors parachuting down to disrupt their formation from the inside. I'm afraid it will be difficult to hold on. When the Super Combustion Legion's army rushes forward, no one will be able to survive. All the alloy genetic changers should disperse and try to be alone. Yang Yudu, you lead a crystal-based team to block the charge below. Don't let them rush up under any circumstances. Leave the rest to me. Bai Shenfei finished. He pulled out his long sword, threw away the scabbard, and led another team to guard the rear. After the alloy generators listened to the order, cubes scattered and ran towards the mountains. As long as they are dispersed enough, those flying troops will not have the energy to hunt them down one by one. The main task of the flying troops is to assist the troops below to rush up. What they have to do is to open a breakthrough. Boom! Boom! The war drums that had just stopped for a moment sounded again, and the loud shouts of death and the thunderous sound of hooves sounded at the same time. The Super Combustion Legion launched the most violent charge, and the charge team composed entirely of crystal bases rushed up along the Tianqing Slope like a giant python. Giant flying bulls fluttered their wings, and under the command of the super burning warriors, they rushed from the sky towards Horseshoe Mountain like a group of evil dragons. But these are just flying bulls, not real dragons. Only the red spear knight at the head and the black crystal dragon sitting down are the real dragon creatures. Brothers, if you want to survive, you have to fight tooth and nail. Ouyang Yudu and Wei Wufu stood side by side in front of the formation, each holding a red crystal battle axe in their hands, facing the super-burning legions. Charging violently, there was no hint of timidity in his eyes. Then do it. All the crystal-based transmuters were also inspired by the war to have violent murderous desires in their hearts, and they were determined to fight to the death. Concubine Bai Shen saw that Lin Shen was still here, and said to him, "Go, find a place with few people, maybe you can survive." Lin Shen thought for a while, said something to Lao Wei, then left and ran towards the empty place on the top of the mountain. The charge below has begun. The 8 red-clad super-combustible warriors who rushed up in the first round had already pulled out their pet launchers before they rushed to the front of the position and launched rounds after rounds of pets towards the mountain. A crystal pet fell towards the mountain. Ouyang Yudu and Wei Wufu had no time to pay attention to the crystal-based pets. The battle axes in their hands faced the 8 red-clad super-burning warriors who were charging angrily. With 2 against 8, 2 people guarded the pass. In the sky, flying giant bulls formed a formation and flew across the sky. The pet launchers in their hands continued to fire at the genetic changes who were guarding the formation, and the pets rushed into the crowd one by one. Kill. Concubine Bai Shen gave the order, and she rose into the sky like a sharp arrow, leaped more than 10 feet, and chopped off the head of a low-flying cow with one sword. Other crystal-based people also rushed towards the pets that fell from the sky, shouting for death and making explosions that shook the earth. Lin Shen had arrived at the open space on the top of the mountain, watching the other alloy genechangers scatter in all directions, hoping to find a glimmer of hope in this tragic war. However, the mountain is surrounded by razor-cut mountain walls, and only the platform at the top of the mountain can accommodate people. The platform at the top of the mountain is indeed not small, and can hold up several football fields. But no matter how big it is, there is only so much space. There is no place to hide, and everyone can only be exposed to the eyes of the flying troops. Whether these alloy genechangers can survive depends on whether those flying troops will come to kill them, not on how hard they try to escape. Watching a few flying the bull knight flew from the sky, and instead of rushing towards the guarding team of crystal bases, he came towards the scattered alloy base changers. Those who were being chased felt a sense of despair in their hearts. Damn it, I won't believe it if you try hard. There are many of us. We can't even kill a crystal base. We can just pull a person on the back. Some people are so angry that they don't want to run away anymore. They draw their swords and fight with all their strength. In fact, they couldn't run. Finiu was much faster than them. At the moment when the flying bull knights were passing by at low altitude, a figure suddenly jumped up. Those genetically modified people who were ready to fight found that a very special humanoid genetically modified creature rushed towards the flying bull knights. The humanoid genetically modified creature wore blue steel armor with light patterns, like a holy warrior guarding the gods. As his figure rushed into the air, the light patterns on his body became stronger and stronger, like dragon patterns wrapping around his body. A super-burning warrior who had already rushed in front of the humanoid genetically Modified creature brandished the red crystal spear in his hand and stabbed the dragon hunter Kivis. Kivis actually reached out and grabbed the thrusting spear, and then lifted it hard. Instead, he lifted the super burning warrior directly and threw it out of the mountain wall. Kivis stepped on the flying bull, which was already in the air, and used the strength to jump up again. The red crystal spear he grabbed in his hand threw it out with his backhand, and instantly penetrated another super burning warrior riding the flying bull. He himself jumped into the air and rushed towards another flying bull knight. The nearby flying bull knights swooped over and pierced Kivis with their spears. Kivis, who was unable to change direction in the air, swung out his hands with photoelectric dragon patterns, and slashed at the red crystal spears that were cut off by his hands one by one. At the same time, he had already landed on the back of a flying bull. With one hand, he grabbed the short blade that the super burning warrior stabbed with his backhand, and with the other hand, he broke his neck. The flying bull lost control of its owner and swooped down towards the top of the mountain. Kevis, who was stepping on the cow's back, stretched out his hand and pulled the horn of the cow, forcefully forcing the flying cow to change its flight direction and rise into the sky. "I'll go, whose pet is that? Strong, so strong." Seeing Kivis' strong attack, someone said in surprise. Several flying bull knights rushed towards the alloy mutant, but most of them were killed by Kevis in a short moment, and only one escaped to the sky. Kevis grabbed a spear and threw it directly into the sky, piercing the flying bull knight and the bull together, and fell from the sky. After killing the flying bull knight, Kevis grabbed the bull's horn with one hand, stepped on the flying bull and fell to the ground, returned to Lin Shen, and handed the stolen pet launcher to Lin Shen. Lin Shen took the two pet launchers sent by Kevis, fiddled with them, and two flying bulls immediately flew over and landed in front of him and Kevis. "Ah. Is that Tian's pet? Are all pets so handsome?" "It's handsome, strong, and humanoid. I've never seen such a pet." While people were talking about Kevis, Lin Shen and Kevis had already ridden a flying bull. Lin Shen pointed at the pet launcher in his hand and said, "Wait a minute, grab more of this stuff." After that, Lin Shen picked up a red crystal spear, urged the flying bull under his seat, and rushed directly into the sky. Kevis followed closely, flew into the sky, and rushed towards the most intense battle. Bai Shenfei and others were struggling to support the attack of the flying bull knight. It's not that they couldn't beat the flying bull knight. After Bai Shenfei jumped up and killed a flying bull knight, those flying bull knights stopped swooping down. They actually took out the bows and arrows on their backs and fired rounds of arrows at Bai Shenfei and other radical changers in the air. The red crystal arrows caused a lot of trouble to Bai Shenfei and others, but they couldn't reach the flying bull knight in the sky. Bai Shenfei regretted that she shouldn't have killed too hard at the beginning, which made the flying bull knight alert, but it was too late to say anything now. When she was thinking about how to deal with the flying bull knight in the sky, she suddenly saw the flying bull knight who had rushed to the top of the mountain before flying back. This made Bai Shenfei and others feel bad, thinking that the flying bull knight would come back only when the alloy-based transformers were almost slaughtered. But after a closer look, it was found that there were several riders when they went, but only 2 came back. A Tian. Looking at the people sitting on the 2 riders again, they were surprised and happy. No one could have thought that a Tian, who was only at the alloy level, could actually deal with those crystal-based flying bull knights and even robbed 2 flying bulls. Looking at another person riding a flying bull, the light patterns on his body flashed, which was extremely cool. A closer look showed that it was a based pet. It suddenly dawned on them that Tian had hidden a powerful crystal-based pet. No wonder he could kill the crystal-based flying bull knight. Kevis, kill him. Lin Shen pointed at the red dragon knight flying at the highest point and gave an order. Kevis, who was flying beside him, heard Lin Shen's order and immediately let the flying bull he was sitting on speed up and rushed towards the place where the red dragon knight was. Lin Shen also pulled the flying bull and followed Kevis. Don't leave yet, take me with you. Bai Shenfei shouted loudly below. Although Lin Shen's pet should be very strong, facing so many flying bull knights and the red dragon knight, they may find it difficult to get any benefits. Tian, let's go together. Mo Xingqi also shouted below. Lin Shen didn't care about them at all. He pretended not to hear it even if he heard it. Flying pets are very rare, especially those that can be used as mounts. Pets like the blue-eyed divine eagle are also considered flying pets, but people can't sit on them. It's not that the power of the blue-eyed divine eagle is not enough to take people to the sky, but the size of the blue-eyed divine eagle is simply not suitable for riding. If you ride on the eagle, its wings will be stuck. How can it fly if its wings cannot move flexibly? Stand on the eagle's back? Or sit on the eagle's back? Aren't you afraid of falling to death if you fly sideways? So there are pets that can fly, but not many can be ridden. Lin Shen is very interested in these flying bulls. If he grabs the pet launcher, all these flying bulls will be his. At this point, who would dare to find him to share the spoils he has grabbed? The red dragon knight and the flying bull knights naturally discovered them. The red dragon knight roared, and the flying bull knights immediately drew their bows and arrows and shot at Kevis and Lin Shen. Looking at the red crystal arrows flying like rain, Lin Shen quickly hid his flying bull behind Kevis, and through the red crystal spear he picked up to Kevis. It was his first time riding a flying pet. It was good enough that he didn't fall down. How could he control the flying bull to avoid the rain of arrows? Kevis caught the red crystal spear, jumped up directly, and flew towards the red crystal arrows that rained down. The red crystal spear in his hand seemed to have turned into a 5-speed electric fan. All the red crystal arrows that flew over were blocked by him, and sparks flew everywhere, and the sound of ding-dong was endless. Lin Shen hurriedly ordered the flying bull that Kevis rode to rush to Kevis's landing point, and successfully caught him before he fell. Because the distance was originally close, the flying bull knights only had time to fire a round of volleys. And Kevis had already rushed into the flying bull knights, sparks and lightning all the way, arrows were broken and people died wherever they passed, and red crystal spears were shaken out of their hands. The power of the dragon pattern on his body was too strong, and he was still invincible when the same level of weapons collided. Lin Shen followed behind to take advantage of the opportunity. He grabbed several red crystal spears that were knocked away by Kevis and hung them behind his back. He held a red crystal spear in his hand and stabbed it into the chest of a flying bull knight who had lost his spear. Although Lin Shen was only at the alloy level, his strength of 31 was not much inferior to that of the average flying bull knight. It was not difficult to kill a flying bull knight whose spear had been knocked away by Kevis and who had lost his balance. Then a strange scene appeared in the sky. Kevis rushed in front, invincible all the way, making the flying bull knight stagger around. Lin Shen followed behind and fired shots frantically, focusing on key positions, looking for an opportunity to kill a flying bull knight with one shot, and then took away their pet launcher. At one time, there were hundreds of flying bull knights, but they couldn't help but favor this one person. It's so explosive. That pet is so invincible. It looks more powerful than Ouyang Yudu. Many people's hair stood up when they saw Kiwi's explosive performance. The red-clothed dragon knight in the sky suddenly let out a roar. The flying bull knights who were trying their best to block Kiwi suddenly gave way, allowing Kiwi to easily rush over and rush straight towards the red-clothed dragon knight. But Lin Shen behind was stopped and trapped by hundreds of flying bull knights. Without kevis to open the way, Lin Shen's situation suddenly became very unoptimistic. It's bad, a Tian is trapped. Everyone watching the battle felt that something was wrong. Bai Shenfei also saw that Lin Shen was in a bad situation and wanted to go to support him, but she couldn't fly. Mo Xingqi and other base changers were all very anxious. They wanted to help, but didn't have the ability to go up to the sky. They had to vent their anger on the pets that pounced on them. The gravity of King Kai's planet was too strong, and it would be very difficult to project from the bottom up. With Bai Shenfei's power, it would be difficult to affect the battle at that height, let alone ordinary crystal bases. Looking at Kiwi's, the Red Dragon Knight had already gone up to meet him personally, and it was impossible for him to come back to rescue Lin Shen. Being trapped in the sky by hundreds of flying bull knights, it was impossible to fly away. Everyone's eyes were on Lin Shen, and the people watching the battle outside also felt sorry for Lin Shen. In their impression, the perpetual motion machine Tian is just a relatively durable alloy base transformer. If he wants to survive under the siege of hundreds of crystal bases, it will take a miracle. In this situation, no one can rescue him. Even his pet is entangled by the Red Dragon Rider, let alone save him. No one thinks that Kiwis can quickly kill the Red Dragon Rider and then rush back to save Lin Shen. Because now everyone can see that this red super burning warrior riding a dragon should be the genuine Legion leader of the super burning Legion. Being able to lead 30,000 super burning warriors, this person's strength can be imagined, not to mention that he has a black crystal-like dragon pet under his seat. The dragon pet is a high-level product at first glance, and it must be a mutated crystal base. No matter its size, speed or lethality, it is not comparable to Feinyo. Kiwis fought with the Legion leader riding a dragon in the air. It was good enough not to be killed. It was almost impossible to kill the Legion leader in a short time and come back to help a Tian. Your partner is in danger. Leave this to me. Go support him. Ouyang Yudu glanced at Lin Shen in the air and said, "No need." Wei Wufu just replied lightly and continued to fight with the red-clothed super-burning warriors, who kept charging. If the two hadn't joined forces to block the red-clothed super-burning warriors from charging in turns, they would have rushed up long ago. Now that Wei Wufu has left, Ouyang Yudu is left alone. His consumption will inevitably increase, and the time he can support will become shorter. I'm afraid he won't be able to hold on until the countdown ends. However, Wei Wufu didn't leave, not because of this reason, but because he understood Lin Shen. And knew that since Lin Shen did that, there must be a reason for him. And he also knew that Lin Shen hadn't really shown his trump card yet, and he hadn't even used his innate skills yet. Wei Wufu also knew something about Kiwi's ability. If the Legion leader didn't ride a dragon pet, there might be some chances. But he rode a dragon pet, which meant that he was destined to be killed by Kiwi soon. So Wei. Wufu was not panicked at all, and continued to resist the red-clad super-burning warriors who kept charging. Ouyang Yudu was a little confused. Looking at Wei Wufu, he seemed to be very confident in a Tian. Could it be that a Tian had not yet burst out his true strength? If that's the case, it would be really interesting. Ouyang Yudu's clear eyes flashed with a little excitement, and he kept paying attention to Lin Shen, who was besieged in the sky. You really think I'm a soft persimmon? Lin Shen's mouth twitched, and he had some contempt for the Legion commander in his heart. His vision was really bad. He was obviously the protagonist, but the Legion commander actually chose to deal with Kivis himself and handed him over to these trash. It's time for you stupid minotaurs to see who is the real protagonist. Lin Shen looked at the flying bull knights who rushed over with spears, and the hieroglyphs on his body suddenly glowed. The next second, Lin Shen, whose body was glowing with words, jumped up from the back of the flying bull, dodged the spear in the hand of the flying bull knight who rushed over first, turned over and passed over his head, and slapped his back with a palm. The flying bull knight pulled out a short blade with his other hand and slashed it towards Lin Shen above his head. Originally, he thought that this attack should be able to cut the palm of Lin Shen's hand, but who knew that Lin Shen's slap was half a beat slower than he expected. His short blade slashed over, but did not touch Lin Shen's palm, and his heart suddenly felt cold. Bang! The flying bull knight felt as if the back of his head was hit by a heavy hammer, his brain roared, and he was dizzy and unbearable. Lin Shen had already turned over and landed behind him, and pulled out his pet launcher and put it in his backpack, then turned over and took away his red crystal spear and red crystal short blade, and naturally could not let go of the red crystal bow and arrow on his back. Lin Shen had been coveting this thing just now. When he was a child, he played archery games a lot in the market. He knew how to use the bow and arrow, and his accuracy was quite good. However, after playing for a while, he felt that it was boring. He hadn't touched it for many years, and he didn't know if his accuracy was still good. He grabbed the thing, and then threw the dizzy super-burning warriors directly off the back of the flying bull. Lin Shen carried a bow and arrow and several spears, with a short blade inserted at his waist, holding a red crystal spear in both hands. And the white words on his body emitted fluorescence, which looked weird and harmonious. Seeing that other flying bull knights were coming from all directions, Lin Shen did not continue to ride on the back of the flying bull, but jumped up again. He was clearly jumping forward. He went out, but he threw the spear in his hand back. The flying bull knight, who rushed over from behind, didn't expect such a move at all, and he directly hit him at high speed. Under the collision of the two forces, the spear pierced his chest directly. Lin Shen, who jumped into the air, pulled out another spear and stabbed the flying bull knight, who rushed over from the opposite side. The flying bull knight thought that the opportunity had come. In a head-on fight, he certainly wouldn't be afraid of a mere alloy-based transformer. He also raised the spear in his hand and rushed towards Lin Shen. Before the two of them came into contact, Lin Shen took advantage of the situation and slapped the back of the spear. And the spear immediately flew out of his hand. The flying bull knight didn't expect Lin Shen to play like this, and he was scared and sweated, and quickly dodged the shot sideways. But Lin Shen had already come to his head, stepped on his head with one foot, and jumped up again with the force. The flying bull knight he stepped on made a dull sound, and his super-burning helmet was dented, and he fell off the flying bull. Lin Shen leaped in the sky, and hundreds of flying bull knights were unable to do anything to him. Instead, he tossed them all over the place, and killed several flying bull knights in a short while. This result shocked the spectators. The base changers below were also surprised and happy. No one expected that an alloy base changer could kill several crystal-based super-burning warriors when he was surrounded in the air. It's the same theory of evolution. Why don't my words have lighting effects? Can people who practice the theory of evolution be so awesome? Have the hieroglyphs on a Tian's base transformation shell been blessed by a master? The public has misunderstood me. If I had known that the theory of evolution, one of the 5 major base transformations, was so awesome, I would have gone through so much trouble to seek the base transformation, spent money, and lost face. In the end, what I practiced is far inferior to the theory of evolution. Grandpa, when will my theory of evolution light up? People all over the world were dumbfounded. Whether they had practiced the theory of evolution or not, they were all confused at this time. People who had practiced the theory of evolution were all doubting whether this was the theory of evolution. People who had not practiced the theory of evolution were all doubting in their hearts why such a powerful base transformation was one of the 5 basic base transformations. Shouldn't it be a secret base transformation? Countless base transformation practitioners who practiced the theory of evolution went crazy, asking around how to make the hieroglyphs on their shells glow. No one knew that the hieroglyphs derived from the theory of evolution could glow. Although we don't know what effect the glow can have, it looks noble and elegant. Even if there is no practical effect, it's okay to be handsome. The bigwigs of those big families couldn't help but take out the theory of evolution placed casually on the bookshelf and flipped through it again, thinking that maybe they had missed it before, and the theory of evolution also has this effect? The Bai Shenfei looked at Lin Shen with some surprise and confusion. But she didn't have time to think about it now, she was still fighting hard. When Lin Shen showed his skills in the air, Kivis and the Red Dragon Rider also faced each other. The Red Dragon Rider rode the dragon and rushed directly over. The 6 or 7 meter long red crystal spear in his hand stabbed Kivis with a sonic boom. The dragon under his seat showed its fangs like black diamonds, as if it was going to swallow Kivis directly. Kivis rode on the flying bull and met him without hesitation, and it was a head-on collision. Everyone knows that Phenia can't beat the dragon. A head-on collision is like a car hitting a heavy truck. It will be smashed into pieces. When it was about to get close, the dragon pattern on Kevis's body flashed suddenly, and an indescribable momentum surged from his body. The next second, everyone saw an incredible scene. The dragon, which was originally rushing towards Kevis, suddenly looked like a mouse that met a cat. His face was full of fear. He flapped his wings in the opposite direction desperately, trying to stop his forward momentum, and his body was still trembling. It didn't matter that it came, but it made the Red Army leader suffer. He was originally rushing forward, but suddenly the dragon wanted to retreat, which disrupted his rhythm. At this time, Pheniu had rushed in front of the dragon, flapped his wings, and flew over the dragon's head, and Kevis jumped onto the dragon's back and confronted the Red Army leader face to face on the dragon's back. Are you really a genetically modified creature? The red-clothed Legion leader looked at Jeeves with strange eyes. This was the first time he had seen such a genetically modified creature. Jeeves walked towards the red-clothed Legion leader step by step without saying a word. The red-clothed Legion leader seemed to realize that it made no sense to talk to a genetically modified pet. It was only because Jeeves was too unlike a genetically modified creature and more like a humanoid creature that he subconsciously said that sentence. As a pet, you are honored enough to die at the hands of my Ogud. The red-clothed Legion leader hung the spear on the evil dragon and even took off his helmet, revealing the head of the Minotaur. The Legion leader was taller and more majestic than the average super-burning warrior. He was almost 3 meters tall, with thick and large horns on his head and a tuft of red hair on his head. Seeing that Jeeves was about to walk in front of him, Ogud roared, and the heavy black armor, like a meteorite, wrapped around his body. Almost at the same time, Kivis and Ogud punched each other, tearing the wind pressure fists, colliding with dimensional mist and sonic booms, forming a terrifying gas explosion shockwave. One person and one pet fought on the back of the dragon, punching each other madly, and the sound of gas explosions continued in the air, like thunder. The trembling dragon circled in the sky, and the battle continued madly. Such a battle made people stunned, and they didn't even dare to breathe, staring straight at it, for fear of missing any details. Unfortunately, the details that ordinary mutators can see are really limited. They can't see Kivis and Ogud's moves at all, and can only see continuous gas mist rings exploding in the sky and on the ground. The two terrifying existences made people tremble with fear, and it was difficult to tell the winner. For a while, they also won by force, were fearless, and attacked with unparalleled force. The two fought fiercely, and the evil dragon below suffered. It dared not disobey Ogud's command, but was extremely afraid of Kivis, so it swayed left and right. After a long time of attack, Ogud roared again, and the armor on his body, which was already like heavy armor, expanded again, and produced layer after layer of armor like armor, making him look like a heavy-duty humanoid mecha. There were even sharp corners on his fists. Boom! A punch was thrown, and the speed and power increased greatly. The sharp corners on the fist pierced Kivis' shoulder. Kivis seemed to feel no pain at all. His hand blade was like a knife, with dragon pattern light and shadow, and he cut off a corner of Ogud's armor with one slash. One man and one pet, neither of them retreated, standing face to face, like being fixed on the back of an evil dragon, punching each other, quickly. Shell fragments and blood splattered, and the fight between the two suddenly became extremely tragic, which made people tremble with fear. No, a Tian is in danger. Many people who were still paying attention to Lin Shen screamed. Lin Shen was in the sky, but there were no flying bull riders around him. All the flying bull riders seemed to have agreed to stay away from his position. At the same time, the two flying bulls controlled by Lin Shen were intercepted, leaving Lin Shen no place to use his strength. At his current height, if he fell like this, even a whole steel column would not be able to bear it, not to mention that Lin Shen was still a flesh and blood body inside his shell. But there was no place to use his strength around him. Unless Lin Shen was an ascender with the ability to fly, it seemed that he was doomed. Concubine gritted her teeth, blasted away the crystal-based pet in front of her, and flew to the place where Lin Shen fell, wanting to try whether she could catch Lin Shen and dissolve the force on him. But at this time, Concubine was not 100% sure, because her strength had been consumed too seriously, and she was probably less than half of her peak strength. Concubine rushed out a few steps, but her pace slowed down, and finally stopped completely, because she saw a shocking scene. Lin Shen, who was falling, suddenly touched his left toe on the back of his right foot in the air, and he actually violated the laws of physics and took off again, rushing towards the flying bull knights. In the sky, Lin Shen flashed like a ghost, and at the same time, the red crystal spear in his hand stabbed out at various incredible angles. In a moment, several flying bull knights were shot and screamed, and fell from the air. By combining the stepping immortal court with the stairway to heaven, together with the stabbing method taught by Wei Wufu and the unorthodox techniques learned from Ouyang Yudu, and relying on the endless supply of energy provided by the world power absorbed by the super basic text, Lin Shen became a sky ghost, constantly flying and dodging in the flying bull knights, firing his gun again and again, and for a moment he actually killed more than 100 riders of the flying bull knights, causing them to fall to the ground in chaos. This scene left everyone stunned. They had never seen anyone fighting in the sky like this before. Lin Shen was now like a flying devil, causing the flying bull knights to panic. Although he didn't kill many people, his deterrence was too strong. Crystal-based super-burning warriors have to ride flying bulls to fight in the sky, but Lin Shen is flashing and moving in the sky. His movements are as weird as ghosts, and the spears he thrusts are as unpredictable as the behavior of the devil. Lin Shen was not afraid of being seen climbing the ladder. What he was guarding against was the half-man, half-iron weirdo. The only people who had seen him use the ladder were Su Tianga and Tu Xiaodao. Su Tianga would not tell anyone. The butcher was overseas, and it was even less likely that the news would reach the ears of weird people. That's why Lin Shen could be so unscrupulous. As for Ta Xianting, there is no need to worry. Lin Shen has changed Ta Xianting beyond recognition. Even if it is the original creator, he may not be able to recognize it. Concubine Bai Shen stared blankly at Lin Shen, who was showing great power in the sky, as if a god had descended, and muttered to herself in disbelief, "Can someone who practices evolution be so strong? Interesting. It's so interesting." Ouyang Yudu saw the scene, and his originally clear eyes were now filled with fiery brilliance. His original strength was extremely depleted, but he burst out with a terrifying force from nowhere. He rushed down the Tianqing slope and dodged like a monster in front of a red-clad super-burning warrior, inserting his hands into it. In his chest, he directly tore the body of the super-burning red warrior into two halves along with his suit and armor, letting the blood drip onto his body. It's so good. It's so good. Bathed in blood, Ouyang Yudu's whole body was trembling, and the corners of his mouth could not suppress a smile, and the muttering in his mouth gradually changed. Big, finally turned into wanton laughter. It's so good. Ouyang Yudu, who was in a frenzy, rushed into the Zhan-burning legion like a monster. He no longer used any weapons, and seemed to have no skills. His body attacked like a beast, and his hands tore apart one super-burning warrior after another. Among them, there is no shortage of super-burning warriors in red. No. Yudu is sick again. Ouyang Miaojiao looked worried. Within the Divine Love base, many people from the Ouyang family also looked at Ouyang Yudu in the image, their faces full of worry, and some even had fear and disgust in their eyes. It's just that except for people from the Ouyang family, there are relatively few people paying attention to Ouyang Yudu now. Because in the sky, there was a huge explosion that almost deafened people, and the airwaves spread like circular waves in the sky. The center point of the airwave was the dragon's back. Most people's eyes were attracted there, and they saw a figure falling from the dragon's back. Bang! The majestic figure fell heavily on the top of Horseshoe Mountain. The already tattered armor was severely deformed by the fall, and blood spurted out of the already bloody body inside. He is the commander of the Super Combustion Legion, he is dead. For a moment, the whole world seemed to pause. The super-burning legions that were charging madly stopped attacking, their eyes filled with disbelief. The next second, both the super-burning warriors on the Tianqing slope and the flying bull knights in the sky retreated like a crazily tidal wave. The evil dragon fell from the sky and landed heavily on the top of the mountain, stirring up dust all over the sky. On top of the evil dragon's head stood the dragon hunter Kivis, who shone like a god. We won, the Super Combustion Legion was repulsed. The Genachangers on the battlefield seemed to be a little unbelievable for a moment. After they reacted, each one let out a heart-rending roar, which was the cry of the living who crawled back from hell. Wei Wufu did not participate in the cheers and rejoicing. His eyes were like lightning, staring at Ouyang Yudu, who was laughing like a devil on Tianqing slope. When Ouyang Yudu was frantically chasing the retreating super-burning warriors, Wei Wufu suddenly rushed forward. One arm clamped Ouyang Yudu's neck from behind, and the other arm grabbed his waist and entangled his legs off his feet. The two fell down together, and Wei Wufu locked him tightly. Click. Ouyang Yudu was almost crazy. Unable to struggle, he opened his mouth, exposed his white teeth, and bit Wei Wufu's arm. The teeth actually bit into some of the carapace on Wei Wufu's arm. The teeth penetrated into the flesh, and blood immediately overflowed from the corners of Ouyang Yudu's mouth. Wei Wufu had no intention of letting go of Ouyang Yudu, and still locked him tightly. Gradually, the crazy look in Ouyang Yudu's eyes faded a lot, and the teeth biting Wei Wufu's arm slowly loosened. It's okay. Hearing Ouyang Yudu's voice, Wei Wufu let go of his arms and sat up slowly. Ouyang Yudu turned over and lay on the ground, but had no intention of getting up. There was still Wei Wufu's blood in the corner of his mouth, and his face no longer had the madness just now, but instead had a contented smile that was almost happy. Lying on the Tianqing slope, where blood flowed across the sky, looking up at the sky, his beautiful eyes reflected the blue sky and the sun. Ouyang Yudu seemed to be enjoying the beautiful scenery, and slowly closed his eyes for a long time. It turns out I'm not the only strange person in this world. Ouyang Yudu muttered to himself with his eyes closed. Not many people noticed the situation here among the Genachangers who were caught up in the carnival. Their focus was mainly on Lin Shen and Kivis. There is no doubt that although there are Ouyang Yudu and Bai Shenfei today, such nearly invincible geniuses are present, but the protagonists are Kivis and Lin Shen. At least today they stole most people's attention and successfully shocked the entire home planet. This Tian is very good. He deserves to be someone from Tianqing. A genetic changer who was recording images in the sky with a camera couldn't help but admire. What? A Tian? Based on this guy's performance, isn't it an exaggeration to call him Brother Tian, said a friend on the side. No, people in Tianqing are not that superficial. I still think a Tian is good, but the nickname of the perpetual motion machine is a bit bad. The gene changer who took the photo said thoughtfully. How about calling it Son of the Sky? My friend thought for a moment and said. Too vulgar. The radical denied it directly. Why is it bad? I think it's very appropriate. You see, he comes from Tianqing, and is also called a Tian. He also has such a powerful sky-fighting ability. Isn't it fitting to call him Son of the Sky, said the friend. Appropriate does not mean good. I think he deserves a better title. The gene Changer touched the top of his head with some sparse hair, thought for a long time, suddenly his eyes lit up, he patted his thigh and shouted, I thought of it. Flash Ling. How about shining Ling a Tian? I think it's not as good as a perpetual motion machine. His friend looked at him with disdain, with this Tian. How many alternatives do you have now? Wan Yanbei, Shiman Swordsman, Ouyang Yudu, Wei Wufu, plus a Tian, there are now 5. The gene changer took out a small notebook, opened it and looked at it. There are only 5? The friend seemed a little speechless. The environment of the home planet is so bad, it is already difficult to find these 5. The gene changer sighed. Can't concubine Bai Shen do it? My friend asked after thinking for a while. It's still a little bit short. We can only wait and see. If you really can't find it, you can make up the number. The gene changer thought for a while and said, your achievements are not enough, and Wei Wufu and a Tian are from Tiancheng. Can the Wei family agree to you taking them away? I don't think so. You'd better keep looking. I'll go back first. The friend said and raised his hand. He raised his left hand and turned the dial on his hand. His body twisted for a while and then disappeared. As soon as the 3-day deadline was up, everyone teleported back to Jinshui Lake. Because they had an agreement before coming, Wei Wufu took away a large number of helmets, battle clothes, and pet launchers. Lin Shen's share was basically given to Wei Wufu, leaving only one mutant pet, which was the dragon of the Legion leader. Hell Rock Crystal. Dragon, mutated crystal-based creatures can evolve. Strength, 41. Speed, 41. Hardness, 41. Toughness, 40.9. Base mutation talent, mutated dragon body. Mutated rock, hell, undead demon curse. The attributes and talents of the Hell Rock Crystal Dragon are comparable to those of the Frost Swordsman, but the two are not comparable. Because the Frost Swordsman is an offensive pet, the Hell Rock Crystal Dragon is a high defense and high blood mount, and also a meat shield pet, and the functions are not quite the same. The mutant dragon body makes its physique stronger and can strengthen the surrounding attributes. The mutant rock increases defense. The curse of the undead demons in hell is actually a regenerative ability. After the Hell Crystal Dragon is injured, its injured body will regenerate quickly. As a mount and a meat shield, the Hell Crystal Dragon is almost perfect in the level of base transformation. In addition, its attack power is not weak. If it were not for the deterrent effect of Kiwi's Dragon Killer talent on it, it would be a real trouble. What surprised Lin Shen was that the Ouyang family also donated a portion to Tiancheng. This portion was not only the portion that Ouyang Yudu received, but also some things that the Ouyang family paid out of their own pockets, and its value was not less than Wei Wufu's gains. Wait for me to find you in Tiancheng. Before leaving, Ouyang Yudu left this sentence. Why did he go to Tiancheng to find you? Lin Shen was a little curious and asked Wei Wufu in a low voice. I don't know. Wei Wufu only said 3 words. Wei Wufu escorted the things back to Tiancheng directly. Lin Shen separated from Wei Wufu halfway and was about to quietly return to the Suanio base, but found that someone was following him. Did the weirdo find me? Lin Shen felt someone following him, but when he looked back, he saw nothing. But even if the weirdo came, Lin Shen was not afraid now. In the Battle of Taiyang Xingpo, Lin Shen's heaven-sacrificing aura accumulated terrifying sacrifices, and the attribute blessing that could be provided to Lin Shen had exceeded 100. What does an attribute value of more than 100 mean? It is said that the attributes of ordinary ascenders are 41 to 80, that is to say, if you only look at the attributes. Lin Shen with the heaven-sacrificing aura is stronger than ordinary ascenders, and much stronger. If the weirdo dares to come and cause trouble again, Lin Shen doesn't mind letting him try how hard his fist is. Lin Shen didn't find the figure, turned around and prepared to continue on his way, but was startled. He didn't know when a person stood in front of him, but he was not a weirdo, just a bald middle-aged uncle, wearing overalls and a vest, with an old SLR camera hanging around his neck, and an even older camera on his shoulder. Who are you? Lin Shen stared at the bald uncle in front of him in a daze. Although he looked ordinary, and even a little fat, Lin Shen didn't think he was really ordinary. At least an ordinary middle-aged fat bald uncle would never appear silently 2 or 3 meters in front of him. Hello, Tian, my name is Zhu Jianqiang, this is my business card. The uncle took out a business card and handed it to Lin Shen very friendly. Does anyone still print business cards these days? Lin Shen took the business card suspiciously and took a look. It said, Zhu Jianqiang, Scout of the Mother Planet branch of Nightmare Group. Scout? I'm not interested in being a star. Lin Shen said and was about to leave. No, you misunderstood. This scout is not that scout. What we do is to find young people with potential on various planets and invite them to join our nightmare group. I am very optimistic about you, so I want to invite you to join. When Zhu Jianqiang mentioned the nightmare group, he deliberately emphasized the tone, and his expression seemed to say how proud it was to be a member of this group. Nightmare group? What nightmare group? Lin Shen had already heard that this person should be a member of an alien family who came to the mother planet to discover young and powerful people with potential. But he had never heard of the nightmare group, and Tian had never mentioned such a group. In fact, Tian had never said much about the human race in the universe. It was good enough for Tian to know about a race like the human race that was not ranked. He also wanted Tian to know what forces the human race had, which would be a bit difficult for him. You haven't heard of the nightmare group? This is not important. You just need to know that the nightmare group is currently the most powerful force of humans on the alien planet. There are countless strong people in the group, not only humans, but also many strong people from alien races. Zhu Jianqiang talked about the nightmare group as if it was a super interstellar group. Thank you for your appreciation, but I have no plan to leave the mother planet. Lin Shen felt that this guy was not very reliable and wanted to leave quickly. Tian, do you know what it means to join the nightmare group? As long as you can pass the test, you don't need to worry about the various resources you need for cultivation in the future. Someone will send you the best resources: evolution, combat skills, pets and women. Food, clothing, housing and transportation are all top-notch, which you can never enjoy on your home planet. The beautiful young lady of the Celestial Clan, the charming queen of the Witch Clan, and the holy female cultivator of the Starlight Clan, they will accompany you to soak in hot springs and serve you wine. As long as your talent is good enough and your ability is strong enough, you can get whatever you want, and you will have whatever you want. Zhu Jianqiang said a lot of nonsense. The more Lin Shen listened, the more unreliable it was. Why did he feel that this sounded very familiar? Thinking carefully, isn't this the rhetoric that his eldest sister often uses to paint a pie in the sky for employees? Of course, what the eldest sister said can indeed be done, but there is a premise. You have to create more value for her, otherwise don't think about taking anything from her. Let's do this. If you have something to do, go to Tiancheng to find Wei Wufu. Whether I can go to Nightmare Group or not, it doesn't count. If I say it myself, I need Wei Wufu's approval. I have something else to do, so I won't talk to you for now. Goodbye. After saying that, Lin Shen summoned the Hell Crystal Dragon, rode it and flew away. Don't go, let's talk more. Zhu Jianqiang saw that he couldn't stop a Tian, so he could only watch him leave depressedly. What should I do with my performance? Zhu Jianqiang touched his head, which was almost bald, and sighed in worry. Lin Shen rode the Hell Crystal Dragon to a mountain range, found a secret place to land, put away his pet, and found a cave to go in. In the cave, Lin Shen activated the teleportation function of the watch and came to the grass slope area. Seeing that there was no one around, he restored his true appearance, changed his clothes and outfit, wandered around the grass slope for a day, killed some mutant poisonous insects, and then returned to the cave. After confirming that there was no one nearby, Lin Shen felt relieved and took a detour back to the Suenio base. Warm reminder, if you find that clicking the next page will force you to jump to other websites, please use the chapter error or contact us at the bottom to inform us. We will handle it as soon as possible. Thank you for your understanding. Lin Shen has been in a bad mood recently. He used to go to Tsaopa to kill poisonous insects at night, and occasionally go out to relax during the day. He could eat and play wherever he wanted. But now, he is afraid that the weirdo will know that he is still alive, so he has to stay at home day and night. Except for going to Tsaopa to kill poisonous insects, he can't go anywhere every day. But now, he drinks the base mutation liquid of those poisonous insects, and the base mutation rate can't be improved. This is what makes him most irritated. After all, he is already alloy level, and the effect of those mutated steel poisonous insects is minimal. He must change places to kill more advanced mutant creatures. Where to go? Lin Shen played with his watch and fell into deep thought. There are two coordinates stored on the watch, one is Tsaopa, and the other is the crater planet. When he came back from the crater planet, the watch did not prompt him to record the coordinates. At that time, he already knew that the other coordinate stored in the watch was that planet. I don't know how the weirdo moved his hands and feet at that time, so he was teleported to that coordinate, not the planet that took him out of thin air. The problem now is that the planet seems to be full of ascended creatures, and Lin Shen will not benefit much from killing them now. Not only is it difficult to kill, he can't use the ascension liquid he got. Wei Wufu said that the energy contained in the ascension liquid is too strong, and using it at the base mutation level will cause damage to the body, so it cannot be used. Lin Shen has also thought that based on his own theory of evolution, he may be able to digest the ascension liquid, but he doesn't dare to take the risk. What if the energy explosion that Wei Wufu said is a physical meaning, and the ascension liquid explodes directly in his body? Who can bear it? Lin Shen thinks he should be more cautious, but after solving the problem of the monster, he still wants to go to that planet. The power that the Heaven Sacrifice Halo can provide him now should be enough for him to kill a high-level ascended creature. He wants to find an opportunity to see if he can find a mutant ascended creature and kill it. Of course, it is best to have a mutant ascended egg. But before solving the problem of the monster, Lin Shen can't use the power of the Heaven Sacrifice Halo indiscriminately. After thinking about it, it is better to find a place on King Kai's planet to spawn mutant creatures. Entering the grass slope again, Lin Shen wore a red superburning suit and helmet, rode a big red bull, and ignored the poisonous insects, and kept moving forward in one direction. When Lin Shen was looking for poisonous insects before, he went to this direction. There was a big river at the end of the grass slope, and on the other side of the river was an endless steel forest. The river was very wide, and Lin Shen couldn't swim, so he didn't dare to go over. Now he is very proficient in climbing the ladder and stepping on the fairy court, so a mere river is naturally no problem, not to mention that he has the Hell Rock Crystal Dragon on him, so he plans to cross the river to the opposite forest to take a look. When Lin Shen came to the river, he originally wanted to cross the river directly, but after looking around for a while, he saw a figure not far upstream. Huh. Why is there someone here? Lin Shen took a closer look and found that it was really a person. The man was sitting on a large reef, protruding from the riverbank. He was wearing clothes similar to a jacket, holding a fishing rod in his hand, and there was a small table next to him with a thermos cup on it. He was obviously fishing. There were no horns on his head, so he was obviously not a super-burning tribe. He also had no wings or anything. He looked like a human. How could a human be fishing in such a place? Lin Shen was puzzled. After thinking about it, he decided to go over and see who it was. When he got closer, he found that the man fishing didn't seem to be very old, about 30 years old, or even younger, because he had a square face and a beard, which made him look a little old. "Friend, can you catch fish here?" Lin Shen asked, curiously. "Yes." The man turned his head and looked at Lin Shen, smiling, friendly. "How was the harvest?" Lin Shen walked to his side and looked at the fish basket next to him. Something was moving inside, but because most of the fish basket was underwater, he couldn't see what fish was inside. "Not bad," the man said, reaching out to pick up the teapot and a new cup next to him, pouring a cup of tea for Lin Shen, and handed it to him, saying, "What's your name, friend? Are you here to fish too?" "I don't know how to fish, I want to go to the forest across the street to have a look." Lin Shen took the tea, took a sip and said, without giving his name. He was not afraid that the man would poison the tea. He didn't know how much poisonous genetic fluid he had taken during this period. Now his body is immune to all poisons, and he is least afraid of poison. Hearing Lin Shen say this, the man looked at him in surprise. "You want to go to the forest across the street?" "Yes, is there any problem with the forest across the street?" Lin Shen keenly felt that there was something behind the man's words. "There are ghosts in the forest across the street," the man said seriously. "Ghost?" Lin Shen was slightly startled. He didn't expect the man to say such a thing. What era is it now? Who still believes in ghosts and gods? Even if there are any abnormalities, it should be the work of genetically modified creatures. Yes, there are ghosts. Once you enter that forest, you will encounter many strange things, and it's like a ghost wall, you can't get out," the man said seriously. Lin Shen felt like he was telling a story. It's just a forest. If he can't get out, can't he fly out? What ghost wall? Anyway, he didn't believe it. Originally, Lin Shen wanted to ask this man about his origins, but seeing that he was talking nonsense, I gave up the idea, drank the tea, put down the teacup, said thank you, and planned to leave here. and go to the forest. The man seemed to want to say something, but the fishing rod suddenly moved. The man quickly held the fishing rod tightly and stood up. The taut fishing rod was bent into an arc, and the fishing line went deep into the river. It seemed that something was swimming below. Lin Shen was also a little curious. He didn't know what kind of fish he could catch on King Kai, so he stopped and watched. From the side, the fish below seemed to be big. The man couldn't pull it up directly. He kept letting out the line and reeling it in, and started a tug-of-war with the fish below. As he watched, Lin Shen found something wrong. The waves on the water surface were getting bigger and bigger. After a while, the water surface of 100 meters nearby was churning. Oh my God, how big is this fish? Lin Shen was even more curious about what kind of fish the man caught. The man's expression also became solemn. He fought with the big fish below in various ways, and even put his body in various postures that were easy to exert force. He was almost pulled into the river several times. Seeing this, Lin Shen hurried over and wanted to help the man pull the fishing rod. Don't move, you don't know how to fish, don't mess around. The man stopped Lin Shen. Lin Shen had to stop and watch the man busy there. After a while, the man suddenly pulled the fishing rod back quickly, and kept reeling in the line while backing away. Lin Shen knew that the fish should be caught soon, and he stared at the river surface. Suddenly, a black figure surfaced. Seeing the appearance of the thing clearly, Lin Shen couldn't help but widen his eyes. Let me choke you, do you call that thing a fish? Lin Shen was secretly shocked. What surfaced was only part of the thing's body, but it didn't look like a fish. The body covered with black scales looked like ink jade, and the exposed part was more than 2 meters long. It also had wavy fins. Lin Shen even saw a talon like an eagle's claw. The waves below were rolling more violently, and more of the thing was exposed to the water from time to time. The more Lin Shen looked at it, the more he felt that it shouldn't be called a fish, and that it seemed more appropriate to call it a dragon. A black jade dragon that is more than 10 meters long is very similar to a dragon except that it has no dragon horns. There is no doubt that this is a crystal-based creature. Lin Shen originally thought that the man would just catch a steel creature or something, but he didn't expect to catch a crystal-based creature that looked like a dragon. Who is this person? Is this okay? Lin Shen looked at the man in shock. The fishing rod in his hand didn't look like much, but he could pull with the crystal-based creature for such a long time without breaking, which showed that it was anything but ordinary thing. While Lin Shen was still shocked, the man had completely gained the upper hand and forcefully pulled half of the body of the black jade dragon out of the water. The black jade dragon tossed desperately in the air, its tail slapping the water surface, stirring up waves of 10 feet. But no matter how hard it tried, it couldn't escape. The man quickly retreated and pulled half of the black jade dragon's body to the shore. Then he picked up the net next to him and hit the black jade dragon's head hard. The black jade dragon suddenly rolled its eyes, its body went limp, and it became unresponsive even when the man pulled it ashore. Awesome! Lin Shen sincerely praised him. This was the first time he saw someone fishing for this thing. It's okay, it's a little small. The man said this in his mouth, but anyone with a discerning eye could see that the raised corners of his mouth were harder to suppress than AK's. After pulling the black jade dragon completely ashore, Lin Shen originally thought he would start killing the dragon to obtain the genetic fluid. Who knew that the man took out a retro-looking card camera from somewhere, handed it to Lin Shen, and said, "Take a picture for me." Fortunately, Lin Shen knew how to use a camera. There were many antique cameras in the third brother's house. He had taught Lin Shen how to take pictures before, but Lin Shen had no interest in learning. At the beginning, Lin Shen followed the third brother out to take pictures with great interest. However, in order to take a picture of the sunrise, the third brother had to squat on the mountain in the cold wind for most of the night. It was really boring. The few times Lin Shen left the Suenio base, most of them went to take pictures with his third brother. The experience was very bad, and he lost interest in going there again. But one time Lin Shen went to the third brother's room to wait for him. When he was bored, he accidentally looked through some of his photo albums, which shocked Lin Shen. Of the scenery, flowers and plants that Lin Shen took him to take pictures of before, he didn't see any of them, but there were many pictures of beautiful women who were wearing very economical clothes. At that time, Lin Shen was wondering whether the third brother deliberately took him to take those landscape photos in order to persuade him to quit. If he had known that he could take pictures of these things, how could Lin Shen give up? After taking a few photos of the man with the black jade dragon, Lin Shen returned the camera to the man. The man took it and looked at it. He seemed quite satisfied. After putting away the camera, he took the fishhook out of the mouth of the black jade dragon. The man's next move stunned Lin Shen again. He actually pushed the black jade dragon back into the river. The black jade dragon was stirred by the current, and after reflecting a little, it swam around the river bank for a few times, then swung its tail and plunged into the deep water and disappeared. Why did you let it go? Lin Shen felt that it was such a pity. This thing might still be a mutation. It's useless not to let it go, the man said, and sat down on the reef again, hung the bait again, swung the hook, and started fishing again. Is this a joke? If you don't want it, why are you fishing for it? Lin Shen looked at the man with a complicated expression. He didn't take the man's words seriously just now, but seeing that the man was able to catch crystal-based creatures was a bit abnormal. He said that there were ghosts in the forest across the way, and maybe there was something wrong with it. It wasn't necessarily a real ghost, it was just that his statement was rather different. Brother, you just said that there are ghosts in the forest opposite. I wonder if you can explain it in detail. Lin Shen thought for a while and asked. I have never been to the other side, but I have seen some people go there and then never come out again. The only one who came out became crazy, as if he was possessed by an evil spirit. The man paused and said, you want to, if we go there, we have to find a way to cross the river first. Will the genetically modified creatures in this river attack people crossing the river? Lin Shen asked. It's very small, but the gravity on the river is much stronger than in other places. Wood cannot float on it, and balloons will sink into the river. It's still not easy to get over, the man said. Lin Shen was startled when he heard this. He quickly took out a metal lunchbox from his backpack and threw it into the river. The principle of a metal lunchbox is the same as that of a boat. If it falls on the river, it should float. But it didn't even wait for it to land on the river. While it was in the air, it seemed to be pulled by a huge force. It instantly deformed and plunged into the river and disappeared. Lin Shen was shocked when he saw it. It's such a strong gravity. Fortunately, I didn't jump over it just now. With such a strong gravity, I might have been pulled down while in the air. Thinking of this, Lin Shen felt even more unusual when he saw this man. The river is so weird and the gravity is unusual. He can pull up a crystal-based creature that is more than 10 meters long. Just this power is scary enough. What do you call your friends? Lin Shen asked, casually. But the man just smiled and didn't answer. Lin Shen reacted immediately. When the man asked him just now, he didn't answer. Now it was his turn not to answer. The debt was paid off really quickly. Lin Shen didn't care. Originally, he didn't reveal his identity, but Lin Shen secretly nicknamed him Fisherman in his heart. Friend, I'm leaving first. I'll see you again later. Lin Shen was already ready to leave. He didn't know the nature of water and was unwilling to forcefully cross the river. What's more, there might be something strange in the forest opposite, so it was better not to go. See you soon. The fisherman responded in a friendly manner. Lin Shen turned around and just took a few steps when he suddenly saw a familiar figure appearing in the sky in the distance, coming towards here. Hey! Why did Tian come here? The grassy slope should be quite far from the seaside, right? Lin Shen saw Tian and left in no hurry. Since Tian is here, it means that this place should not be far from the seaside. If you can ask for a way out, it would be good to go to the seaside. There are many mutant creatures there. With Lin Shen's current strength, he is not afraid of mutant crystals. Great opportunity to harvest mutations quickly. Tian had already seen Lin Shen and the fishing guy, but he didn't recognize Lin Shen's current super burning costume and mount. Tian has been doing very well recently. He has robbed many humans who entered Kaiwang, and killed some super burning warriors, and his wealth has become rich again. Maybe it was because he had been going smoothly during this period that he had forgotten the lesson of being robbed by Lin Shen. I saw 2 humans by the river, and they flew over like that. Even though Lin Shen was wearing the deputy commander's battle uniform and helmet and riding a big red bull, he didn't care and even regarded Lin Shen as a fat sheep. This guy is getting horny again. It seems he's been having a good time recently. Lin Shen secretly muttered as he watched Tian, dressed in white robes, descend from the sky with a charming smile, like an angel descending from heaven to save the world. Tian fell in front of Lin Shen and showed a smile that he knew could charm all living beings. Human, are you willing to be friends with me? Yes. Lin Shen nodded happily. As friends, we naturally need to share good things together. Take out everything you have. Tian said, still with a smile. That's right. Good. Friends should share. If there are any good things in your backpack, take them out and see. Lin Shen also laughed. When Tian heard what Lin Shen said, his face suddenly turned cold. He took out a pet launcher and pointed it at Lin Shen and said, Friend, it seems you haven't figured out the situation yet. Lin Shen looked at the style of the pet launcher in his hand and knew that it belonged to the super burning tribe and should have been stolen. What's the situation? Lin Shen asked knowingly. Sharing means sharing your good things with me. As a good friend, I will save your life. Tian said with a cold face. I thought sharing between friends was two-way. Lin Shen sighed. Two-way sharing is not as happy as exclusive enjoyment. I like to have twice as much happiness. Tian smiled happily. Now, start sharing your things, let me see what good things you have. It makes sense. Lin Shen nodded, took out a pet launcher, pointed it at Tian, and said, when you say that, I also start to like to be happier. Now share your things with me. Haha, there really are stupid young people out there? Haven't you heard of my brother's name? Do you know the robbery angel? If you don't know, ask your fellow countrymen. Tianqin's self-confidence has exploded recently, and she pointed at the fishing guy who was still fishing. There. Said. Friend, have you ever heard of robbing angels? Lin Shen tilted his head and asked the fishing guy. Never heard of it. The fisherman replied simply. This made Tian Xian's face instantly fall, and he said with a cold face, there are really idiots who haven't even heard of my name. You are really seeking death, so don't blame me. With that said, Tian, who was very unhappy, immediately pulled the trigger. Although the pet launcher in his hand does not have as high a rate of fire as the angel revolver, it is still a good thing. With a rate of fire of 40. As soon as he moved his fingers, Lin Shen, who was standing not far in front of him, immediately exceeded 40 speed and rushed towards Tian. A mere human dares to fight me. Such speed was not very strong for Tian. He directly pulled out a red crystal short blade of the super burning clan from behind, and at an even faster speed, he slashed at Lin Shen's neck. Lin Shen's footsteps changed, and he walked around the left side of Tian like walking in the fairy garden. Tian was slightly startled. This movement was a bit strange, and he immediately flapped his wings and soared into the sky. The Celestials are good at aerial combat, and foot combat is not their strong point, so naturally they cannot suffer this disadvantage. Lin Shen followed and jumped up, but of course his speed couldn't be as fast as Tian. Tian Xian saw Lin Shen's strength exhausted and began to fall downwards, shouting arrogantly, "Idiot, fighting with the Celestials in the air, is there water in your head?" As he spoke, Tian Xian flapped his wings and turned around in the air. He was already behind Lin Shen and slashed at the back of Lin Shen's neck. All this was part of Lin Shen's plan. He was about to use the latter to give Tian a big surprise when he suddenly saw a flash of crystal light in the sky that was almost invisible to the naked eye. The next second, Tian, who didn't know what happened, felt as if someone was pulling hard on his back collar. The force was surprisingly strong, and Tian Xian was pulled straight away. Lin Shen landed on the ground and took a look, only to see that the fisherman's fishhook hooked Tian's collar and pulled him over. Tian was startled and didn't see what it was, so he slashed in the back with his knife. The short blade struck the fishing line as thin as a hair, but was unable to cut it off. The fishing line was strong enough, but Tian's collar was not so strong. It tore a hole directly, allowing Tian to get rid of the fishhook. Tian flapped her wings and flew into the air, looking in the direction of the fishing guy. The fisherman took the fishing rod and pulled the fishing line and said, "I'm sorry, I accidentally caught you when I swung the rod just now." Accidentally? The corners of Tian's eyes twitched. He didn't believe the fisherman's lies. He glared at him angrily. The crystal carapace on his body gradually emerged, wrapping his body and wings. "You stinking fisherman, if I don't beat you into fish food today, I will take your surname," Tian said, turning into a stream of light and rushing toward the fishing guy from the air. "Don't get excited. It's very dangerous here. You'd better not come here," the fisherman said kindly. Awake. Tian Xian ignored him and tried to fly past the fisherman sideways while wiping his neck with a short blade. Seeing that the fisherman Did not react. Tian Xian thought he was going to succeed, but the fisherman suddenly turned sideways, letting Tian Xian's short blade fall into the air. Tian Xian also rushed past the fisherman and was about to turn around to fight again, but suddenly felt a terrifying force coming from below, pulling his body directly down. Tian Xian flapped his wings hurriedly, but the force pulling him was too strong, and he was not able to soar into the sky. His feet had already touched the water surface, and his wings were fluttering there, but he could not fly too high for a while. Lin Shen looked at Tian Xian struggling on the water surface, and secretly thanked himself for not choosing to jump directly from the river. Tian Xian, with a crystal base, could only barely resist the strange gravity on the river. With his strength, if he really jumped over, he would probably be pulled directly into the river. He couldn't swim, and if he fell into the river, he would most likely have to hold his breath and sink to the bottom. If he was attacked by the genetically modified creatures in the river again, it was hard to say whether he could cope with the gravity. This also gave Lin Shen a new understanding of the power of the fisherman. His power was stronger than he imagined. Tian Xian flapped his wings desperately, but his body slowly rose up. The river surface below suddenly exploded, and a black jade dragon rushed out of the water and opened its mouth to bite Tian Xian. Tian Xian's face changed drastically. All his strength was used to flap his wings to fly up, and he had no spare energy to deal with the black jade dragon. The angel seemed to be angry, and a strange halo rose from his body, condensing into a halo above his head. Why does the halo above Tianqin's head look so much like an angel's ring? It looks more like an angel now. Lin Shen was a little surprised. As soon as the halo appeared, the angel's power increased greatly, and a pair of wings flapped hard, forcing it to fly against gravity. The black jade dragon bit nothing and fell back into the river, stirring up heavy waves. "Fisherman, you dare to trick me, you're dead." Tianqin was extremely angry and pounced on the fisherman again, much faster than before. "Tianqin's strength is stronger than I thought." Lin Shen had not seen Tianqin fight with all his strength for the first time. When he first met Tianqin, Tianqin was fighting with the mutant creature in the sea, and when he came up, he was already half crippled. Later, Tianqin met him, but he didn't do it. When Tianqin robbed himself, he didn't use the angel's ring. Seeing Tianqin rushing over like a phantom, the fisherman waved the fishing rod in his hand calmly. As the fishing rod swung, the fishing line drew a strange arc in the air and entangled Tianqin. Tianqin knew that the fishing line was extremely tough and did not dare to be entangled, so he could only flap his wings to avoid the fishing line. Lin Shen watched Tianqin and the fisherman fighting from the side, and the more he watched, the more he felt that the fisherman's fishing rod skills were really weird. Fishhook, fishing line, and fishing rod, 3 kinds of weapons, soft and hard. Hard and soft, when used, all kinds of unexpected, completely different from conventional weapons. In the rapid swing of the fishing rod, the fishing line seemed to turn into 1,000 strands of love, entangled from all kinds of unexpected angles, and the tough but elastic fishing rod could also be pulled and stabbed. The fishhook was even more weird. Like a flying hook flying up and down, making it hard to defend against. Tian Xian's air combat ability is indeed very strong. He dodges the attack of the strange fishing rod by dodging in the sky, but he is obviously at a disadvantage. He wants to fly high, but can't. If he makes a mistake, he may be entangled by the fishing line. What a strange method, what an interesting technique. Lin Shen watched with relish. The fishing rod technique made him very interested. He also fished when he was a child, but only once. It was his third brother who took him there. He sat there for a long time and didn't catch a single fish. Lin Shen really didn't have the patience, so he never went there again. Now Lin Shen still has no interest in fishing. But he is very interested in the fishing rod method. Dead powder can be hard or soft, but you can learn from the fishing rod method. Lin Shen thought to himself and couldn't help but observe carefully. Many things, when you are not interested, the more you think about them, the more difficult they feel. But when you really calm down and do this, you will soon find that everything is actually regular. As long as you do it step by step, it may not be as difficult as you imagined. The key is to be attentive. If you don't pay attention, everything is difficult. If you pay attention, you may not feel that difficult. Of course, it is only possible. There are also some things that are really difficult and cannot be done with your heart. Lin Shen calmed down and looked for a while, and saw some tricks. Although the rod method is weird, it is not untraceable. It is just unpopular. Ordinary people rarely use such skills. Tian dodges blindly, but the range of action is becoming more and more limited. If he continues, he will be entangled sooner or later. I don't believe that I can't break your broken line. Tian was determined and wanted to break 10 skills with one force. He held the knife with both hands, and the halo above his head shone brightly. He used all his strength to cut the fishing line fiercely, trying to cut the fishing line and break the current dilemma. The extremely sharp red crystal short blade slashed on the fishing line with terrifying speed, but it just swung the fishing line to the side without any damage. The fisherman pulled and reeled, and the fishing line wrapped around Tian's body, and in an instant it was entangled many times, and the fishhook also pierced into Tian's shell. With a sudden pull of the rod, Tian's body was tied into a long strip and was swung in the air. Tian regretted it so much now. If he had known that this man was so awesome, he would never have come here. Damn, a mere human, how could such a monster appear? Tian was so depressed that he wanted to vomit blood. The fisherman turned around to face the river, and Tian was immediately suspended on the surface of the river. The traction of the fishing line and the terrifying gravity under the river pulled the fishing line straight, and Tian, who was tied up, had difficulty even struggling. Friends, it's all misunderstandings. Let's talk about it. Tian said with a forced smile. Who did you say you were? Going to turn into fish food? The fisherman looked at Tian and smiled. Ahem, you heard wrong. I said, you don't have enough fish food. I can help you make fish food. Tian said quickly. Is that so? The fisherman laughed. It must be so. Tian said quickly. The fisherman looked at Tian, as if he was thinking about something. Suddenly, the river surface exploded, and a huge shadow rose from the river, swallowing Tian and the line in one bite. The fisherman didn't expect this to happen. Looking at the genetically modified creature that was even bigger than a blue whale, his face changed slightly, and then he immediately showed a hint of joy. Finally it came out. Lin Shen was also looking at the genetically modified creature that jumped out of the river. Its body was as black as ink, and its body looked like a ranchu goldfish, but it is a fish of unknown size, but it is much bigger than a blue whale. There is a forward curved horn on the top of its head, and there is a lantern-shaped white crystal hanging down from the horn, which is more than 1 person tall. Something is flashing inside the crystal, a bit like a lantern fish, but a little bigger. Tian is finished like this. Lin Shen felt a little regretful. He hadn't taken back the things on his body yet, and he was swallowed by the strange fish. The fisherman exerted force with his legs, and his feet sank into the rocks again. He held the fishing rod in one hand and quickly released the line with the other hand, and a blue crystal-based shell appeared on his body. The strange fish splashed, smashed the huge waves, and fell back into the river. The fisherman was still releasing the line quickly, but the speed of releasing the line was obviously slower than the speed of the strange fish swimming. Soon, the fishing line was pulled straight, and the reel started to rotate by itself, as fast as a drill. The fisherman held the fishing rod tightly with both hands until the fishing line was pulled to the bottom. He leaned forward and was about to be pulled into the river, but he still held the fishing rod tightly. Lin Shen quickly transformed and rushed behind the fisherman. He grabbed his body with both hands and pulled it back hard, but he still couldn't stop the momentum of being pulled forward. Lin Shen exerted all his strength, holding the fisherman with one hand and taking out the pet launcher with the other hand, and directly launched a pet capsule. The strongest and heaviest hell rock crystal dragon appeared behind him, turned his body, and wrapped Lin Shen's body with his tail, and used all 4 claws to pull back hard. The power of 2 people and 1 pet finally stabilized the situation. The fisherman held the fishing rod tightly, as if he was tug-of-war with the strange fish in the river. Now it can no longer be regarded as fishing. It is just a competition of whose strength is greater. Whoever loses strength first will lose. The situation was at a stalemate, but the strange fish was too powerful and too torturous. It kept swimming left and right in the river, pulling on the fishing line. From time to time, they jump out of the water and stir up huge waves. The river water lapped at Lin Shen and the others. Lin Shen was motionless and could only hold on with all his strength. If he relaxed slightly, his body might be pulled over. Fortunately, endurance is Lin Shen's specialty. With the blessing of Chao Jiwen, Lin Shen's strength is endless. The fishing guy was obsessed with the strange fish and didn't pay much attention to Lin Shen behind him. He didn't know how much time had passed. When the fishing guy himself felt very tired, he found that the force pulling him from behind had not weakened, and he felt sad in his heart. Wei Wei was a little surprised and looked back at Lin Shen. He was even more surprised when he saw the carapace on Lin Shen's body. "Are you practicing the theory of evolution?" The fishing guy turned around and said while continuing to fight against the strange fish. "It's the theory of evolution," Lin Shen replied. "You are the first person I have ever seen who can master the theory of evolution like this." The fishing guy smiled and said, "Little brother, what do you call me?" "Just call me a Tian," Lin Shen said casually. "Okay, Tian, I owe you a favor today. If you need anything in the future, just come to me," the fishing guy said. "What do you call me, brother?" Lin Shen knew that this man should have an unusual background. "Just call me fishing guy." Lin Shen was slightly startled by fishing guy's words. The two of them were in a stalemate with the strange fish for who knows how long. The strength of the strange fish finally began to slowly weaken, which made both of them breathe a sigh of relief. The fisherman didn't dare to be careless and still held the fishing rod tightly. After a while, he saw that the power of the strange fish was getting weaker and weaker, and then he started to reel in the line. Just after reeling in a short line, the strange fish suddenly burst out with violent force, and the fisherman almost lost his grip on the fishing rod. Fortunately, he reacted quickly enough and immediately grasped the fishing rod with both hands again, thus preventing the fishing rod from flying out. Cunning thing! The fisherman cursed, not daring to slack off any more. After another stalemate for a long time, the strange fish really had no strength this time, so the fisherman started to reel in the line again. Once you can reel in the line, you can start fishing, and the pressure on the two of you is greatly reduced. I don't know how long it took, but the strange fish was finally pulled to the river bank. Tian, use your strength. The fishing guy shouted as he backed away. Lin Shen cooperated with the fisherman and pulled hard. The two of them almost exhausted their strength and finally pulled the huge fish ashore. The fisherman didn't dare to pick up the hook here, so he continued to pull up the grass slope until he passed the grass slope and pulled the strange fish into the grass slope. Then he breathed a long sigh of relief. The strange fish jumped up and down on the grass, but it had no legs, and its ability was greatly reduced after leaving the water. In addition, it had no physical strength, so it could no longer make any waves. The fisherman put down his fishing rod, took out his camera, and threw it to Lin Shen. Tian, take a picture for me. Lin Shen also expected it, took the camera without saying anything, and took a few photos of the fisherman and the strange fish. Brother, you're not going to release it, are you? Lin Shen felt that it was a pity to release the strange fish that he finally caught. If the fisherman doesn't want it, he can have it. This strange fish must be a mutated crystal. Drinking its genetic fluid, this is the rate of genetic mutation. I only want one thing, and you can take the rest. The fisherman pulled out a strange dagger from his waist. The dagger was crystal blue, with strange light patterns flowing inside it. It looked like it was made of ascension material. The fisherman walked up to the strange fish that had lost all strength and cut off the lantern-like crystal on its head with a knife. The strange fish immediately started tossing around again, causing grass, blades and dirt to fly around, but that was all. The rest is yours. The fishing guy said casually, not paying much attention to the mutated crystal base. Lin Shen quickly let the Hell Rock Crystal Evil Dragon pass over, swooped down from the air, hit the strange fish hard, and made a big hole in the grass slope. After being hit hard several times in a row, the strange fish, which had lost its physical strength, soon stopped moving. After another high-altitude dive and impact, the strange fish opened its mouth suddenly, and something flew out of it. Lin Shen took a closer look and saw that it was Tian, who was still tied up by the fishing line. Tian's body was covered in smelly, transparent mucus, but he seemed to be still alive and not dead. The carapace on his body was basically intact, except for rows of holes in some places, as if rakes had been inserted into it. The halo above the head is still there, but the brightness is very weak. Tian's life is really tough. He won't die even if he does this. Lin Shen secretly smacked his tongue. Brothers, stop playing with me, it will really kill someone. Tian lay on the ground like a dead fish and groaned. Lin Shen didn't have time to pay attention to him, so he first took the water bag to collect the genetic fluid from the strange fish. After a while, the watch vibrated, and information appeared on it. Killed a mutant crystal-based creature soul collector. Lin Shen was slightly startled. This guy's name is not Fish. This soul harvester is not a fish. What does collector mean? After a brief thought, Lin Shen stopped paying attention. It was just a name, it didn't matter what it was called. After collecting the base mutation liquid, Lin Shen walked towards Tian and searched out all the things on him. Tian had been collecting a lot of good things recently. There were 2 pet launchers on him, both of which could hold 10 pet capsules, and they were also full of pet capsules. There were also several pet launchers and some base mutation eggs in the backpack, including several mutant crystal base eggs. This guy is really a boy who brings wealth. Lin Shen sighed secretly while searching Tian's things. Tian had no ability to resist at all, and could only groan on the ground, feeling extremely annoyed. Brother, how about we each take half of these things? Lin Shen put the things in front of the fisherman and said, You take it. The fisherman didn't even look at the things, and had no interest at all. Then I won't be polite. Lin Shen saw that the fisherman was focused on the lantern-like crystal and really had no interest in these things. So he took them away without hesitation. He planned to eat those mutant crystal eggs directly to increase his mutation rate. Although mutant pets are good, too many of them are useless, and he can't command so many pets by himself. Asian, I'm leaving. If you need any help from me, you can come to the Asian God base to find me in the future. The fisherman said. There is really one thing that needs my advice. Lin Shen said quickly. What is it? The fisherman was slightly startled. He didn't expect Lin Shen to be so impolite. I wonder if my brother's rod method can be passed on? If it's convenient, can you teach me? If it's not convenient, forget it. Lin Shen was very interested in that weird rod method. The fisherman was slightly startled, and then laughed. Again, you want to learn this, no problem, it's just a fishing technique, not a great thing, I will teach you, but whether you can learn it depends on your own efforts. The fisherman said this, but he was secretly happy in his heart. You kid want to learn my shocking whip, then it depends on whether you have this talent. If you can learn 1/10 or 1/12, it's also your good fortune. I'm in a good mood today, let's escape. The fisherman shook the fishing rod and threw Tian, who was tied up, out. Tian quickly got up and limped away. He didn't want to stay in this broken place for a second. After robbing and killing, he finally got so many belongings, and returned to the pre-liberation era overnight. Lin Shen wanted to stop Tian and ask him how to get to the beach from the grass slope, but after he called, Tian ran faster, regardless of the injuries on his body, and forced himself to fly and escape. Come on. Don't waste time, I'll teach you how to use the rod first. The fisherman stopped Lin Shen. Lin Shen had to give up the idea of chasing Tian, and the fisherman said he would let him go, so he couldn't refuse the fisherman's face. After all, the person was caught by the fisherman. I created this fishing rod method when I was bored while fishing. There are 37 moves in total. I will teach you how to practice these 37 moves first. The first move is called Taigong fishing. The second move is called Misty Waves Angler. The third move is called Pointing to the Sky to shoot fish. The fourth move is called Fisherman's Prophet. The fifth move is called Seeking Fish from a Tree. The fisherman taught Lin Shen the 37 moves and the practice methods one by one. The moves and practice methods can actually be regarded as a whole. The moves are how to do them specifically, and the practice methods are the core technical training methods of this move. For example, if you want to dunk, the dunking action is the move, and the core technology is that you need to jump high or have strong enough core strength in your waist and abdomen. The practice method is to teach you how to jump high and how to exercise your core strength. Only when you meet these standards can you use those cool-looking skills. But if you can do those moves directly, it means that you already have the core technology, and naturally you don't need the practice method. The more Lin Shen listened, the more he felt that this rod method was indeed interesting. Each move was unexpected and very different from normal sword and knife skills. Most of the skills were fresh and had never been heard of before. It was really interesting. Lin Shen carefully wrote down what the fisherman taught him and prepared to find time to practice it well. He felt that many rod techniques could be used on die-hard fans. After the fisherman finished teaching, he lent his fishing rod to Lin Shen and asked him to practice a few times to get a feel for it, while he watched from the side. This kid has good talent. Although he can't be said to learn it in one go, he has learned it very solidly. The fisherman watched for a while and felt that Lin Shen had practiced well. The more bizarre the technique, the higher the requirements for basic skills. The fisherman saw that Lin Shen was trying hard to do a good job of the basics, which showed that he already knew what the core of this rod method was, which made the fisherman quite satisfied. It is naturally best to learn it in one go, but such geniuses are few after all. People who can have a big picture view, know what the focus of what they are learning, and how to learn are also very good choices. If he can persevere, although it is difficult to achieve the achievements of my Jingren, he should be able to learn 70% or 80%, which is enough for him to benefit for a lifetime. The fisherman nodded secretly. The fisherman is Mrs. Ye's father Jingren, which Lin Shen never expected. Because decades ago, Jingren was already an ascender, many people speculated that Jingren might have been promoted to a higher level and went to the universe. Lin Shen could not think that the mutator in front of him would be Jingren. Jingren did not advance to a higher level, but chose to recultivate, simply because he felt that he was not satisfied with the path he had taken before, so he chose to start over again. Of course, his recultivation is still somewhat different from the ordinary people who abandon their cultivation and start over. Seeing that Lin Shen practiced well, Jingren, who originally planned to leave after teaching, could not help but give a few more pointers. Who knew that it would be better if he did not give pointers, but after his pointers, Lin Shen's practice was a little worse. This made Jingren feel a little depressed, thinking, "You practiced well without my guidance, but you practiced worse after I gave you guidance. Are you slapping me in the face?" Jingren felt that he couldn't just let it go, so he worked harder to guide Lin Shen, and even corrected Lin Shen's posture himself. As a result, the more he guided and corrected, the worse Lin Shen practiced, and it was worse than before. Are you born in the year of the donkey? You don't move when you are beaten, and you go backwards when you are driven? Jingren felt that his blood pressure soared and he was about to have a heart attack. Don't be angry, don't be angry. I won't be angry if others are angry. Who would be happy if I die of anger? Jingren silently recited the Heart Sutra, and it took a long time for him to let out a long breath and disperse the anger in his heart. Not every fisherman has a very good temper. Jingren started fishing because of his bad temper. Later, after fishing for a long time, his temper gradually improved a lot. Especially in recent years, there are few people who can make him angry. But today, he was really a little angry with Lin Shen. If he said that Lin Shen was not good at all, then Jingren would not care. But Lin Shen was obviously good at the beginning, but after his guidance, he became disabled. How could he face it? Tian, don't be anxious, follow my movements again, you have to hold back a little, don't let go. Jingren spoke softly, and he looked even gentler and more patient than before. But for some reason, Lin Shen always felt that there seemed to be a bit of a weird taste in Jingren's gentle voice. No. Do it again, it's still not right, do it again, don't be angry, don't be angry. I don't get angry. When others get angry, but if I get angry and sick, no one can help me. Jingren has been reciting the Heart Sutra silently for countless times, and he is reciting faster and faster. Why get angry over trivial matters? When you think about it, why bother? Why, fuck you, what the hell are you practicing? How can you be so stupid? I have taught you so many times, dogs should have learned it, you are getting worse and worse, are you an octopus? Walk backwards. After a long time, Jingren completely exploded, pointing at Lin Shen's nose and cursing, then picked up his fishing rod. Grabbed the crystal next to him, put it on his shoulder, and turned around to leave. Jingren felt that he didn't want to see him again in his life. He had never seen such a stupid person. He felt that Lin Shen was practicing well at the beginning. He felt that he must have been blind at the beginning. Or he might not have brought his glasses when he went out during that period. You were practicing well, why did you turn against me so suddenly? Lin Shen stared at Jingren as he disappeared into the distance. He felt that he had practiced well. After Jingren's guidance, he had a lot of insights, which could be described as a flood of ideas. He really didn't understand why Jingren got angry. Fortunately, he had already learned the rod method, and he would practice slowly in the future. Seeing that there were no outsiders, Lin Shen released the dead powder and let it swallow the body of the soul collector. The body of the soul collector was too huge, and even when the dead powder turned into a huge state, it was still difficult to swallow it whole. It used its mouthparts to grind the body of the soul collector and swallowed it bit by bit. This process was quite slow. Lin Shen was drinking the mutation liquid he had just obtained. The watch kept showing the information of drinking the mutation liquid and the mutation rate +0. Until the theory of evolution took effect, the mutation rate +1 information finally began to appear. While drinking the mutation liquid, Lin Shen was thinking about the rod method he learned from the fisherman. After Yi's amazing guidance, Lin Shen had a deeper understanding. This rod method was both hard and soft, but the focus was not on hard and soft, but on the word explosion. Yes, the most important point of this seemingly mysterious technique is the word explosion, which is the explosive power. The most important throwing method in the rod method, the ultimate goal is to concentrate the strongest power at one point and throw out the strongest explosive power. No matter how many times the foreshadowing was done before, it was all fueling the flames and constantly adding up to prepare for the final explosion. The purpose of laying the foundation is to explode, and the explosion is the inevitable result of the accumulation of layers of laying the foundation. As long as you learn how to lay the foundation and explode, you can throw out a force that exceeds your own limit. Of course, there are also separate techniques such as throwing, wrapping, hanging, and releasing. These techniques are relatively complicated and can only be practiced slowly in the future. Laying the foundation and exploding are the core, and the other techniques are branches and leaves. After the core is practiced, the branches and leaves can be slowly integrated. The reason why Yi Jingren felt that Lin Shen was getting worse and worse is because Lin Shen realized this and put down the branches and leaves first and concentrated on exploring the core. He hadn't practiced the core yet, but he abandoned the branches and leaves, so naturally he looked worse and worse. I don't know how long it took, but the dead fan finally swallowed all the bodies of the soul collector. The next second, Lin Shen saw countless red filaments drilled out of the dead fan's body, wrapping its huge body. The red filaments intertwined and kept gathering together, making its size smaller and smaller, and finally turned into a small dark red pet capsule. It's finally going to evolve. This time it should be a crystal base. Lin Shen was happy and picked up the pet capsule transformed by the dead powder. Although the ability of the dead powder can be comparable to the crystal base, the attribute disadvantage of the alloy is still very obvious. When Lin Shen faced many super-strong crystal-based creatures, the alloy-level dead powder was not very effective because the attribute was too low. This time, the dead powder evolved into a crystal base, which should solve this problem. Putting away the dead powder, Lin Shen counted the things he had looted from Tian Xian. 7 mutant crystal eggs and 5 pet launchers, all of which were good stuff with a firing rate of 38 to 40, which should be the kind used by the Deputy Legion commander. 3 mutant crystal-based pets, 17 crystal-based pets, and dozens of other miscellaneous pets, as well as some base transformation liquid, which was actually mutant base transformation liquid. Among the 3 mutant crystal-based pets, there is a red crystal god bull, which has basically the same attributes and skills as Lin Shen's pet. There are 2 other mutations, namely the Blood Jade Mountain God and the Jade Moon Swordsman. Blood Jade Mountain God, mutated crystal-based creatures, can evolve. Strength, 40.2. Speed, 41. Hardness, 40.6, Toughness, 32. Mutation Talent, Mutation Blood Sacrifice, Mutation Blessing. The Blood Jade Mountain God caught Lin Shen's attention. Although this mutant pet only has 2 talent skills, it is very strange. Mutation Blood Sacrifice, absorb blood offerings and use blood as a sacrifice to enhance the blessing ability of the Blood Jade Mountain God. Mutation Blessing, bless a target. Mountain God Aura. The strength of the Mountain God Aura is determined by the strength of the blood sacrifice. The attributes of the Blood Jade Mountain God are not very strong among the mutant crystal bases, but these 2 skills are very interesting. Lin Shen tried it roughly and found that it is not only human blood that can activate the mutation blood sacrifice, but also the mutation fluid of the mutant creatures. The Blood Jade Mountain God is only the size of a palm and looks like a mountain god carved from blood jade. It looks very strange and even a little scary. As long as the base transformation liquid or blood is poured on him, it will absorb it into the body. The higher the level of the base transformation liquid it absorbs, the better the quality, and the stronger the blessed mountain god halo. It is called the mountain god halo, but in fact it is a blood-colored film coated on the base transformation carapace, which makes the base transformation carapace more resistant to impact. This film does not directly increase the hardness and toughness, it is a bit like putting a protective film on the glass, so that the glass below is not so easy to break. The strength of this protective film is determined by the level and amount of the base transformation liquid of the blood sacrifice. If this is the case, then if I use the Ascension liquid blood sacrifice, can I get a membrane that upgrades the level? Lin Shen's heart moved, and he took out the Ascension liquid he brought with him, and then dripped some on the Blood Jade Mountain God. As soon as the Ascension liquid fell on the Blood Jade Mountain God, Lin Shen immediately saw its eyes widened. And even the bloodline on the forehead was cracked, and the body was shaking violently. Originally, Lin Shen thought it was just a bloodline, but now he found that it was actually a blood-colored eye without pupils. As the ascension fluid was absorbed, blood light gradually lit up in the vertical eye on the blood jade mountain god's forehead, and the light became stronger and stronger. After the blood jade mountain god stopped trembling, Lin Shen asked it to activate the mutation blessing skill. The vertical eye of the blood jade mountain god shot out red light, which landed on Lin Shen's body, and immediately coated his shell with a blood-colored film. This film turned Lin Shen's shell into blood red, which looked quite creepy, as if it was stained red with blood. He summoned a mutant black-armored centipede and let it bite the shell on his arm. With a click, only some traces appeared on the alloy-grade shell, and it was not bitten through. This made Lin Shen overjoyed. The mutant black-armored centipede could bite it, which meant that the blood sacrifice of the ascension liquid was not enough. If there was a sufficient amount of ascension liquid blood sacrifice, the effect of the mountain god's halo would only be greater. Lin Shen immediately took the ascension liquid and dripped it on the blood jade mountain god, trying to make him absorb more. But after only a few drops, there was a snap, and cracks appeared around the vertical eye of the blood jade mountain god, which scared Lin Shen and stopped immediately. Facts have proved that the blood jade mountain god also has a limit to the energy absorption. He can't bear too much of high-level goods like ascension liquid. Fortunately, Lin Shen dripped slowly, so he didn't burst the blood jade mountain god directly. 5 drops of ascension liquid are already the limit of the blood jade mountain god. Lin Shen had to collect the blood jade mountain god first and wait for it to slowly recover its injured body. After studying for a while, the mountain god aura also has a duration, but this duration is not fixed. The mountain god aura, created by the ascension liquid blood sacrifice, has a very long duration. As long as it is not broken, it can last for more than 10 hours. The base transformation liquid of the steel creature can only keep the mountain god aura for a few minutes. No matter how much it is fed, it can only last for about 10 to 20 minutes at most, and its defensibility is also much worse. The blood jade mountain god can withstand 5 drops of ascension liquid, but can I withstand 1 drop? Lin Shen was thinking, if he drank the ascension liquid directly, his body would not be able to withstand it. Thinking about the mutated Jingji's body, it's a bit unbearable. He's still just an alloy. If something happens, someone will die. Even if he doesn't die, it won't hurt his kidneys. In the end, Lin Shen gave up the idea of trying. Anyway, the mutated genetic fluid and mutated eggs obtained from Tian, plus the genetic fluid from the soul collector, were enough for Lin Shen to digest for several days. There shouldn't be any need to worry about genetic fluid in the past half-month, but it's not enough to just sit back and wait for nothing. Lin Shen decided to continue looking for mutated creatures. This big river is so weird, and the fisherman said that the forest on the other side is even weirder, and he doesn't dare to take any more risks. Changing the direction, Lin Shen planned to go somewhere else. Hell Star. On a huge planet, there are metal mechanical devices everywhere. From a distance, it looks like a space base disguised as a ball. There are 3 orbiting rings rotating around the planet outside. And there are various car-like aircraft flying through the air inside. In a gorgeous conference hall, sitting at the main seat was a Tauran wearing a golden high-tech armor. The Minotaurs wearing purple armor on both sides were looking at the holographic projection in front of him. The images are of super combustion warriors fighting humans in various places. The most important image is the Battle of Tianqing Slope. These are all resources captured by super combustion warriors. Until the image of Tianqing Slope ended, a purple-armored Tauren sitting to the left of the golden-armored Tauren first spoke, General Bell. Human beings' combat power on Kaiwang has exceeded expectations. We should send more warrior, completely wipe out all humans on Kaiu and occupy all resources on Kaiu. Before General Bell could speak, the Tauren sitting on his right retorted, the teleportation device we discovered can only teleport genetically modified creatures into Kaiwang. The main force of the 107th Reclamation Corps suffered heavy losses, and the elite warrior Ogud, not to mention that other land reclamation corps have been sent to other planets, and it is difficult to recruit new land reclamation warriors for the time being. Even if we can dispatch the land reclamation corps, we may not be able to take advantage of those human genetic changes unless we sending elite warriors. I don't know who among you is willing to let your elite warriors go to Kaiu planet to open up wasteland? As soon as these words came out, the Tauren generals who were originally angry fell silent. They are already aware of the situation on Kaiwang. Although the human side is relatively weak, and most of the human genochangers are relatively weak, the strength of some humans has reached the elite level of the superburning tribe at the same level. If elite warriors are not sent to Kaiu, no matter how many cannon fodder there are, it will still be difficult to truly take the initiative. Besides, cannon fodder does not come out of thin air. There are not that many cannon fodders that continue to be transferred to Kaiu. The resources that the superburning clan needs to occupy are not just one Kaiu. It is impossible to transfer all the land reclamation corps that are developing land on other planets for a Kaiwang planet. But if they were asked to dispatch genetically modified elite warriors to KO, they would be afraid that their elite warriors would have an accident on KO. After all, those elite warriors will be the upper-level officers of the Super Burning Clan in the future, and most of them are aristocratic children with noble blood. They will grow into mainstays in the future, and their lives cannot be risked. Kaiu's genetic resources are so rich, how can they be given to humans? The Tauren on the general's left frowned. In that case, please ask General Austin to send your elite warriors to Kaiu to clean up those humans who don't know how to live or die. Jerry, the super burning general on the right, snorted coldly. Austin also snorted. If after defeating Kaiwang, all the resources belong to me, then I have no objection. Austin, you are being too selfish. With so many genetically modified resources on Kaiwang, how many genetically modified elite warriors can be cultivated? The resources there should be used by our empire and should not be privately owned. Jerry said nonchalantly. Everyone, listen. Is what Jerry said a human thing? He shed blood and tried his best to save our family members, and everyone shared the benefits. Is this true? Orsten slammed the table angrily. Okay, stop arguing. General Bell said calmly, making everyone shut up. Seeing that everyone had closed their mouths, General Bell glanced around and finally landed on the dozing purple-armored Tauren at the end. Carlo, what do you think? General Bell looked at him and said. The dozing Tauren seemed to be awakened by this, and stood up in a daze. After he realized what he was doing, he immediately put on a smile and said, General Bell is right. This caused many Tauren to burst into laughter, but General Bell stared at Carlo coldly and said, since you think what I said is right, then go back and prepare. When the next Teleportation is activated, let Qingjia go to the world. King Star. General Bell, Qingjia. Carlo suddenly became anxious and no longer confused. Carlo, you said that the general was right. Do you want to regret it now? You know there is no joke in the army. Jerry interrupted him immediately. General Bell is wise. Qingjia is a genius that our super burning clan has rarely seen in 100 years. He is an invincible genetic change level. Even compared with the young geniuses of those big clans, he is not inferior. A mere human genetic change can be killed easily. Therefore, we will definitely be able to easily kill those human geneticists and seize control of Kaiwang. Orsten also added peace. General. Carlo still wanted to say something, but was interrupted by General Bell with a wave of his hand. Qingna will go to the King of Kai. After that, he will enter the bloodline sequence and receive the third-class noble bloodline badge. General Bell said calmly. After Carlo heard this, his eyes suddenly lit up. General. Jerry, Austin, and others were anxious and wanted to stand up to refute. If you have any objections, then let your own elite soldiers go. The rewards will be the same. General Bell glanced at them and said. Jerry and Austin, who had not yet fully stood up, quickly sat down again. Of course, they could not let their elite warriors go there and risk their lives. They were originally nobles in the bloodline sequence. Such a reward would be very beneficial to their family. Meaningless to young people. No one objected. Carlo hesitated again and again, but he could only accept the order and leave. Carlo returned to his military camp and came to the training ground. He saw a tall Tauren with green horns training in the gravity machine. It was very difficult for ordinary minotaurs to even move in the gravity machine, but not only did the minotaur move freely in the gravity machine, he even trained with weights. The huge barbell was waved casually in his hands like an inflatable toy. Carlo sighed secretly in his heart, if it weren't for his poor background, Qingjia should have been the most worthy genius of our super burning clan. What a pity. When Qingjia came out from training, Carlo called him over. Qingjia, General Bell personally named you and gave you a mission to go to a planet to open up wasteland. If you can complete the mission, you will be allowed to enter the bloodline sequence and receive the third-class noble bloodline badge. Qingjia's eyes lit up. Slightly, General, don't worry, I will definitely be able to complete the mission. You should take a look at this first. Carlo brought Qingjia into his office, and then played several videos. It was Ouyang Yudu, Bai Shenfei, Wei Wufu and Kivis, as well as a Tian and a Mo Sheng. Battle images of Qi and others. Your main task is to get rid of these humans. With your strength, I am not worried. No one should be your opponent. One-on-one, but humans are quite cunning. If you are besieged by them, you can choose to retreat strategically. Carlo's last words made Qingjia slightly startled. Qingjia solemnly gave Carlo a military salute. General, I was not even a steel-level person when I was born. I am able to reach this point only because of the perseverance of my family and your cultivation under tremendous pressure. This time, no matter what, I will also complete the mission. Enter the bloodline sequence, and save my family's descendants from the fate of becoming cannon fodder, and also prove that you are not mistaken. Lin Shen looked at the colorful desert in front of him with mixed feelings. It took him 7 or 8 days to finally reach the area on the other side of the grass slope, and he found that it was actually a desert. Looking at the scattered colored sand and the white sand, Lin Shen immediately realized that this should be the desert where the frost giant tree was found. But the frost giant tree could not be seen here. And he did not know how far away it was. Did I walk for nothing these few days? Lin Shen was not in a good mood, because he did not find any genetically modified creatures near the frost giant tree. Last time. It can be seen that the genetically modified biological resources in this desert are relatively scarce. No matter what the reason is, this is not the place Lin Shen needs. Just as Lin Shen was considering which direction to go, he suddenly saw some figures appear in the desert. Lin Shen took a closer look and was immediately surprised. In the desert, a group of green metal giants appeared. They were more than 3 meters tall. And their bodies were piled up with green metal. They were alloy creatures at a glance, and there were more than a dozen of them. Lin Shen was overjoyed. Seeing that there was no one around, he launched several crystal-based pets directly at the green metal giants. The crystal-based pets fought with the green metal giants. The difference in level allowed them to quickly kill the green metal giants. Lin Shen rode the big red bull to the bodies of the green metal giants and tried to decompose their metal bodies to see if there were any genetically modified eggs in their bodies. Unfortunately, he found nothing and only collected some genetically modified liquid. It seems that there are creatures in the desert, but there are none near the frost giant tree. Lin Shen planned to go around in the desert first. If there are enough genetically modified creatures here, it would be a good place. Except for the last time they were teleported to the fruit of the frost giant tree, no one has been seen teleported to the desert area. This means that no one will compete with Lin Shen for the genetically modified resources here. Lin Shen put away the big red bull and summoned the Hell Rock Crystal Dragon directly. He rode the dragon over the desert to look for nearby genetically modified creatures. In the sky, Lin Shen soon found another group of metal giants, most of which were green giants, and there was also a blue metal giant. There is a mutation. Lin Shen was overjoyed and immediately let the evil dragon fly over and launched the frost swordsman in the air. The frost swordsman was high-level and powerful, and he killed the blue metal giant in one sword. Kill the mutant alloy creature. Blue gold warrior. The information immediately appeared on the watch. Under Lin Shen's control, the evil dragon grabbed the body of the blue metal giant, took the frost swordsman and flew away directly. Ordinary alloys are useless to Lin Shen. He is unwilling to waste time killing them. Killing them is also a waste. It is better to leave them to those who need them. This uncultivated virgin desert gave Lin Shen a lot of surprises. There are many metal warriors and many mutations. There is a group of metal warriors almost every few miles. As long as the group of metal warriors is slightly larger, there will be blue gold warriors. Unfortunately, after Lin Shen consumed the base mutation fluid of 2 blue gold warriors, their base mutation fluid no longer increased his base mutation rate. Later, he saw many blue gold warriors, but Lin Shen did not hunt them again. Fortunately, after a while, Lin Shen found a purple metal warrior in a relatively large group of metal warriors. The purple gold warrior was also a mutant alloy creature, which surprised Lin Shen a little. It was very rare that 2 different mutations appeared in a group of base mutated creatures. What surprised Lin Shen even more was that after a while, he found a red gold warrior, which was also a mutant alloy creature. How can a group have so many different mutations? Lin Shen was more and more surprised. While Hunting, he continued to search, wanting to see how many mutations these metal warriors had. After searching for a long time, he found that the blue mutation was the most, the purple mutation was relatively rare, and the red mutation was the rarest. So far, he has only encountered that one. The base mutation liquid of a blue-gold warrior can only provide Lin Shen with a little base mutation rate, and only the base mutation liquid of the first two blue-gold warriors is effective. The base mutation liquid of the later blue-gold warriors is ineffective for Lin Shen. The base transformation liquid of a purple-gold warrior actually provided Lin Shen with 2 base transformation rates, and the effect weakened after using 4 purple-gold warriors base transformation liquid. The base transformation liquid off the 5th purple-gold warrior only provided Lin Shen with a little base transformation liquid, and the 6th one did not provide it. Even so, it was much better than the base transformation liquid of the previous mutant poisonous insects. The base transformation liquid of the same mutant poisonous insect would not work if used a second time. This made Lin Shen work harder to find the red gold warrior, because the base transformation liquid of a red gold warrior provided him with 3 base transformation liquid. According to previous experience, if he could find a few more red gold warriors, his base transformation rate would at least increase by about 20 points. For several consecutive days, Lin Shen was looking for mutant metal warriors in the desert. At this time, Lin Shen had already gone deep into the desert. Fortunately, his watch was powerful. He only entered the Kai King planet at night and stayed at home in the Sueño base during the day, so he didn't have to worry about food and drink. Now Lin Shen's base mutation rate has reached 47, most of which is due to Tian Xian's contribution. Those mutant crystal base eggs and several bags of base mutation liquid have provided Lin Shen with a lot of base mutation rate. Promotion to crystal base is just around the corner. Lin Shen returned to his home in the Sueño base again and drank some water. Just when he was about to go to bed, Uncle Lei came to find him. "Little Fifth Master, I got news about the weirdo," Uncle Lei said. Excitedly, "That guy went to the Rangers base. I heard that he killed many people. The matter was very big. The Jing family sent out the Ascended ones to kill the Ascended person was killed by a weirdo. Is there such a thing? Tell me in detail." Lin Shen was still very concerned about weird people. "I don't know the specific situation, I just heard the news," Uncle Lei said helplessly. The methods of obtaining information at the Black Bird base are relatively limited, so it is not easy to find out this news. Lin Shen was a little disappointed when he heard this, and Uncle Lei continued, "The Master's family has also received news that she will stay at the Cape base recently, and she probably won't be able to come back in a short time. Sister, are you in trouble?" Lin Shen frowned slightly. No, the Master is just afraid that you will worry, so he sent someone back to deliver the letter." Uncle Lei said quickly, "She knows that the matter at home has been resolved, and there happens to be something over there, so it will be later able to come back." "What's the matter?" Lin Shen felt that things were not that simple. "I'm not sure about this, it wasn't mentioned in the letter," Uncle Lei said. Lin Shen looked at Uncle Lei and said nothing. Uncle Lei could not hold on and sighed. "I asked Zhao Zhe, who came back from delivering the letter, and he said something. The Master met the person at the Cape base." "Who?" Lin Shen was startled for a moment, and then immediately responded, "Wan Yanbei?" Uncle Lei nodded slightly. "Little Fifth Master, you also know about the master's family and his affairs. The master's family is too difficult. Of course Lin Shen knew that the eldest sister was in trouble, and he also knew about her and Wan Nianbei's affairs. This matter is ridiculous to say. When Wan Nianbei was young, his name was not Wan Nianbei. At that time, his name was Wanihao. In her best years, the eldest sister met Wanihao, who was in his prime. The two of them were in love with each other, to the death. Anyway, according to the fourth brother, when they were both young and frivolous, they didn't care about anything, which was really shocking. However, the Wan family did not agree with Wanihao and his eldest sister being together. Lin Shen did not know the specific reason. Anyway, the attitude of the Wan family was very determined. Even if Wanihao was imprisoned, they would never agree with him and his eldest sister together. The eldest sister was at an age when she was not afraid of anything, so she went to Wanjia alone, hoping to impress Wanjia and let Wanihao be with him. In the end, for some unknown reason, the eldest sister gave up after a trip to Wanjia. This made Lin Shen feel incredible. With the eldest sister's temper, as long as she wanted to do something, even if she was attacked with swords and axes, she would not be able to give up. But that time, she gave up. Even though Wanihao was willing to sever ties with the Wan family and fly away with the eldest sister, the eldest sister still came back. Several brothers of the Lin family all thought that the Wan family might have used them to threaten the eldest sister, so the eldest sister had no choice but to give up. They all felt that they owed her a lot. However, the eldest sister said that the Wan family had not threatened her, but that she did not want to be with Wanihao. Later, I occasionally heard some news about Wanihao. He changed his name to Wan Nianbei. He seems to be unmarried and is still alone in his 40s. The eldest sister has not found anyone else so far. She is also alone and focuses on taking care of the Lin family's business. Lin Shen naturally didn't have a good impression of Wan Jia, but he didn't have any bad feelings towards Wan Nianbei. This time the eldest sister went to Haijiao base and met Wan Nianbei. This was considered fate. If Wan Nianbei really hasn't let go of her eldest sister for so many years, Lin Shen himself thinks that eldest sister should give her another try to give others a chance and give herself a chance. We are already in our 40s, what else can we not let go of and think about? Now that their brothers have grown up, if the Wan family is really suppressed, it is their turn to help their eldest sister. What does Wan Nianbei mean? Lin Shen thought for a while and asked. Zhao Zhe doesn't know either. He only knows that the eldest sister met Wan Nianbei at Haijiao base. Wan Nianbei wanted to have a good talk with her, but she didn't want to see Wan Nianbei. Uncle Lei thought for a while and said, "Little fifth master, it's best not to interfere in matters of love other than yourself, otherwise it might be counterproductive." Of course Lin Shen understood this truth, but he was really curious about why the eldest sister gave up in the first place. According to her character, she shouldn't. Uncle Lei, get ready. Let's go to Haijiao base. Lin Shen's heart moved and he thought it would be a good idea to go to Haijiao base. Anyway, he didn't dare to show up at home. So he might as well go to the Kate base to see what was going on with his eldest sister and Wan Nianbei. He had to let his eldest sister know that if he didn't dare to be with Wan Nianbei because he was worried about them, there was no need to compromise anymore. Lin Shen himself also wanted to go to Haijiao base to take a look In Suanio base and Yashan base, he could no longer find genetically modified eggs with fire. The Cape base is a super base. There are so many genetically modified eggs there that the Blackbird base and the Yashan base combined are not even a fraction of what they have. Maybe they can find more fire seeds. Little Fifth Master, isn't this bad? Uncle Lei hesitated. I have the final say on this matter. I will tell my eldest sister when we get there. Lin Shen told Uncle Lei to prepare. The main reason was that he had never been out and needed Uncle Lei to lead the way, otherwise he would have gone by himself. Seeing that Lin Shen had decided to go, Uncle Lei said nothing more and went out to prepare. Adhering to the principle of not running out of business, Uncle Lei prepared a batch of goods and planned to sell them to Haijiao base to make a profit. Uncle Lei is indeed my eldest sister's right-hand man. Lin Shen could only lament that eldest sister had such a great influence on the people around her. Lin Shen made some disguises and set off with the caravan. Although walking with the caravan was a bit slow on the road, Lin Shen was not in a hurry. Uncle Lei also prepared some local specialties for Lin Shen, asking Lin Shen to visit Instructor Mu after arriving at Haijiao base. The caravan set off along the business road. Although it was a business road, because there were not many people walking on it, many roads were covered with plants. In some places, the roads needed to be cleared manually. Moreover, genetically modified creatures appear from time to time. Fortunately, the level of genetically modified creatures on the home planet is not high, and Lin Shen can deal with them by just making a few pets. If we follow the straight line distance, it only takes 7 or 8 days to travel to Haijiao base. However, because we have to bypass some genetically modified areas, it took more than 10 days to get to Haijiao base. The Cape base is built on the seaside, like a giant beast suppressing the seaside. I heard that when the ocean beast tide broke out, the Cape base was the main battlefield. Many of the old people at the Cape base are geneticists who survived that battle. Later, some smaller-scale marine beast tides occurred, most of which were fought by the Cape base. Xiao Wu, why are you here? Lin Miao was really surprised and happy to see Lin Shen. I was feeling uncomfortable at home, and you didn't let me go out to take risks, so I had no choice but to go out for a walk. Lin Shen said with a smile. Lin Miao rolled her eyes at him. You have such a trick, and you still want to deceive me. Wan Yanbei and I have already ended our relationship, so don't worry about it. That's your business, I don't care. I just want to go to the market at the Cape base and get some interesting genetically modified eggs to hatch and keep for fun. Lin Shen said. If you really think so, take this money and buy whatever you want, spend it however you want, but don't be a sucker, otherwise your sister will lose face. Also, you have to go and see Instructor Mu, don't let him think that we Lins have no manners. Lin Miao took out a stack of money and gave it to Lin Shen. Don't worry, big sister, I've always been frugal, you know that. Lin Shen took the money and stuffed it into his pocket. Sister, I'll go take a look first. Don't worry, you're here, and Xiaobai is back, go see her. Lin Miao held Lin Shen and said, she's very nice, you have to seize the opportunity. Sister, didn't I tell you that she only considers people like Ouyang Yudu? Lin Shen said with a bitter face. Today is different from the past. I heard that Xiaobai has a good impression of you. Because you didn't agree to marry into the Ouyang family, you still have a great chance. I'm optimistic about you, come on. Lin Miao took out another stack of money and gave it to Lin Shen. If you can really snatch Xiaobai away, everyone will know that my sister-in-law chose you instead of Ouyang Yudu. It's so face-saving to tell others. Buy some gifts and go see her. You have to seize the opportunity yourself. I'll try my best. Lin Shen was helpless. But he would definitely take the money if he had it. Whether to buy gifts to see Bai Shenfei was another matter. After leaving the homestay where Lin Miao lived, with Uncle Lei leading the way, Lin Shen soon arrived at the battlefield, one of the 3 free trade markets in the Cape base. The sand field is located near the sea. At first, it was a small market where some mutants who went out to sea to hunt mutant creatures temporarily traded supplies and prey. During the Great Ocean Beast Tide, this place played a huge role as a material transfer station between the front and rear. Many wounded people were temporarily treated and rested here, and many mutants exchanged things they could use here. After the Great Beast Tide, the sand field was preserved and became an important market. At that time, the sand field only had a market every weekend. Later, with the expansion of the Cape base, the sand field was also enclosed in the base and was still used as a market. It was open every day and the scale was much larger than before. In the past, when setting up a stall in the sand field, you just got a piece of cloth and spread it on the sand. Now alloy plates have been laid here, and many large warehouses have been built for stalls. In addition, there is a large area of shops, and the scale is much larger than the market in the Yashan base. Lin Shen walked in the market, and there were a wide variety of goods everywhere. In addition to pets and genetically modified eggs, there were also genetically modified liquid areas, material areas, weapons areas, etc. Coming in from the east gate. The weapons area is right in front of you. There are all kinds of steel weapons, alloy weapons, and crystal-based weapons on the stalls. Crystal-based weapons that are hard to see in the Suenio base can be seen everywhere on the stalls here. Uncle Lei said that most of the weapons here are artificially made, and only a small number are natural genetically modified weapons. The price of natural genetically modified weapons is generally more expensive, and some people use manufactured weapons to pretend to be genetically modified weapons. However, some weapons made by masters are sometimes more valuable than natural genetically modified weapons, which does not mean that natural genetically modified weapons are necessarily good. Lin Shen has no pursuit of weapons, just a casual look. With a die-hard fan in hand, he does not need other weapons. What's more, he has a spiritual base of an ascender buried in his home. As long as the power is enough, he can use it directly as a weapon. Is there a store selling pet launchers here? When passing by a store, Lin Shen looked inside with some surprise. Pet launchers are very rare, but the price is too high. Ordinary mutants can't afford them. Only super bases like Cape Base have such stores. As far as I know, there is only one in Cape Base. Uncle Lei said. Let's go in and take a look. Lin Shen certainly didn't want to buy a pet launcher. He just wanted to see what price a pet launcher could be sold for. He had several pet launchers that he had robbed from Tian Xian, in addition to leaving one with the best attributes. For his elder sister, he kept another one for himself to use in exchange with the Angel Revolver. If the price is right, the others can be used to exchange for things he needs, such as mutant gene liquid. After the two entered the store, Lin Shen saw several pet launchers on the wall cabinet behind the counter. The style was relatively old and did not look very advanced. It was probably not as good as those used by the Deputy Legion leader of the Super Burning clan. But the price on it was very scary. There was no one less than 6 figures, and the cheapest one was priced at more than 400,000. Lin Shen carefully looked at the information written on the sign next to it. The firing rate was only 23, and it could be filled with 6 pet capsules. The higher the price, the happier Lin Shen was. The 23 speed ones could be sold for more than 400,000 yuan, so wouldn't the prices of the 40 speed ones in his hands be even higher? There were a total of 6 pet launchers in the cabinet. The best one had a capacity of 10 rounds and a firing rate of 37. This attribute was similar to the worst one in Lin Shen's hand, and the price had reached 5 million. After Lin Shen calculated, the value of these pet launchers in his hand alone was tens of millions. These pet launchers must be sold as soon as possible. As humans and the Super Burning tribe go to war, more and more pet launchers will be seized. In the future, pet launchers will only become cheaper and cheaper. We can sell them at a good price as soon as possible. Lin Shen secretly calculated in his heart. Do you have a launcher you like? You can take it down and try it. There is a test shooting hall in the back. The clerk said very politely. Are there any launchers with a higher firing rate? Lin Shen asked casually. Yes, but the price is much higher. It will cost over 10 million, which is not worth it. In fact, the difference in firing rate is only a few points, and it is not noticeable in general use. The clerk explained patiently. The price is not the problem, the key is the firing rate should be fast. Do you have one with around 50 points? Lin Shen acted like a rich young master, but in fact, he only had the 200,000 yuan that the eldest sister had just given him in his pocket. You are joking, customer. The firing rate of a base transformed pet launcher is at most 41 points, which is already a rare and precious product. For ordinary base transformers, 40 points is already the top level. If the firing rate is higher, it can only be a super upgraded pet launcher. Our store does not have such high-end products, and base transformers cannot use it. The clerk did not show any impatience at all, and explained in detail. It seems that the 44-speed Angel revolver is the best of the best. I don't know where Tian got it from, or whether the technology level of the Celestials is high enough to make a better pet launcher. When Lin Shen was thinking, he heard the clerk continue to say, there is a 41-speed pet launcher in the store. It is the treasure of the store. There is no price yet. Our boss treasures it very much. If customers are interested, you can talk to our boss. If the price is right, our boss may be willing to give it to you. It's only 41 speed, forget it. Lin Shen found a way out and prepared to leave with Uncle Lei. The price was almost understood, so if he wanted to exchange his transmitter for something, he wouldn't suffer a loss. You don't even like the 41-speed pet transmitter, so I guess you have something better? Before Lin Shen walked out, he heard someone's voice coming from the door. Lin Shen turned around and saw a young man in his 20s, as thin as a bamboo pole, walking in. Boss. The clerk called the young man, letting Lin Shen and Uncle Lei know that he was the owner of this store. No, I just said it casually, the wording was inappropriate, don't take it to heart, boss. Lin Shen was just looking for an excuse to leave, and he didn't expect to encounter such a thing. He was not interested in saying anything more to the owner of a store, so he said a few polite words and planned to leave. Please stay, sir. If you don't like the 41 speed, I do have a pet launcher with a firing speed of nearly 50. Although it is less than 50, only 43, it is already a rare top-notch product. Even in the universe, it is difficult to find a base-level launcher with this firing speed. The thin boss's words made Lin Shen a little embarrassed. Even if he really had it, Lin Shen didn't have the money to buy it. However, in life, face is what matters. Although he didn't have the money to buy it, Lin Shen still pretended to be indifferent and said, "Your store actually has such a top-notch product? I think the customer is also a connoisseur of goods. There are things, but it depends on how much you are willing to pay for them." The thin boss said with a smile. "You are the seller, so you decide the price," Lin Shen said. "It is hard to find a second one like this in the world. It can be regarded as a priceless treasure. If you really want to quote a price, I think it is at least worth this price." The thin boss stretched out a finger. 10 million? Lin Shen felt that the price did not seem very high. The thin boss smiled and shook his head. 100 million. Lin Shen was also a man who had seen some money, but the thin boss's offer still shocked him. A 43-speed revolver can be sold for 100 million, so how much can my 44-speed revolver be sold for? Lin Shen had the urge to sell the Angel revolver. 100 million, he could buy a lot of mutant crystal pets. Lin Shen had so much money, and he could buy mutant base mutation liquid, and the base mutation rate could be almost full. Too expensive. Lin Shen shook his head. It's expensive, but it's worth it. Ouyang Yu rushed to the 9th floor of the Kai King Tower, and the pet launcher he got was only 41 speed, which is hard to find in the world. Although my 43 speed is only 2 points more than his, these 2 points are already unparalleled in the world. Isn't it worth 100 million for a unique top-quality product in the world? The thin boss said proudly. It's really not expensive, but unfortunately I don't have that much money, so I can only look at it, Lin Shen said, and prepared to leave. He didn't really plan to buy anything, and he really didn't want to talk to this thin boss anymore. "It doesn't matter if you don't have money, I can give it to you." The thin boss's words stunned Lin Shen. How could he believe that there was such a good thing in the world, a top-quality product worth 100 million given to him? Even if he was the thin boss's father, he probably wouldn't give it to him, let alone a stranger who met by chance. Lin Shen couldn't help but look at this thin boss carefully. Although he was thin and a little dark, he was very energetic, with a pair of small eyes that were bright and focused. What did the boss say? Lin Shen felt that the matter was not simple, and suspected that the thin boss recognized him. But even if he recognized him as the second-generation ancestor Lin Shen, there was no reason to give him such a big benefit. Lin Shen did not think that his fame and handsomeness were worth 100 million. "Just based on your name, Mr. Lin, you are worth 100 million. The thin boss said with a smile. Sure enough, he recognized it. Lin Shen was alert in his heart. He had disguised himself and was wearing a hat, but he was still recognized. It can be seen that this thin boss is a scheming person. I don't know what he wants to do. The thin boss saw Lin Shen's vigilance and smiled. Mr. Lin, don't worry, I have no ill intentions. The pet transmitter is here, and I can give it to you now. As he said, the thin boss asked someone to get the pet transmitter. Boss, just say what you want to say. I won't accept the reward without merit. If you don't make it clear, I won't take the things. Lin Shen frowned. Mr. Lin, please be patient. This thing is not given by me, but by an old friend of yours. He is waiting for you in the garden behind. If it is convenient, I hope to meet you. The thin boss said, and handed a box taken by the clerk to Lin Shen. Inside was a very exquisite pet launcher, which looked more advanced than the one used by the super-burning Super Legion leader. Which old friend? Lin Shen did not take it. Things are not collected casually. You will know when you see it. This is his gift to you. The thin boss stuffed the box into Lin Shen's hand. If you don't tell me, I will leave now. Lin Shen directly stepped back and turned around to leave. You are worthy of being Lin Miao's younger brother, Xiaowu, let's chat. A voice came from the inner room of the store, and a man came out with the voice. Lin Shen saw that the person who came out from the back was a man who looked about 30 years old. Although he was not very good-looking and had a beard, he had the charm of a mature man. It was just that the melancholy eyes were not something that ordinary girls could resist. Wan Yanbei? Although Lin Shen had never seen Wan Yanbei, he didn't know why. The first time he saw him, Lin Shen felt that he must be Wan Yanbei. This is not the place to talk. Let's talk later. Wan Yanbei said. Okay. Lin Shen nodded slightly. This pet launcher. The thin boss was a little embarrassed holding the box. Put it away. Lin Miao's brother, let alone a mere 43-speed pet launcher, even if it is a good thing, he won't want it. Wan Yanbei really thinks highly of Lin Shen. Lin Shen himself regretted it a little. If he had known that it was Wan Yanbei who gave it to him, he might have really taken it. Of course, this is just a thought. Lin Miao and his affairs have not been clarified yet. He will definitely not take the things sent by Wan Yanbei. Following Wan Yanbei to the back garden, Wan Yanbei, who was dressed casually, sat casually on a chair by the corridor, took a can of beer and threw it to Lin Shen, opened a can himself, and drank 2 sips by himself. When you were little, I held you in my arms, but you were too young at that time, so you probably don't remember it. Wan Yanbei put down the beer and looked at Lin Shen and said, You asked me to come here just to talk about this? Lin Shen frowned. Your temper is exactly the same as your elder sister's, both of you are impatient. Wan Yanbei pondered for a moment and said, I want to meet your elder sister alone. There are some things I need to explain to her. Can you help me? No. Lin Shen refused, simply, if you want to see her, then go find her yourself. Come, it's no use looking for me. I have looked for her many times, but she refused to give me a chance. I didn't even have a chance to speak. Wan Yan sighed sadly. That must be your fault. Lin Shen said. Yes. It's my fault. I didn't handle it well. Wan Yan said with a sad smile, Xiaowu, even if you have committed a capital crime, you should have a chance to speak in court, right? I just want to be able to tell her speak and ask for nothing else. What do you want to say to my eldest sister? Tell me first. In fact, Lin Shen was also very curious in his heart about what was going on with eldest sister and Wan Yanbei. Wan Yanbei was slightly startled, as if he did not expect Lin Shen to say such a thing. He hesitated for a long time before making up his mind and said, Well, you are Lin Miao's younger brother, and I have nothing to hide from you. Let me tell you. It would be best if I could see Lin meow. If not, you can tell her for me. It depends on what you are talking about. Lin Shen refused to promise anything. Xiaowu, have you ever heard of a term called breeder pig? 1. Nianbei's incomprehensible words made Lin Shen confused as to what he meant.